In the realm of commerce, the formidable tycoon Ji Yang finds himself reborn a decade prior. 10 years ago, an unexpected encounter with a young lady led to unforeseen consequences, resulting in her pregnancy. Prior to his rebirth, he remained blissfully unaware, enduring the torment inflicted upon his wife and daughter. Now, a decade later, he returns with resolute determination to rectify past wrongs, vowing never to let the tragedy of 10 years ago repeat itself. Chapter 1. Rebirth a decade ago. In Yundu, at Yundu University, a young man leisurely strolls through the campus, his tall figure and naturally handsome countenance drawing attention. While not conventionally handsome, he certainly exudes a radiant charm. Ah, who would have thought I could come back, he muses. Is this a second chance bestowed upon me by the heavens? Gazing upward, he observes the azure sky, devoid of clouds, a sight that fills him with tranquility. Ji Yang never anticipated that he would one day be reborn to 10 years prior. A decade's passage now feels like a fleeting dream. Originally, he was on his way to negotiate a business deal, but upon landing, he encountered a car accident. He vaguely recalls the blinding lights of the operating room. He can still distinctly hear the conversations of the doctors and nurses, but as his head grew heavier, his consciousness began to fade. When he finally awakens, he finds himself in the present moment. After wandering the school for quite some time, even with a strong inner resolve, it took him a while to fully accept that he truly had been reborn. At this time today, last night, his heart swells with both shock and joy. If memory serves him correctly, it was last night that he fortuitously encountered girl. Little did he know, the aftermath of this encounter would lead to her pregnancy, a fact of which he remained blissfully unaware until the child reached the age of 9. Upon discovering the child, he was unable to reunite with the child's mother. Through investigation, he learned that the child's mother is named Su Qingxue, who vanished following the financial ruin of the Su family. As his thoughts drifted, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Ji Yang, startled, he halted and turned to see two figures hastily approaching. Ji Yang, hey, what are you doing? Are you still going to the employment seminar today? They panted, clearly exhausted from their brisk run. Zhounan Gufeng. Even after a decade, the familiar names rolled off his tongue effortlessly. Ji Yang, what expression is that? Have you been startled into silence by our presence? Noticing Ji Yang's unusual demeanor, Zhounan raised his hand and waved it in front of him. Isn't the seminar in Building 1? Ji Yang pointed towards Building 1, which was indeed within a 10-minute walk. At this moment, there remained a full 20 minutes until the seminar commenced. They had ample time. Oh my, we knew you would definitely get lost. Can we check your phone? The seminar's address has been changed to the basement of the experimental building. Enough of the chit-chat, let's hurry. If we don't leave now, we'll be late. Zhounan grabbed Ji Yang's arm, and they sprinted towards the experimental building. The distance between the two buildings required at least a 20-minute walk. Fortunately, they arrived just in time. They changed the location. 10 years ago, the seminar was held in Building 1. Could it be that his rebirth altered the course of events that were meant to unfold? There was no time to ponder, as the three of them dashed forward. Ji Yang then remembered to search for his phone, but alas, he could not find it. This detail mirrored his experience from a decade prior. They jogged to the exterior of the experimental building, with the seminar still some time away. Zhounan and Gufeng finally caught their breath. Today's seminar features the executive vice president of the Su Group. I heard she was one of the earlier alumni from our university. Alumni? What does she look like? I don't know, but I've heard she's a goddess-level alumna. Ji Yang, how are you holding up? A week has passed, and for such a woman, it hardly seems worth it. Indeed, Ji Yang, you must regain your spirit. You can't forsake an entire forest for a single weed, can you? They flanked Ji Yang, continuing to chatter as they walked. Unable to contain himself, Ji Yang rolled his eyes. Listen, both of you, can we keep it together? Who said I was wallowing because of a woman? I lost my phone last night. That's why I didn't answer calls or see messages. Do you really think I would have gone to the wrong seminar? Wait, you lost your phone. No wonder you weren't answering or seeing messages. It turns out your phone is lost. We thought you had given up because of that Mu Yang woman. Zhounan scratched his head awkwardly, realizing they had unnecessarily worried about Ji Yang. Mu Yang is an adult. Adults must take responsibility for their actions. She has her own choices to make. We must simply take care of ourselves. Isn't that right, Ji Yang? Zhu Gufeng chuckled, giving Ji Yang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Having been in a relationship for 3 years, nearly throughout their college years, they never expected Ji Yang to recover this swiftly from Mu Yang's betrayal. It is common for someone to lose composure and fall into despair after such a long relationship is shattered. However, such a scenario was entirely foreign to Ji Yang. After all, he was a man reborn from a decade ago. The emotions tied to a relationship that had long since passed stirred no turbulence within him now. Had Zhounan not mentioned it, he might have already forgotten the incident altogether. Setting aside matters concerning Mu Yang, the trio engaged in light-hearted banter as they made their way to the meeting room. The graduates from the School of Computer Science, still uncertain about their future employment, had largely gathered. The spacious auditorium capable of accommodating hundreds, was nearly filled to capacity. A glance across the room revealed a sea of dark silhouettes. Zhounan, where's Jin Gang waiting for us? Who can possibly locate him? Lacking a precise meeting point, they aimlessly searched, realizing that by the time the presentation commenced, they might not find a seat. Upon hearing this, Zhounan hesitated not for a moment. He promptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Wang Jingang. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. Jingang, where are you? Row 15, Section 6. The familiar voice of Wang Jingang resonated on the other end, and with the specific location confirmed, the three hastily made their way over. After navigating through several rows of seats, they finally spotted the familiar figure of Wang Jingang. True to his name, he indeed resembled a formidable figure, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches with a physique brimming with muscle. Weighing close to 200 pounds, he was a veritable human embodiment of strength. Despite his imposing stature, he possessed a surprisingly gentle demeanor. Jingang, you finally made it. If you had arrived any later, the presentation would have already begun. Jiangyu. Wang Jingang expressed a mild reproach toward Zhounan before turning his gaze to Jiang. His robust physique contrasted sharply with the conflicted expression on his face, as if he harbored a question, yet hesitated to voice it. Jingang, what is that expression about? Are you wondering about Mu Yang? Chapter 2. Leave a contact number. Wang Jingang found himself in a quandary, unexpectedly taken aback when Jiang mentioned Mu Yang without hesitation. Jiang, yes, you. My intentions are not to cause you distress. I merely harbor concerns for your well-being. I understand. You all are concerned for me. On my way here, I already spoke with Zhounan and Gufeng. My relationship with Mu Yang has completely dissolved. She has her own aspirations, which I cannot influence. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingang was utterly dumbfounded. Once he regained his composure, he couldn't help but give Jiang a thumbs up. Jiang, I genuinely admire your clarity of thought. Hith. Jingang, what are you so impressed by? Jiang has at least had a girlfriend, while you, my friend, haven't even managed to secure one in your 4 years of university. What are you planning to do? Become a monk right after graduation? Zhu Gufeng's words were always sharp, and upon hearing them, Wang Jingang's expression changed dramatically. In the next moment, his robust arms wrapped tightly around Zhu Gufeng's, refusing to let go despite the latter's frantic protests. Jingang, what are you doing? Let go of me at once. Furious, Zhu Gufeng pushed with all his might. But Wang Jingang's physique was too formidable, and no amount of effort could free him. Gufeng, how about we both go become monks together after graduation? Otherwise, we might as well make do with each other. Have you forgotten what you said the night we slept together? Slept together? When did we ever sleep together? Zhu Gufeng's face paled, and his heart sank. Despite lowering his voice to the utmost, many classmates turned their attention toward them. Clearly, we have shared a bed, yet you refuse to admit it. Do you not wish to take responsibility? With a tender yet firm embrace around Zhu Gufeng's arm, Wang Jingang resembled a rather comical figure. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. How could a true citizen of the Dragon Country miss such a riveting spectacle? Cough, cough, cough. Gufeng, you ought to apologize quickly. Everyone is watching. If this goes on, your illustrious reputation will be in tatters. Zhounan whispered urgently, sitting beside Zhu Gufeng and acutely aware of the attention from their peers. Even Jiang, who had been reborn, felt a chill run down his spine at Wang Jingang's antics. That fellow bore grudges, and today, Gufeng had unfortunately crossed him. Jingang, I was in the wrong. Please release me. Let us coexist peacefully. Let us spare each other some dignity. There are so many eyes upon us. Wang Jingang, having evidently resolved to let it go, recognized the futility of prolonging the situation. Otherwise, they would become the focal point of every class group discussion the next day. Recognizing your mistake? Then tell me, do I still need to become a monk? No. You need not become a monk. I shall go instead. I shall go. Zhu Gufeng pleaded earnestly, prompting Wang Jingang to finally release him. Just as they were about to continue their banter, a few individuals approached from a distance. The leader, slightly plump and clad in a white shirt while holding a microphone, was none other than Director Zhang, a familiar figure to everyone in the academy. Upon reaching the center of the stage, he tested the microphone briefly before announcing the commencement of the meeting. As the stage lights converged, a stunning silhouette emerged from afar. Dressed in a flowing black gown and silver high heels, her hair casually styled, her delicate features exuded an ethereal beauty. Her skin, fair to the point of translucence, resembled finely carved mutton fat jade, radiating an enchanting glow. Her tall frame, paired with a breathtakingly exquisite face, rendered her almost otherworldly, as she seemed to glide in on moonbeams. Wow, so beautiful. Oh my goodness. I've never seen such a stunning girl before. The moment Su Qingxue stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted with excitement. Jiang sat in his chair, his gaze fixated on that familiar figure, certain memories playing like a film in his mind. Greetings, esteemed leaders and fellow students of Yunde University. I am Su Qingxue, representing the Qingtian group to host this presentation. A few playful strands of hair fell across her snow-white skin, enhancing her allure and vivacity. As newcomers on the brink of graduation and entering the workforce, you all should have at least a passing familiarity with the Qingtian group. Standing on stage, microphone in hand, Su Qingxue epitomized the archetype of a sweet, sophisticated lady. As the executive vice president of Qingtian Group, she possessed an air of cool composure. Yet as a senior of Yunde University, she radiated warmth and intelligence. After succinctly introducing the recruitment information, she was met with unprecedented applause. Jiang joined in, raising his hands in appreciation. Though young, Su Qingxue exuded a calm demeanor amidst the proceedings. Soon, it was time for questions. Faced with this celestial-level senior, the students grew timid, and no one raised their hand to inquire. After a brief moment of silence, Jiang suddenly lifted his hand. Whoa, Jiang! Zhounan and Wang Jinggang widened their eyes in disbelief. The assistant scanned the audience and quickly spotted Jiang. This student, please proceed with your question. As Jiang stood, nearly all eyes converged upon him. Su Qingxue happened to turn around, her beautiful eyes locking onto Jiang. The smile that adorned her face a moment ago was swiftly replaced by shock. Her delicate form trembled slightly, but thankfully, the female assistant beside her reached out just in time to steady her. This student, what question do you have? Su Qingxue spoke, suppressing her inner tension. The previous night, she had spent time with this man. Although it had been an unexpected encounter, it was her first. She had thought she would never have the chance to meet him again. Yet, to her surprise, merely attending a presentation would lead to their reunion. It must be said, fate is indeed a curious thing. Su Shuejia, I would like to request your contact information, if that would be convenient. With a nonchalant expression and a relaxed tone, Ji Yang's words sent the audience into an uproar. Su Qingxue's expression turned to one of astonishment. She had not anticipated Ji Yang's audacity to openly request her contact information in such a setting. This presentation is focused on employment matters. Please refrain from discussing other topics during the meeting. Let's not waste everyone's time. We can discuss personal matters privately. The director, seated, interjected promptly to alleviate Su Qingxue's embarrassment. However, Jiang remained steadfast, refusing to take his seat, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Qingxue. Under the scrutiny of so many, Su Qingxue felt a flicker of irritation rise within her. Though displeased, she understood the importance of maintaining composure in such circumstances. Student, if you wish for my contact information, please wait until the presentation concludes. It is rather inconvenient at the moment. All right, thank you, Su Shuejia. Chapter 3, Brazen and Shameless with a Prompt Agreement. Jiang effortlessly resumed his seat. The audacity of the act rendered the nearby onlookers utterly speechless, particularly Wang Jinggang. He had always prided himself on his boldness and lack of shame. Yet in comparison to Ji Yang's current demeanor, he felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Jiang, you are indeed formidable. I can understand the desire to obtain senior sister Su's contact information, but one must seek a suitable opportunity. To express such a blatant request in front of so many witnesses, I am thoroughly impressed. With both hands clasped in a gesture of respect, Wang Jinggang bowed fervently to Jiang. However, at that moment, Jiang was entirely focused on Su Qingxue, paying no heed to Wang Jinggang and his companion's jests. As he rose, a few fellow students also stood up to pose critical inquiries. In response to their questions, Su Qingxue maintained her composure and answered truthfully. As a well-established publicly listed company, Qingtian Group offers quite satisfactory benefits. Following this presentation, the group's reputation in the minds of the attendees was further solidified. Once the questions were addressed, the presentation neared its conclusion. Su Qingxue returned the microphone to the host and descended from the stage. Thank you, General Manager Su, for your presentation. This concludes today's session. Please exit in an orderly fashion, announced the host. The moment the announcement was made, Jiang sprang to his feet. I'll step out for a moment and then return to the dormitory. Hey, Jiang. Wang Jinggang and Zhounan attempted to say something, but Jiang had already maneuvered through the crowd and exited. Watching his departing figure, Zhounan and the others exchanged glances. Could it be that Jiang has genuinely been affected by something? He seems rather peculiar. Affected? Ha ha ha. Zhounan, you needn't fret. Even if he is affected, it is undoubtedly by General Manager Su or Senior Sister Su. Senior Sister Su? Indeed. Do you think he's rushing out for any other reason? He must be seeking Senior Sister Su's contact information. The question remains, will he succeed? Zhu Gufeng chuckled as he gazed at the already vanished Jiang. In truth, he spoke without a hint of error. Ji Yong was indeed hasty to pursue Su Qinxue. Finally outside, he scanned the surroundings. But not a trace of Su Qinxue was in sight. Huh, truly, the prettier the woman, the more deceitful she can be. We had an agreement that she would provide me her contact information after the presentation. Ji Yong muttered to himself when suddenly, a cool voice interrupted. What did I deceive you about? The familiar voice prompted Ji Yong to instinctively turn around. The elegant Su Qinxue stood before him, her exquisite features accentuated, holding a black phone resembling a brick. This is your phone. Take it. She extended her slender arm, directly presenting the black brick to Ji Yong. Thank you. And what about the contact information? He calmly accepted the phone and inquired once more. I'm afraid it's inconvenient. With that, Su Qinxue attempted to bypass Ji Yong. Wait. Ji Yong reached out, clasping her wrist. The unexpected contact halted Su Qinxue. Her expression turned icy, momentarily forgetting to extricate herself from Ji Yang's grip. What is the meaning of this, classmate? Must you provoke a refusal? The assistant behind her intervened, stepping forward to confront Ji Yong. Realizing his actions were inappropriate, Ji Yong quickly released his hold. Yet, he had no intention of letting Su Qinxue depart unchallenged. Senior Sister Su, General Manager Su. The events of last night were known only to the two of us. A person of your stature wouldn't be so irresponsible, would you? Since the straightforward approach was ineffective, he resorted to a more dubious tactic, feigning innocence. The assistant, still oblivious to the situation, witnessed Su Qinxue's face grow colder, nearly on the brink of fury. The previous night, as circumstances were largely Ji Yang's fault, yet he audaciously demanded that she take responsibility. With a frosty glare fixed on Ji Yong and her teeth clenched, she spat out a few words. What do you want? I simply desire a contact number. Provide it, and I shall absolve you of any responsibility. Fortuitously reborn with a decade of accumulated experience, he would not have dared utter such shameless words otherwise. Su Qinxue stood frozen, her slender fingers clenched tightly. Do you wish to be kept, man? No, I never claimed such. Her teeth gritted in indignation, having lived over 20 years. She had never encountered someone as brazen as Ji Yong. It was he who had wronged her, yet now he demanded she take responsibility. I have never met anyone so audacious. Step away, or I shall call the authorities. Ji Yong remained unfazed, while Su Qinxue shot a glance at her assistant. Prepare to contact the police. The assistant, receiving the directive, swiftly retrieved her phone, ready to dial at a moment's notice. Expecting this to compel Ji Yong to retreat, she was taken aback when he remained undeterred. Call the police. The two simple words caused the assistant to hesitate. Su Qinxue was serious, and Ji Yong had no choice but to raise a hand to forestall her. Wait, please don't be upset. I harbor no ill will. He offered a casual smile, lightly touching his nose. Su Qinxue's icy demeanor was somewhat unexpected. As he observed her escalating anger, he obediently stepped aside. Safe travels, Senior Sister Su. I look forward to our next encounter. Not interested, she coldly replied, uttering 2 words before striding away with her assistant, not once glancing back. In her mind, Ji Yong was nothing more than a scoundrel. How could she wish to meet with someone like him again? Watching Su Qinxue depart, Ji Yong stood rooted, lost in thought. According to the narrative from a decade prior, Su Qinxue was already pregnant at this juncture. How could he convey such news to her? Given the current situation, he would not only lack the opportunity to speak, but even if he did, Su Qinxue would most certainly not believe him, which would only reinforce his image as a kept man. Ji Yong, oh Ji Yong, 3 years have passed. TSK. I've only just realized how I underestimated you. A familiar voice came from behind. Zhounan sauntered over, having observed the antics of Ji Yong from a corner of the building with the others. Their shameless behavior had not escaped their notice. Haha, utterly shameless. No wonder Senior Sister Su labeled you as such. Zhu Gufeng placed a hand on Zhounan's shoulder, casting a glance into the distance before turning back to Ji Yong. Look at the nonsense you two are spouting. In my opinion, when pursuing one's happiness, a thicker skin is not a detriment. Wang Jinggang interjected. But let us be honest, Ji Yong, you have gone a bit overboard. When courting a girl, one must be sincere and patient. You can't be so hasty. The trio exchanged banter, and upon regaining his composure, Ji Yong smirked disdainfully. You 3 are now offering me advice? Perhaps you should find yourself a girlfriend first. With that, he playfully patted their heads and strode away without a backward glance. Hey, what does that mean? Ji Yong, we are offering you friendly advice. You shouldn't resort to personal attacks. Behind him, Zhounan's impotent howl echoed, yet Ji Yong remained oblivious, casually raising a hand in a gesture of nonchalance. With his back turned to the group, he strolled leisurely towards the intersection, uncertain which path to take. Ultimately, he decided to return to the dormitory. Turning right, He soon found himself back in his room. After sitting quietly for a considerable time, he still had not seen Zhou Nan and the others return, leaving him to ponder whether they had been unnerved and run away. Without having exchanged contact details, he retrieved his phone. A warm sensation washing over him as he dialed a familiar number. Beep, 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 hello. A weathered voice echoed from the other end. Though aged, it resonated with vigor, imparting a sense of robust authority. Grandfather, how is your health? I wish to visit you tomorrow. He endeavored to steady his voice, but Grandpa Ji Zhongchang sensed his unease. Xiaoyan, what troubles you? Has someone been bullying you? The authoritative tone shifted to one of cautious concern, stirring a tumult of emotions within Ji Yang. In his past life, by the 5th year post-graduation, his grandfather's health had deteriorated steadily. In the 6th year, a sudden fall rendered half of his body immobile. By the 9th year, he had passed away. And it was only in that moment that Ji Yang comprehended the profound loss of the one who had cherished him above all. Grandfather, I am fine. I merely miss you. Are my father and a second uncle not at home? No, they're both out. I will have someone fetch you. Just wait patiently at school. Uncle Wang. In the final moments before the call ended, Ji Yang distinctly heard his grandfather summon Uncle Wang. Watching the call disconnect, Ji Yang could only smile wryly, acknowledging his grandfather's decisive manner, even in expressing concern for his grandson. Grandfather, having been granted a second chance at life, allow me to take on your burdens. Seated on the edge of his bed, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned his grandfather seated in the place of honor, with his parents and second uncle flanking him. The family sat joyously together, and in the distance, Su Qingshue's figure gradually emerged, cradling a hungry infant. Just as he was savoring the beauty of this dream, his phone vibrated abruptly beside him. Awakened from his reverie, Ji Yang picked up his phone, discovering it to be 2 inconsequential messages. Uncle Wang was in the capital, and it would take several hours to reach Yundu. Bored and alone in the dorm, Ji Yang decided to take a stroll outside. Upon stepping out, he dialed Zhou Nan's number, wondering where they had gone. The call was quickly answered. Hello, Zhou Nan. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. We're at the playground. Wait. Where are you? We'll come to you. Zhou Nan's voice was laced with urgency. Confused, Ji Yang replied, I was just heading to the playground to sit for a while. I'll look for you. Having casually remarked, he set off towards the playground with large strides. The playground was not far from the dormitory. At a brisk pace, it was merely a 5-minute walk. What should we do? Ji Yang is coming. Zhou Nan's face fell as he noticed a man and a woman conversing nearby. The woman, clad in a short skirt and black stockings, had ordinary features but a fair complexion that lent her a sensual allure. The man beside her, dressed casually, appeared to be in his late 20s, and their demeanor suggested a close intimacy. The group had initially intended to play cards at the playground before heading out for dinner, but they hadn't anticipated Ji Yang's ex-girlfriend, Mu Yangyang, arriving unexpectedly with her current boyfriend. Even more unexpectedly, Ji Yang had decided to call and come over. What we tell him we're doing at the playground? Zhou Nan was in a panic. Forget about that. Let us move out and distract him, Zhu Guffing suggested. And Zhou Nan and Wang Jinggang quickly concurred, determined not to let the two meet, fearing the emotional upheaval it might cause Ji Yang. They swiftly gathered the playing cards, hurrying to vacate the playground, just as Ji Yang ambled into view a mere few meters away. Ji Yang, my goodness, Zhou Nan exclaimed softly. Glancing back at the playground, he dashed over to Ji Yang, taking hold of his arm to lead him back. Zhou Nan, what are you doing? I just left the dorm. You don't mean to take me back, do you? The wind outside is strong and it stings my eyes. Let us head back to the dorm. It's much more comfortable there. Yes, back to the dorm. It's too sunny out here, Zhou Nan insisted, gripping Ji Yang's arm tightly, while Zhu Gufeng and Wang Jinggang positioned themselves in front, swaying slightly to obstruct Ji Yang's line of sight. Having lived an additional decade, Ji Yang could easily discern their little ruse. Who else is at the playground? Is Mu Yangyang there? The three exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting shock. Ji Yang, how did you know? They gazed at him in disbelief, as they had never mentioned Mu Yangyang's presence at the playground. Based on your behavior, I could have guessed. Fine, let us just take a stroll. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Meeting her now, even if it's Mu Yangyang in front of me, one T stir much within me. Of course, that's fine, Zhou Nan replied, visibly relieved. Phew, you startle me. I thought just then a familiar figure ambled past them. Zhou Nan, Gufeng, Jinggang, came a melodious voice, and, as the three turned, they found Mu Yangyang standing beside the man, her handbag in hand, exuding a delicate demeanor. After addressing the trio, her gaze landed on Ji Yang, her expression slightly uneasy. Yangyang, are these your classmates? Oh yes, they are. Haha, then you should introduce them to me. Having intended to leave, they were caught off guard by the man's desire to get acquainted. Haha, an introduction isn't necessary. They are merely ordinary classmates. No need for formalities. We have matters to attend to, so we'll be on our way. Uncle Wang, with a simple statement. Wang Jinggang tugged Jiang's arm and left without looking back. Zhu Gufeng and Zhou Nan followed suit, not even sparing Mu Yangyang a glance as they turned to depart. Though they were classmates, their acquaintance stemmed solely from their mutual connection with Ji Yang. Now, devoid of this intermediary, there was no necessity for excessive politeness when interacting with Mu Yangyang. Watching as several individuals departed, Mu Yangyang brushed her hair back, her expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Senior Yufeng, I apologize. Hee, it's quite all right. Perhaps I was a tad too forward just now. By the way, I happen to be free today. Would you care to join me for dinner this evening? He raised his arm, playfully tapping Mu Yangyang's arm with a self-assured smile. Sure. Thank you, Senior Yufeng. She lowered her head slightly, her gaze betraying a profound admiration, and that single utterance sent her heart racing like a startled fawn. Ji Yang, having departed, remained blissfully unaware of his ex-girlfriend's demeanor. Yet, even if he were aware, it would hardly affect him. After a decade of experiences, he had long since deciphered the intricacies of human nature. Let's grab a light lunch. Ji Yang proposed. How about I treat you all to some barbecue tonight? Ha ha. Zhou Nan jogged up to the group, thumping his chest with laughter. Oh, Zhou Nan, what has inspired such generosity in you today? Have you turned over a new leaf? Let me take a look. Zhu Gufeng, with a cheeky grin, reached out as if to inspect Zhou Nan's wallet, but sensing the mischief, Zhou Nan quickly dodged, retorting in frustration. Calm down. With so many of us here, you're shameless. I still need to eat. Their playful banter brought a smile to Ji Yang's face. Although Zhou Nan intended to treat, he was, in fact, pressed for time that evening. Wang Bo was scheduled to pick him up from school, and he needed to visit his grandfather, not returning until the next day at the earliest. Zhou Nan, I might not be able to make it tonight. I need to head home. How about this? I'll return tomorrow afternoon, and I'll treat you all then. Your favorite crayfish, unlimited. The mere mention of unlimited crayfish caused Zhou Nan's eyes to sparkle with excitement, and without a second thought, he nodded in agreement. Disregarding Zhu Gufeng and Wang Jinggang's attempts to interject. Ji Yang, why the sudden urge to return home? Is everything all right? If there's anything, just say the word. We can certainly help. Wang Jinggang inquired, with Zhu Gufeng and Zhou Nan quickly turning their attention to Ji Yang. They were resolute in their willingness to assist him in any way possible. Rest assured, I'm merely going home to retrieve a few things. I'll be back by tomorrow afternoon. Oh, actually, if all goes well, I should return by tomorrow morning. You all needn't worry. Ji Yang deftly shifted the conversation, suggesting that Zhou Nan cover the cost of lunch instead. Ha ha ha. Ji Yang's words prompted Zhou Nan to agree without hesitation. All right, I'll take care of lunch today. Order whatever you desire. The illustrious young master Zhou is treating. Their laughter echoed as the four of them made their way to the dining hall, sharing jovial conversations before returning to their dormitory. As they awaited Wang Bo's arrival, Ji Yang sat quietly on the edge of his bed, engrossed in thought while clutching his phone. Ji Yang, what is on your mind? Are you perhaps daydreaming about President Su? Did you fail to get her contact information and feel a bit disheartened? Zhu Gufeng teased, pulling out a chair and plopping down opposite Ji Yang. Strangely enough, his guess was remarkably accurate, for Ji Yang was indeed contemplating Su Qingxue, with no contact information and her being preoccupied with work. The prospect of meeting her was nearly impossible. At this moment, Su Qingxue remained blissfully unaware of her pregnancy. Ji Yang knew he had to prepare in advance. Due to the nature of his rebirth, certain events had already shifted. The well-being of Su Qingxue and her unborn child must be guaranteed without fail. What can be done about it? What options do you have? Zhu Gufeng's remarks only served to amuse him further, as he leaned back effortlessly in his chair. Ji Yang, your mind is truly lacking in creativity. Is it really that difficult to obtain a simple phone number? Gufeng, do you have a solution? Speak up if you do. Can't you see Ji Yang is lovesick? Wang Jinggang chimed in, teasingly. Ji Yang furrowed his brow and kicked Wang Jinggang lightly. You're the lovesick one. Gufeng, what is your idea? The solution is rather straightforward. Su Qingxue is an outstanding graduate of Yunde University. The school must have her contact information. If you can't get it from her, then obtain it from the university. Alternatively, I can help you out, but you need to treat me to a meal. His proposition was made with casual ease, as though success were already assured. Ji Yang pondered for less than a second before nodding in agreement. No problem. If you can truly acquire her contact information, I'll cover dinner for the next week. Hey, wait a moment. Ji Yang, what about us? You can't just take care of Gufeng and leave us out. Wang Jinggang and Zhou Nan stood side by side, eagerly watching Ji Yang. You two can join as well. I'll treat all three of you. Does that work? Ha ha ha, sound great. The deal was struck with joviality. and Ji Yong silently awaited Gufeng's promising news. Having spent considerable time within the student council, Gufeng was likely to have no trouble securing Su Qingshua's contact information. Time swiftly passed to 3 in the afternoon. When Wang Bo's call came through, Ji Yong knew it was time to depart. Gentlemen, it's about that time. I must take my leave. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon to treat you all to dinner. No problem. Ji Yong, remember to share good news with me tonight. Hey, hey, hey. Zhu Gufeng waved his hand, his expression as though he had already secured Su Qingshua's contact information. Exiting the dormitory, Ji Yong was met with the relentless heat outside, braving the sweltering sun as he made his way to the roadside of the school. A sleek, new luxury vehicle was parked at a distance, and Ji Yong immediately recognized it as his grandfather's. As he ambled closer, Wang Bo hastily exited the passenger seat upon spotting Ji Yong. Xiaoyang, Wang Bo, standing by the side door, donned a light gray t-shirt and white sneakers, exuding a sprightly energy despite being over 50 years old. Ji Yong felt an immense sense of warmth upon seeing Wang Bo again. Following his grandfather's passing, Wang Bo had returned to his rural home. Despite Ji Yong's earnest attempts to keep him, the elderly man had made his intentions clear, and after much deliberation, Ji Yong had no choice but to send Wang Bo back to his hometown. Chapter 6. I wish to start a business. Hey. Your grandfather sent me to pick you up. Get in the car. Wang Bo gently patted Ji Yong's back, guiding him to the rear seat. Wang Bo, please come up as well. Me? Ha, all right. Initially intending to occupy the passenger seat, Wang Bo cheerfully followed Ji Yong into the car upon hearing his invitation. Xiao Lu, let us go. Yes. The driver started the vehicle, with Ji Yong and Wang Bo seated on either side. Wang Bo, how has my grandfather been lately? Is his blood pressure still high? As individuals age, they often experience elevated blood pressure. Recently, it has been manageable. With advancing years, the body becomes increasingly susceptible to ailments. Your grandfather, too, has been burdened by his labors. Once you graduate, you might alleviate some of his stress. Uncle Wang's tone was laced with concern, his face adorned with a bittersweet smile. Sitting beside him, Ji Yong remained silent, his gaze profound as it lingered ahead for several moments before shifting to the window. The vehicle sped swiftly. The journey from Yun City to the capital would take at least several hours. Along the way, Ji Yang's gaze flitted between the window and his closed eyelids, causing Uncle Wang to sneak occasional glances at him. In the past, Ji Yong was vibrant and effervescent. Not quite a chatterbox, yet he was never one to remain idle. Now, however, he appeared taciturn, as if suddenly aged beyond his years. Uncle Wang, are my father and my second uncle still in the Magic City? Yes. Matters in the Magic City pertain to the overseas market, and they may not be able to return in the short term. The family situation is complex, particularly concerning the overseas market, which is in a state of disarray. Thanks to your grandfather's efforts over the years, things have improved slightly, but achieving long-term stability is no simple feat. Therefore, your father and second uncle have frequently traveled abroad. Before his rebirth, Ji Yong had dedicated over 5 years to stabilizing the overseas market, yet by that time his grandfather had already passed. Had the old man known, he would undoubtedly have been immensely pleased. Around 6 in the evening, the vehicle entered the main urban area of the capital. One moment, they were surrounded by towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic. The next, a mere turn brought them into a deep and narrow alley. After 5 or 6 minutes of travel, they halted before an ancient and ornate gate. We have arrived. Xiaoyang, please alight. Once the vehicle came to a stop, Uncle Wang exited first, with Ji Yong following closely behind. The gate before them appeared somewhat weathered. As they stepped inside, Ji Yang's gaze was immediately drawn to a grand screen wall. Behind it lay a long corridor constructed of wood, flanked by several rooms. Venturing further inward, a traditional courtyard came into view. Where's grandfather? At this hour, he should be in the study. Uncle Wang gestured toward the study's location, and Ji Yong turned, striding purposefully in that direction. Having lived in this ancestral home for decades, every brick and tile exuded a sense of familiarity. Standing before the study door, Ji Yong raised his hand, poised to knock. Just then, the tightly shut door creaked open, revealing his grandfather in a Zhongshan suit, his tall frame and weathered visage emanating an aura of dignified authority. Grandfather. Upon seeing the elderly gentleman, Ji Yong felt a sudden pang in his heart. The septuagenarian appeared spirited, yet his body was fraught with ailments. Young rascal, why are you in such a hurry to return? Have you gotten into trouble again? Standing at the threshold, the old man spoke with a hint of concern. In response, Ji Yong instinctively touched his nose, saying, Grandfather, I just missed you and wanted to come back for a visit. How could you suspect me of mischief? Ha. You seem quite aggrieved. If you had truly been as obedient as a child, would I have reason to doubt you? Come, sit with me for a while. Uncle Wang, please prepare some dinner. It's been a while since we've seen each other, and this child has lost quite a bit of weight. After instructing Uncle Wang to prepare dinner, Ji Zhongchang led Ji Yang into the study. After taking his seat, Ji Yang comfortably plopped down beside his grandfather. Grandfather, are you practicing your calligraphy again? TSK, TSK, TSK. Your characters are grand and imposing. They must be worth a fortune. Looking down at the brushwork on the table, the old man had few other hobbies besides fishing and practicing calligraphy. Enough with the flattery. Speak plainly. Have you encountered some difficulties? Did my parents tell you that I had a girlfriend and that we broke up? Is that true? With a serene demeanor, a slight smile graced the old man's face as he regarded Ji Yang earnestly. Ji Yang was taken aback by the unexpected question and tilted his head. Wait, how did my parents find out, grandfather? Before my rebirth, no one mentioned this. I assumed everyone was oblivious. It seemed that, in the present, both his parents and grandfather were already aware. Regardless of how they learned, as a young man, if a girl does not wish to be with you, then let her go. You must not dwell on this matter with a heavy heart. A man is born to stand tall. How can you falter over such a minor setback? Though the old man appeared to be offering advice, he was, in fact, providing comfort. His eldest grandson was in the prime of youth, a time when emotions ran high. Should he succumb to despair, it would be disastrous. Ji Yang chuckled softly at his grandfather's consolation. Grandfather, while it is true we broke up, it is not as dramatic as you imagine. Young people date and break up. Is that not a normal occurrence? You underestimate your grandson. Ji Yang's light-hearted words left Ji Zhongchang puzzled. The news he had received indicated that his grandson should be quite distressed. Could it be that there had been a misunderstanding? Ji Yang, my eldest grandson, are you truly all right? For Ji Yang to express such sentiments, his grandfather could only conceive two possibilities. Either Ji Yang genuinely cared little for the girl, or he had been so profoundly affected that he was in a state of mental disarray. I'm truly fine. On this visit, aside from seeing you, there is another important matter I wish to discuss. What is it? Ji Zhongchang rested a hand on the table, eager to learn what his eldest grandson deemed important. I am about to graduate, and it is time to gain some practical experience. Could you possibly provide some financial support? I wish to start a business. The four words fell upon Ji Zhongchang's ears like thunderclaps. The old man's fingers trembled slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of skepticism. You want to start a business? What has brought about this sudden idea? Did you not express a lack of interest in business? During his university years, Ji Yang had initially chosen history as his major, only to have it forcibly changed to business management. This had led to considerable conflict between them. For his grandson, who had shown little interest in commerce, to suddenly declare an intention to start a business was indeed surprising. I wasn't particularly interested before, but now things have changed. Consider it an investment. Could you spare a bit? Fidgeting with his fingers, no matter how he transformed, in his grandfather's presence, he would forever remain a child. Ji Zhongchang struggled to maintain his composure, but found himself amused by his grandson's unusual antics. Very well, I shall grant you some. How much do you need? Not too much, just this amount. Ji Yang raised 5 fingers toward his grandfather, who responded casually. 500,000? 500,000 is far too little. Too little. Ha ha. Do you wish to ask your grandfather for 5 million? His voice rose slightly, yet his expression remained relaxed. 5 million was also inconsequential to him. However, Ji Yang shook his head once more. Grandfather, you're being far too stingy. Stingy, you say? Are you asking for 50 million? With his voice raised, the expression on his face finally shifted as he noticed his grandfather's wide-eyed stare, prompting Ji Yang to quickly retract his 5 fingers. In the realm of entrepreneurship, 50 million is, after all, not an exorbitant sum. Your old friend, Grandpa Wang, provided a staggering 500 million in startup capital for his child. I am merely requesting 50 million. Ji Yang implored, his eyes glimmering with eagerness, while his grandfather, Ji Zhongchang, was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. What experience does he have, this young rascal? It is not about the amount of money. Rather, I am concerned that if I grant you too much, you may find it overwhelming. Let us settle on 10 million. I will give you 10 million, allowing you the freedom to pursue your passions. I shan't concern myself with the profits or losses. 10 million is excessive. Let us make a flat 20 million. Agreed. The grandfather and grandson engaged in a spirited negotiation, ultimately finalizing a 2 million investment for Ji Yang's entrepreneurial venture. Having been reborn a decade ago, regardless of his experience, Ji Yang was confident that he could amass substantial wealth in a short period, solely relying on his memories. In this situation, it felt as though he had activated a cheat code. Grandpa, may I inquire when the 2 million investment will be transferred? The cheeky lad. Can my words not hold weight? Setting down his teacup, Ji Zhongchang playfully delivered a swat to Ji Yang's head. It will be credited by tomorrow afternoon. Understood. Please continue your calligraphy practice. I will check on dinner. With the investment secured, Ji Yong promptly stood up and exited the study before the seated elder could respond. Standing in the courtyard, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Zhu Gufeng had sent a text message containing a simple note, Su Qingxue, followed by a lengthy phone number. This fellow is quite efficient. I should try calling. Uncertain of the number's authenticity, Ji Yong decided to give a shot. After entering the number, he waited silently for a dozen seconds. Just as he assumed the call would go unanswered, a familiar, cool voice suddenly resonated. Hello, who is this? From the tone, it was undoubtedly Su Qingxue. The number Zhu Gufeng provided was indeed genuine. Ahem, Ms. Su, Senior Su, it's me, Ji Yong. Inside the office of the vice president at Qingtian Group, Su Qingxue, clad in professional attire, reclined in her chair. Her slender legs, exposed in their elegance, exuded both sensuality and grace. Upon hearing Ji Yang's voice, a flicker of coldness flashed in her lively eyes. You? How did you get my number? This was her private number, known only to herself, leaving her baffled as to how Ji Yong acquired it. If you call me again after that last incident, I will report you for harassment. Without granting Ji Yong a chance to explain, Su Qingxue mercilessly hung up. Dumbfounded, Ji Yong stood there, staring at his phone in disbelief. Then redialed, only to be met with a chilling prompt indicating he had been blocked. Huh, does she really consider me a gigolo? Holding his phone aloft, he examined his reflection on the screen. Though he couldn't claim to be exceptionally handsome, he certainly possessed well-defined features. Even as a gigolo, he could hold his own. Couldn't he, Xiaoyong? Suddenly, the voice of Uncle Wang broke through his self-admiration, startling Ji Yong into nearly dropping his phone. Uncle Wang, the weather is delightful today. I can barely see my reflection on the screen. After laughing off his surprise, Ji Yong quickly shifted the topic. What brings you here? Dinner is ready. Come and join your grandfather and me. Where's the old man? Oh, my grandfather is still in the study. Please hold on. I will fetch him. Swiftly tucking his phone back into his pocket, Ji Yong hurried back to the study. He led his grandfather through the front hall to the dining room, where a few ladies had set the table with 2 or 3 dishes. Come, Ji Yong, Uncle Wang, please take a seat. It's been just me and Uncle Wang for the past few days. Now we have an extra guest. With a cheerful smile, Ji Yong sat down, his gaze falling upon the modest spread before him. Grandpa, your meals are truly simple. Simple? There's both meat and vegetables. Kids these days have never known hardship. Sit down and eat. In all other matters, his grandfather was quite generous, but when it came to food, he was frugally meticulous, ensuring not a grain of rice went uneaten. Xiaoyong, are you not returning to school tomorrow morning? No need. Uncle Wang, please hand me the keys. I will drive myself back. Alternatively, I can take the train. Since his grandfather had a meeting, Uncle Wang would need to accompany him, making it more convenient for Ji Yong to drive himself. Forget the train. It will be a hassle. You should drive. Yes. Once the elder spoke, Uncle Wang readily acquiesced. Dinner concluded, and Ji Yong was drawn into a game of chess with his grandfather, only being released to his bedroom at 9 o'clock. As the clock struck 10, having tidied up, Ji Yong lay in bed, his mind drifting through significant past events. 2 million. Recently, the stock market seemed relatively stable. As for gold, it appeared stagnant as well. Tomorrow, Grandpa's 2 million investment would be credited. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, weariness overtook him, and he drifted into slumber. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. As Ji Yong stepped out of his room, an aunt approached him. Young master, here are the car keys that Uncle Wang left for you. Oh, where's my grandfather? The old master and Uncle Wang have departed for the National Economic Conference in Modu. Chapter 8. The Obsessive Stalker. The National Economic Conference? The mention of it sparked a sudden realization in Ji Yang's mind. Oh, understood. Yes, Annie, I must be off. Waving farewell to the aunt, he strode away with purpose. Young master, are you not having breakfast? The aunt, visibly anxious, stood rooted in place. Breakfast was prepared and could be served at a moment's notice, should Ji Yong request it. No time, Andy, goodbye. Preoccupied with his plans for wealth, he could hardly spare a thought for a simple breakfast. If memory served him correctly, the core agenda of the National Economic Conference was the development of real estate. A decade hence, the real estate market had indeed plummeted, but for now, it was 10 years prior when property prices soared. At this juncture, the market had yet to react. Even the real estate groups were still leisurely. Now was undoubtedly the opportune moment to invest. Driving back to Yundu, he sped along the road. Upon arriving, he casually parked outside the gates of Yundu University. It was not that he wished to avoid driving in, but rather that university regulations strictly prohibited students from bringing vehicles onto campus. Violating such rules could lead to disciplinary actions. While he did not particularly care, it would be unseemly to face repercussions, especially if it meant having to write a reflection essay, a hassle he could certainly do without. Strolling through the school gates. Perhaps it was fate that brought them together. As he passed the administrative building on his way back to the dormitory, his gaze was suddenly captivated by a familiar figure. Standing there in a daze, Ji Yong wore an expression of disbelief. He had never been one to believe in destiny. Yet today, he found himself a true believer. A mere 10 meters away stood none other than Su Qingxue, dressed simply in a long gown and adorned with black high-heeled shoes, her hair casually cascading over her shoulders. She was accompanied by her headstrong assistant. Xiaoling, our business here at Yunde University has concluded. Please contact the HR department shortly and ensure they initiate correspondence with the school. The group places great importance on this recruitment drive. Su Qingxue continued, though her assistant's gaze remained directed elsewhere. With a slight furrow of her brow, Su Qingxue's voice turned distinctly frosty. Xiaoling, Miss Su, look over there. It appears to be that boy from last time. What's he doing here? Following her assistant's gaze into the distance, Su Qingxue's eyes narrowed upon seeing Ji Yong, her countenance darkening considerably. Could this fellow be a stalker? You must ensure your safety, Xiao Ling murmured softly, causing Su Qingxue's heart to tighten with unease. Nonetheless, she maintained an air of indifference, stating, do not pay him any mind. Let us get in the car and return to the company. With merely a fleeting glance cast in Ji Yang's direction, Su Qingxue turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. Observing her car leave, Ji Yong could only raise a hand to touch his nose in resignation. With no other recourse, he turned and made his way back to the dormitory. Having promised Zhou Nan and the others that he would treat them to a meal upon his return, tonight would serve as an excellent opportunity. Striding back to the dormitory, he found it entirely deserted. Thankfully, he possessed a key. Otherwise, he would have been locked out. Where have these guys gone? He wondered aloud as he pulled out a chair and took a seat, retrieving his phone. With his companions absent, he decided to attend to his own affairs. As his grandfather's 2 million had yet to arrive, he needed to register a company first. After locating a firm specializing in consultancy on his phone, he set out with the necessary documents. While he could register it himself, that would undoubtedly involve unnecessary hassle. Entrusting it to a professional company seemed far more efficient. After payment, he could simply let them handle everything. The registered company was named Longware Real Estate. Upon arriving, he pondered over the name, ultimately settling on a random choice after much deliberation. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after completing all the necessary tasks, Ji Yong returned to the dormitory once more. He had delegated everything to a third party and now merely awaited updates. Pushing open the dormitory door, he found Zhou Nan and the others had already returned. 3 pairs of eyes fixated on him as he entered. Zhu Gufeng's face was alight with a broad smile. Ji Yong, ha, you finally made it back. So, how about that phone number I procured for you? Wasn't I right? He had gone to great lengths to obtain Su Qingxue's contact information, employing both flattery and deceit to secure it. Indeed, the number is authentic. However, she has already blocked me. Ji Yong shrugged, prompting Zhu Gufeng's smile to falter awkwardly, while Wang Jinggang and Zhou Nan erupted into fits of laughter. Ha! After all that effort, you got blocked in one go? What on earth did you do? Did you confess your feelings on the first encounter? If that were the case, I would block you too. The trio exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Despite having lived a decade longer, Ji Yong remained utterly clueless when it came to matters of the heart, particularly in pursuing women. In terms of romantic experience, he might as well have been a high school student. Whatever I did, it's done now. Not only did she block me, but she also threatened to call the police if I harassed her again. What do you think I should do? He spread his hands, feeling utterly helpless. In Su Qingxue's eyes, he had utterly lost face. This matter required careful consideration. Ji Yong, didn't you promise to treat us to a meal? How about this? Let us eat and brainstorm some ideas for you. Zhou Nan suggested. Ji Yong had no objections, rising to his feet and meandering toward the dormitory door. What are you waiting for? Aren't we going out to eat? If you don't hurry, I might just change my mind. Ha. The 4 of them burst into laughter as they exited the dormitory, Wang Jinggang giving Ji Yong a friendly pat on the shoulder. At the barbecue stall outside Yunde University, the 4 gathered, each with a bottle of beer before them. Dining out during this season meant choosing roadside barbecues. With university surrounding them, the barbecue business thrived. They had arrived early enough to secure a table. Later arrivals would certainly have to wait for seats. Don't just focus on eating. Let's come up with a plan for Ji Yong. Zhou Nan, with a greasy mouthful of chicken wings, urged the others while continuing to indulge himself. Ji Yong, are you truly serious about pursuing Su Qingxue? She is the vice president of Qing Tian Group, comes from a prominent family, and her looks are simply unparalleled. The list of suitors vying for her affection stretches as far as the eye can see. The pressure is immense, Wang Jinggang stated candidly. Su Qingxue, with both her lineage and beauty, belonged to the upper echelons of society. It was entirely reasonable for her to be unattainable. Nevertheless, if you were willing, we would dare to face such pressure head-on. Right, Gufeng? Indeed, your words hold truth, Gufeng chimed in. But have you two come up with any viable solutions? Let me remind you, please refrain from suggesting anything that might land Ji Yang in jail. Su Qingxue has clearly stated that any further attempts to contact her will result in police involvement. If calling her is off limits, meeting her would be even more improbable. I have an idea. Ji Yang, why not seek employment at Qingtian Group? If you work there, Su Qingxue shouldn't object too strongly, right? As a senior now, your course load is relatively light, and many students opt to work during their final semester to gain some social experience. However, working at a prestigious company like Qingtian Group was notoriously challenging to secure, especially for someone who had yet to graduate. Zhounan, you make it sound so simple. Do you think getting into Qingtian Group is as easy as walking into a market? It's quite difficult, but not entirely impossible. So what is your plan? Zhounan's suggestion sparked interest in Zhu Gufeng and even Ji Yang, who turned curious gazes toward him. As he took a couple of bites from skewer, Zhounan, sensing the collective gaze, decided to build suspense. Are you looking for a beating? Spit it out. Wang Jinggang, known for his impatience, did not hold back, delivering a firm slap to Zhounan's thigh. The searing pain elicited a series of anguished cries from him, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Jinggang, are you truly resorting to such brutality? Who asked you to tantalize us so deliberately? Speak up. If you remain silent, I shall strike again. He raised his hand, aiming for another painful blow to Zhounan's other leg. With such excruciating agony, how could he possibly endure a second round? Wait, I will speak, he exclaimed. It's rather simple. While it may be challenging to enter other departments, surely positions in security or janitorial services are more accessible. I refuse to believe that a strapping young lad like you would be turned away when applying for a security job. As Zhounan's words hung in the air, Ji Yang and the others exchanged glances, pondering the logic. Although the reasoning was sound, gaining access to Su Qingxue through a security position seemed improbable. Could it be that the security department of the Qingtian Group would allow him to serve as Su Qingxue's personal bodyguard? Zhounan, I'm afraid that approach may not be viable. Ji Yang interjected, as he was pursuing Su Qingxue. How could a mere security guard, patrolling and monitoring, hope to make contact with her? In my opinion, we must start from home. Ji Yang, I have a suggestion for you. Zhu Gufeng and Wang Jinggang began to gesticulate wildly. It is said that 3 incompetent craftsmen can rival one Zhuge Liang. Together, these 3 roommates fancied themselves as geniuses. Yet collectively, they could hardly measure up to a single skilled craftsman. Their ideas were decidedly ill-conceived. Forget it, my friends. The advice you offer is of no use to me. Let us eat first, and I shall ponder my course of action in solitude. Taking a deep breath, Ji Yang picked up a skewer of meat and began to eat. After satisfying their hunger, they returned to the dormitory late at night. Lying flat on his back, Ji Yang's gaze remained fixed on the ceiling. Su Qingxue was still unaware of her pregnancy, yet he could not bring himself to inform her directly. To do so impulsively might lead to grave consequences. Must he truly wait until she becomes aware of it herself? Even so, would this young lady not? Upon his rebirth, many matters had shifted, including Su Qingxue's mindset. In his previous life, the child had been born without complications. This time, however, he could not be certain. Once Su Qingxue realizes her pregnancy, there exists a significant possibility she might seek an abortion. In this new life, such a tragedy must not occur. With a silent resolution, Ji Yang gradually closed his eyes. In the following days, he busied himself with affairs related to Longware real estate. The first order of business for the newly established real estate company was to utilize the $2 million provided by his grandfather to purchase a plot of land near the outer ring in Yundu. Rather than rush into construction, Ji Yang opted to mortgage the land to the bank, acquiring a loan to purchase another piece of land. Merely 3 days after securing the property, he received a call from his grandfather, Ji Zhongchang. Upon answering, the first question posed was why Ji Yang was so fervently acquiring land. Grandfather, didn't you attend the National Economic Conference to discuss real estate matters? Hey, you little rascal. How did you know? Ji Zhongchang responded, astonished. This matter hasn't been made public yet. Where did you hear this news? It's a secret. Grandfather, do you trust me? If you do, please invest a bit more. I assure you that you will see profits in a short time. His words were resolute, causing the elder to fall into a momentary silence. After a brief pause, Ji Zhongchang replied, why do I feel as though you are trying to swindle me? Grandfather, surely you're jesting. What grandson would deceive his own grandfather? Rest assured, if you invest a little more, I promise to deliver results. His persistent demeanor mirrored that of a child pleading for pocket money, mumbling when denied. Tell me the truth. Do you genuinely wish to enter the real estate industry? Indeed. Well then, since you have such ambition, I must support you. Forget about Longyue Real Estate. You will take over Jinfeng Real Estate Group in Yundu. I am eager to see what you can accomplish. Ji Jingchang's words left Ji Yang momentarily stunned. Grandfather, Jinfeng Real Estate Group? Are you certain you want me to take over? Absolutely. But that's a conglomerate valued at over 10 billion. Are you not concerned I might lead it to ruin? Originally, he had planned to request several million more for investments in the stock market. To his surprise, his grandfather had granted him an incredible opportunity, taking charge of a company worth billions. That was your father's enterprise. If it goes bankrupt, you can explain it to him. That's settled then. I shall have someone contact you shortly. With a cheerful farewell, the elder hung up. Chapter 10. Jinfeng Real Estate Group. Jiang found himself lost in thought, grasping his phone. With Jinfeng Real Estate Group in his possession, the ensuing tasks would surely become more manageable. As anticipated, since his grandfather had made such an arrangement, relevant personnel would be reaching out soon. True to his expectations, just after a morning phone call, he was contacted by representatives in the afternoon. Receiving the notification, Ji Yang strode purposefully out of the school, driving straight to Jinfeng Real Estate Group. Upon arriving, he exited the car and dialed the number he had just received. Hello, I have arrived. No sooner had he spoken than a woman in her 30s approached him, clad in professional attire and high heels, making her way toward Ji Yang. Mr. Ji, may I ask if you are Mr. Ji? Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of uncertainty, primarily due to Ji Yang's youthful appearance. It was hard to believe that such a young man could be the president of Jinfeng Real Estate. Few would accept it as truth. Acknowledging her with a nod, Ji Yang replied, I am Ji Yang. Are you secretarian? Yes. Mr. Ji, President Fu has sent me to escort you. President Fu? Please lead the way. Unfamiliar with the workings of Jinfeng Real Estate Group, Ji Yang had not previously heard of this President Fu. Following secretarian, he proceeded toward the entrance of Jinfeng Real Estate Group. Yundu, situated in Longhua, is considered a second-tier city, far less prestigious than the first-tier cities. Yet a company of Jinfeng's caliber certainly qualifies as a significant player, even surpassing the Qingtian Group, where Su Qingxue worked. Upon entering the opulent lobby on the first floor, adorned with lavish decor, Ji Yang noted two reception desks positioned at the front. Upon seeing secretary and escorting a visitor, a receptionist promptly produced an entry pass. Thank you. You are too kind. As they watched Secretary Yun and Ji Yang enter the elevator, the receptionists exchanged astonished glances. Who is that? One inquired. Is he a new candidate for a position? That can't be right. Would a newcomer warrant such a personal welcome from Secretarian? Surely not a newcomer. Then why doesn't he have a work badge? Could he be a high-ranking official with connections? Perhaps, but hush. If the supervisor hears, we might lose pay. The receptionists whispered among themselves, completely oblivious to Ji Yang and Secretarian, who were already ascending in the elevator to the top floor of the group. Mr. Ji, right this way, please. The group spanned 28 floors. To the right of the top floor were offices and conference rooms, while the left housed the secretarial department. I shall first escort you to Mr. Fu's office. Striding in my high heels alongside Ji Yang, Secretarian provided introductions as we walked. In no time, we arrived outside the office, raised a hand and knock on the door, and promptly stepped aside. Mr. Ji, please. As I entered the office, Secretary and swiftly followed. The office was adorned in a minimalist yet sophisticated style, with plush carpeting underfoot and an array of decorative items surrounding us. In the distance, at the forefront, sat a man. He appeared to be in his 40s, clad in a crisp white shirt, with a full head of hair. Judging by his upper body, he was likely of considerable height. Mr. Fu, Mr. Ji has arrived, Secretarian announced, and Mr. Fu immediately looked up, setting down the pen he had been signing with. Mr. Ji, what a delight to have you here. Please forgive my lack of a proper greeting. Come, take a seat. He approached with a hearty laugh, gesturing for Ji Yang to sit down. At the same time, he instructed Secretarian, please fetch a glass of water. Mr. Fu, I trust someone has already briefed you about my visit? After settling onto the sofa and accepting the water cup from Secretarian, I inquired directly. Given that my grandfather had sent me, it was clear that everything had already been arranged. Indeed, it was as I had anticipated. Rest assured, everything has been organized on our end. You will be assuming the position of president, and there are some personnel changes that are currently being processed. It should all be resolved within a few days, and we can hold a meeting for everyone to get acquainted. Mr. Fu sat across from me, his body tense, and his gaze towards Ji Yang was cautious. Though he wore a smile, for some reason, it conveyed a more sorrowful countenance than tears. I am not yet fully acquainted with the situation at Jinfeng Real Estate. When might you have time to provide me with a brief overview? Whenever it suits you. I am available now. Very well, then let us proceed now. Since Mr. Fu had time, I seized the opportunity to gain further insight. We engaged in conversation for over 3 hours, and I gathered a comprehensive understanding of Jinfeng Real Estate Group's affairs, beyond its fundamental real estate business. The principal focus was on the hotel sector. The largest star-rated hotel in Xinjiang is an asset of Jinfeng Real Estate, and with the recent boom in tourism, there are plans to develop a resort. Let's pause here for today. Once the personnel changes are clarified, please inform me so we can convene for a meeting. Mr. G, are you leaving already? Your office has been prepared. Would you like me to show you around? Where's the office? It is right next door. Oh, splendid. Please lead the way. Upon hearing that Ji Yang wished to tour the office, Mr. Fu gestured to Secretary Yin, who guided the way while Mr. Fu walked alongside her. Turning left upon exiting, the layout of the president's office was quite similar to Mr. Fu's, albeit likely more opulent. Mr. Fu, do we have any business dealings with Qingtian Group? Yes, to some extent. Qingtian Group is a technology company, and we have several collaborations in the realm of smart hotels. Are you familiar with their executive vice president? You mean the eldest daughter of the Su family? Oh, you know her? His immediate mention of the Su family's eldest daughter upon hearing about Qingtian Group's executive vice president indicated a clear acquaintance. Indeed, I am well acquainted. Mr. G, are you inquiring about Su Zong because Mr. Fu hesitated, Yi Yang specifically mentioned Su Zingdue. And I could hardly believe it was merely due to the collaboration between Qingtian Group and Jinfeng Real Estate. Oh, it is nothing significant, just a casual inquiry. Anyone who can attain the position of vice president must be quite astute. From Ji Yang's earlier remarks, Mr. Fu could easily deduce that the current president undoubtedly had a connection with the eldest daughter of the Su family, if not a pursuit of some sort. Mr. G, there is a banquet hosted by Qingtian Group tomorrow evening, followed by a technology exchange meeting the day after. The eldest daughter of the Su family will certainly be in attendance. Our group has also received an invitation. What do you think? Mr. Fu's words sparked a glimmer of interest in Ji Yang's eyes. I am indeed free tomorrow evening. In that case, Mr. G, I will have secretary accompany you. What about you, Mr. Fu? Ji Yang feigned difficulty, rubbing his palms together. Our primary focus at Jinfeng Real Estate is real estate and hospitality. We are not particularly adept in technology. Attending would merely be for show. Chapter 11. A lifetime of never becoming the proper one. Now that the conversation had reached this point, Ji Yang had no reason to continue with pleasantries. The office is quite nicely arranged. Mr. Fu. We shall conclude here for today. I will reach out as secretary and directly tomorrow. With a confident smile, Ji Yang turned and exited the president's office. Mr. Fu followed closely behind, feeling a sense of relief seeing Ji Yang so satisfied. He escorted Ji Yang down to the company entrance, watching as he boarded his vehicle before returning to the company with a sense of calm. Mr. Fu, with Mr. G being so young, what is the chairman's intention in placing him here? Is it not obvious? He aims for Mr. G to gain some experience. Experience at Jinfeng Real Estate Group? And Rand's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily dazed. There is nothing perplexing about it. Jinfeng Real Estate holds a notable reputation in Yundu. Outside of Yundu, it is merely inconsequential. For the chairman, this is merely a small part of his vast enterprise. It is quite normal to give the younger generation a chance to hone their skills. From now on, you will assist Mr. G and keep a close watch. I will reach out to the other vice presidents to handle matters on this end. Let us allow Mr. G to familiarize himself first. One thing to remember, this is our young master. We must not offend him. Understood, Mr. Fu. As Rand spoke, a hint of bitterness crossed Mr. Fu's lips. Mr. Fu, with my surname, I shall never hold a proper position. Without looking back, Mr. Fu departed. And Rand was momentarily taken aback. Then a gentle smile graced her face. There was little she could do about the surname issue. After all, one cannot address a superior as Mr. Yuan. As Mr. Fu drove away, returning to Yunde University, he suddenly received a call from his father. Far away in Modu, Ji Jianggong lounged on the office sofa, casually holding his phone. Seated across from him was Ji Yang's second uncle, Ji Liye, with an expression of peculiar intrigue and a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Dad? Hey, Ji Yang. What have you been up to? It has been quite some time since you called your father. Your mother misses you. The familiar voice of his father echoed from the other end, prompting Ji Yang to grip the steering wheel, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Aren't you and Mom fond of your little world together? I wouldn't dare intrude. Hey, you little rascal, daring to tease your father. Cut the nonsense. Let me ask you, did your grandfather hand over Jinfeng Real Estate to you? Oh, indeed. You called me, but you aren't worried that I might run the company into the ground. Are you? His tone was flippant, pretending to be troubled. On the other end, his father remained unperturbed, instead chuckling lightly. Ha, do as you please. It has nothing to do with me. Jinfeng Real Estate Group belongs to your second uncle. What? Ji Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. To know that Jinfeng Real Estate Group was his uncle's, he would not even dare to accept it. Perhaps your grandfather made an error in memory. Ji Jiankong was still laughing heartily when his younger brother snatched the phone from his hand. My dear nephew, the Jinfeng Real Estate is now yours. You must manage it well. If you let it go bankrupt, don't blame your second uncle for giving you a good spanking. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the phone. Jiaoxing Ji Yang Du Shu Der. His father and grandfather merely made threats without action, but his second uncle was a man of his word. Every time trouble arose, he was certain to deliver a sound thrashing, targeting only his backside. Before his rebirth, after he had taken control of the family's enterprises and made a mistake, his second uncle had once again resorted to spanking him. At that time, he was nearly 30 years old. Just the thought of it was utterly embarrassing. Got it. Second uncle, I'm driving, so I can't chat right now. I'll visit you in Modu when I have the time. After hastily conveying his message, Jiang quickly hung up the phone. The device emitted a final sound before falling silent. Jilia stared at the now disconnected phone, bewildered, glancing at his elder brother. What is wrong with this kid? Is my second uncle really that intimidating? He didn't even want to say another word before hanging up on me. Ji Jiankong chuckled as he reclaimed his phone and leisurely settled back onto the sofa. Hearing this, Jilia became visibly agitated. You all are truly ungrateful. It was you who said that when educating children, there should be a good cop and a bad cop. Now you're shifting all the responsibility onto me. The next time I see Ji Yang, I must tell him that every time I laid a hand on him, it was at your behest. Not long after hanging up, he returned to school. Longwei Real Estate still had 2 plots of land, which were now to be attributed to Jinfeng Real Estate Group at this stage. The hotel business was crucial, and the real estate sector could not be neglected either. Accompanied by Wang Jinggang and others, he had a casual dinner, and after 2 classes the next morning, he attended a meeting in the afternoon. The agenda was straightforward. One item was the graduation project, and the other concerned the autumn recruitment. The school urged early preparation. Many large companies in Yundu had allocated positions, and the autumn recruitment was considerably less challenging than social recruitment. If a company was inaccessible during the autumn recruitment, gaining entry through social recruitment was even more futile. TSK. The autumn recruitment lasts only 3 days, with hundreds of companies. Did you see the documents in the group chat? A plethora of names. It's dizzying. Upon exiting the teaching building, Zhou grumbled incessantly. Can't you filter it down a bit? Some companies are hiring for receptionists, some for architecture majors, and others for secretarial positions. If we eliminate those that don't fit our requirements, how many are left? The phrase graduation equals unemployment might truly ring true. He gazed up at the sky, his tone laden with desolation. Ji Yang and Wang Jinggang remained silent, leaving Zhou Nan and Zhu Gufeng in a state of melancholy as they headed straight to the cafeteria. The boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. Instead of worrying now, it's better to fill our stomachs first. Ji Yang, don't you think? That makes sense. They entered the cafeteria, followed closely by Zhou Nan and Zhu Gufeng. After dinner, before he could step out of the cafeteria, he received a call from Secretary and whose call? Is it? Ji Yang. It sounded like a girl. Could it be your girlfriend? Zhu Gufeng chuckled, his expression oozing with lewdness. Chapter 12, The Banquet. Haven't you been thinking about Su Qingxue? Have you moved on so quickly? Wang Jinggang patted Ji Yang on the shoulder, laughing good-naturedly. Zhou Nan stumbled unexpectedly, steadying himself. To be realistic, Su Qingxue is not someone to take lightly. She has both family background and beauty. In a mythical realm, she'd be one of the 7 fairies. Ji Yang, unless you're Dongyong, you have no chance. Although the words stung, Ji Yang understood that the 3 were only looking out for him. Even now, they believed he hadn't recovered from the betrayal of his girlfriend and might be experiencing mental issues. Otherwise, how could he even consider pursuing Su Qingxue? Boys should have dreams. Ha ha ha. You guys head back to the dormitory first. I have some matters to attend to. Bye. Without wishing to elaborate further, Ji Yang waved dismissively at the 3 and strode out of the school, moving swiftly. Secretarian's car had been waiting outside for some time, and he needed to hurry. Watching Ji Yang's receding figure, Zhou Nan swallowed hard. Are you sure he is okay? Zhu Gufeng instinctively rubbed his chin. I can't shake the feeling that he hasn't been quite himself lately. Could it be that he's been driven a bit mad by the shock? Losing a girlfriend of many years to another person is something anyone would find hard to accept. We should probably keep a closer eye on him. Wang Jinggang nodded thoughtfully. With such concerns lingering in their hearts, the 3 meandered back to their dormitory just as Ji Yang arrived at the school gate, dressed in a professional outfit, and Ran was strikingly attractive, standing out in the refreshing season. President Ji, upon seeing Ji Yang emerge from the school, secretary and immediately raised her hand in greeting and hurried towards him. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Secretarian. I had to attend an impromptu meeting. Not at all. President Ji, I I haven't waited long. The evening gala of Qin Tian Group is about to begin. Allow me to escort you there. All right. Complying with Secretary An's guidance, Ji Yang settled into the car. The business vehicle of Jin Feng Real Estate Group was of high caliber, worth at least $1 million. As they drove towards the gala venue, Ji Yang's gaze remained fixed on the scenery outside the window board. The banquet location was quite far from Yunde University, taking over half an hour to reach. Are we heading to the suburbs? Indeed, President Ji. This is the Su family's private estate, and tonight's gala will be held here. By the way, the outfit we prepared for you is in the back. You can change into it. Tonight's banquet would be attended by industry magnates and elites from Yunde, all dressed in formal attire. If Ji Yang, clad in casual wear, strolled into the venue like that, he would undoubtedly attract a great deal of attention. Jin Feng Real Estate had no intention of venturing into the technology sector, so it was best not to be too ostentatious at the gala. You even prepared clothing for me? It was instructed by President Fu. Oh, Ji Yang raised an eyebrow, surprised that the seemingly simple-minded Fu Yuan had such attention to detail, even knowing to prepare attire for him in advance. Meanwhile, Fu Yuan was en route home, seated in the back of the car, unexpectedly sneezing 3 times in succession. The driver in front couldn't help but ask, President Fu, are you coming down with a cold? Should we stop by a pharmacy to pick up some cold medicine? No need. It's nothing serious. Just take me home. The driver dared not press further upon hearing his employer's words and continued to drive in silence. After changing into his attire, Ji Yang bent down to exit the car. The moment he straightened up, secretary and seasoned in the ways of the world, couldn't help but gasp. His commanding presence, coupled with his refined and elegant demeanor, evoked the image of a dashing young gentleman. It is often said that a person is defined by their attire, and today, this sentiment was indeed vividly illustrated. Mr. Ji, here is your invitation, and Rand said. Accepting the gilded invitation with a casual motion, Ji Yang strode confidently towards the entrance. Outside the estate, a row of bodyguards clad in black suits stood vigil. Ji Yang presented the invitation, and a staff member personally escorted him into the manor. Taking in his surroundings, he noted the tasteful decor, complete with mountains and water nearby. Yet, the location was rather secluded. However, given the vast expanse of the estate, it was understandable that constructing it within the city would attract undue attention. Ahead lay the venue for the event, where hostesses in kipeos gestured from a distance, slightly bowing as they stood in place. Clearly, they were not permitted to enter alongside the guests. Understood. Thank you. Ji Yang responded to the attendants before swaggering into the main hall with Secretary at his side. Though labeled a gala, it resembled more of a cocktail party. Guests flitted about, each brandishing a glass of wine, welcoming one another with smiles. In his previous life, Ji Yang had not particularly relished such gatherings, having attended them on only a handful of occasions, largely due to his standing in the business realm. Attendees were primarily there to forge connections and expand their networks. However, for the titans at the pinnacle of the industry, such mingling held little value. Secretarian, find a place to rest, he instructed. Understood. Secretarian promptly agreed, aware of her employer's desire for solitude. She turned to the left and spotted an unoccupied row of sofas, perfect for a brief respite. With her departure, Ji Yang found himself alone, not spotting Su Qingxue outside. He steeled himself to enter the hall. The space was not overly crowded. Standing at the entrance, he quickly caught sight of Su Qingxue nestled in a corner. Clad in a pure white evening gown, her graceful figure was accentuated beautifully. Complemented by her exquisitely delicate features, she radiated an undeniable brilliance even in the shadows. Ah, Ms. Su. He asked back. Wan Shaoling exclaimed, her hand trembling as disbelief washed over her. In a setting like this, how could a stalker dare to intrude? As her gaze fell upon Ji Yang, Su Qingxue momentarily froze. A flicker of surprise crossing her eyes as she contemplated making her exit. Senior Su. Before she could take a step, Ji Yang's voice, laden with implication, reached her ears. Wan Shaoling, acting as a protective buffer, interjected, What are you doing here? There are people around. You'd best behave. Rest assured. I merely wish to have a word with Ms. Su. I mean no harm, Ji Yang replied with a smile. The throng of attendees rendered any concern about his intentions rather absurd, he thought. Wan Shaoling remained indecisive, glancing back at Su Qingxue for guidance. Shaoling, wait here. Su Qingxue instructed coolly, her demeanor aloof, as she turned away and walked towards Ji Yang. Ms. Su. Wan Shaoling's concern was palpable, yet she had to comply with her boss's wishes. Following Su Qingxue inside, Ji Yang found himself in an empty reception area on the second floor under her lead. Please, take a seat, she said, her tone frigid and devoid of warmth. Settling onto the sofa across from her, Ji Yang noticed her adjusting her gown, revealing her flawless skin and elegant neck. A flicker of appreciation crossed his mind, though his gaze, filled with admiration, may have been misinterpreted by Su Qingxue as something more suggestive. What transpired last time was merely an accident, Jiang began. If you wish to extract something from me, feel free to state your price. I can settle it all at once. With her hands resting on her knees, Su Qingshue's expression hardened. Settle it all at once. Huh. I never imagined you would perceive me as a shameless gold digger. After having taken advantage of me, you now seek to extort me? What kind of person does that? What do you intend to offer me? He asked, maintaining a subtle smile, curious to know his worth. One lump sum of 100,000. I assure you, this will ensure we never cross paths again. 100,000? Isn't that a touch low? Jiang mused, unconsciously brushing his nose. He failed to notice the flicker of anger in Su Qingshue's eyes, her countenance growing icier. Clenching her fists, she inquired, then what do you deem appropriate? 200,000? Or 50? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang knew he must cease his jesting. He waved his hand dismissively. I don't want any money. I'm here for just one thing. And what might that be? She asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. 10 days from now. Accompany me to the hospital for a checkup, Jiang stated nonchalantly, reclining against the sofa. Su Qingxue, bewildered, countered, what do you need me to be checked for? A physical examination, he replied. Why on earth would you insist I undergo a physical? Were you plotting? Frustration welled within her. She remained ignorant of Ji Yang's true intentions. Simply agree to my request, and I promise not to disturb you again, including for these next 10 days. However, you must remove my number from your blacklist. During their time in the capital, she had blocked him without a second thought, showing no consideration for reason. Fine. I'll agree. I hope you keep your word, she conceded. Deal, Ji Yang exclaimed, rising with a smile and extending his hand for a handshake. However, without a glance back, Su Qingxue ignored his gesture and walked away. Don't forget to unblock me. Within moments, Ji Yang found himself alone in the reception area. I hope everything proceeds smoothly, he murmured to himself, lingering for a moment before settling back into the sofa. The events following his rebirth were likely to yield numerous changes due to his interference. Yet, the occurrences of the past remained immutable. This meant that Su Qingshue's pregnancy was a certainty. How the subsequent events would unfold remained a mystery he dared not predict. As Ji Yang rested, Su Qingxue returned to the bustling hall below. Upon spotting her vice president, Wan Xiaoling hurried over. Ms. Su, you're finally out. Did that stalker trouble you? Referring to Ji Yang as a stalker had diminished his image in her mind, to the point of perceiving him as a potential threat. What are you thinking? This is our territory. Everything has been resolved. Is everything fine outside? Yes, all is well. Ms. Su, it seems the chairman is rather displeased this evening. I just saw him reprimanding the president. Wan Xiaoling lowered her voice, cautioning that discussing the president here could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue maintained a serene expression on her exquisitely pale face, her eyes reflecting an air of indifference, as if she was already aware of certain truths. After resting for a brief period in the reception area, Ji Yang leisurely rose from his seat. The outside world remained lively, with many people gathered, engaged in animated conversations. As he surveyed the surroundings, he failed to spot Secretary In, but instead caught sight of Su Qingxue. At the moment their gazes met, Ji Yang offered a subtle smile. However, Su Qingxue dismissed him entirely, redirecting her attention elsewhere. Having promised not to intrude for 10 days, he could not afford to break his word. Departing the hall, he soon discovered Secretary In a secluded corner. Mr. G, shall we go? Where to? Back. There is little of interest here. With that, he strode toward the estate's exit. Secretary In, momentarily taken aback, quickly stowed her phone and hurried to catch up. It seemed that Ji Yang was the only one to leave the gathering before it had officially commenced. By the way, Secretary In, I realize I do not yet know your name. Mr. G, my name is Enran. Enran, a lovely name, he remarked casually before lapsing into silence. Secretary In, seated in the passenger seat, also maintained her quietude, escorting Ji Yang back to the entrance of Yunyang University before taking her leave. The following 2 days were consumed by classes and the frantic pursuit of his graduation project. Lying on his bed, Wang Jinggang Zhugofeng, and Zhonan wore expressions of hollow despair. Ji Yang found himself in a similarly bleak state, although he had returned to life. Who could possibly recall the specifics of his graduation project from a decade prior? Each year, graduates flooded the scene like a swarm of fish crossing a river. The undergraduate projects felt almost frivolous, leaving him utterly confused about his own research focus. Heavens, why is this graduation project so convoluted? Is there anyone who can rescue me? Zhonan bellowed, his outburst earning him disparaging glances from the other three. In the dead of night, the dormitory was silent, the four of them seated before their computers. A sight so orderly it had not been witnessed in 4 years. After laboring through a significant portion of the night, Ji Yang received a call from Fu Yuan early the next morning. The personnel restructuring at Jinfeng Real Estate Group had concluded, and all appointed leaders were now in place, awaiting Ji Yang's arrival to introduce himself. At 10 in the morning, he drove to the Group's headquarters. Ascending in the elevator, he made his way directly to the conference room. He had previously coordinated with Fu Yuan, who had informed all senior executives at headquarters to convene for the meeting. Chapter 14, Are They Not Here Yet? Has it been postponed again? Secretary, and led him to the conference room door. Upon entering, he found Fu Yuan seated at the head of the table, facing a woman, with the primary heads of various departments from Jinfeng Real Estate Group seated behind her. The moment Ji Yang stepped in, the others were expressions of bewilderment, with only Fu Yuan rising to greet him. Mr. Ji. The address from Fu Yuan startled everyone present, particularly the woman seated opposite him, who, upon hearing her name, placed her hands on the conference table and slowly stood as well. The rest of the attendees mirrored this gesture. Please, there's no need for formality. Everyone, take a seat. Fu Yuan, you too, please be seated. With a casual wave, he gestured for them to sit, taking his place at the head of the table with an air of calmness. His heart was as tranquil as still water for the reborn version of himself. This scene was nothing more than childish play, stirring no ripples within him. As I am new here, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ji Yang, temporarily serving as the group as president. I'm already acquainted with Fu Yuan. As for the rest of you, I may not yet be familiar. Fu Yuan, would you kindly introduce them? Placing his hands on the conference table and leaning back slightly, Fu Yuan began to rise. This is the group's vice president, Yang Xiaoyan. And this is Vice President Wang Rui. Ms. Yang primarily oversees the hotel projects, while Mr. Wang is in charge of real estate projects. This is the director of the marketing department, and this is the director of the human resources department. At the table, the lowest-ranking attendees were already at the director level. After Fu Yuan's introductions, he returned to his seat at Ji Yang's gesture. Mr. Wang, you oversee the real estate department. I would like you to come to my office later. The rest of you, please attend to your respective duties. That concludes today's meeting. You're all dismissed. Casually tossing out his closing remark, Ji Yang stood to leave. Unexpectedly, the previously silent Ms. Yang spoke up. Wait a moment. Ms. Yang, is there something you wish to discuss? Mr. Ji, as you are new here and organizing such an important meeting, should you familiarize yourself with the company's specific circumstances? We have prepared a wealth of materials and would like to report them to you in detail. In the conference room, aside from Yang Xiaoyan, the others remained silent, including Wang Rui and Fu Yuan, who said nothing. If Ms. Yang wishes to report, that can be done in my office. There's no need to waste everyone's time here. Once again, I say, the meeting is adjourned. You may all return to your tasks. With a calm demeanor, he dismissed them with a mere wave of his hand, turning on his heel and exiting without a backward glance. Yang Xiaoyan's expression darkened, and she slammed her hand on the conference table before storming out of the room. Mr. Wang, let us go. We'll see Mr. Ji together. All right. Unlike Yang Xiaoyan, Wang Rui and Fu Yuan exhibited a more courteous demeanor. In the president's office, Ji Yang sat before the sofa, savoring tea as Wang Rui and Fu Yuan entered and took their seats in succession. I intend to merge Longyue Real Estate with Jinfeng Real Estate. Fu Yuan, I would like you to oversee this matter. Understood, no problem. The owner of Longyue Real Estate is Ji Yang, making the merger with Jinfeng Real Estate a straightforward task. Mr. Ji, is there something you require of me? Longyue Real Estate possesses 2 parcels of land, not extensively sized. One of these is conveniently adjacent to the Your Own Mansion project. Please liaise with the marketing department to draft a plan for me. Wang Rui hesitated momentarily, seeming somewhat troubled. Mr. Ji, if we require a plan from the marketing department, you should reach out to Director Liu. Does Director Liu understand the needs of Your Own Mansion? This parcel of land is intended to service Your Own Mansion. As the primary head of the real estate department, you should be more familiar with this significant project than Director Liu. With a casually delivered remark, Wang Rui found himself at a loss for words. The dynamic in Fu Yuan's gaze toward Ji Yang subtly shifted. I have no further matters to discuss here. Do you have any questions? If there are no issues, you may return to your tasks. Very well, Mr. Ji. I shall take my leave for now. Please do not hesitate to call me should you need anything. Wang Rui stood, casting a final glance at Fu Yuan before closing the office door behind him. Once the door was secured, Ji Yang leisurely poured himself a glass of water, setting aside any other considerations. This air of composure was not something one would expect from someone of his youth. Fu Yuan, has Ms. Yang always been in charge of the hotel projects? Indeed, Ms. Yang has consistently overseen the group's hotel projects. Wang Rui manages the real estate projects, while I am responsible for overall coordination. Leaning forward, A hint of curiosity flickered in his gaze. If you're coordinating, what was the previous president doing? Who was the former president of Jinfeng Real Estate Group? Ji Yong's inquiry left Fu Yuan momentarily bewildered. After a brief pause, he cautiously replied, "The former president was your uncle, Mr. Ji Liye." "My uncle?" Ji Yong revealed an expression strikingly reminiscent of Fu Yuan's, and after a moment of contemplation, he chuckled softly. Uncle Ji Liye has once again taken on the role of a hands-off manager. It is no wonder that grandfather is considering appointing him to oversee the Jinfeng Real Estate Group. Initially, I presumed that General Manager Yang harbored grievances against me due to my encroachment upon her rightful position. However, it now appears that I have usurped Fu General Manager's place instead. Upon hearing Ji Yang's words, Fu Yuan sprang to his feet, his eyes brimming with trepidation. To my astonishment, he had never entertained such notions in his mind. Why this agitation? Sit down. With a gesture indicating for Fu Yuan to resume his seat, Ji Yang reclined leisurely on the sofa, crossing his legs with casual elegance. "I was merely jesting. Did you take it to heart? Keep a close watch on the real estate department. Should anything arise, feel free to report to me at any time. For today, we shall conclude here. You may go about your duties." "Certainly." Fu Yuan readily acquiesced, pushing himself up from his knees, and just as he was about to depart, Ji Yang suddenly recalled something. "Fu General Manager, Ji General Manager, you have my attention. It's nothing of great import. Kindly assist me in finding a secretary, preferably a male." "Assistant me?" "Fu Yuan's secretary has been accompanying me, which has proven somewhat inconvenient. It would be prudent to find a replacement." "Understood. I shall arrange it for you immediately. And he will be on duty by tomorrow morning at the latest." "Thank you." Offering a casual expression of gratitude, I watched as Fu Yuan left. In the ensuing days, aside from the occasional visit to Jinfeng Real Estate, I remained primarily at the university. After considerable effort, our graduation project was finally in its preliminary stages, leaving only the defense to complete. According to the school's customary practices, the thesis defense is likely to be scheduled for the first half of the following year. Yendu, office of the vice president of Qingtian Group, dressed in a sleek black dress, Su Qingxue resembled a black rose blooming in the night, exuding an enchanting fragrance. She sat elegantly at her desk, her posture graceful. The dress perfectly accentuated her slender waist and elongated legs, which were gracefully crossed, creating a fluid and natural line. At this moment, her face was marked by seriousness, and the intensity of her concentration added an extra layer of allure to her beauty. 2 documents lay before her. On the left, a business plan concerning technological transformation, and on the right, an investigative report. One delicate hand rested on the report, her slender fingers gently tapping the surface of the desk. A slight gravity crossed her cool visage, her expression tinged with a hint of conflict. "Knock, knock, knock." While Su Qingxue was lost in thought, a sudden knock broke the stillness of the office. "Come in," she called. As the words left her lips, Wan Shaoling, clad in professional attire, hurried in with several documents in hand. "General Manager Su, these are the files just submitted by the RD department. Your signature is required." "Place them here, please." "Certainly." Complying with Su Qingxue's instructions, Wan Shaoling gently set the documents down. Just as she was about to turn to leave, Su Qingxue's voice interrupted. "Shaoling, wait a moment. Is there anything else this afternoon?" "There is a meeting from 3:30 to 4. Postpone it until tomorrow morning. I have matters to attend to and need to return home." Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, gazed steadily at Wan Shaoling. "Oh, understood. I will arrange it immediately." With a bright, affirmative response, Wan Shaoling strode out of the office. Su Qingxue remained seated at her desk, her cold, starlight gaze fixed intently on the investigative report before her. Her eyes gradually grew more resolute. Casually, she placed the report in the drawer, instinctively raising a hand to touch her abdomen, her brow slightly furrowing. "Still not here? Has it been postponed again?" Chapter 15. Is it delayed? Prolonged periods of intense work sometimes lead to the delay of one's monthly cycle. This time, Su Qingxue did not dwell on the postponement. She stood to gather her belongings, made a quick phone call, and then retrieved the investigative report from the drawer, leaving the office without a backward glance. A 10-day period was agreed upon. During this time, Ji Yang honored his promise, not once intruding upon Su Qingxue. The first morning following the 10 days arrived, coincidentally a Friday. Rising early, he made his way to the playground and dialed Su Qingxue's number. "Beep, beep, beep. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." The call was met with a cold, automated message almost immediately. Lowering the phone from his ear, a bitter smile crept across his lips as he incredulously muttered, "This girl. Is she not true to her word?" Holding his phone, he scanned the area, contemplating whether to attempt another call or go directly to the office. Just as he was deliberating, his phone vibrated in his hand. Glancing down, the familiar number caused Ji Yong to pause momentarily. He quickly pressed the answer button. Hello. Outside the conference room, the stunningly beautiful Su Qingxue, holding her phone, gestured for her assistant to leave. Once the call connected, she spoke softly. I have a meeting this morning, so I may not have time. I will meet you at 2 o'clock this afternoon at the school gate. All right. This afternoon works for me. It was a rare occasion for her to take the initiative to call. It was merely a postponement until the afternoon, not a cancellation. How could he refuse? After hanging up, he sauntered away from the playground. With a class scheduled for the morning, Su Qingxue decided to delay her examination until the afternoon, which coincided perfectly with his class. The elective course had a small number of attendees, and being a senior elective, there were only about a dozen students in the entire classroom. Their dorm alone accounted for 3 spots. Wang Jinggang, that fellow, was out on the playground playing basketball in such sweltering heat without a care for heat exhaustion. The lecture was somewhat tedious, and Zhu Guofeng rested his chin in his hand, his gaze dreamily fixed on the distant podium. Heat exhaustion? Huh. With Jingang's physique, how could he possibly suffer from that? I suspect you envy him. Alas, had I known this would be the case, I would have completed my credits during the second half of junior year, and I wouldn't have to toil through classes now. Time and fate. Clenching his fists, he shook his head in despair. This gesture successfully garnered Ji Yang's and Zhu Guofeng's exasperated glances. When it came to leisure, they were almost oblivious, yet in the realm of academic pursuits, they wore expressions as though life were unbearable. The professor suddenly paused, his gaze warm as he directed his attention toward Zhou Nan, who had been shaking his head. Classmate, is there something about the topic I just covered that you do not understand? Feel free to voice your concerns, and we can discuss it as a class. Just a moment ago, Zhou Nan was shaking his head. Now he hurriedly pressed his forehead against the desk. The classroom fell silent, and with so few attendees, nearly all eyes turned toward Zhou Nan. Classmate? The professor's voice rang out again, compelling Zhou Nan to rise slowly and stiffly. Professor, Yapologis. I was distracted and did not pay attention. His voice was barely above a whisper, and Zhou Nan felt too embarrassed to lift his gaze. Perhaps speaking the truth would earn him the professor's understanding. As it turned out, Zhou Nan's honesty was not misplaced, rather than reprimanding him. The professor nodded and gestured for him to sit down. Pay attention, please. Even elective courses require discipline. Since you are here, it is best to gain something from it. Let's continue. The professor resumed his lecture, and this time, the students in the classroom appeared markedly more attentive. When the class concluded, several students exited the teaching building. It was not yet time for lunch, so they decided to return to their dormitory first. Upon arriving at the door, Wang Jinggang, clutching a basketball, stood still in anticipation. As he spotted Ji Yong and the others, he hurriedly approached them, exclaiming at last, "You're back. Quickly, let me in. I'm about to overheat." Zhu Guofeng handed over the keys, and Wang Jinggang swiftly unlocked the dormitory door. The first thing he did upon entering was to shed his shirt. Phew, I must take a shower, he muttered to himself as he pushed open the balcony door and headed to the bathroom. Ji Yong pulled out a chair and sat down. While Zhu Guofeng and Zhou Nan also had no intention of going to bed, as they would be heading out for lunch shortly. Hey Zhou Nan, Ji Yong, do you have time to go out for a stroll? Zhou Nan, not lifting his gaze from his phone, replied, Where to? I might not have time. I have to go out this afternoon. Where are you going this afternoon? It wouldn't be to the Qingtian group, would it? Zhu Guofeng inquired with a hint of skepticism. Just a moment ago, he had been engrossed in his phone, but now Zhou Nan lifted his head, his gaze fixated on Ji Yong. What do you need to go to the Qingtian group for? Ji Yong slightly turned his body, instinctively raising his head. Of course. To see Su Qingxue, Zhou Nan chuckled, resting his chin on his hand with an odd expression. You're not developing feelings for someone else, are you? We haven't heard you mention Su Qingxue in a while. At this, Zhu Guofeng suddenly turned with excitement, grabbing Ji Yong's arm. Developing feelings for someone else? Ji Yong, is that true? Both of them pressed for answers, and Wang Jinggang, who was halfway through showering, poked his head out of the bathroom. Wait, let me finish washing up before you chat. He declared, 1 minute, I'll be right out. Although he said 1 minute in reality, it was barely 30 seconds before he dashed into the room, still dripping wet. Wang Jinggang, can you at least dry off a little? This is quite a mess. Ji Yong remarked. It's fine. I'll dry off soon, he replied. So, Ji Yong, what were you guys talking about? You're not actually developing feelings for someone else, are you? When did this happen? Who are you falling for? Wang Jinggang's eyes widened as he tilted his head, pondering, in the entire Yundu, is there really a girl better than Su Qingxue? There are always others out there. Perhaps there is indeed someone better than Su Qingxue. Zhu Guofeng mused. The three of them chattered on, leaving Ji Yong with no opportunity to interject. When they finally finished their discussion, he turned around and said, What developing feelings? You're all overthinking it. I'm actually going to the hospital this afternoon for a checkup. You don't think we assumed you were going on a date, do you? Ji-young raised an eyebrow, questioning dramatically. Initially, there was no issue, but upon hearing Ji-young was going to the hospital, the three friends appeared somewhat disheartened. Going to the hospital? For what reason? Why do you need to check your health? Wang Jinggang asked, reaching out to poke Ji-young's side. Sensing their mischievous intentions, Ji-young quickly stepped back. What are you talking about? I'm barely in my 20s. I'm not that fragile. Chapter 16, A Trip to the Hospital. Disregarding the trio, Ji-young rose and leisurely lay down on the bed. It was still too early for lunch, so he decided to close his eyes and catch a few moments of rest. Accompanying Su Qingxue to the hospital this afternoon, he realized that once she found out she was pregnant, her emotions would likely surge. He had yet to contemplate how to handle the situation. Ji-young, you're acting strangely, Zhou observed, glancing at Ji-young, who had already closed his eyes. He then joined Ji-young on the bed. Time passed slowly. Ji-young lay in a drowsy state when a voice called out to him. Ji-young, wake up. It's time for lunch. Zhu Gufeng stood by the bed, vigorously shaking Ji-young's arm. You really fell asleep quickly. It took less than 3 minutes for you to start snoring. As he urged Ji-young to rise, Zhu Gufeng continued to mumble, while Zhou and Wang Jinggang stood nearby, their gazes fixed intently on him. Snoring? There's no way I snore, Ji-young protested, shaking his head. He didn't have a habit of snoring while sleeping. As for how he dozed off, he couldn't quite remember. He had simply felt tired and drifted into slumber. I knew you wouldn't admit it. Look at this. Isn't this you? Wang Jinggang pulled out his phone, showing a video of Ji-young sleeping soundly. Ji-young was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was him, lying back and snoring softly though not loudly. At this moment, what did it matter whether he snored or not? Ji-young, get out of bed quickly. We need to head to the cafeteria for lunch. If we wait too long, it will be crowded. It was only around 11:30, but by noon, the dining hall would be bustling with students. They certainly didn't wish to squeeze through a crowd. Ji-young rolled out of bed, splashed water on his face at the sink, and, after feeling more awake, he followed the others out of the dormitory. By the time they reached the cafeteria, it was still relatively empty, as students with classes had not yet finished. After the four of them purchased their lunch and had just begun to eat, they noticed the crowd gradually increasing. Wang Jinggang remarked, see? Arriving a few minutes early really pays off. At least we avoided the line. Did you need to point that out? Zhu Gufeng replied, his mouth full of rice as he boasted about his 2 pieces of braised pork. Ji-young, are you really going to the hospital this afternoon? Do you need us to accompany you? I have nothing else planned, Zhou suggested, setting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth with a napkin as he noticed the food in his plate dwindling. Zhu Gufeng and Wang Jinggang turned their gazes towards Ji-young as well. Yeah, why don't we go with you? No need. I can manage on my own. Ji-young declined their kind offers. He was going to the hospital solely to accompany Su Qingxue for her checkup. There was no way he would let Zhou and the others tag along. Have you all finished eating? It's getting crowded in here, he pointed out. Noticing the cafeteria was now packed, with a long line forming at the counter as many students clutched their trays, unable to find a seat. With no other option, Zhu Gufeng spotted a few girls looking for a place to sit and gestured for them to join them. Come, you can sit here. The girls, youthful and attractive, were clearly freshmen. Thank you, senior. They replied gratefully. No need to thank us. Take your time eating. We're leaving now. Zhu Gufeng waved as he departed, leaving Zhou and Wang Jinggang in astonishment. Don't just stand there. Let us go, Ji-young urged, pulling the two along as they followed Zhu Gufeng's lead. 3 junior sisters, upon seeing the departing figures, could not help but display innocent smiles. Xianrui, it seems those 2 seniors are looking at you, one remarked. What? They are clearly gazing at both of you, came the retort. Should I chase after them to ask for your contact information? Could you 2 possibly exhibit a modicum of restraint? As Ji-young and his companions exited the dining hall, they remained oblivious to the conversation transpiring among the junior sisters. Upon returning to their dormitory, the 3 of them flopped onto their beds. This afternoon seems rather uneventful. Jinggang, Zhou, shall we pay a visit to the library? Absolutely, Zhou readily agreed. He then turned his gaze towards Wang Jinggang. What about you, Jinggang? Let's go together. Ji-young, taken aback by the unexpected enthusiasm from those who typically abhorred studying, found this newfound interest in the library quite novel. Although surprised, he chose not to voice his thoughts. After resting for a brief moment on his bed, time swiftly passed, and it was soon 1:30. With merely half an hour remaining until his rendezvous with Su Qingxue at 2 o'clock, Ji-young rose silently, preparing to head out. As he opened the door halfway, Zhou puzzled voice called out from behind. Ji-young, where are you off to? To the hospital, he replied succinctly, offering no opportunity for further inquiry as he swiftly exited. Hey, This kid is quite eager to go to the hospital, Zhou muttered to himself. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, his curiosity piqued by Ji Yang's abrupt departure. Strolling towards the school gate, Ji Yang's figure appeared along the roadside, near the entrance around 1:50. He surveyed his surroundings, but there was no sign of Su Qingshue's vehicle. Surely she wouldn't stand me up again? He pondered aloud, uncertain of her reliability. Just as he hesitated on whether to call her, a taxi slowly pulled up beside him. The rear window of the taxi descended before him. What are you dawdling for? Aren't you headed to the hospital? Get in. Su Qingxue sat in the back seat by the window, her features exquisite, unmarred by any flaw. Her face was stunning, with skin as fair as snow, smooth as silk, reminiscent of warm, white jade. The slight upward tilt of her eyes hinted at an almost imperceptible aloofness. Her gaze was both clear and profound, exuding an air of chilling elegance. In a moment of astonishment, Ji Yang glanced at Su Qingxue before turning his attention back to the taxi. Despite his shock, he opened the front passenger door and settled in. Driver, please take us to Yendu First Hospital. Certainly, the driver replied, pressing down on the accelerator as the car set off towards their destination. Throughout the journey, Su Qingxue remained silent, and Ji Yang refrained from initiating conversation. Upon arriving, Ji Yang prepared to open the door, but Su Qingxue was quicker, stepping out first. The driver eyed Ji Yang warily, ready to lock the doors. Chapter 17. Confirmation of Pregnancy. Ahem, how much do I owe you? Ji Yang coughed lightly, retrieving his phone from his pocket. $18.50. All right, I'll pay you. Once the driver was assured of Ji Yang's intent to settle the fare, he relaxed, thanking him upon receiving the payment. As Ji Yang pushed open the passenger door, a refreshing breeze greeted him. Standing upright, his gaze naturally fell upon Su Qingxue. She stood still, resembling a beautifully crafted painting. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, the gentle strands dancing in the breeze. Her stunning eyes met Ji Yang's, revealing an indescribable emotion within their depths. As their gazes locked, he could sense the evident confusion in her eyes. Why did you insist on bringing me to the hospital? Ji Yang, taken aback, blurted out 4 words for a health check. A health check? Why on earth would we need one? Su Qingxue asked, standing elegantly with her long, delicate legs together. Before Ji Yang could formulate a response, a fleeting thought crossed Su Qingshue's mind. Are you ill? Her tone remained icy, though a slight shift in inflection betrayed her curiosity. Initially, Ji Yang did not grasp the implication, but upon noticing the unusual glint in her eyes, he realized she had misconstrued his words. Rest assured, I am in perfect health. Then do you suspect that I am unwell? With her hands clasped in front of her, she raised an eyebrow slightly as she spoke. As Su Qingxue grappled with the notion of who might be ill, Ji Yang could only helplessly shrug. It's merely a routine checkup. Don't overthink it. Let us go. Our appointment is at 2:30. Having already lost some time on the way, they now had less than 10 minutes remaining until their appointment, prompting Ji Yang to quicken his pace. He walked ahead without looking back, while Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment before hastily following suit. For reasons she could not fully comprehend, she had felt somewhat unwell in recent days. Sleepless nights had plagued her, and most troubling was the fact that her menstrual cycle, which should have already arrived, had yet to make an appearance. Although she had occasionally experienced delays in the past, it had never been this prolonged. Even if Ji Yang had not urged her to visit the hospital, she felt compelled to seek answers herself. Upon entering the hospital, they briefly inquired at the reception desk before making their way to the obstetrics office. You brought me to the obstetrics department? Su Qingxue halted, casting a puzzled look at the outpatient clinic before them. We'll be seen shortly. Let's go in first. Without further explanation, Ji Yang grasped Su Qingshue's arm and pushed open the door to the consultation room. The female doctor, seated at her desk, gestured for Su Qingxue to take a seat upon their entrance. Hello, doctor. We would like to check if my wife is pregnant, Ji Yang stated. The moment he referred to Su Qingxue as his wife, her eyes widened in surprise, and a blush crept across her exquisite face. However, with the doctor present, she could only maintain her composure in silence. Have you conducted a home pregnancy test? No. Ji Yang interjected firmly before Su Qingxue could respond. The doctor, upon hearing this, picked up her mouse and stated, Let us first check if you're indeed pregnant. How many days has your period been delayed? Ji Yang found himself unable to answer this question, and the doctor turned her attention to Su Qingxue. At this point, she had no choice but to respond. Her face taut, and her voice barely above a whisper. It's been over half a month. As she spoke, her hands clenched tightly together beneath the table, her knuckles turning pale. Given that your period is over half a month late, we should conduct a urine pregnancy test. By measuring the levels of human chorionic gonadotropin in the urine, they could preliminarily ascertain whether she was pregnant. Once pregnancy was confirmed, Further blood tests and ultrasounds will be necessary to evaluate the status of the pregnancy and fetal development. As the doctor explained, she handed a form to Ji Yang and Su Qingxue. Exiting the consultation room with the form in hand, Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes were filled with obvious anxiety. If Wan Xiaoling were present, she would undoubtedly be taken aback. After working together for such an extended period, I have never witnessed Su Qingxue display such palpable anxiety. Ascending to the second floor side by side, Su remained silent, and Ji Yang, understanding the gravity of the moment, chose to keep quiet as well. Following the instructions, they entered the restroom, where the results of the examination would take approximately 10 minutes to be revealed. After a 10-minute wait, they retrieved the results and returned to the consultation room. Upon reviewing the findings, the doctor promptly confirmed, "Indeed, you are pregnant." However, to ascertain the duration of the pregnancy, the gestational age, and the development of the fetus, further examinations are required. Blood tests must be conducted in the morning, otherwise, you may return tomorrow. With the doctor's affirmation of her pregnancy, Su Qingxue appeared entranced. Ji Yang, who had mentally prepared himself for this possibility, nodded in agreement, replying, "Thank you, doctor. Let us go." Rising slowly, he followed Ji Yang out of the consultation room. Once they had exited the hospital, Su Qingxue slowed her pace, her expressive dark eyes fixated on the examination report in her hands. "Did you bring me to the hospital because you already knew I would be pregnant?" Being a woman of experience, she managed to maintain her composure despite the overwhelming turmoil within. Naturally, Ji Yang would never concede to such an implication. "I merely harbor doubts, especially since no precautions were taken that night. But rest assured, I will take full responsibility. Whatever you wish, I shall comply." "You." Her teeth clenched, her face flushed with indignation. It was better not to mention that night at all. Once it was brought up, a surge of unnameable anger would rise within Su Qingxue. Ultimately, Ji Yang bore a greater share of the blame for that evening's events. Even when angered, a beautiful woman retains an alluring charm, adding an intriguing complexity to her character. This notion, however, was one she dared only to entertain privately, should it be voiced. Su Qingxue's temperament would surely lead her to tear him apart. "I will escort you home, and we can return to the hospital for further examinations tomorrow morning. As for the child, I will follow your lead." With that, he cast a cautious glance at Su Qingxue, striving to gauge her feelings. Unexpectedly, she stood there silently, unresponsive. In the next moment, a faint mist appeared in her cold eyes. Despite her efforts to restrain herself, the weight of her grievances surged forth like a tide. As tears cascaded down her cheeks, her eyes reddened instantly. With a porcelain-like arm, she gently wiped away the traces of her tears. "I will handle the situation regarding the child myself. You need not concern yourself." She coldly uttered those words, turning her back to walk towards the roadside. Hailing a taxi, Su Qingxue entered the vehicle, leaving Ji Yang standing with worry. Beyond the child, his greater concern lay with Su Qingxue's well-being. In a previous life, he had wronged her, and in this life, he vowed never to allow her to suffer again. Chapter 18. Fainting at the sight of blood. As the car gradually departed, Ji Yang turned to glance back. After a minute of silence, he finally stepped towards the roadside. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Jinggang and the others had not yet returned from the library, leaving him to lie alone on his bed, resting his eyes. Having eaten a light meal that evening, he awoke the following morning. Zhu Gofeng and the others were still in deep slumber as Ji Yang rose, dressed, and took a taxi to the hospital. Before long, it was 8 a.m. As people began to enter the hospital, Ji Yang fixed his gaze on the entrance for what felt like an eternity until he finally spotted a familiar figure, clad in a simple long dress. The high heels she had worn had been exchanged for flat shoes. Her face was exquisite, ethereal, yet slightly haggard. Ji Yang swiftly approached Su Qingxue's side. Startled by his sudden appearance, Su Qingxue's proud chest rose and fell as she glared at him, visibly annoyed. "What are you doing here?" "I came to accompany you for your examination." "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." With a dismissive tone, Su Qingxue continued to stride forward in her flat sandals. Nevertheless, Ji Yang clung to her like an adhesive bandage, refusing to be shaken off. Upon entering the outpatient hall, Su Qingxue found herself unable to escape and halted her steps. "What do you want?" she asked, irritation evident in her voice. "I'm here to accompany you for your examination." Ji Yang replied patiently. "You're not accustomed to hospitals. Can you manage all these tests alone? At the very least, I can assist." "Assist with what?" "I've already stated that you need not concern yourself with the child. That's not feasible. The child is mine as well," Ji Yang maintained in a calm tone. Standing tall, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. "You're incorrigible." With little time to waste on Ji Yang's presence, Su Qingxue made her way to the registration desk. The doctor had already prepared the necessary forms before her departure yesterday. Today, she needed only to follow the orders for her examinations. The queue at the blood draw window was quite long, and the nurse suggested she first undergo the ultrasound examination. Ji Yong remained steadfastly at her side, fully aware that he could not dislodge her, so Su Qingxue chose to ignore him. After approximately 10 minutes, her name was finally called. As she prepared to enter the ultrasound room, the nurse at the door stopped her. "Hello, ma'am. Your bag must be stored outside. The storage boxes are full. You may leave it at the consultation desk. Give me your bag. I'll hold it for you." Ji Yong appeared at her side without her noticing, and considering the queue behind them, she could not afford to delay any longer. Reluctantly, Su Qingxue handed over her bag to Ji Yong. The ultrasound examination was swift, yielding results almost immediately. With the results in hand, Ji Yong accompanied Su Qingxue to the blood draw window, where the line remained long despite the passage of time. After taking a number, they obediently queued. It took approximately 20 minutes before it was finally their turn. "Clench your fist. All right, now relax your hand," the nurse instructed, and Su Qingxue's face turned pale. The next moment, she felt herself swaying to the side, but Ji Yong's quick reflexes allowed him to catch her in his arms. With her delicate form cradled against him, concern flooded Ji Yong's gaze. "Why didn't you inform me that you faint at the sight of blood?" One hand rested on Su Qingxue's shoulder while the other held her bag. Her head leaned against his waist as she struggled to sit up. Yet her body lacked the strength to comply. "Let us get you to a nearby seat to rest for a moment. If you still feel unwell, we can contact the on-duty nurse." "Thank you," she murmured to the blood draw personnel, and Ji Yong prepared to help her stand. He had underestimated the severity of her fainting spell, which had reached the point of complete exhaustion. "I will carry you to a chair." With her bag slung over his shoulder, he intended to lift Su Qingxue into his arms. However, she stubbornly resisted, pushing against him with her hands, her voice weak. "No, please don't." "What do you mean don't? Can you even walk right now?" As he spoke, he effortlessly scooped her into a princess carry and began to make his way toward the resting area, gently setting her down. To his surprise, a faint blush had appeared on her previously pale face. Being carried like a princess in public made Su Qingxue feel both nervous and embarrassed. "How are you feeling? Are you better now?" Ignoring the curious glances from those around them, Ji Yong stood beside Su Qingxue, his tone earnest. "I am perfectly fine, thank you." With a faint blush gracing her earlobes, Su Qingxue sat gracefully in her chair and whispered her gratitude in a voice only the two of them could hear. Standing motionless, Ji Yong was utterly taken aback by Su Qingxue's unexpected expression of thanks. "I haven't had breakfast yet. I'll step out to buy something to eat. Please sit and rest. Call me if you need anything." Su Qingxue looked up, wanting to say more, but Ji Yong had already turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, a myriad of emotions flickered in her beautiful eyes as her hand instinctively rested on her abdomen. Outside the hospital, numerous breakfast stalls lined the roadside. He purchased 2 eggs, 2 cups of millet porridge, and some pastries. Upon returning to the waiting area, he found Su Qingxue still seated, her posture elegant and her demeanor distinguished. "Have something to eat," he urged, offering her the bag containing the breakfast. "I'm not hungry." "If you aren't hungry, does that mean the baby isn't either? Since you have resolved to protect the child, you must eat properly." Remaining steadfast, he gestured for her to take the porridge from the bag. The mention of the baby caused Su Qingxue's heart to flutter slightly. "Did I ever say I want a child?" Her resolute gaze bore into Ji Yang's, tinged with a hint of grievance. "You didn't, but I can tell," he replied, his eyes drifting to her flat shoes. If she were indifferent to the child and intended to terminate the pregnancy, why would she care about such trivial details? After a brief silence, Su Qingxue ultimately reached into the bag, retrieving the millet porridge and eggs. She peeled the egg and took small bites until it was finished, gradually sipping the porridge. Once she had finished, Ji Yong kindly disposed of the trash. During the wait for the test results, Su Qingxue sat silently in her chair, while Ji Yong mirrored her silence, though his gaze occasionally flickered toward her. Seated there, Su Qingxue was acutely aware of Ji Yang's attentive eyes upon her. For reasons unknown, she felt no resistance to his scrutiny. As the clock struck 10:30, with only half an hour remaining until the results were announced, 2 familiar figures suddenly appeared in the distance. One of them, in profile, was unmistakably his ex-girlfriend, Mu Yangyang. Her expression was composed, and her heart was devoid of tumult. Recalling his focus, he prepared to feign ignorance. Yet, to his surprise, the 2 women approached him. As they drew within 5 or 6 meters, Mu Yangyang and her companion lifted their gazes, finally noticing Ji Yong seated in the chair. "Ji Yong, what brings you here?" Mu Yangyang's roommate, who was also his classmate, greeted him casually. Upon seeing Ji Yong, Mu Yangyang's expression shifted slightly, her eyes revealing a trace of indifference. I'm not feeling well. I came for a checkup. His gaze fixated solely on Li Jing, deliberately ignoring his former girlfriend standing beside her. Chapter 19. Love requires capital. Having chosen betrayal, there was no need to afford her any semblance of dignity. Oh, I'm accompanying Yang Yang, Li Jing interjected, realizing her previous words were inappropriate. I'm here to see a doctor. Nodding, she muttered, yes, a doctor. Well then, you carry on. We'll check over there, she suggested, firmly pulling Mu Yangyang's arm as they swiftly departed. Once the two had left, Su Qingxue cast a curious glance at Ji Yang. Her gentle gaze fell upon him as she inquired, is she your ex-girlfriend? His expression transformed into one of surprise. How did you know? Just a guess. After uttering those two words, Su Qingxue chose to remain silent once more. It is said that beautiful girls enjoy gossip, and indeed, it was not without merit. It was rare for a stunning beauty like Su Qingxue to initiate conversation. Li Jing and Mu Yangyang, arm in arm, relocated to another resting area. Supporting Mu Yangyang's arm, Li Jing seated her and asked, Yangyang, I've always been curious. After being together so long, why did you break up with Ji Yang? Mu Yangyang appeared somewhat indifferent as she replied, love requires capital. He is far too ordinary. Ordinary? Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted. I think you have set your standards too high. The current Yufeng is quite admirable, but he is not suitable as a boyfriend. You were in a hospital with a stomach ache, and he didn't even inquire. Her tone conveyed a hint of indignation. Yet, Mu Yangyang remained understanding. It's not his fault. I never informed him. Besides, we are not in a relationship anymore. Not in a relationship, yet you are in this situation. Were you thinking? Mu Yangyang, Li Jing exclaimed in exasperation, feeling utterly helpless. After 4 years of university, she knew Mu Yangyang too well, given Yufeng's background. Any further arguments would be futile. Though Ji Yang remained unaware of the conversation between Mu Yangyang and Li Jing, even if he had heard it, he would not have cared. He silently accompanied Su Qingxue until 11 o'clock. As the hour arrived, Ji Yang stood, holding the medical card. You stay here and rest. I will go collect the results. All right, she replied obediently, remaining seated. A few minutes later, Ji Yang returned with a stack of documents, including the blood test results. All printed and ready. The doctor would finish at 11:50, allowing them ample time to consult her. After quickly registering, they waited outside the examination room together. In less than 10 minutes, Su Qingxue's name echoed through the loudspeaker. We can go in now. He guided her into the consultation room, where the same doctor from earlier awaited them. Over the course of the day, she had developed a slight recognition of Su Qingxue. After receiving the report, she meticulously reviewed it, as Ji Yang and Su Qingxue exchanged anxious glances, particularly Su Qingxue, whose heart began to race. Once the doctor placed the documents down, Su Qingxue hesitated before asking, Doctor, how are the results? All your health indicators are normal, and the baby's development is also progressing well. This period is crucial, so please ensure you rest adequately and maintain a positive mindset. Return for a checkup in 3 months. Upon hearing that everything was normal, a heavy weight lifted from Su Qingxue's heart, and a smile involuntarily graced her features. Thank you, doctor. Can we go now? Of course, the doctor replied. As they stood to leave, she seemed to recall something. By the way, during the early stages of pregnancy, it is imperative to avoid intercourse to prevent any complications. Please take special care regarding this matter. Frozen in place, Su Qingxue's mind went blank. Ji Yang, quick to react, gently supported her arm while earnestly addressing the doctor. Understood? We will certainly take note. After speaking, he led Su Qingxue out of the consultation room. With the assurance that their baby was healthy, Su Qingxue felt considerably relieved. Once outside the hospital, they arrived at the roadside. Where are you planning to go? Let me give you a ride. You want to give me a ride? How will you do that? Turning her face to glance at Ji Yang, her tone was notably serious. She had arrived by taxi that morning, and Ji Yang undoubtedly had as well. I'll take a taxi home. Anticipating Ji Yang's likely response, Su Qingxue averted her gaze and declared, I can take a taxi by myself. Standing still, she waved at an approaching taxi, which gradually came to a halt. Opening the rear door, Su Qingxue entered the vehicle, with Ji Yang promptly following suit. What are you doing getting in? I'm taking you home. I'm not going home. I'm heading to the office. You need to get out. With her sparkling eyes fixed on Ji Yang, she reached out in an attempt to shove him out of the car, only to have him decisively shut the door. Then I'll take you to the office. With unabashed persistence, he remained steadfastly seated beside her. I don't need you to escort me. Gritting her teeth, Su Qingxue felt utterly powerless against his audacity. The taxi driver, observing the pair through the rearview mirror, mused to himself that it was quite normal for a couple to bicker, and perhaps it would be prudent to afford Ji Yang a chance at redemption. All right, young man. Where to? Let's set off. As Su Qingxue simmered in frustration, she tightened her expression at the driver's words and prepared to explain. However, Ji Yong preempted her. Driver. To the Qingtian building. Sure thing. With the taxi now in motion, the prospect of Ji Yong exiting midway was becoming increasingly unlikely. Su Qingxue, too exasperated to continue arguing, leaned away, her gaze directed out the window, her face etched with indifference. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the foot of the Qingtian building. As usual, Su Qingxue alighted, and Ji Yong quickly settled the fare before following her out. Young man, a bouquet of flowers will smooth things over tonight. The driver, drawing from his own experiences, added, this method never fails. Ji Yong turned back to express his gratitude with a wave, fortunate that Su Qingxue did not overhear. Or who knows what might have ensued. As they approached the Qingtian building, Ji Yong trailed behind her like a persistent burr, prompting Su Qingxue to halt. I need to get to work. Why are you still following me? Are you planning to accompany me to the office? The idea of working together wasn't entirely unfeasible. Yet Su Qingxue had underestimated Ji Yang's audacity, leaving her utterly speechless. As the current vice president of Qingtian Group, she had only recently assumed her position, making her a target for scrutiny. Standing with Ji Yong, they attracted curious glances from passersby. What do you want from me? I don't have time right now. Can we discuss this after work? Noticing the unusual stares from nearby employees, she begrudgingly agreed to his departure to avoid further complications. Fine. Take care of yourself. I'll be on my way. With a gentle smile, Ji Yong turned away, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Su Qingxue made her way toward the first-floor lobby of the group. Chapter 20, Jinlong's Steel Plant. Hailing a taxi at the roadside, she did not return to school, but instead headed directly to Jinfeng Real Estate. In Fu Yuan's office, Yang Xiaoyan, dressed in a professional pencil skirt and black stockings, bore a cold expression. President Fu, what are the board's thoughts on the new president? Why was a young upstart parachuted in? I truly cannot comprehend it. The president's office has been utterly vacant all day. It's outrageous. Yang Xiaoyan vented her frustrations while Fu Yuan remained composed, leisurely brewing tea. His calm demeanor astonished Yang Xiaoyan. President Fu, are you even listening to me? Frowning, feeling ignored, she grew quite vexed. He set down the teapot and pushed a cup of tea toward her. Young, heed my advice. Let us focus on assisting President Ji in managing the company. We must avoid stirring up trouble. We are both employees, and as such, we should understand that we must never contest our superior's position. The president of Jinfeng Real Estate Group can only bear the surname Ji. I understand, but we can't allow a young upstart to lead us, she exclaimed, incredulous. Raising her teacup, Yang Xiaoyan drained it in one go. Observing, Fu Yuan refilled her cup. You seem to underestimate President Ji's capabilities, believing him too youthful. His true intention was for him to gain experience. If one were truly experienced, they would have long since gone to the capital to inherit their family business. One must maintain a broad perspective. While the two engaged in this casual banter, Secretary unexpectedly knocked and entered. President Fu, President Yang, President Ji has arrived. What? President Ji is here? Upon hearing Secretary mention President Ji, Fu Yuan set down his teacup and sprang to his feet. Where's President Ji? He has gone to the president's office. Once informed of Ji Yang's presence in the president's office, Fu Yuan slowly resumed his seat. Secretary, did you not find an assistant for President Ji? Take them to him. He must be satisfied. Understood, President Fu. Nodding at Fu Yuan, Secretary exited the office. President Ji is here. I must pay him a visit shortly. Young, sitting up gracefully, Yang Xiaoyan adjusted her legs. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Take care. Watching her depart, Fu Yuan shook his head with a faint smile. If Yang Xiaoyan continued to oppose Ji Yang, misfortune was undoubtedly in her future. As soon as she entered the office, before she could settle in, Secretary knocked and entered once more. President Ji, your assistant has been selected. Would you like to meet them? Bring them in. With Ji Yang's approval, Secretary turned to beckon someone at the door. A young man in a suit and tie entering the office, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Hello, President Ji. Greetings. What is your name? Ji Yang reclined casually in his chair. His tone relaxed. I am Su Jiao Jiao. Su Jiao Jiao. Which Jiao Jiao? It's Jiao from Scorched Earth. Here is Assistant Su's personal profile for your review. Handing the prepared document to Ji Yang, he glanced at the name on it. Indeed, it read Su Jiao Jiao. You graduated from Yenda University? Yes, I graduated last year. I've been with the company for almost a year now. I interned in the public relations department at Jinfeng Real Estate Group for 3 months before being made a full-time employee. He still could not comprehend why the department head had suddenly approached him about assisting the president. Initially, he thought it was a joke until he met Secretary and realized it was genuine. The transformation from a small employee to the president's assistant left him questioning whether he was dreaming. All right, that will do. Secretarian, if there's nothing else, you may continue with your duties. With a cheerful acceptance, Ji Yang's response surprised Secretarian slightly, yet she obediently followed his command and exited. Assistant Sue, can you drive? Yes. His answer was firm. After all, as a president's assistant, not knowing how to drive would be rather unfit. If you can drive, that's sufficient. Please contact President Fu and have him come to my office. Understood, President Ji. Upon hearing Ji Yang's instructions, Su Jiao hastily departed to inform Fu Yuan. Having just seen off Yang Xiaoyan less than 5 minutes prior, Ji Yang summoned him with urgency. There was no time to tidy up the items on the coffee table as he swiftly made his way outside the office. Before long, Fu Yuan arrived at Ji Yang's office. President Ji, you called for me? He inquired softly, taking cautious steps forward. I have a matter to discuss with you. Please take a seat. Ji Yang gestured for Fu Yuan to join him on the sofa before settling down himself. At this moment, Fu Yuan was unaware of the purpose behind Ji Yang's summons. Thus he obediently complied, sitting down with a sense of trepidation. In contrast to Yang Xiaoyan's demeanor, he held Ji Yang in the highest regard. Fu Yuan, I am considering acquiring a parcel of land and would like to seek your opinion. Land? Fu Yuan's curiosity piqued. Are you referring to land in Yundu? Essentially, Ji Yang replied enigmatically, leaving Fu Yuan utterly bewildered. Essentially? He pondered, unsure whether it was indeed the case. He hesitated to inquire further, instead feigning contemplation. President Ji, may I ask the specific location of the land? Has it undergone any valuation? Leaning back comfortably on the sofa, Ji Yang Jaswali nodded. The location is at the Jinlong steel plant in Yundu. The Jinlong steel plant? Fu Yuan's expression shifted, his interest piqued. As far as I know, the Jinlong steel plant has been closed for several years, and its original site is slated for auction. We previously contemplated acquiring this area, and a project proposal was even prepared. However, due to location issues, the project did not pass the review and subsequently fell through. An auction is expected to take place soon, and I intend to secure this land. Ji Yang's declaration left Fu Yuan in a quandary, his expression torn as he clenched his hands together. This was not mere pretense. He genuinely disagreed with Ji Yang's plan. President Ji, I hope you will pardon my frankness, but I believe this matter warrants careful consideration. Allow me to explain my perspective. The Jinlong steel plant occupies a vast area, which is indisputable. Its geographical location is quite poor. Situated midway between Yundu and the capital, is surrounded by several small counties. Gesturing animatedly towards the coffee table, Fu Yuan conveyed his simple yet profound point. Location dictates value. The consumption capacity of the surrounding counties is limited, and acquiring this land carries a substantial risk of failing to yield profit, or worse, incurring losses. I am aware of your concerns, Ji Yang interjected. However, the price of this land is considerable, and it holds significant potential for future development. After a moment's hesitation, Fu Yuan could see that Ji Yang had made up his mind. Although he was the vice president, he could not sway the boss's decision. After much deliberation, he finally acquiesced with a nod. President Ji, I will compile the necessary information right away. I urge you to reconsider before finalizing your decision. Good. I have no other matters to attend to at the moment, Ji Yang replied. As Fu Yuan slowly rose to leave the office, he paused once more. President Ji, are you satisfied with the assistant I arranged for you? If not, I can have the secretary and find someone else. Oh, I'm quite satisfied. Very satisfied indeed. That's great to hear. I shall take my leave now. Do not hesitate to call if anything arises. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fu Yuan departed the office. Ji Yang remained seated on the sofa, his gaze shifting from the door to his teacup, leisurely rising to return to his desk. It was evident that Fu Yuan was not in favor of his plan to purchase the Jinlong steel plant. However, the location of the Jinlong steel plant fell within the capital's planned second economic zone. This implies that in the near future, the value of this land was poised for exponential growth. Assistant Sue, prepare a car to take me out, Ji Yang instructed, picking up the phone to make the request before standing to leave. Outside the Jinfeng real estate group, Assistant Sue had been waiting by the car for some time. As the president of the group, Fu Yuan had specifically arranged for a Maybach to be at his disposal. It was Su Jiao's first time driving such an extravagant vehicle, and he felt a surge of anxiety. Upon exiting the underground garage, he nearly collided with a nearby pillar, leaving him somewhat shaken. President Ji, where are we headed? He inquired. To Yundu University. Yundu University? Su Jiao was taken aback. If they were going elsewhere, he might need to rely on navigation. But Yundu University was a place he knew all too well, having commuted there almost daily during his internship. As he opened the rear door for Ji Yang and waited for him to enter, he then hurriedly made his way to the driver's seat, perhaps due to his unfamiliarity with the car or his nerves. He hesitated for a moment before starting the engine. Jiang sat in the back seat, silent, just as the car was about to merge onto the road. Su Jiao slammed on the brakes, nearly causing whiplash. "I'm so sorry, President Ji. I'm still getting used to this car," he stammered, and Jiang, feeling a tinge of exasperation, waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. You can get out. I'll drive." At this juncture, concerns about appearances were cast aside. Safety took precedence. Driving himself would at least provide him with some assurance. "President Ji, I couldn't possibly let you drive. That seems inappropriate." "It's fine. It's not far." Jiang buckled his seatbelt in the driver's seat, while Su Jiao cautiously took his place in the passenger seat. He would never dare to sit in the back while his boss was driving. That would be utterly backward. "Assistant Su, we are actually from the same school. By rights, you should be my senior," Jiang casually remarked, glancing at Su Jiao with a smile as he placed one hand on the steering wheel. "President Ji, you graduated from Yanda University?" "Well, to be precise, I have yet to graduate. I am just entering my senior year this year." To discover that his boss was his junior from the same university left Su Jiao astounded. With his mouth agape, he struggled to process this unexpected revelation. After swallowing a few times, he regained his composure, fixing his gaze ahead. After approximately 10 minutes, the car came to a smooth stop outside Yanda University. "We've arrived. For the time being, you will drive this car to familiarize yourself with it. Next time we go out, I'll need you to be behind the wheel. Take care on your way back," Jiang said leisurely as he turned to head back to campus, leaving Su Jiao standing by the driver's seat in a daze. He had often seen considerate bosses online, initially thinking they were merely fictional portrayals. Yet here he was, encountering one in reality. His boss had not only driven him, but also encouraged him to practice with the vehicle. Commuting in a Maybach was something he had only ever dreamed of before. While Su Jiao mused over these thoughts, Jiang was preoccupied with two matters: Su Qingxue and the child she carried, and the pursuit of wealth. Reborn a decade into the past. Disregarding the wealth of experience he had accrued, the significant events of the past 10 years alone were enough for him to amass a fortune. Even if some occurrences were slightly altered by his presence, as long as he remained aligned with the overarching trajectory, making money would still be a certainty. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found it desolate. Zhounan and Zhu Gufeng were nowhere to be seen. While Wang Jinggang had likely gone to the playground to play basketball, contemplating whether to visit Su Qing that evening, she lay in bed, hesitating for a moment before ultimately relinquishing the thought. At the Qingtian Group's vice president's office, Su Qing was diligently reviewing documents when Wan Xiaoling suddenly knocked and entered. "President Su, the chairman just called. There's a meeting scheduled for this afternoon in the conference room. Here are the prepared meeting minutes." Cradling several documents, she stepped forward and placed them before Su Qing. After perusing the papers on her desk, Su Qing picked up the meeting minutes, saying, "All right, let me take a look. Please find the president's secretary and hand these documents over to him." Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaoling stood motionless, her hands clasped together. "President, the CEO isn't in the office. I heard from the secretary's office that the chairman summoned him." As Su Qing attentively examined the documents, a flicker of surprise crossed her face at Wan Xiaoling's revelation. "All right, I understand. By the way, Xiaoling, you may leave work on time today. I might need to go home for a bit." Understood." Nodding towards Su Qing, Wan Xiaoling said nothing further and quietly retreated from the office. As the meeting commenced, Su Qing entered the conference room. At the head of the table sat an elderly man with snow-white hair, his visage marked by the passage of time. His demeanor was serious, exuding an unspoken authority. A closer inspection revealed a resemblance between him and Su Qing, firmly gripping a dragon-headed cane, intricately carved at its top. He was a commanding presence. "Grandfather," Su Qing greeted as she entered. Upon hearing her voice, Su Qingbai turned, and a flicker of warmth softened his previously indifferent gaze as a smile graced his weathered face. "Little brat, come sit. Didn't you think to come to the office early to chat with your grandfather before the meeting?" Listening to her grandfather, Su Qing approached the second seat on his right and prepared to take a seat. "Wait a moment. You should sit here today," he interrupted, pointing to the first seat on his right. Su Qing, bewildered, remained frozen in place, her delicate features reflecting her confusion. The first seat on the right was undoubtedly the president's position. If she were to occupy it, where would her uncle, the current president, sit? "Grandfather, this doesn't seem appropriate." "There is nothing inappropriate about it. If I say to sit, then sit." The elder's tone was resolute. Hesitating, Su Qing ultimately complied and took her seat as instructed. After 3 to 5 minutes, once all attendees were present, the group meeting officially commenced. The leaders of various departments briefly summarized their work, and Su Qingbai cleared his throat. "I will now announce a few matters. Lu Secretary, please proceed." With a knowing glance at the secretary, the latter stood up, holding a document. By the decision of the board of directors, Vice President Yu Long is dismissed, with Su Tao temporarily taking over. The heads of the technical department, finance department, and human resources department are also relieved of their duties, and the aforementioned personnel are terminated. Their responsibilities will be handled by their deputies. Moreover, President Su Gaoyuan is relieved of his position, with Vice President Su Qingsno stepping in as interim president. The moment these words were uttered, the conference room erupted with murmurs of disbelief. Su Qingsno, seated, furrowed her brow, casting an incredulous glance at her grandfather at the head of the table. All right, this is the board's decision. If anyone present has objections, you may address them to the board. This concludes today's meeting. You are all dismissed. With a decisive tone, the elder finished his remarks and rose slowly with the support of his cane. Seeing this, Su Qingsno immediately stood to assist him. Once the chairman exited the conference room, the atmosphere became charged, especially among the dismissed leaders, whose expressions soured considerably. Little girl, why haven't you visited your grandfather recently? Is work too demanding? Or do you simply not wish to see this old man? The elder joked, leaning on her for support as Su Qingsno turned her head, feigning indignation. I don't want to see you, grandfather. Isn't it because you keep urging me to marry? Oh, you little brat, you don't hold back at all. Urging you to marry is merely to see you settle down sooner. At my age, I can't rest easy knowing you are unestablished. Upon hearing this, Su Qingsno released her arm, her demeanor turning serious. Grandfather, if you continue to speak like this, I truly will ignore you. Ha, I won't mention it again. I promise. Come, let us go sit in your office for a while. Patting Su Qingsno on the shoulder, Su Qingbai walked toward the office. Once seated, Wan Shaoling approached with a water pitcher. Chairman, would you like some water? Just place it here. He nodded casually, signaling for her to set the pitcher down. Sitting directly across from her grandfather, Su Qingsno appeared contemplative, as if struggling to articulate her thoughts. After taking a sip from his cup, the elder spoke softly. Is there something you wish to ask? Grandfather, with me assuming the role of group president, what will happen to my uncle? I knew you would ask that. Your uncle will naturally find his own path. You need not concern yourself with him. The Qingtian group has been entrusted to you, and your focus should be on managing it effectively. That said, I must express my satisfaction with your recent performance. A hint of concern flickered in Su Qingbai's eyes. His granddaughter was still in her 20s, shouldering the immense responsibility of managing such a vast company, undoubtedly facing numerous challenges. While he felt this concern deeply, he found himself without recourse. With only one son who lacked the ability to manage the company, he had no choice but to place all his hopes on his beloved granddaughter. Grandfather, with you dismissing my uncle, he will surely be displeased. I will return home tonight to have dinner with you, and invite my uncle and aunt as well. It seems my granddaughter is quite thoughtful. Your uncle's displeasure is inevitable, but that is of no concern to you. It is entirely his own doing. Mentioning his second son, Su Gaoyuan, stirred a wave of indignation within him. Having founded the Qingtian group himself, he once considered handing it over to his second son after the departure of his eldest. However, this son proved to be utterly incapable, and in just 2 or 3 years as president, he had left the company in disarray, to say the least. If he did not intervene soon, the entire Qingtian group would be on the verge of collapse. Qingxue, my decision to appoint you as president stems from my own considerations. Your uncle is mediocre, self-serving, and easily swayed by others. Xiaoyu is similar to your uncle, and Xiaojin is still too young. Only you are truly suitable. As Su Qingbai spoke, leaning slightly forward with a warm smile directed at Su Qingsno, he continued, Grandfather knows your character. You may appear cold on the outside, but you're warm within. Entrusting the Qingtian group to you is, in a way, a safeguard for your uncle's family as well. I do not doubt that you will treat them fairly. Seated respectfully on the sofa, Su Qingsno gazed at her grandfather's familiar visage, suddenly at a loss for how to counter his assertions. From her grandfather's perspective, she found herself devoid of any rebuttal. This evening, upon returning home for dinner, you will also be joined by your second uncle's family. Fear not, with grandfather present, he remains the steadfast anchor amidst the storm. I shan't intrude any longer. This old man must take his leave. Rising slowly with the aid of his cane, he refrained from uttering a word regarding the transgressions of his second son, Su Gaoyuan. The silence on his lips did not imply ignorance on the matter, particularly to Su Qingxue. Several mid-level executives at the company had already received whispers of the situation, and he doubted that his granddaughter remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Grandfather, allow me to escort you. No need, tend to your own affairs. With a casual gesture, Su Qingxue was halted at the entrance as Su Qingbai departed with his entourage. standing still to watch until grandfather's figure vanished from sight, at which point Su Qingxue returned to her desk. President, should we consider relocating to a different office? Wan Xiaoling approached the desk cautiously. Her superior had transitioned from vice president to president, thus altering her own role as assistant. I have grown accustomed to this place. Xiaoling, please notify the logistics department to change the nameplate outside. I need you to organize the remaining work from your second uncle over the next couple of days. Understood. I assure you it will be completed. With a heart full of delight, Wan Xiaoling turned and exited the office. With Su Qingxue now at the helm of Qingtian Group, her status as assistant had likewise ascended. Elated, she returned to her seat and picked up the desk phone to contact the logistics department. Other matters could be set aside for now. The nameplate change was the priority. Chapter 23. No objections. As dusk settled, Zhu Gaofeng and the others had yet to return, and Ji Yang leisurely exited the dormitory. Uncertain about Su Qingxue's situation, he hesitated outside the dormitory building, ultimately retrieving his phone to dial a familiar number. Just as he finished his tasks and was about to head home, he suddenly heard his phone vibrate. Grabbing it, he answered. Hello? It's me. The familiar voice of Ji Yang resonated through the line, leaving Su Qingxue momentarily taken aback before she composed herself. What is it? Do you have time this evening to meet and perhaps share a meal? I must return home for dinner. Just as Ji Yang assumed Su Qingxue was fabricating an excuse to decline, her cool voice rang out again. If you wish to meet, it can be later. Just tell me where to find you. You wish to find me? Ji Yang hesitated, glancing back at the dormitory. Never mind. I'll come to you. Just let me know where. At 8 this evening, wait for me at the east gate of Fuyuan, Shengjing Villa District. All right. After Su Qingxue's words, Ji Yang promptly agreed and swiftly hung up, not wanting to afford the other party any time for change of heart. He ended the call and returned to his dormitory, while Su Qingxue exited her office, where the driver had been waiting downstairs for quite some time. At Fuyuan Shengjing Villa District, in the living room, Su Qingbai sat on the sofa, seething with anger. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in his 40s. Clad in a light blue suit, hands clasped respectfully in front of him, his expression decidedly grim. Opposite Su Qingbai sat a middle-aged woman, similarly in her 40s, fashionably attired. Her long, dark waves and large earrings exuded an aura of opulence. Father, Ergo has acknowledged his mistakes. He has received his reprimands and the disciplinary actions he deserved. With the role of group president now in Qingxue's capable hands, surely your anger must subside. While punishing Ergo is one matter, we must not jeopardize your health. Su Fengxia's words elicited gratitude from Su Gaoyuan. However, the stern demeanor of their father, Su Qingbai, showed no signs of softening. Gaoyuan, let me ask you once more. Are you intending to shift the blame onto that girl Qingxue? To have her bear the brunt of your misdeeds? He slammed his hand on the table, the sudden noise startling Su Gaoyuan into a tremor. Instinctively, he began to kneel, stand upright, a spineless coward, subservient to others yet fierce toward family. How could I have raised such a rebellious son? Faced with his father's wrath, Su Gaoyuan kept his head bowed, not daring to utter a word. Sensing that the old man was poised to unleash further fury, Su Fengxia had no choice but to invoke their granddaughter, Su Qingxue. Father, did you not say that Qingxue would be joining us for dinner? Please, temper your anger. If she sees you in such a state, how could she possibly enjoy her meal? At the mention of his granddaughter, Su Qingbai's expression softened considerably. After taking a deep breath, he picked up a document from the table. I ask you, do you have any objections to Qingxue assuming the role of group president? No objections. Good. This is your affirmation. During dinner, make sure to conduct yourself well. If I detect even a hint of discontent from Qingxue, I shall break your legs. He tossed the document across the table to Su Gaoyuan, hastily gathering the papers from the coffee table. Su Gaoyuan retreated cautiously to the side. Observing this, Su Fengxiao willingly vacated a seat. Noting their father's lack of reaction, Su Gaoyuan finally took a cautious seat. Fengxia, thank you. Seizing the opportunity to express gratitude to his younger sister, he acknowledged that without her intervention, he might have endured a far more prolonged chastisement from their father. Father, how has your health been lately? Is your back still hurting? Have you been keeping up with your checkups? Su Fengxia inquired with concern. Su Qingbai instinctively touched his back. The old ailment persists. No amount of examination changes that. Pain remains pain. Even so, you must keep up with your checkups. How about this? Tomorrow, I shall take you to the hospital. Before Su Qingbai could respond, Secretary Lu hurried to his side. Chairman, Miss Qingxue has returned. Qingxue is back. Su Qingbai's eyes brightened, and he rose with the support of his cane, ready to leave, when suddenly he recalled something, casting a stern gaze at Su Gaoyuan. Father, rest assured, I shall keep silent. With his second son's assurance, Su Qingbai finally turned away from the sofa and watching the old man's retreating figure. Su Gaoyuan exhaled in relief. Father truly dotes on Qingxue. Among our family's children, none have ever won such favor from him. Su Fengxia's expression remained neutral, her eyes narrowing slightly, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Ajustink haratire, Su Gaoyuan sikit. Eldest brother and sister-in-law left early. It's only natural for the old man to show more affection toward his only daughter. Qingxue rarely returns. Let us go and see her. With a sense of resignation, he walked towards the living room door, managing to muster a forced smile upon seeing his niece, who had just alighted from the car. Following closely behind Su Gaoyuan, Su Fengxia's smile appeared far more genuine than her brother's strained expression. In fact, she reached Su Qingxue first. Qingxue, he, medu. You seem wholly engrossed in your work. It has been days since you last returned home. It seems your grandfather had to intervene personally. As she spoke, she took hold of Su Qingxue's wrist, leading her into the living room under the watchful eyes of Su Qingbai and Su Gaoyuan. Hello, uncle. My little girl has lost quite a bit of weight. Clearly, work has been taxing. A seemingly casual remark from Su Gaoyuan left Su Qingxue feeling somewhat embarrassed, while Su Qingbai's gaze subtly shifted, realizing his misstep and promptly falling silent. Aunt, why are you here all alone? Has Haoping and uncle not come? No. Haoping is at school, and your uncle is busy. Dinner will take a little longer, so let us sit here and chat for a while. You have no idea how much your grandfather has missed you during this time. Grasping Su Qingxue's wrist, Su Fengxia exuded warmth, causing a chill to run down Su Gaoyuan's spine. His sister was indeed adept at feigning affection. It was evident to anyone that her sentiments were insincere. Qingxue, please take a seat. Your aunt has something to discuss with you. With her hands resting on Su Qingxue's shoulders, she turned her to face her. Taking a deep breath, Su Fengxia feigned difficulty. Your parents left too early, and your aunt, your second uncle, and your grandfather are your closest kin. Your grandfather and I have been discussing finding you a suitable match. Chapter 24. Find one yourself. Your aunt has specially prepared several candidates for you. During their conversation, she retrieved a few photographs from her handbag. Qingxue, these three are all young talents, especially this one, your uncle's nephew, a prodigy returning from overseas. He works at a foreign company. Although his position is not high at the moment, his remarkable abilities ensure that a promotion and salary increase are merely a matter of time. Then there's this one. Su Fengxia continued her introductions, oblivious to the fact that Su Qingxue's internal resistance had reached its peak. Aunt, I'm not considering such matters at the moment. I came back today to have dinner with everyone. I barely ate at noon, and I'm quite hungry now. Gently caressing her abdomen, Su Qingxue's mind wandered, and as she glanced down at her stomach, an uneasy glimmer crossed her eyes. Qingxue is right. Fengxia, let us eat first. Please check if dinner is ready. Su Qingbai waved his hand, and his niece showed no inclination to continue looking at the photos. Su Fengxia could only awkwardly put away the pictures and head to the kitchen. Uncle, hasn't aunt come? No, your aunt is busy cooking for the children at home. Your brother has been studying hard lately, so she couldn't spare the time. Su Qingxue's indifferent response led her to refrain from further inquiries. Minutes passed swiftly. Just as Su Qingbai began to grow impatient, Su Fengxia's voice echoed from the dining room. Dad, second brother, Qingxue, dinner is ready. Come eat. Ha, my girl. Come accompany Grandpa for dinner. It's been so long since you returned, so I had the aunt prepare sweet and sour ribs for you. It's your favorite dish. Thank you, Grandpa. Little girl, why are you being so polite with Grandpa? He affectionately ruffled Su Qingxue's hair as the two made their way to the dining room. After Su Qingbai and Su Qingxue took their seats, Su Fengxia and Su Gaoyuan sat down across from them. Qingxue, come, try the sweet and sour ribs. Picking up a piece and savoring it, she was greeted with the familiar taste from her childhood. Delicious. Ha ha ha. If it's good, eat more. I've told you to come home often, but you never listen. If you returned every day, Grandpa would prepare sweet and sour ribs for you daily. The grandfather and granddaughter shared joyous laughter, while Su Fengxia and Su Gaoyuan silently ate their meals. As dinner neared its conclusion, Su Qingxue observed her uncle, who seemed to have little to say. Grandpa finished first, and her uncle and aunt were nearly done as well. Since the elders had no further comments, she, as a younger generation, felt it inappropriate to press for conversation and quietly set down her chopsticks. Grandpa, uncle, aunt, I'm full too. Qingxue, do you want to stay over tonight? Grandpa has asked the maid to tidy up your room. Su Qingbai inquired, casting a glance at his granddaughter. Su Qingxue hesitated before shaking her head. Grandpa, I have work tomorrow, and it's too far from here to the office. It wouldn't be convenient. At that moment, Aunt Su Fengxia interjected. Dad, Qingxue has a point. She has to work early tomorrow, and it's indeed too far from here. Let us wait until she has time to come back and stay. Leaning on his cane, Su Qingbai, though reluctant, quietly acquiesced. After a few casual exchanges in the living room, Aunt Su Fengxia and Uncle Su Gaiyuan departed shortly thereafter. Watching their retreating figures, Su Qingbai let out a soft sigh. Having lived for over half a century, he had seen all kinds of people. He could discern at a glance what his son and daughter truly thought. Qingxue, your parents left too soon, leaving you with little. Entrusting Qingtian Group to you is to secure your future. You know what your second uncle is up to, I believe. I've already dealt with him on your behalf, so for Grandpa's sake, please forgive your uncle. He isn't as bad as he seems. He simply tends to be easily swayed. Listening to the elder's words, Su Qingxue sat quietly, her silence noted by Su Qingbai as he continued to speak. As for your aunt, she is quite calculating, unlike your uncle. Although she doesn't say it, she has always desired control over the group. When it comes to company matters, you must form your own judgments and not simply heed her words. Yes, I understand. Rest assured, I will not let you down. After she spoke, her grandfather chuckled warmly. If you wish to put my mind at ease, hurry and find someone. The ones your aunt has chosen are rather unsatisfactory. What I mean is, find someone yourself. Regardless of their background, as long as you like them, I have no objections. For reasons unknown, as her grandfather spoke. The image of Ji Yang suddenly surfaced in her mind. Girl, what is wrong? Have you found a boyfriend and are too shy to tell Grandpa? Caught off guard by her grandfather's question, Su Qingshue's delicate face flushed instantly. No, of course not. If I had a boyfriend, I would definitely tell you at the first opportunity. Good. Grandpa is getting old. Don't he try to trick me? The mere mention of his granddaughter dating made Su Qingbai beam with delight. As the topic came to a close, Su Qingxue glanced at her watch. Only 15 minutes remained until 8. Grandpa, I might have to leave. I have a meeting early tomorrow and need to return to review documents. All right. Grandpa will have the driver take you home. With his cane, Su Qingbai rose, and Su Qingxue quickly moved to support his arm, guiding him back to the sofa amidst his surprised gaze. Grandpa, it's unnecessary to trouble yourself. My driver is here to pick me up. Initially intending to say friend, she reconsidered, realizing her grandfather might misinterpret it, so she opted for driver instead. However, her subtle change in expression did not escape Su Qingbai's notice. Then be careful on your way. Goodbye, Grandpa. Waving to the elder, Su Qingxue swiftly exited the living room. Upon arriving at the designated meeting point, I promptly spotted Jiang, who was waiting patiently with a car parked beside him, none other than the vehicle he had driven back from the capital. As Su Qingxue entered my line of sight, Jiang quickened his pace toward her. Have you had dinner? He inquired. What do you need me for? Her fair visage was devoid of warmth, her demeanor resolutely serious as she regarded him. Jiang, upon hearing her question, did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned and opened the front passenger door of the car. Shall we get in first? Watching him pull the door open, Su Qingxue hesitated not a moment before slightly bowing and entering the vehicle. As the car journeyed towards the city center, an air of silence enveloped them. Su Qingxue's gaze remained fixed on the window, while Ji Yang refrained from initiating conversation. Shortly thereafter, Secretary Liu hurried into the living room. Chairman, Miss Qingxue has been picked up by someone, a young man in his 20s. He doesn't appear to be a driver. The previously composed Su Qingbei turned in surprise upon hearing Secretary Liu's report. A young man in his 20s? What does he look like? After pondering for a moment, Secretary Liu replied, his height is reasonable, but I couldn't discern his specific features. Please investigate this young man as contact information and arrange for me to meet him. Understood, Chairman. I will attend to it right away. Chapter 25, Marriage Certificate Acquisition. At this moment, Ji Yang continued to observe Su Qingxue in the passenger seat, unaware that her grandfather had already begun searching for his contact details. Not long after the car entered the city, Su Qingxue quietly turned around, her cool voice slicing through the silence of the vehicle. What are your plans regarding the child? Her willingness to meet Ji Yang was primarily due to the child she carried, while she felt considerable resistance. She did not wish to deny the child the right to know his father. Provided Ji Yang was willing, she would allow the child to acknowledge him as such. Without immediately answering her question, Ji Yang casually sought a parking space and slowly brought the car to a halt. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Qingxue remained patient, waiting silently. Pregnancy is an undeniable fact, and I acknowledge that the fault lies with me. If you are willing, I will take responsibility for both you and the child. Ji Yang declared. As his words hung in the air, Su Qingxue turned her gaze to the window, her hands tightly clasped together, an expression of discomfort crossing her features. You need only take responsibility for the child. I do not require your accountability. I will certainly keep the child. If you wish to take responsibility, Please bring your ID to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We shall acquire a marriage certificate. Her voice was soft, yet in the stillness of the car, it resonated clearly. Ji Yong seemed incredulous, his eyes widening in shock. What did you just say? A marriage certificate? If you are unwilling, I will not force you. However, the child's household registration must be in my name. I will not demand alimony. You need only appear when the child requires you. Assuming Ji Yong would balk at the idea, Su Qingxue prepared to exit the vehicle after delivering her statements. Before she could step out, Ji Yong grasped her arm. Wait, allow me to say something. I did not express reluctance. I am willing, 100% willing. I promise to be at the Civil Affairs Bureau promptly at 9 tomorrow morning. Having long contemplated how to gain Su Qingxue's acceptance, he was prepared for a protracted struggle. He had not anticipated that she would proactively propose obtaining a marriage certificate. Are you truly willing? Acquiring a marriage certificate is solely for the sake of the child. I will not engage in any further commitments, she clarified. As for the rest, you may dictate the terms. I have no objections. Ji Yong's eagerness surpassed Su Qingxue's expectations. With a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes, she regarded Ji Yong for a few moments before averting her gaze. After confirming their plans to obtain the marriage certificate the following morning, Ji Yong restarted the car and drove Su Qingxue back to her residential complex. Standing before the car, he watched her depart before returning to the vehicle in a daze. With his arm draped over the steering wheel, he felt as though he were dreaming. A marriage certificate. He chuckled softly, musing that she displayed more resolve than many men. Rest assured, I will ensure that neither of you faces any injustice. With a slight furrow of his brow, he remained silent for 2 seconds before starting the car and heading back to Yunde University. In the dormitory, Zhu Gafeng and Zhou Nen lay on their respective beds, preoccupied with concerns about employment. The school had organized numerous seminars and job fairs, but in today's society, university graduates were as plentiful as grains of sand. Securing a suitable job was no easy feat today. As I passed by the playground, I observed the carefree first-year students. They seemed so relaxed, unlike us, who are losing sleep over job worries. Zhu Gafeng lamented, resting his head on his pillow. He exaggerated, claiming that since the beginning of their senior year, he had been dreaming of job hunting every night. Weren't you also so carefree in your first year? Zhou Nen retorted. We should have anticipated this day. In contrast to Zhu Gafeng's musings and Zhou Nen's lamentations, Wang Jinggang appeared remarkably nonchalant. With his feet propped on the railing and his back against the wall, he was engrossed in a basketball game on his phone, oblivious to the conversation around him. Hey, Jiang, how are things with Su Qingxue? Zhou Nen asked, straightening up. Zhu Gafeng perked up instantly, and Wang Jinggang instinctively set his phone aside. Facing away from the three of them, Jiang climbed onto his bed and casually replied, It's going well. Almost there. The light-hearted exchange seemed surreal to Zhu Gafeng and the others. The three of them stared at each other, struggling to contain their laughter. Jiang, if it doesn't work out, it's no big deal. Just don't put too much pressure on yourself. Look at Jinggang. He's living life just fine without a girlfriend, Zhu Gafeng reassured him. The momentary cheer on Wang Jingang's face vanished, his expression turning serious upon hearing Zhu Gafeng's words. Zhu Gafeng, put down your phone, he exclaimed as he prepared to leap off his bed to confront him. Seeing Wang Jingang's intent, Zhu Gafeng quickly retreated, pleading, I'm sorry, Jinggang. I was wrong. I truly was. Wang Jinggang, now on the floor, paid no heed to Zhu Gafeng's apologies and lunged onto the bed, leading to a cacophony of cries. Ji Yang and Zhou Nen observed silently, finding the spectacle amusing. Minutes later, Wang Jinggang left in satisfaction, leaving Zhu Gafeng alone, clutching his blanket, his eyes filled with sorrow. How brutal, Zhou Nen remarked, relishing the chaos. Zhou Nen, are you not tempted to try it yourself? Huh? No. I have no desire for that, Zhou Nen replied, clearly shaken by Wang Jingang's demeanor. After meandering through various topics, the conversation inevitably returned to the pressing matter of job hunting after graduation. Aside from Ji Yang, the other three planned to prepare their resumes in advance. As Zhu Gafeng put it, they were casting a wide net and hoping for selective catches. We'll apply to all these companies at the campus recruitment events. Surely, there must be something suitable. Ji Yang, are you certain you want to join us tomorrow morning? You're not hiding something from us, are you? A suspicious gaze fixated on Ji Yang as Zhou Nen propped his chin on his hand. Everything else is fine. But don't you dare pull the old flames rekindled act. He warned. A good horse doesn't turn back to graze. Rekindled old flames, Zhu Gafeng exclaimed, setting aside his blanket, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ji Yang, don't even think about it. As your friends, we are looking out for your best interests. Mu Yang is indeed beautiful, but she is not suitable for you. Her standards are too high. Once you stray, it can happen again, he added. Gufeng is right. I concur. Wang Jinggang crossed his arms, his expression serious. Observing the earnestness on their faces, Ji Yang couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Who said I was rekindling anything with Mu Yangyang? Can you all stop jumping to conclusions? I had something to attend to this morning. But it has nothing to do with my ex-girlfriend, I assure you. His tone was firm and sincere, causing Zhou Nan to pause for a moment before being met with warm inquiries from Wang Jinggang and Zhu Gufeng. Before long, the night slipped away. The following morning, Ji Yang called Su Qingxue in advance, choosing to wait for her outside the Qingtian group. Before long, a familiar figure appeared. Perhaps it was for the sake of registering their marriage. Su Qingxue donned a light blue long dress, her dark hair elegantly tied up. She wore subtle makeup, complemented by white canvas boots and a khaki handbag. Do you have the photo? Clasping her handbag, Su Qingxue sidled up to Ji Yang, her voice soft. Caught off guard by the question, Ji Yang shook his head. No, I didn't bring one. Just when he thought Su Qingxue might be upset, she casually tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, a hint of embarrassment gracing her stunning features. I didn't bring one either. Let us find a photo studio and snap a few pictures. Chapter 26. I am quite passive. Opening the car door, Su Qingxue settled into the passenger seat, while Ji Yang circled around to the driver's side. Checking the map, he noted a photography studio directly across from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Since it was a photo studio, they would surely be able to take marriage certificate photos. Just as Ji Yang focused on driving, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing an unfamiliar number, he instinctively hung up. We've arrived. MHM. Ji Yang parked the car, and both exited. Upon entering the photo studio, they found someone already taking pictures and had to wait a moment before an employee with a camera approached them. Hello. What type of photos would you like to take? Can you take marriage certificate photos? Of course. Please wait a moment. After a brief exchange, the employee turned to attend to another client, soon beckoning Ji Yang and Su Qingxue inside. When do you need the photos? We need them right now. Right now? The price is not an issue. Ji Yang's words caused the photographer to hesitate for a moment, but he ultimately agreed. Please take a seat over here. Leaning slightly towards each other, their hands intertwined, Su Qingxue felt a surge of nervousness, while Ji Yang remained calm, confidently grasping her delicate hand. The cool, soft touch felt akin to caressing a piece of jade. With their hands joined, they leaned closer as instructed by the photographer. After a minute or two, the photos were taken, and upon reviewing them, Ji Yang requested immediate editing. You two are quite the unfamiliar couple. This is a first for me, the photographer joked, causing Su Qingxue's cheeks to flush. Noticing her reaction, Ji Yang lightly explained, my wife is rather shy, already somewhat embarrassed. Su Qingxue's face turned as red as an apple at Ji Yang's words, her beauty transcending mere words. Excuse me, when will our photos be ready? Giving Ji Yang a meaningful glance, Su Qingxue quickly shifted the topic, wanting to avoid lingering on their conversation. Just a moment. 10 minutes. Please have a seat. After ensuring they were comfortable, the photographer stepped aside to manage other tasks, and soon returned with 2 photos that were nearly untouched by editing, looking splendid as they were. Exiting the studio with their pictures in hand, they crossed the street towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. On the first floor, they took a number, and on the second floor, they registered. To their surprise, the place was relatively empty at that hour, and they were called within 5 minutes. After submitting all the necessary documents, the staff retrieved 2 forms for them to fill out. In no more than 10 minutes, 2 bright red booklets were handed to them. Here are your documents. Please keep them safe. Wishing you both a joyful marriage. Su Qingxue accepted the marriage certificate with a smile, softly replying, thank you. Descending the stairs with the marriage certificate in hand, Su Qingxue appeared somewhat dazed, realizing how effortlessly they had just registered. She had once fantasized about marriage, yet never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. You should get back to work. I'll be fine on my own. I'll give you a ride. No need, I'll take a taxi. Waving goodbye to Ji Yang, she quickly hailed a cab by the roadside. Glancing down at the marriage certificate, Ji Yang's lips curled into a faint smile, pondering how his grandfather would react upon seeing it. Dingling. The familiar ringtone echoed once more as he picked up his phone, his brows instinctively furrowing. The call was from the same unfamiliar number as before. He pressed the answer button. Hello. Good day. May I ask if you know Miss Su Qingxue? Su Qingxue? He pulled the phone away from his ear to scrutinize the caller ID before returning it to his ear. May I ask who is speaking? This is Mr. Liu. Our chairman wishes to meet you. Would you have some time? Perhaps concerned Ji Yang might refuse, Secretary Liu promptly added, our chairman is Miss Su Qingxue's grandfather. Upon learning that Su Qingxue's grandfather wished to meet him, Ji Yang's expression transformed with intrigue. After confirming the location, he hung up the call. Although he had returned to life, meeting a partner's family was still a novel experience. The meeting was set at a restaurant, and being their first encounter, He was uncertain whether he should bring a gift for the elder. Well, I'll just see how it goes. The call instructed him to come over immediately. It was nearing noon, likely for a lunch meeting. Time was of the essence. He resolved to meet first and discuss later. Driving straight to the restaurant, he believed he was swift enough, only to discover that Su Qing Tian had already arrived ahead of him. Spotting the familiar car, Assistant Lu hurried towards him. Before Ji Yang could steady himself, a voice called from behind. "Hello, are you a friend of Miss Su Qingxue?" Turning to see the smiling Assistant Lu, Ji Yang responded earnestly, "Yes. Good day, sir. Our chairman has been awaiting your arrival. This way, please. By the way, may I know how to address you?" Ji Yang. "Oh, Mr. Ji, nice to meet you. My surname is Lu. You can call me Secretary Lu." "Hello, Lu Ge." The casual address brought a smile to Secretary Lu's face, and he unconsciously felt a greater respect for Ji Yang. The restaurant was expansive, adorned with an antique charm. Entering the room, guided by Secretary Lu, we swiftly arrived at the entrance of a private chamber. The door stood ajar, and before entering, a gentle knock was made. "Chairman, Mr. Ji has arrived. Please enter." Cautiously stepping aside, he gestured for Ji Yang to proceed. With a confident stride, Ji Yang entered the room, where an elderly gentleman occupied the main seat. Appearing to be of a similar age to Ji Zhengchang, Ji Yang's grandfather, albeit with a more austere demeanor. "Young man, take a seat," the elder said, casually indicating several vacant spots, inviting Ji Yang to choose freely. In the presence of this solemn elder, Ji Yang displayed no trepidation, pulling out a chair and sitting down with an airy ease. Once seated, he refrained from speaking immediately, casting his gaze towards the venerable elder, patiently awaiting his inquiry. After a pause of 5 to 6 seconds, Su Qingbai finally made a move, picking up the menu. Observing this, Secretary Lu swiftly took it and placed it before Ji Yang. "What would you like to eat? As an elder, it is only fitting that you make the selections." "In that case, let us order a few signature dishes," Ji Yang responded. "The restaurant's specialty fish is quite commendable. You should certainly try it." As their conversation meandered through the menu, Su Qingbai suddenly shifted the topic to Su Qingxue. "Was it you who took Qingxue home last night?" Without a hint of hesitation, Ji Yang nodded affirmatively. "Yes." A flicker of admiration passed through Su Qingbai's weathered gaze as he adjusted his teacup. "Ha ha ha, you are indeed an honest lad. As far as I know, Qingxue has had no male companions. You are the first. When did you two meet?" "A few months ago," Ji Yang replied truthfully, recalling the moment he first encountered Su Qingxue. "Did you pursue her, or was it the other way around?" The once composed Ji Yang's expression shifted slightly at the elder's query. After a moment's hesitation, he earnestly stated, "If I may be candid, I tend to be rather passive." With a serious expression, Su Qingbai's demeanor transformed upon hearing Ji Yang's response. The notion of his granddaughter actively pursuing someone was indeed unexpected. Fortunately, Su Qingxue was not present. Had she heard these words, her reaction would have been explosive. It is quite surprising that Qingxue, who is rather reserved in matters of the heart, would take the initiative to pursue you. However, young people must navigate their own affairs. One thing is certain, a man must approach love with sincerity. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Referring to himself as grandfather, Su Qingbai elicited a faint smile from Ji Yang, who assured, "Rest assured, grandfather, I will never let Qingxue down. Should I fail in this regard, I will accept any consequences you deem fit." With these words, a smile broke across Su Qingbai's face. "Excellent. I hope you will keep your promise." As the dishes were served, the elder and the younger began to engage in light-hearted conversation, and with each interaction, the elder's satisfaction grew. "Regarding your matters, I should not interfere. However, given that Qingxue's parents passed away early, I cannot help but worry for her well-being. I believe there is no need to inform her of our meal today." "I understand. Grandfather, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." "Yes. Do bring Qingxue to the house for a meal sometime." "All right. Thank you, grandfather." Ji Yang rose, offering a slight bow to the elder before turning to exit the chamber. As he stepped away, he exhaled deeply. Phew, meeting the parents does not seem so daunting after all. Initially filled with trepidation on the way here, the actual encounter felt rather manageable. As the old saying goes, even an unattractive bride must meet her in-laws. Having met once, future encounters will surely be much easier. Exiting the private room, Secretary Lu returned to Su Qingbai's side. "Xiao Lu, what do you think of this young man, Ji Yang?" "I." Secretary Lu hesitated for a moment before responding earnestly. "He is quite decent, polite, and possesses a steady demeanor." "Chairman, are you satisfied with Mr. Ji?" "Me?" Su Qingbai raised his head and chuckled. "Just like you, I find him quite agreeable." He had always hoped his granddaughter would find someone she truly liked, yet he worried she might encounter the wrong person. However, it seemed he had overthought it. his granddaughter's judgment appeared to be sound, for he had discerned no faults in Ji Yang. After leaving the restaurant, Ji Yang returned to his dormitory, promptly placing the marriage certificate in a safe spot. Over the next few days, he would occasionally message Su Qingxue, and although her replies were not always prompt, she responded to all inquiries. Before long, several days had passed. While Zhounan and Zhu Gufeng attended their elective classes, Ji Yang departed the dormitory alone, preparing to head to Jinfeng Real Estate. It was time to follow up on the matters discussed with Fu Yuan. Arriving at the school entrance, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Upon seeing Ji Yang, Su Jiao hurriedly approached him, nearly running. Mr. Ji, returning a calm smile, Ji Yang said, "So, have you become accustomed to driving? If not, I can take the wheel." Given the lingering anxiety from the previous incident, if Su Jiao was still uncomfortable, he would not hesitate to drive himself. "I've gotten the hang of it," she replied. "Mr. Ji, please get in." With an awkward smile, Su Jiao quickly opened the back door for him. Over the past few days, she had been driving to and from work, even practicing on routes with poorer conditions. In truth, it wasn't her skills that needed honing, but rather her nerves. Bennett entered the car. Ji Yang fastened his seatbelt. Su Jiao rounded the front of the vehicle and took her place in the driver's seat, starting the engine and heading towards the company. Compared to last time, her driving was noticeably more proficient, and the entire journey was remarkably smooth. Upon arriving, the two ascended to the office together. In the president's office, Ji Yang sat alone, sipping water when Fu Yuan knocked and entered. "Mr. Ji, you called for me?" "Ah Fu, please have a seat." Ji Yang waved his hand casually, inviting Fu Yuan to sit. The latter did not hesitate and promptly took a seat before Ji Yang. "Here, have some water." "Thank you, Mr. Ji. Regarding our previous discussion about the Jinlong steel plant, what have you found?" Anticipating this question, Fu Yuan held his teacup, his expression conflicted, unsure of how to respond. "What is it?" Ji Yang raised an eyebrow, leaning back slightly. "Are you hesitant to disclose?" "Not exactly," Fu Yuan replied. "I have spoken with several senior executives and consulted some industry colleagues. The Jinlong steel plant is indeed not a suitable investment. According to my investigation, an auction is slated to be held in the capital soon. There are over a dozen companies registered to participate, most of which are financial firms. As you know, they are likely interested in the land for collateral purposes. There are hardly any legitimate real estate companies involved." As Fu Yuan spoke, he cautiously observed Ji Yang's expression, feeling somewhat uncertain himself. Torn between the interests of the company and the opinions of his superiors, he found himself in a difficult position. "Let us convene a meeting to discuss this further. Assistant Su, please notify everyone. The directors and above should gather in the conference room in 20 minutes. "Understood." Su Jiao turned to leave, while Fu Yuan slowly set down his teacup. "Mr. Ji, are you truly intent on bidding for the Jinlong steel plant's land?" "Why not?" "But," sighing, Fu Yuan prepared to return to gather the necessary materials. Uncertain of what to say, Fu Yuan rose and, after uttering a brief remark, made his exit. He deeply understood Fu Yuan's current sentiments. Under the existing policies, the endeavor of Jinfeng Real Estate to acquire the land of Jinlong steel plant indeed posed significant risks. Were it not for the firm belief that this land would undergo substantial development, he would not have so hastily made a decision. In the upcoming meeting, it was anticipated that the consensus would be unanimously against the proposition. 20 minutes swiftly elapsed. Once everyone had gathered in the conference room, Ji Yang leisurely rose, leading Su Jiao to the office. Meanwhile, discussions erupted among the attendees. The land of Jinlong steel plant must not be acquired. It is nothing but a hot potato. Whoever takes it on will inevitably face misfortune. Indeed, the location is unfavorable and involves relocation issues. For us, it is merely a wasteland. I wonder what President Ji is thinking. "Fu President, did you not dissuade him?" The crowd engaged in animated discussion, and Fu Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim, mirroring the sentiments of Yang Xiaoyan and Wang Rui. In the next moment, Ji Yang's figure entered the conference room, and the cacophony of voices abruptly fell silent. President Ji, good day, greeted Fu Yuan and Wang Rui, rising first, with the others following suit. "Please, no need for formalities. Everyone take a seat." With a casual wave of his hand, Ji Yang settled into his chair, prompting the rest to do likewise. Prior to entering the conference room, they had been fervently discussing the matter. However, upon Ji Yang's arrival, the atmosphere shifted to one of silence. The stillness of the room left Fu Yuan somewhat unsettled, his anxious gaze continually darting towards Ji Yang. Noticing Ji Yang's reluctance to speak, he finally took the initiative. "President Ji, here is the investigation report on Jinlong steel plant. It occupies an area of 1,300 acres. Accounting for the surrounding land, it should total approximately 1,500 acres. While this may be considered modest in comparison to major steel mills within the country, it undoubtedly represents a significant parcel for a real estate company. 1,500 acres could accommodate several upscale residential complexes. However, the geographical location of Jinlong Steel Plant is entirely unsuitable for investment. President G, what led you to consider acquiring this land? Indeed, others chimed in. Constructing residential areas is out of the question. Hotels and amusement parks also seem ill-fitted. Once acquired, we would be at a loss as to how to utilize it. The discussion resumed, and Jiang casually picked up Fu Yuan's investigative materials, skimming through them briefly. He then closed the file and addressed the assembly. Although the location of Jinlong Steel Plant is less than ideal, its developmental prospects are promising. Promising prospects? President G, have you received any inside information? Sort of, he replied. The land of Jinlong Steel Plant is essential to me. Should it result in losses for the group, I shall bear the responsibility alone. Does anyone have any objections? With the matter laid bare, even Yang Xiaoyan fell silent, and the others were unlikely to voice dissent at that moment. Very well, since there are no objections, the decision is settled. Fu President, you will oversee this personally. The meeting is adjourned. As he turned to leave the conference room, the remaining senior executives exchanged bewildered glances. Fu President, is this feasible? Wang Rue, ever cautious, questioned. Such a substantial investment being so readily affirmed fell to miss. If President G believes it will work, then it shall, Fu Yuan replied, gathering the documents before also departing. With both key leaders having exited, the rest found no reason to remain and promptly vacated the conference room. In a short span, only Wang Rue and Yang Xiaoyan remained. Yang, should we consider calling President G? Yang Xiaoyan mused, her eyes narrowing slightly as she tapped on the conference table. Although she had reservations about Ji Yang, she certainly did not wish to see the group's interest compromised. Wang Rue, let us consult with Fu President. Agreed. The two made their way to Fu Yuan's office, where he was presently engaged with secretary and in arranging work. Upon seeing Yang Xiaoyan and Wang Rue, he gestured for them to take a seat on the client's sofa. A few minutes later, dressed in formal attire, Fu Yuan approached them. Yang Wang, what brings you to me? Before Yang Xiaoyan could respond, Wang Rue eagerly interjected, Fu President. President G's decision seems rather hasty. Should we not call President G to clarify the situation? If President G is involved, he might show some leniency. President G? Fu Yuan chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Do you think I haven't already contacted him? Both Wang Rue and Yang Xiaoyan widened their eyes in disbelief. Fu President, you have already spoken with President G? Of course, he confirmed. What did President G say? Do you wish to hear the outcome or the verbatim? I might as well share a joke with you both. However, at that moment, Wang Rue and Yang Xiaoyan were hardly in the mood for humor, promptly insisting. Or his exact words. The essence was, regarding all matters of Jinfeng real estate, Ji Yang has the final say, even if he wishes to sell the group. I would have no objections. With that succinct statement, Yang Xiaoyan was left speechless, and Wang Rue's jaw dropped in astonishment. If even President Ji expressed such sentiments, there was little point in resisting. Compliance was the only course. What do you think? Do either of you have any further objections? Fu Yuan continued. I have already commenced the establishment of the project team. Should you still have reservations, feel free to call President G to express your concerns. Just be prepared for a reprimand. Pouring tea for the two, Yang Xiaoyan slowly rose. Fu President, I beg your pardon. Since President G has no objections, let us proceed as such. With that, she left the office without a backward glance. Wang Rue, cradling his teacup, silently watched her retreating figure, pondering how they had arrived together. Yet she departed without waiting for him. Fu President, He began to rise but was gently pressed back down by Fu Yuan. Wang Rue, you are well aware of Yang's disposition. She and President G do not see eye to eye. There are certain matters you ought to keep in mind. Fu Yuan's words carried weight, and Wang Rue, having reached his position, was astute enough to grasp the underlying implications. I shall heed your advice, Fu President. You are busy, so I will take my leave. Shortly after Wang Rue exited, Secretarian re-entered, laden with a stack of documents. Back in his office, Ji Yang powered on his computer to review the information. 2 hours had passed. Just as he intended to return to school, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Curiously, he picked it up. Hello, who is this? Ji Yang. Can you not recognize my voice? The voice of his uncle, Ji Lie, resonated through the receiver. Instinctively, Ji Yang moved the phone away, scrutinizing it before placing it back to his ear. Uncle, what brings you to call this number? Shouldn't you be using your mobile? To Ji Yang's inquiry, his uncle offered an impeccable explanation. I merely wished to check if you were in the office. Are you slacking off? Slacking off? Huh. If I were to slack, I could just sleep here in the office. It's far more comfortable than the dormitory. His light-hearted banter momentarily caught Ji Lie off guard, prompting a playful retort. Get lost. You impudent rascal. Being entrusted with the affairs of Jinfeng Real Estate does not afford you the luxury of idleness. I have heard whispers of your intentions to acquire the land belonging to Jinlong's steel factory. Indeed, your resolute reply plunged Jia, on the other end of the line, into a brief silence. Ahem, you young scamp. Your response is refreshingly straightforward. I must inform you that several individuals within the company have begun to express their discontent. As you have only just taken the reins, you must exercise caution in your dealings. Understood. With casual admonitions exchanged, Jia lightly terminated the call. Not a single inquiry was made regarding the Jinlong steel factory land. It was evident that he had tacitly acquiesced to Ji Yang's decisions. Upon placing the phone down and exiting his office, he encountered Su Jiao waiting outside. Upon seeing Ji Yang, she hurriedly trotted over. President Ji, let's go. Take me back to school. After descending in the elevator and being escorted back to the campus, Ji Yang did not immediately return to his dormitory. Instead, he retrieved his phone and dialed Zhou. The first attempt was unsuccessful, but just as Ji Yang prepared to call again, Zhou returned the call. Hello, Zhou. Where are you? Standing by the internal pathway, Ji Yang scanned the distance, searching for Zhou and his companions. Upon learning that they were behind the teaching building, he ended the call and made his way in that direction. He took a shortcut through a small grove of peach blossoms and soon arrived outside the second-floor classroom. Within the spacious room, only Zhou and Zhu Gufeng were present, wielding brooms and dustpans, their faces smeared with grime. As he leisurely entered the classroom, his eyes widened in shock and his mouth fell agape. What on earth are you fellows doing? Cleaning up, Zhou replied. Quickly, go empty that garbage over there. It's about to overflow. Zhu Gufeng indicated the trash can, which was brimming with refuse that had evidently been festering for quite some time, emanating an overpowering stench. Goodness, it's unbearable, Ji Yang exclaimed. Come help me lift this. Indeed, the trash can towered over a meter high, and one could only imagine the contents within. The foul odor was suffocating, and the garbage continued to cascade down despite their efforts to proceed slowly. Zhu Gufeng was diligently picking up the refuse from behind, while Wang Jinggang busied himself rearranging the disheveled desks. Who ordered you to clean this? This is a public classroom. How could it be in such a state of disarray? Ji Yang asked, walking in front of the garbage can with one hand covering his mouth, unwilling to glance back. You'll have to ask Zhou about that. This kid is utterly reckless with money. We're toiling away for a paltry 30 yuan this entire afternoon. I'm not exaggerating. When we first arrived, this place was less a classroom and more a dumping ground. Ugh, it's atrocious. Gasping from the foul air, Ji Yang coughed violently, nearly losing his last meal. Zhou was also filled with regret at this moment. After dumping the trash into the bin outside the teaching building, he finally felt a sense of relief. Phew, that was suffocating. He had hardly dared to take a deep breath along the way. Zhou, just for 30 yuan, you had the audacity to take on an entire classroom? Ji Yang remarked. A proper cleaning job would cost at least 300. Glancing at the trash can beside him, Ji Yang realized it could not be taken back to the classroom without being cleaned first. 30 yuan was indeed far too trivial. I've already contacted him. Today's pay must be 50, not a penny less. Zhou declared, his tone resolute. Zhu Gufeng, clutching his head in disbelief, could hardly fathom such determination over a mere 20 yuan increase. Amused, Ji Yang rubbed his nose, uncertain of how to respond. Zhou's family circumstances were modest, but they were far from destitution. His eagerness to earn money stemmed from pure inclination. Enough of this. Let us not waste time. I'll go wash the bucket. Pinching his nose, Ji Yang lifted the red bucket. After disposing of the rubbish, the stench intensified. Upon entering the lobby and reaching the first-floor restroom, he grabbed a mop and began scrubbing the inside of the trash can. After a thorough cleaning that lasted 5 to 6 minutes, he finally returned to the classroom, where Wang Jinggang had nearly finished rearranging the desks. A final photograph was taken, and the group departed in disarray. We haven't had dinner yet. I'll treat you all tonight. Shall we go for barbecue? Zhou proposed with a flourish, and Wang Jinggang was the first to agree, followed by Zhu Gufeng and Ji Yang. Without even returning to their dormitory, they confidently made their way to the barbecue stall. Zhou, shouldn't we take it back to eat? It's a bit warm out here. The sun had yet to set, and it was slightly warm outside. So Zhu Gufeng's suggestion garnered unanimous support from Ji Yang and Wang Jinggang. All right, let us head back then. Boss, we'd like all the meat skewers we ordered packed up. After about 10 minutes, they returned to the dormitory, carrying a large bag of grilled skewers. Passing by a fruit stall, Ji Yang casually bought a watermelon. Approaching Zhou with a cheerful demeanor while holding the watermelon, he mused, Zhou, what on earth were you thinking? You toiled for an entire afternoon to earn 50 yuan, only to spend 200 on barbecue. Ji Yang, you don't understand. This is akin to an elderly lady wearing floral underpants, spending wisely while also indulging. Wang Jinggang laughed heartily. Zhou Nan's expression darkened. Jinggang, you're the one who wears floral underpants. Their banter continued until, quite serendipitously, they encountered Mu Yangyang and Li Jing while passing a restaurant. Dressed in a short skirt paired with over-the-knee socks, carrying a handbag, and wearing high heels, Mu Yangyang's attire was notably more mature and eye-catching compared to Li Jing. The moment they spotted the two women, the previously jovial group's demeanor shifted dramatically. Instinctively, they edged aside. Are you all heading back to the dormitory? Mu Yangyang did not speak, but Li Jing took the initiative to greet Zhou Nan, as they were relatively familiar with each other, a fact well known throughout the class. Yes, we're on our way back. Where are you headed? Just going out to buy a few things. Noticing the items they were carrying, Li Jing smiled slightly. You all should hurry back. The barbecue will be less enjoyable once it cools down. Oh, then we'll take our leave. Glancing at the skewers in his hand, Zhou Nan quickened his pace, and throughout the encounter, the others remained silent. It wasn't until they had walked a fair distance that the oblivious Wang Jinggang finally spoke up. Zhou Nan, how could you not make a move on such a wonderful girl like Li Jing? Indeed, Zhou Nan, when will your wooden head finally wake up? For what I observe, Li Jing definitely has feelings for you. Each friend chimed in, causing Zhou Nan to turn beet red. How could she possibly have feelings for me? We're just acquaintances, familiar with each other. In any case, let me tell you, opportunities are limited. If you don't seize them, you'll regret it when someone else beats you to it, Jiang advised earnestly, patting Zhou Nan on the shoulder. He vaguely recalled that back in the day, they had ended up together, and later, Li Jing found a boyfriend from her hometown, after which he never heard from her again. For this, Zhou Nan endured considerable torment for a protracted period. This time, if he could seize the opportunity, he was confident that the likelihood of success was significantly high. Just from the gaze that Li Jing cast upon Zhou Nan, anyone with a modicum of discernment could detect the underlying implications. Chapter 30, The Strategist. Ji Yang spoke wisely. It would be prudent for you, my friend, to avoid remorse. Zhu Gufeng swiftly matched Ji Yang's strides. In the midst of Zhou Nan's momentary distraction, Wang Jinggang stealthily approached from behind and lightly patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Don't regret it." With a chuckle, he turned without a backward glance and departed. Watching the retreating figures of the three, Zhou Nan hesitated momentarily and glanced back in the direction Li Jing had left. Regret? No, absolutely not. After muttering this to himself, Zhou Nan shifted his gaze into the distance. Wait for me, you guys. Upon returning to the dormitory, the group settled down to enjoy skewers, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. Halfway through their meat skewers, Ji Yang rose to unveil a watermelon, opting not to cut it into pieces. He shared half with Zhou Nan, while the other half was handed to Zhu Gufeng and Wang Jinggang. Each consumed a quarter. Is it possible that we might suffer from an upset stomach? Wang Jinggang quipped. If you're concerned about that, I can help you finish your share. As he spoke, Wang Jinggang reached out to snatch the watermelon from Zhu Gufeng's hands. Sensing the impending betrayal, Zhu Gufeng swiftly pivoted, clutching the watermelon and darting towards the balcony, ensuring he securely closed the balcony door behind him. Jinggang, you little rascal. You still want more? Just watch. Gufeng, open the door and leave some for me. After a solid minute of holding on, Zhu Gufeng, unable to consume any more, finally opened the balcony door, rushed in, and seized the watermelon. Upon seeing a significant bite taken out of it, Wang Jingang's frustration flared. He raised his leg, ready to confront Zhu Gufeng. Wait, Jinggang, all of this is yours. I won't eat anymore. Too late. Setting down the watermelon, the two began to tussle, while Jiang and Zhou Nan leisurely sat by, utterly unfazed. Jiang, in a few days, we plan to submit our resumes. Would you like to join us? Zhou Nan suddenly inquired earnestly, gazing at Jiang while gnawing on his meat skewer. At this moment, Wang Jinggang and Zhu Gufeng, who had been playfully wrestling, instinctively halted and returned to their seats. Isn't there a job fair coming up soon? Aren't you going to wait? No more waiting. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. We must act promptly. The three of us have already agreed to submit some resumes in the coming days to test the waters. You shouldn't hesitate. Just join us. What do you say? Zhou Nan set down his wooden skewer, while Wang Jinggang and Zhu Gufeng fixed their gazes on Ji Yang with identical expressions. I. What do you mean, I? You're not still contemplating the Qingtian group, are you? How about this, Ji Yang? Prepare a few resumes to submit to Qingtian group. What do you think? Zhu Gufeng's suggestion had indeed crossed Ji Yang's mind. With Su Qingxue expecting, given her character, she would undoubtedly not relinquish her work easily. The only way to support her would be to join Qingtian group. As for Jinfeng Real Estate, with Fu Yuan involved, a visit now and then would suffice. As long as the company remains on the right track, Jin Feng Real Estate Group would only grow stronger, especially since he possessed both experience and the uncanny ability to foresee outcomes. Joining Qing Tian Group has crossed my mind. However, with our current capabilities, we may not pass their interview. What do you think? That's true. Qing Tian Group is a publicly listed company, but Ji Yang, don't be disheartened. If you can't land a better position, surely there will be opportunities for lesser roles. After all, the benefits are quite similar. Positions like security, cleaning, and driving shouldn't be too stringent, right? Gufeng, you truly live up to your reputation as a strategist. For our internship, you want Ji Yang to work as a security guard, driver, and cleaner? Is that appropriate? Hearing Zhu Gufeng's words, Wang Jinggang was utterly speechless, and Zhou Nan shook his head in agreement. Indeed, that is quite inappropriate. While the three continued their banter, they failed to notice Ji Yang's eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. A driver? That isn't entirely out of the question. If worst comes to worst, security or cleaning would suffice. With a chuckle, Ji Yang promptly prepared his resume, finding a moment to work on it. In no time, he had crafted a resume. No way, Ji Yang. Are you feeling unwell? Have you lost your senses? You truly intend to apply for the positions of security guard and driver at Qingtian Group? In shock, Zhounan reached out to touch Ji Yang's forehead, then checked his own. Your temperature seems normal. Casually shutting the laptop, Ji Yang leisurely rose. It doesn't have to be just a driver. I've also applied to other departments. Wow, love, the great love. Ji Yang, if I were Su Qingxue, I would be moved to tears. Raising his hands in dramatic fashion, Zhu Gufeng expressed his sentiments, unaware that behind him, Wang Jinggang was poised for action. Seizing the moment, Zhu Gufeng raised his hands. Wang Jinggang swiftly crouched down and yanked Zhu Gufeng's pants down to his ankles. A sudden chill enveloped his lower half, causing him to shudder before hastily pulling his pants up. What the hell, Wang Jinggang, you pulled my pants down. After a night's sleep, the next morning, they prepared for class. With very few classes remaining in the first half of their senior year, the classroom was only half filled, and the professor showed no inclination to take attendance. At noon, as they exited the classroom, they planned to head to the cafeteria when they spotted Su Qingxue. Ji Yang halted in his tracks, his gaze fixated on her stunning figure, almost doubting his own vision. Ji Yang, what are you dawdling for? Let's go. Zhou Nan and the others turned back upon noticing Ji Yang standing still, and they too retraced their steps. Upon seeing the distant Su Qingxue and Wan Shaoling, the trio instantly lost their composure. Oh my goodness. Su General Manager? What a coincidence. Not only was Su Qingxue present, but also several directors from the school, the vice president, and a few individuals in suits. From their positioning, they appeared to be leaders from Qingtian Group. As they watched the group approach, Zhounan tugged at Ji Yang's arm, and they slowly stepped aside. Just then, Su Qingxue noticed them. Upon spotting Ji Yang, she appeared somewhat taken aback. Her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and her exquisite face bore a hint of confusion as she stopped to say something. General Manager Su, I would like to discuss the recruitment quota for the graduate school with you further. The current employment environment is indeed challenging, but I can assure you that the students trained by our school are all exceptional talents. The vice president continued speaking, oblivious to the fact that Su Qingxue's attention had shifted to Ji Yang. Chapter 31. The Sense of Being Pampered. General Manager Su, Wan Shaoling, the assistant, reminded her, and Su Qingxue gradually returned to her senses. Casting a glance at Ji Yang, she resumed walking forward. I'm sorry, what were you just saying? Watching Su Qingxue and her entourage leave, a smile crept onto Ji Yang's lips. It was evident from Su Qingxue's earlier actions that she intended to engage him in conversation. Considering perhaps the presence of Zhou Nan and the others nearby, or for reasons unknown, the decision was ultimately made to relinquish the matter. Hiss, Ji Yang, why do I get the feeling that Su Qingxue's gaze towards you is rather peculiar? Have you offended her in some way? Zhou Nan mused, stroking his chin in a puzzled manner. Wang Jinggang, interjecting from the side, remarked, need it even be said? You already crossed her at the last seminar. Ji Yang, receiving the weighty concern of his companions, was reminded that while being scolded was trivial, they were genuinely worried about him getting beaten up. Do be cautious, he said earnestly, patting Ji Yang's shoulder as they continued their journey to the school cafeteria. After lunch, with the afternoon free, Zhou Nan and the others agreed to spend their time in the dormitory submitting resumes. They diligently submitted applications to every company they could think of throughout the entire afternoon. Only Ji Yang, however, chose to send his resume to the Qingtian Group. Positions at publicly listed companies typically undergo background checks after passing interviews, but for more commonplace roles, such scrutiny is often unnecessary. For the few positions he applied for, let alone background checks, the interviewers couldn't even be bothered to examine the specifics of his resume. Ding, ding, ding. At 4:30 in the afternoon, a phone call unexpectedly rang. Upon recognizing the number, Ji-young rose and stepped onto the balcony. Hello. Do you have time this evening? Su king su es familiar bois resenatif. Recalling their encounter earlier that day, Ji-young sensed she must have a matter to discuss. Yes. Can you come out? I'm by the library. The library? All right, I'll be right there. Upon hearing that Su Qingxue was at the school library, Ji-young opened the balcony door, casually greeted his friends, and swiftly departed. Walking briskly, he soon arrived near the library. In the distance, Su Qingxue, clad in a flowing black dress, stood poised, her raven hair elegantly styled atop her head. Wearing canvas boots, she radiated a fresh and captivating aura. With her phone in hand, she appeared to be alone. One might easily mistake her for a junior or senior student. As she scanned her surroundings, her gaze quickly fell upon Ji-young, prompting her to step forward. Can you accompany me home for dinner this evening? Sure, Ji-young replied straightforwardly. Are you planning to introduce me to your parents? His candid remark caused a blush to bloom on Su Qingxue's cheeks. While she indeed intended that, Ji-young's bluntness rendered her somewhat bashful and anxious. Rather than confronting his words directly, she softly responded, I want you to meet my grandfather. All right, but shouldn't we buy something beforehand? Last time, we arrived empty-handed. Su Qingxue might not be aware of the customary decorum for such visits. Yes, if it's convenient for you. Let us go shopping now. Okay, let us go. She readily agreed without a hint of hesitation, and Ji-young noted her somewhat dazed admiration as she gazed at him. Truth be told, his willingness was somewhat unexpected. Under normal circumstances, one might assume Ji-young would feel nervous, at least hesitating momentarily. Yet he acquiesced without a second thought. Aren't we supposed to be shopping? If we don't hurry, we might run out of time. It was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and shopping would take at least over an hour. As they walked towards the school gate, their side-by-side presence attracted the attention of many classmates. This was primarily due to Su Qingxue's striking beauty and grace. Every passerby couldn't help but steal a few glances. The car was parked along the roadside of the school, and once they got in, they headed straight to the nearest shopping mall. What is your grandfather like? He enjoys drinking tea. After perusing the first floor of the mall, they arrived at a specialty tea shop, where Ji-young selected a premium tea set and prepared to check out. To his surprise, Su Qingxue swiftly intervened. Shouldn't I be the one paying? I could do it too. Let's pick out some liquor. You take the tea. The attendant accepted the tea from Ji-young's hands and followed Su Qingxue as she continued forward. They gradually accumulated an array of beverages and tea. Feeling satisfied with their haul, Ji-young transferred the items to the trunk. Just as he was about to leave, he realized Su Qingxue intended to return to the mall once more. Is there anything else you need to buy? I plan to select some clothes. Clothes? Quietly trailing behind her, they returned to the first floor, browsed for a while, and then took the escalator to the second floor. Just when Ji-young assumed Su Qingxue was going to choose something for herself, she gracefully turned and entered a menswear store. Hello, welcome. A sales assistant approached them enthusiastically, and Su Qingxue began to carefully select items. Who are you buying clothes for? Ji-young inquired, puzzled. Holding up a shirt, she turned to him and, with her sparkling eyes, softly declared, for you. This shirt and those pants over there. We need to try them on. Certainly, madam. Please hold on a moment. Assessing Ji-young's physique, the attendant departed to retrieve the clothing and return to the fitting room area. Go ahead and try on the clothes, see if they fit. Ji-young had not anticipated Su Qingxue will be buying clothes for him. He took the 2 items into the fitting room, tried them on, and stepped out to appraise himself in the mirror, finding the fit quite satisfactory. Su Qingxue approached to help adjust the back, scrutinizing him anew, and nodded in approval. Not bad. Please wrap the old clothes for us, and let us check out. All right, coming right up. Stepping out of the mall clad in brand new attire, Ji-young wore a somewhat peculiar expression. Su Qingxue placed the clothing in the back seat and, turning around, noticed Ji-young's demeanor. What's wrong? She asked, her eyes blinking with confusion. Nothing. Just a strange sense of being pampered. His sudden realization brought a smile to Su Qingxue's face. You're quite confident. Opening the passenger door, Ji-young took his seat and fastened his seatbelt. Observing this, Su Qingxue smiled faintly before proceeding to the driver's seat. Following the navigation's directions, they set off towards the Fuyuan Shangjing Villa District. When we meet my grandfather later, try not to be too nervous. He may appear stern, but he is quite amiable. Also, regarding the baby, please don't mention anything to him, and let us keep our marriage certificate under wraps. Although it was Ji-young who was visiting his elders, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Su Qingxue felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Were it not for her grandfather's pressure for marriage and her aunt's insistence on arranging blind dates, she wouldn't have so hastily agreed to bring Ji-young home. Chapter 32, First Love. Don't worry, I understand everything. Gripping the steering wheel, Ji Yong contemplated how to convey to grandfather Su that his precious granddaughter was carrying his child, fearing the old man might take drastic measures. Calling for an ambulance ahead of time seemed a prudent choice. After relaying these thoughts, the car fell into a comfortable silence, with Su Qingxue refraining from further conversation. Inside the Fuyuan Shengjing villa, elder Su Qingbai sat regally in the main seat, flanked by Su Gaoyuan on his left and a woman standing beside him. Dressed in a simple white casual outfit, her striking features suggested she was in her 30s, with a hint of kindness in her gaze. Across from them sat Su Fengxia, accompanied by a boy who appeared to be around 16 or 17. Dad, is it true that Qingxue has a boyfriend? I find it hard to believe. This child wouldn't be trying to placate us with some random guy just to avoid our matchmaking efforts, would she? As the conversation unfolded, a fleeting glance was cast towards Su Gaoyuan, who seemed poised to speak but was promptly restrained by Du Xiaowan's timely intervention. Upon noticing the subtle cue from his wife, Su Gaoyuan obediently sealed his lips. Fengxia, you are overthinking it. That girl Qingxue wouldn't resort to enlisting a stranger to deceive me, Du Xiaowan remarked lightly. Despite being in her 30s and younger than Su Fengxia, she held the title of sister-in-law, and even the elder Su Fengxia was obliged to show her respect. It's her first visit. Let us be mindful and ensure proper etiquette is observed. Father, you need not worry. We understand, Du Xiaowan replied in accordance with the elder's sentiments, prompting a satisfied nod from Su Qingtai. Fengxia, please check in the kitchen to see how the dinner preparations are faring. Gaoyuan, accompany me to the study. Once Su Qingtai and Su Gaoyuan had departed, Su Fengxia finally rose, and upon noticing this, Du Xiaowan stood as well. Fengxia, I will accompany you. Thank you, sister-in-law. We are family. No need for such formalities. Helping, place safely in the living room. Got it, he responded, and the two women made their way to the kitchen together. After more than half an hour, the car came to a steady halt outside a villa. As the sliding door opened slowly, Ji Yong parked the vehicle and disembarked alongside Su Qingxue. Before they could retrieve their belongings from the trunk, Su Fengxia and Du Xiaowan had already hurried out. Qingxue, it's been ages. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. Have you not been eating well? Du Xiaowan affectionately ruffled Su Qingxue's hair, her familiarity and warmth surpassing that of her biological aunt, Su Fengxia. Aunt cousin, you both are here. Have my second uncle and uncle arrived? Ji Yong remained silent, while Su Qingxue greeted them with a smile. Your second uncle is in the study with your grandfather. He is unaware of your arrival. Your uncle will come over shortly. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Qingxue turned to Ji Yong, and both Su Fengxia and Du Xiaojuan's gazes fixated on him. Aunt, cousin, allow me to introduce. This is Ji Yong, my boyfriend. As she uttered the words boyfriend, her gaze faltered, unable to meet Ji Yong's eyes, and her face flushed crimson in front of her aunt and sister-in-law. Greetings, cousin and aunt. Su Qingxue introduced him, and Ji Yong promptly acknowledged the two elders. Hello, Su Fengxia responded casually, while Aunt Du Xiaowan regarded Ji Yong with a knowing expression. Indeed, they are well matched. Just earlier in the living room, we were speculating whether this girl would bring home a fake boyfriend to deceive us. Now it appears we were mistaken. A false boyfriend. How could he make our Qingxue blush so? Wouldn't you agree, Fengxia? Du Xiaowan's playful remarks deepened the flush on Su Qingxue's cheeks, rendering even her earlobes a bright red. Ji Yong instinctively touched his nose, feeling a bit bashful as well. Accompanying his girlfriend to meet her family felt akin to a maiden's first journey in a bridal sedan chair. Qingxue, your grandfather and second uncle are awaiting you at home. We should return quickly. There's no need to retrieve the items. We have all we need at home. Just leave in the car. Su Fengxia's statement elicited frowns from everyone present as Su Qingxue's blush gradually dissipated, replaced by confusion. Sensing the atmosphere shift, Aunt Du Xiaowan bypassed the two and headed straight for the trunk. Fengxia, what are you saying? We cannot leave the items behind. However, I must say, Qingxue and Ji Yong, you two have brought quite an abundance. Come, help us carry them inside. With Aunt Du Xiaowan personally retrieving items from the trunk, Ji Yong and Su Qingxue followed closely behind. Aunt, let me take care of that. Just leave it to me. All right, I'll handle these two. Thus, Ji Yong carried 4 gift boxes, while the remaining items were entrusted to Su Qingxue and her aunt. By the time Su Fengxia reached the trunk, it was devoid of any contents. Upon entering the living room, grandfather Su Qingtai had yet to emerge. Aunt Du Xiaowan went to summon him, and in less than a minute, the elderly man appeared, leaning on his cane. Ha ha ha, Qingxue has returned. Ji Yong, come sit. Thank you, grandfather. Once Su Qingtai had taken a seat, Ji Yong followed suit. You two children have brought so many items home? Su Qingtai's gaze immediately fell upon the gift boxes in the distance. We weren't certain what you would like, so after chatting with Qingxue, we brought you some tea. Yes, And we selected 2 bottles of wine for you as well. Wine? Upon hearing this, Su Gaoyuan hesitated slightly as he stood. Father, are you sure you should drink? Your health, grandfather. Considering your condition, it might be best to abstain from alcohol. Ji Yong doesn't drink either, Su Qingshu interjected, glancing at Ji Yong. In the past, her beloved granddaughter's words would have been heeded without question, but today was different. You little girl, the doctor advised me to limit my alcohol intake. I have abstained for an entire year, a little one hurt. Hurry and fetch the wine. The old man was insistent, and Su Gaoyuan had no choice but to comply, turning towards the wine cabinet. Before long, a bottle of aged wine was placed on the dining table. Ji Yong, we're yet to learn where your hometown is. How many are there in your family? What business do your parents engage in? Su Fengxia smiled slightly, firing off 3 inquiries in succession. Having prepared for this moment, Ji Yong responded with composure. Aunt, my hometown is in the capital. There are 3 of us in the family, my parents and I. The last question remained unaddressed, not due to reluctance, but owing to uncertainty about how to articulate it. The family business was extensive, spanning various sectors, making it difficult to pinpoint a primary focus. Ji Yong, here is some water. Thank you, Aunt. No need for thanks. Du Xiaowan handed him a glass of water and, glancing at Su Qingshu, jested, this girl Qingshu has never dated before. Despite her beauty, she is an absolute blank slate when it comes to matters of the heart. Ji Yong, you're her first love, you know? Aunt Su Qingshu cast a reproachful glance at Du Xiaowan, leaning closer and whispering, could you be a bit more serious? What do you mean I'm not serious? You cheeky girl, how dare you say your aunt isn't serious? The 2 appeared to be engaged in a private conversation, yet everyone around could hear them clearly. Su Gaoyuan looked at his wife and niece with a sense of helplessness, while the elder Su Qingtai simply chuckled heartily. Chapter 33, Ignorance of Etiquette. All right, you 2. The younger generation should not act so informally, nor should the elders. Dinner is nearly ready. Let us proceed to the dining room. Su Gaoyuan found himself at a loss with his wife, who was significantly younger than him. Their relationship with Su Qingshu did not resemble that of an aunt and niece, but rather that of 2 close sisters, often leaving him a loss for words. Fengxia, could you please call Jinyu and inquire how much longer he will take? Oh, I'll reach out to him right away. Su Fengxia picked up her phone and stepped aside to call her husband, Wang Jinyu. Meanwhile, Wang Haoping, seated on the sofa, wore a perplexed expression on his dark face as he glanced at Ji Yong with a rather unfriendly gaze. What do you do for a living? Ji Yong was taken aback by the unexpected query from his counterpart. I'm still in university. Still studying? So you haven't started working yet? I suppose that's accurate, he replied lightly, showing little concern for Wang Haoping. However, after just a few exchanges, Wang Haoping's face was already etched with disdain. I really don't understand what my sister is thinking. Clearly, my brother Tian Lei is far more accomplished. Why would she choose someone like you? Upon hearing this, Su Qingshu's eyes flashed with evident anger, while Su Gaoyuan, glancing at the elder, quickly rose to stand before his nephew. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Go stand over there. He patted Wang Haoping's shoulder, prompting him to reluctantly move aside. Ji Yong, please don't take offense. He's just a young lad who doesn't understand manners. Ji Yong remained silent. To be honest, he truly didn't mind, as his attention was solely focused on Su Qingshu. Haoping, is this how your parents raised you? Completely lacking in decorum? The elder, Su Qingbo, uttered these words, causing Wang Haoping to lower his head. He may assert dominance at home, but in front of his grandfather, he dared not act defiantly. Facing the reprimand, he could only bow his head in submission. Just then, Su Fengxia returned after a call. Dad, Jinyu will need a few more minutes. Shall we sit down for now? What was initially a mere gesture of politeness turned into a command as the elder, Su Qingbo, stood up. Let us head to the dining room. Dad, allow me to assist you. Su Gaoyuan supported Su Qingbo as they walked ahead, with Ji Yong and the others following behind. Su Fengxia stood still, her expression somewhat displeased. Yet, without further comment, she took her son Wang Haoping by the hand and proceeded to the dining room. Ji Yong, the dishes prepared are all home-cooked. Don't be too formal. Let us serve the food. Open the wine. Su Gaoyuan uncorked the wine and set the decanter aside, while the housekeeper brought the prepared dishes to the table. In front of everyone, Su Gaoyuan filled Su Qingbo's glass first, and then proceeded to pour wine for Ji Yong. Second uncle, I can manage myself. Nonsense. Let me pour you. Your grandfather just said we're family. No need for formality. Come on. After some persuasion from second uncle Su Gaoyuan, Ji Yong had no choice but to rise, lift his glass, and accept the filling. As they dined and conversed, it became apparent that grandfather Su Qingbo enjoyed drinking. Within mere moments, his glass was emptied. Second uncle Su Gaoyuan accompanied him in toasting, and Ji Yong followed suit, consuming the entirety of his drink. Su Qingxue was engaged in a lively conversation with her aunt, Du Xiaowan, but occasionally cast worried glances at Ji Yang, her beautiful eyes reflecting concern. She knew her grandfather's capacity for alcohol, yet she was less certain about Ji Yang's tolerance. What if he ended up inebriated? Qingxue, don't fret. If he drinks too much, he could just stay the night here. There are plenty of rooms, Du Xiaowan reassured, noticing Su Qingxue's anxiety. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, just as Ji Yang was enjoying his time with the two elders, his uncle, Wang Jinyu, ambled in leisurely. Dressed in a white t-shirt and shorts with slippers on his feet, he stood at around 1.7 meters tall and weighed nearly 200 pounds, giving an impression of being rather unsteady. Dad, I'm sorry for being late. It's not too late. Take a seat, Su Qingbo replied with a smile, gesturing for Wang Jinyu to sit down. Observing this, Su Gaoyuan picked up the wine to refill Wang Jinyu's glass. Second brother, it's all right. I'm not in the mood for drinking today. Just enjoy a drink with Dad. Feeling slighted by his brother-in-law's dismissal, Su Gaoyuan did not press the matter. Very well. As you wish. Su Qingxue made no effort to introduce Ji Yang, and he, too, felt disinclined to engage, aware that Su Fengxia's family might harbor some reservations towards him. He had no desire to waste his warmth on a cold reception. His silence, however, did not prevent Wang Jinyu from speaking. After casually sampling a few dishes, he leaned back in his chair. So, you must be Qingxue's friend. You seem quite spirited. What's your major? Still in school. Still in school? Wang Jinyu paused momentarily, then chuckled. Oh, my apologies. I assumed you had already graduated and entered the workforce. Which university do you attend? Yenda University, Ji Yang replied succinctly, without any superfluous chatter. That's a decent school. After a few casual exchanges, Wang Jinyu sensed Ji Yang's lack of interest in further conversation and returned to his meal. Ji Yang continued to drink with Su Qingbo and Su Gaoyuan. After approximately half an hour, the Su Fengxia family rose to leave. Dad, it's getting late, and Haoping has school tomorrow. We should head back, Wang Jinyu said as he stood, with his son promptly following suit. Take care on the road, Du Xiaowan said as she stood to see them off. Su Qingxue and Ji Yang initially prepared to rise as well, but were pressed back down by grandfather Su Qingbo. You're not outsiders. No need to see them off. Continue eating. Goodbye, grandfather. Goodbye, aunt. Wang Haoping waved as the Su Fengxia family departed the living room. Once in the car, Wang Jinyu's previously calm expression was now filled with anger as he forcefully opened the car door and angrily took his place in the driver's seat. Su Fengxia, seated in the passenger seat, bore a similarly displeased countenance. Noticing her parents' irritation, Wang Haoping obediently settled into the back seat, remaining silent. Fengxia, you all are being unreasonable. I am, after all, an elder. You invited me over and started eating without waiting for me? Is it too much to ask for a little respect? Buckling his seatbelt and starting the car, Wang Jinyu spoke through clenched teeth, his anger palpable. Let's not bring this up, Su Fengxia retorted, equally incensed. What time did I say I'd call you? Why are you always late? We waited for you for over half an hour. Sighing deeply, Wang Jinyu reflected. I had hoped to introduce Tian Lei to Qingxue, but it seems she has already found a boyfriend. Given the current situation, it appears we can forget about any future involvement with Qing Tian Group. Mention of Qing Tian Group gradually calmed Wang Jinyu, who tightened his grip on the steering wheel and sighed again. I don't know what they were thinking, choosing such a boyfriend. He lacks both wealth and influence. Yet, it seems grandfather is quite satisfied with him. Chapter 34. Should I cry? Beneath the coffee table lay a clean cup. Before Ji Yang could reach for it, Su Qingxue approached the table, bending slightly to retrieve a brand new crystal cup. After washing in the kitchen, she placed it before Ji Yang. We don't have much here. Do you need me to get you some hangover soup? She was well aware of her grandfather's drinking capacity. To exaggerate, one might say he could drink 1,000 cups without becoming inebriated. Accompanying him for drinks was indeed no light task. Forget the hangover soup. I'll just have some water. It's quite late. Do you need a rest? She asked, raising the water cup and gesturing towards Su Qingxue. As the clock approached 11 at night, with the promise of an early workday looming, it was prudent to retire for the night. Your room, the one on the left. I have tidied up for you. Do get some rest, she remarked, gesturing towards the freshly arranged bedroom. With an elegant turn, Su Qingxue returned to her own chamber. In the vast living room, only Ji Yang remained, his head slightly heavy, yet his thoughts remained clear. After all, he had indulged in quite a bit of wine, and it was only natural to feel some effects. After downing several glasses of water, feeling a bit more comfortable in his throat, he made his way to the bedroom, as indicated by Su Qingxue. The room was not overly spacious, yet the bed was immaculate and well kept. As for the bathroom, It was evident it had yet to be used. The protective film on the smart toilet remained intact. After a soothing hot shower, the effects of the alcohol soon took their toll, and within mere minutes of lying down, he succumbed to a deep slumber. In the dead of night, he made 2 trips to the restroom, and upon awakening again, it was already 8:30 the following morning. 8:30 already? He mused, surprised by the length of his slumber. The last time he had visited the restroom was just before 3, and he had managed to sleep for a solid 5 or 6 hours thereafter. Dressed and ready, he opened his bedroom door to find the expansive living room enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. "Qingxue? Su Qingxue? Are you there?" he called, resting a hand on the sofa. Yet, after several calls went unanswered, Ji Yang reluctantly turned his gaze towards the bedroom. "Su Qingxue?" he called from the threshold, but received no response. He knocked gently on the door, only to be met with the same resounding silence. "Not in, huh?" he muttered to himself, placing his palm against the door and exerting a bit of pressure, causing it to swing open. The pale blue bed was tidy, clothes hanging on the balcony. Yet the room felt desolate, void of any presence. Retreating back to the living room, as Ji Yang pondered where Su Qingxue might have gone, a sticky note in the corner of the coffee table caught his attention. The handwriting was neat and clear, revealing a message: "I have gone to work. Please leave on your own accord when you wake up. Su Qingxue." "Work, huh?" He chuckled softly, impressed by her earnestness. He absent-mindedly tucked the note into his pocket. And with Su Qingxue absent from the house, he decided not to linger any longer. After a quick drink of water, he exited the living room, closing the door behind him. With nothing particular on his agenda, he returned to campus, but before he could even step through the school gates, a call from Zhounan rang through. "Hello, what is up?" He answered, suspecting it was about his whereabouts the previous night. However, it turned out his assumptions were misguided. Zhounan merely urged him to check the class group chat for new information before hanging up. The class group chat? Pausing in his tracks, he opened the group chat to find a notification from their instructor announcing a class meeting scheduled for 10 that morning. The specifics were vague, as he only mentioned that no one should take leave without a valid reason. After a brief glance at the messages, Ji Yang stuffed his phone back into his pocket. Recalling the numerous meetings held during their senior year, especially as the winter break approached, he anticipated 2 or 3 meetings weekly, with the primary focus being the upcoming internships. Upon returning to the dormitory, he coincidentally bumped into Zhounan and a few others as they prepared to head out. "Hey, Ji Yang, what a coincidence. Where were you last night? You disappeared," one of them exclaimed. He opened his mouth to fabricate an explanation, but the trio seemed disinterested in his reply. With Zhounan leading the way out of the dormitory, Zhu Gafeng and Wang Jinggang followed suit. "Ji Yang, have you had breakfast yet?" "Not yet." "Perfect timing. Let us grab breakfast together. We have a meeting after, you know. By the way, did you see the message from the instructor in the class group? A sudden meeting. Wonder what it's about? They're not assigning us tasks, are they?" Wang Jinggang speculated, tilting his head in thought, only to receive a dismissive eye roll from Zhounan. "Assign us tasks? You think this is the 60s or 70s? In this day and age, with graduate students everywhere and undergraduates aplenty." He began, but quickly covered his mouth, realizing the potential implications. As they chatted while descending the stairs, Ji Yang pushed open the door to their dormitory. The notion of task assignments was indeed implausible. However, the sudden class meeting likely pertained to their internships. Indeed, Ji Yang makes a valid point. I sense the same. Zhu Gafeng nodded in agreement as the 4 strolled towards a nearby eatery. At this hour, the restaurant was not overly crowded, and they procured several breakfast items before finding a seat. After finishing their breakfast amidst light banter, the 4 exited the restaurant, heading towards the teaching building. "It's still early. Shall we take a stroll outside for a bit? It's too hot out. Better to head to the classroom." "Then to the classroom it is." As they entered the teaching building, Zhounan reached out to push open the classroom door, only to swiftly shut it again. "Zhounan, what are you doing? Go inside," Wang Jinggang exclaimed, startled by the sudden closure. As he attempted to bypass Zhounan to open the door, he was stopped, and before he could explain, the door swung open. The 3 were taken aback when they saw who emerged. Mu Yangyang, her cheeks flushed, hair slightly tousled, hands clasped nervously, her eyes betraying her anxiety. "You're here, so early?" Wang Jinggang awkwardly chuckled, but before he could finish his sentence, a man appeared behind Mu Yangyang. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and gray shorts, his feet adorned with white sneakers, it was none other than Yu Feng, someone they had encountered previously. Upon seeing Yu Feng, Wang Jingyang's expression shifted from friendly to cold in an instant. Zhounan, awkwardly scratching his nose, stealthily sidled over to Ji Yang. "Hello, everyone. Nice to see you again," Yu Feng greeted with a smile, yet Zhu Gafeng and the others were far from welcoming. "What are you doing here? This is a public classroom. Why shouldn't I be here? I was once a student here too." Is it unreasonable for me to sit in? He shrugged casually, sensing the hostility emanating from Zhu Gufeng, who was clearly displeased. In the spacious classroom, it was just the two of them, after Ji Yang and his friend arrived. Mu Yangyang quickly took Yufeng by the hand and left the classroom, perhaps to avoid suspicion or for some other reason. Once the pair departed, Zhounan scoffed in frustration as he plopped down. I can't believe this. Zhounan, what did you see when you opened the door? What else could it be? A solitary man and woman in a room together. What do you think? His candid thoughts slipped out, and Zhu Gufeng patted Zhounan on the shoulder, prompting him to realize his oversight. Oh, well, actually, it's nothing. I didn't see anything. Didn't see anything? He cautiously glanced at Ji Yang, relieved to find no signs of anger, and felt an internal sigh of relief. The previous scene had indeed been rather awkward. He had not anticipated such familiarity between the two, especially knowing the classroom had surveillance cameras. Ji Yang, are you all right? Wang Jinggang approached, lowering his voice and casting a furtive glance at Ji Yang. His question had been casual, and Zhounan's response had been instinctive. They had not fully considered the implications. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile yet. When did the three of you become so cautious? Is everything truly all right? Wang Jinggang still harbored some uncertainty. Must I be in trouble to warrant your concern? Should I shed a few tears for you? Ji Yang responded with a nonchalant smile, exuding an air of ease. Observing this, Wang Jinggang and the others were finally convinced. With 40 to 50 minutes remaining until 10 o'clock, the four of them sat together, engaging in light-hearted conversation about job hunting. Chapter 35. Learning how to be the other woman? As the time drew near, students began to enter the classroom in droves. To everyone's surprise, Mu Yangyang strolled in alongside Yufeng, boldly taking a seat at the front of the classroom. The sudden appearance of these unfamiliar individuals sparked curiosity among the classmates. Who is that guy? No idea. Did he walk into the wrong classroom? Doesn't he seem like it? He appears to know Mu Yangyang. Mu Yangyang? Upon noticing the person seated next to Mu Yangyang, a wave of inexplicable gossip surged through the students. Wang Jinggang, known for his short temper and directness, erupted. What does this mean? We're having our own class meeting. Why bring an outsider? Seeing Mu Yangyang take a seat with Yufeng ignited an unexplainable fury within him, as he felt compelled to defend Ji Yang. Perhaps his voice was a touch too loud, as Yufeng and Mu Yangyang, seated in the front row, turned simultaneously. Mu Yangyang merely cast a casual glance before averting her gaze, while the proud Yufeng clearly could not tolerate this affront. What do you mean by that? He retorted. From the moment we first met, you've been sardonic. How peculiar. Are we not allowed to speak the truth? With one hand resting on the desk, Wang Jinggang shot a cold, mocking glance at Yufeng. His gaze shifted back to Ji Yang. You've been targeting me all along. Could it be that you regret a peaceful breakup and are now consumed by embarrassment? Truth be told, this isn't anyone's fault but your own for not being exceptional enough. Ji Yang lifted his head, his expression impassive as he directed his gaze at Yufeng. Throughout this exchange, he had remained silent, yet the hostility was directed at him. What peaceful breakup? It's the first time I've encountered someone so brazenly claiming the role of a backup. Zhounan's words struck a chord, striving to maintain his composure. Yufeng was instantly thrown off balance by the remark. Who are you calling a backup? The indignation of being labeled as the other woman was palpable within him. Whoever it is knows who they are. This is a classroom. We have no desire to engage in a dispute with you. You'd best behave. If you continue to provoke us, do not blame us for being rude. Zhounan and Zhu Gufeng moved closer to Wang Jinggang, and with Ji Yang, who had remained silent, Yufeng's previously audacious demeanor diminished significantly. Seeing the potential for conflict, the class monitor, seated by the door, decisively stood up. All right, Jinggang, Gufeng, please take your seats. If you're not a member of our class, I kindly ask you to leave. We are about to commence our meeting. As class monitor, it was his duty to intervene, appearing impartial on the surface, yet inwardly leaning towards Wang Jinggang and the others. After all, they had shared 4 years together. I'm sorry, but I have already committed to attending your meeting. Teacher Zhao personally invited me. Do you have the authority to expel me? As Yufeng's words fell, a balding middle-aged man entered the classroom, a notebook in hand. Upon entering, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Approaching the podium, he scanned the room. What transpired? Are there any disagreements? Director, is this person someone you invited? The class monitor inquired, puzzled. Indeed, I invited him. You're all in your 4th year. The school is facilitating career guidance for you, and Yufeng is an outstanding graduate. He is your senior. He is perfectly suited to provide you with employment guidance. Does anyone have any objections? With an air of calmness, Teacher Zhao concluded, and Yufeng's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Wang Jinggang still wished to voice his thoughts, but Zhu Gufeng restrained his wrist. Continuing this altercation would not only elevate Yufeng's delight, but could also provoke the director's displeasure, which would be counterproductive. Since there are no objections, Yufeng, please come up. and introduce yourself briefly. All right. Brimming with self-satisfaction, Yu Feng approached the podium, casting a haughty glance around the room. In the front row, Mu Yangyang, adorned with exquisite makeup and elegant long legs crossed, observed Yu Feng with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes, since she had tacitly allowed him to pursue her. She had no regrets whatsoever. In the few months spent with Yu Feng, she had gained more insight than the years spent alongside Ji Yang. Hello everyone. I am Yu Feng. I graduated from Yendi University several years ahead of you. I graduated just as you entered your first year. Currently, I work as a supervisor at a financial firm. What was initially expected to be a brief self-introduction turned into a lengthy monologue, leaving the podium director visibly uncomfortable. Eventually, he had to interject and remind him, Yu Feng excels in both academics and character, and he is indeed your senior. During this period, you may humbly learn from him. Hearing the director's words, Wang Jinggang snorted derisively, muttering under his breath, learn what? How to be the other woman. Zhounan, with a low threshold for humor, couldn't he help but chuckle. In that instant, every student's gaze locked onto him, including that of the director and Yu Feng at the podium. This student, is what I said so amusing? Yu Feng, engrossed in his passionate speech, was evidently displeased that someone dared to laugh, in deference to the director's presence. Zhounan shook his head, not funny, not funny. Just when it seemed the moment would pass, Yu Feng persisted, if it's not funny, then why did you laugh? Are you mocking me, or Teacher Zhao? This deft maneuvering was impressive, effortlessly drawing the director into the fray. What does this have to do with Teacher Zhao? I merely found you amusing. What is amusing about me? Ahem. Pardon me. Let me clarify. Ji Yang coughed a few times, reclining in his chair. His demeanor relaxed as he addressed the podium. Earlier, Teacher Zhao suggested we learn from you, and they were wondering if you could impart your most adept skills in being the other woman. If we fail to find wives, we might as well seek a wealthy woman. Zhounan, piqued by this comment, couldn't suppress his laughter. With this explanation, the classroom erupted in laughter. Zhounan scowling at Ji Yang in exasperation. Ji Yang, you are the one interested in being the other woman. The two were embroiled in their argument. Oblivious to the fact that Yu Feng's face had turned an ominous shade of pale, even Mu Yangyang appeared somewhat irked. Sensing the tension, Teacher Zhao hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Ji Yang, Zhounan, what chaos are you causing? Come to my office afterward. Yu Feng, please do not take offense. They were merely joking. How about this? I'll have the class monitor add you to the group chat, and should any students have questions, they can directly inquire with you. In a few terse words, the matter was brushed aside. Teacher Zhao clearly wished to avoid prolonging the discussion, leaving Yu Feng with no choice but to return to his seat, somewhat disgruntled. Subsequently, I announced several matters. First and foremost, regarding this semester's courses, although the majority are electives, the Academy still places great importance upon them. Unless in exceptional circumstances, attendance is strictly enforced. The administration has convened a meeting with the instructors to increase the frequency of roll calls. The second matter, standing at the podium, I proceeded to announce various issues. Once the instructor finished speaking, everyone exited the classroom. Ji Yang, do we need to visit the office? Zhounan murmured, while Wang Jinggang maintained a nonchalant demeanor, saying, if we must, it's just the instructor's office. It's not like we haven't been there before. We became regulars during our freshman and sophomore years. Jinggang was correct. We should go together. Let us head out. Instead of descending the staircase as initially intended, the group turned and made their way towards the instructor's office. The spacious office housed a total of 6 instructors, with Teacher Zhao seated at the farthest end. Chapter 36, Harassment. Upon reaching the desk, the surroundings were devoid of any presence. Where's the instructor? Where could they have gone? They had summoned us to the office for a reprimand during the meeting, yet now they were nowhere to be found. Perhaps an urgent matter had arisen. To be safe, we decided to wait a bit longer. Staying here merely risks a slight reprimand, while leaving now might invite more severe scolding. After standing in place for approximately 10 minutes, the instructor strode in with measured steps, a teacup in hand, smiling as he entered the office. Upon noticing Ji Yang and the others, he seemed momentarily taken aback. You all, what are you doing here? Ah, instructor, weren't you the one who asked us to come? Oh, right, my apologies, I completely forgot. He chuckled awkwardly, patting his forehead, having been preoccupied with other matters and casting this one aside. Ahem, actually, there's nothing serious. The instructor merely wanted to remind you to pay a bit more attention, as Yu Feng is, after all, the employment advisor assigned by the school. It's important to show some respect. He slid his chair back and sat down leisurely. The employment advisor assigned by the school? But wasn't it you who brought them in? What do you mean I brought them in? I'm just an ordinary instructor, lacking such connections. He shot Zhu Gufeng a significant glance, who awkwardly scratched his head in response. The employment advisors are uniformly arranged by the school. It's not just our class. The entire academy has them. You all know that, in recent years, our school's employment rate has been stagnant. The school has no choice but to take such measures, hoping to improve the situation. The competition in the market is fierce, and schools are no exception. I have no further matters to discuss with you. If you're free, you may return to your activities. He picked up his thermos and took a sip, indicating he did not intend to continue with any reprimands. Observing this, Ji Yong exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Nan, and the group nearly instinctively understood. Goodbye, instructor. The four of them exited the office together. So it's the school that assigned the employment advisor. I thought it was the instructor's doing. What difference does it make? They're all employment advisors, after all. I just wonder if this person is genuinely helpful or merely a charlatan. He scoffed at Yufeng's role as an employment advisor. Ha ha ha. I certainly don't believe it. Engaging in light banter, the group noted that while the morning was uneventful, the afternoon held an elective class. During the morning meeting, it had been emphasized that attendance would be strictly monitored. Thus, skipping the afternoon elective was not an option. After enjoying lunch at the cafeteria, they returned to the classroom for the elective session. Upon the class's conclusion, Ji Yong chose not to accompany Zhou Nan and the others for a meal, opting instead to reach out to Su Qingxue. As anticipated, Su Qingxue had yet to finish work. He took a taxi to the Qingtian building, waiting in vain for her to appear. From 6:30 to 7:30, he lingered, while the employees in the building gradually departed, but Su Qingxue remained elusive. Could she have gone home already? Just as he was about to call her, a dark figure caught his attention from afar. Dressed in a sleek black dress and white canvas shoes, she held a small designer bag, her figure graceful and her aura elegant. It was evident from a distance that she was a stunning beauty. Accompanying Su Qingxue was her secretary, Wan Xiaoling, as they conversed while heading towards their vehicle. Just as they were about to enter, Ji Yong appeared unexpectedly in their path. Su Qingxue. The familiar voice made Su Qingxue startle, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise as she turned towards him. Before she could speak, Wan Xiaoling reacted with irritation. What are you doing here? This is our company. Surrounded by security, you'd best leave at once. Standing protectively in front of Su Qingxue like a hawk guarding its chick, Ji Yong prepared to explain. But the young lady was already calling for security. 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 In just a few moments, several security personnel rushed out from the lobby. What is going on, Assistant Wan? This person has been harassing President Su. Get him out of here. Harassment. Upon hearing the term, Ji Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He had merely come to pick up Su Qingxue from work and hadn't even spoken a few words. So how could it be classified as harassment? Unbeknownst to him, his previous reputation had left a lasting impression on Wan Xiaoling, who would undoubtedly view his appearance in front of her boss with suspicion. Wait, I didn't harass anyone. He raised his hands in a gesture of peace, eager to clarify. However, the security personnel remained stern. Sir, please leave, otherwise we may have to call the police. The security team positioned themselves firmly in front of Ji Yong, prepared to subdue him at the slightest hint of impropriety. Hold on a moment. Xiaoling, please ask the security personnel to stand down. Supporting herself against the car door, Su Qingxue spoke with seriousness, while Wan Xiaoling wore a conflicted expression. President, but he... All right. She conceded reluctantly, though she did not understand why the president would act in this manner. She complied and instructed the security to retreat. Get in the car. After saying this, Su Qingxue opened the back door and slid into the seat, with Wan Xiaoling occupying the front passenger seat, leaving Ji Yong to naturally take his place beside Su Qingxue. Where are we headed? First, let us take Xiaoling home. After Su Qingxue spoke, Wan Xiaoling glanced back through the rearview mirror, her expression puzzled. The driver expertly navigated, and they soon arrived outside Wan Xiaoling's residential complex. President, I'm heading back now. You. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently flickered towards Ji Yong. Feel free to call me if you need anything. This statement seemed directed more at Ji Yong than at Su Qingxue. It's nothing serious. You should head back. Ji Yong offered a reassuring glance through the window. Though she harbored doubts about Ji Yong's character, the president's words made it difficult for her to voice any further concerns. Then I'll take my leave. Goodbye. She waved to Su Qingxue, glancing back multiple times as she walked towards the complex's entrance. It wasn't until the car turned around and drove away that she quickened her pace. Chapter 37. Mastering All Arts. How did you end up here? Once Wan Xiaoling exited the vehicle, Su Qingxue turned her profile towards Ji Yong. I came to find you. What is for dinner tonight? The fare outside is rather unwholesome. How about I prepare a meal for you at home? Su Qingxue, who had more to say, found her expression markedly transformed upon hearing Ji Yang's suggestion to return home and cook. You can cook? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Of course, he replied confidently. I am well versed in all culinary arts. What would you like to eat? With her confidence soaring, Su Qingxue gazed at Ji Yong in a daze. Rationality urged her to distrust his words, yet his self-assured demeanor compelled her to believe him. There are no ingredients at home, she observed. If you wish to cook, we must first visit the supermarket. There's a supermarket just outside the community. Let's head back, and I shall take you shopping, Ji Yang suggested. After his remark, Su Qingxue remained silent, but given his character, this could be interpreted as tacit consent. Before long, the vehicle halted outside the community, and both Ji Yang and Su Qingxue disembarked, the driver retreating with the car. Together, they ventured into the supermarket, making a beeline for the produce section. Can you prepare any dish? She queried. If I can name it, I can make it, he assured her. What do you want to eat? Can you make sweet and sour ribs? She asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as a gentle smile graced her lips. Ji Yang's heart raced at the sight of her radiant expression. Su Qingxue, typically composed, seemed uncharacteristically flustered by this sudden shift in her demeanor. Of course I can make sweet and sour ribs. Let us buy some ribs then. Brimming with confidence, he thought to himself that not only could he manage sweet and sour ribs, but he could also concoct the most exquisite dishes, having boasted of his culinary prowess earlier. As they transitioned to the fresh meats section, a plethora of meats greeted them. Since they were to prepare sweet and sour ribs, it was imperative to procure some ribs first. After meticulously selecting for several minutes, they finally found a suitable piece. This rib looks promising. Could you assist us in cutting it? Ji Yang requested. Please cut it into approximately 5 centimeters in length. Certainly, the butcher replied, effortlessly chopping the ribs with precision. Sweet and sour ribs must have sugar and vinegar. Do you have any at home? Ji Qingxue shook her head. I have vinegar, but no sugar. Then we shall buy some sugar as well. After traversing the supermarket multiple times, they gathered a substantial amount of groceries. Once they felt adequately prepared, Ji Yang and Su Qingxue returned home. Upon entering, Ji Yang was ready to tackle the ribs, while Su Qingxue changed her shoes and promptly followed him into the kitchen. I am about to fry the ribs, Ji Yang announced, preparing to heat the oil. Wait, shouldn't the ribs be blanched first? Su Qingxue asked with a serious expression, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately. Ah, yes, blanching, Ji Yang stammered, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he slapped his forehead, unable to meet Su Qingxue's gaze. He swiftly turned to grab a ladle, filling it with water to blanch the ribs. Standing at the doorway, Su Qingxue observed silently, her expression turning bittersweet as she noticed Ji Yang hesitating to drop the ribs into the pot. Isn't it necessary to use cold water for blanching? She inquired. Should we use cold water? Yes, we should. Seizing the opportunity before the water boiled, he dumped all the ribs into the ladle. Doubt filled Su Qingxue's eyes. Ji Yang hardly resembled someone adept at cooking, and she had already mentally prepared to order takeout for dinner. The kitchen is filled with smoke. I can manage on my own. You should rest in the living room for a while. I'll call you when it's ready. All right then. I'll go wash some clothes while you take your time. And please, be sure to steam the rice. After instructing Ji Yang, Su Qingxue turned and left. Once she was entirely out of the kitchen, Ji Yang quickly retrieved his phone and opened a browser, searching for how to make home-style sweet and sour ribs. After perusing the tutorial for quite some time, he finally grasped the basics. The ribs needed to be boiled for a while. Let us steam some rice. I'll have 2 bowls, and she'll have 1. 3 bowls should suffice. He measured out 3 bowls of rice into the rice cooker, adding 6 bowls of water. After blanching the ribs, he proceeded to the next step. Due to his lack of experience, the once pristine ribs were transformed into charred remnants. In despair, he added more water. Ultimately, what should have been a beautiful dish of sweet and sour ribs devolved into a pot of braised ribs, albeit still sweet. Never mind. Perhaps I should seek outside assistance. He glanced into the living room, ensuring Su Qingxue was not nearby, and called a restaurant to order sweet and sour ribs. To maintain authenticity, he ordered 2 portions. The restaurant was known for its efficiency, and within half an hour, the delivery person arrived at the community. The property staff accepted the delivery and promptly brought it to the door. While Su Qingxue busied herself in the bedroom, Ji Yang seized the moment to open the living room door and collect the 2 packages of ribs. Thank you for your hard work, he said. You're welcome. Enjoy your meal, the property staff replied, but before they could finish their sentence, Ji Yang had already closed the door and retreated to the kitchen. Who was that? Su Qingxue, now dressed casually, emerged from her room, her expression a mix of curiosity and confusion as she looked towards the living room. Just the property staff. Nothing of importance, he replied, offering a flimsy excuse while his hands continued to work diligently. He transferred both portions of sweet and sour ribs onto a single plate, its quantity somewhat lacking, yet still acceptable. As for the ribs that had been braising for ages, he planned to package them up for a late-night snack with his roommates. Are the sweet and sour ribs ready? Su Qingxue entered the kitchen, clad in a fitted t-shirt that accentuated her slender waist and curvaceous figure, paired with white wide-leg pants. Upon seeing the beautifully plated sweet and sour ribs, dark red in color and aromatic, she was astonished. "Did you really make these sweet and sour ribs?" she exclaimed, having prepared herself to order takeout, only to be pleasantly surprised by Ji Yang's culinary achievement. "Of course. The rice is in the cooker. Please fetch the rice while I take the sweet and sour ribs to the dining area. Dinner is served," Ji Yang declared, striding confidently away. Su Qingxue instinctively approached the rice cooker, and when she opened it, her eyes widened in disbelief. The rice inside was perfectly cooked, almost overflowing from the pot. "What's going on? Is the rice not ready?" Ji Yang, thinking she was concerned about the rice, approached her. "No, how could there be so much? I only added 3 bowls of rice." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue turned around, her expression one of incredulity. "3 bowls? What size were they?" "Just the usual bowls we eat from." "You," she exclaimed, stifling a laugh as she turned her face away. This was her first encounter with someone who could steam rice to such an extent. "I truly question your culinary skills. With this much rice, even a few more people wouldn't finish it." She scooped a bowl for Ji Yang and then took a small portion for herself. Seated across from one another in the dining area, Ji Yang hesitated as he observed the meager amount of rice in Su Qingxue's bowl. "Is that enough for you?" he asked. "It should suffice. I haven't had much of an appetite lately," she replied. She picked up a few grains of rice and placed them in her mouth. Recently, her appetite had diminished significantly, and she had been experiencing persistent morning sickness. During a meeting this morning, in front of so many colleagues, her stomach churned violently, and she hardly managed to eat much for lunch. Chapter 38. I have a girlfriend. Perhaps it was related to her pregnancy. "Should I take you to the hospital for a checkup?" "It's fine. It's just a normal reaction." Su Qingxue was reluctant to go to the hospital, and he did not press the matter further, instead offering her a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. Initially, he thought she would decline, but to his surprise, she reached out and accepted it. "In a while, we need to register for the baby. We might have to return to the capital and conveniently meet my parents." Ji Yang continued to speak, and Su Qingxue became excited, causing a grain of rice to get lodged in her throat, leading to a violent coughing fit. "Are you all right?" He stood up and moved beside her, gently patting her back. After a few moments, Su Qingxue regained her composure. "When do you plan to introduce me to your parents?" She bit her lip, her eyes clearly revealing her nervousness. Just the mention of the topic made her heart race wildly. "How about next week? I'll set aside some time for you to arrange your work." "Next week," she pondered silently, slowly nodding her head. She understood that this step was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. With her affirmation, Ji Yang knew he would need to call his parents later. He wondered what their reaction would be upon learning about the pregnancy. After dinner, Ji Yang prepared to leave, not forgetting to take the leftover rice and the unsuccessful sweet and sour pork ribs with him. The sweet and sour pork ribs turned out all right. "Are you coming back tomorrow?" Standing by the door, Su Qingxue looked earnestly at Ji Yang. Her intention was simply to inquire if he planned to come over for dinner again. However, once the words left her mouth, she felt the meaning had shifted. "Cool, mate. I'll cook for you. Let's keep it simple for dinner tomorrow." As he spoke, Ji Yang turned to leave, having promised not to eat outside due to safety concerns. Yet he still ordered takeout. Watching Ji Yang depart, Su Qingxue closed the living room door and picked up the takeout packaging lying nearby. A gentle smile graced her face as she casually tossed the takeout bag into the trash. Ordering takeout and not even hiding the bag. Silly. Exiting the community, she hailed a taxi back to her dormitory. Inside, only Zhou Nan was present. She did not see Zhu Gufeng or Wang Jinggang around. "Ji Yang, where have you been? What's in the bag?" Upon seeing Ji Yang enter, Zhou Nan jumped out of bed, his curiosity piqued by the faint aroma of meat. "Rice and braised ribs. Where's Jinggang and Gufeng?" "Ribs? Oh my goodness, where did the ribs come from?" Zhou Nan's eyes sparkled upon hearing Ji Yang mention the braised ribs, completely missing the latter part of his statement. "I asked, where did Jinggang and Gufeng go? Why is it just you here?" Zhou Nan reiterated, rubbing his palms together. Finally, snapping back to reality. "Oh, those two went out to buy food. So much rice and ribs," Zhou Nan exclaimed, opening the bag and staring wide-eyed at the contents. "I doubt the 4 of us can finish all this. Should I call them?" "Go ahead. What are you waiting for? They have already bought their dinner by now." Rushing to take out his phone, Zhou Nan quickly dialed Wang Jinggang. Fortunate enough to find the two still hesitating at the restaurant, quickly purchasing some drinks and dashing back. Ji Yang, having already eaten his fill, stepped aside. Wang Jinggang and the others sat together, relishing their meal. Although the sweet and sour pork ribs had not turned out well, fortunately, the quality of the ribs was good, and they were quite flavorful. "Ji Yang, where did you get so many braised ribs? They're quite delicious. As long as they taste good, who cares where they came from? You all eat slowly, and remember to clean up afterward." With that said, Ji Yang climbed onto his bed, while Wang Jinggang and his friends continued to feast heartily. Su Qingxue had already agreed to return to the capital with him, not only to register their child, but also to meet his parents. Jiang felt comfortable about his father, Ji Jianggong, but he worried about how to explain things to his mother. The mere notion of introducing his girlfriend had already stirred her excitement. How would she react upon learning that Su Qingxue was pregnant? Sighing, he sat up and picked up his phone, taking a deep breath. You all eat first. I need to step out for a moment. It's late. Where are you going? To call home. Remember to tidy up after eating, he reiterated before pulling the dormitory door open and leaving, with a piece of rib in his mouth. Zhonan stared at the closed dormitory door, puzzled. Have you noticed? Ever since he broke up with Mu Yangyang, Ji Yang has become quite mysterious. I wonder if something's up. Zhu Gufeng slapped Zhou Nan on the head. Shut your mouth. Wang Jinggang, swallowing his rice, chimed in, Gufeng, don't dismiss it. Ji Yang does seem to have something on his mind. We should pay more attention. Exiting the dormitory building, Ji Yang wandered aimlessly around the campus. He took out his phone, found a familiar number, but hesitated to dial. After deliberating for several minutes, nearing the basketball court, he finally steeled himself and made the call. Beep, 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 hello, who is this? A melodious voice answered on the other end. Ji Yang quickly forced a smile upon hearing it. Mom, are you still awake? Who's your mom? You haven't called me in over 10 days, and now you suddenly remember to call me mom? In the bustling heart of the metropolis, a towering financial building reached for the skies. On the top floor, an office exuded power and wealth. An elegant woman sat poised at her desk, clad in a finely tailored black suit, radiating an air of maturity and confidence. In her 40s, she emanated the essence of an authority figure, firmly holding a telephone. Her lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of an elusive smile. You're busy with work? I wouldn't dream of disturbing you. Oh, so why are you calling me now? As she spoke, her gaze fell on two girls standing a short distance away, her eyes betraying a subtle scrutiny. The girls stood upright, dressed simply in light-colored work attire, clutching two documents tightly. All right, you heartless little rascal. What could you possibly want from your mother? She knew her son well. If he was calling, it was likely because he needed something. Well, it's not a big deal. I just wanted to let you know that I have a girlfriend. Chapter 39, Future Daughter-in-Law. Upon hearing his words, there was a prolonged silence on the other end. Thinking perhaps his mother hadn't caught it, Jiang was about to repeat himself when his mother, Du Qingfeng, suddenly responded, You really have a girlfriend? Are you truly speaking the truth, or are you merely jesting to amuse me? Du Qingfeng expressed her skepticism regarding her son's new romantic involvement. Given that he had only recently ended a relationship, she found it implausible that he would have found a new girlfriend so swiftly. Unless, of course, old flames have been reignited. I would never dare to toy with your emotions. He truly has a new girlfriend, Ji Yang confirmed. Du Qingfeng furrowed her brows. Ji Yang, you wouldn't happen to have reconciled with Mu Yangyang, would you? Let me remind you, a good horse does not return to old pastures. I have done my research, and that girl harbors ulterior motives. You cannot afford to stumble twice over the same woman. After her son's heartbreak, she had taken it upon herself to investigate, only to discover that his former girlfriend had already moved on to another man, which nearly sent her into a fit of fury. She had contemplated confronting the girl, but Ji Yang's father had managed to dissuade her. Mom, where are you getting these ideas? It's not Mu Yangyang. I assure you, I'm not that pathetic. Beyond this matter of my new girlfriend, there's something of even greater significance I must share with you. You should brace yourself. As Ji Yang prepared to reveal to his mother that Su Qingxue was pregnant, he felt a surge of anxiety, and his tone grew cautious. Du Qingfeng, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, maintained a light-hearted demeanor. Is there something more important than a new girlfriend? Pray do enlighten me. Well, I am about to divulge it, he said. Speak up. Your mother has weathered countless storms. Do you truly think I would be frightened? With that, she placed her phone on the desk and turned her attention to the two girls before her. Bring me the documents. The girls, intimidated by the chairman's call, hurriedly approached and placed the files on the desk. As Du Qingfeng flipped open the first page, preparing to sign, Ji Yang cleared his throat. Mom, my girlfriend is pregnant. His words struck like a thunderbolt. Du Qingfeng, startled, punctured the document with her pen, nearly breaking the nib. Pregnant. In shock, she slowly lifted her gaze. You too. Leave the room. Yes, ma'am. The secretaries complied, obediently vacating the office. Once they were gone, Du Qingfeng hastily grabbed her phone. You little rascal, what did you just say? Pregnant? Your girlfriend is pregnant. Just moments ago, she had been calm. Now, her voice trembled with excitement. Anticipating his mother's reaction, Ji Yang felt a sense of relief. Yes, my girlfriend is pregnant. When did you start dating her? Just a few days ago, technically speaking. It should be counted from the day we registered our marriage. Du Qingfeng's mind momentarily short-circuited. How long has your girlfriend been pregnant? About a month, I suppose. His words sent Du Qingfeng reeling. her mind flashing the glaring phrase, "Stepping in as a caretaker. Child, are you all right?" A mere breakup. Who among the young hasn't had a couple of failed relationships? You cannot simply give up. Her voice thick with emotion. Du Qingfeng was on the verge of tears. "Mom, what is wrong? I plan to bring her home next week to meet you and your father, and to discuss the child's registration." Before Ji Yong could finish, his mother broke down. "Me? I want to meet her. Let your father do it. You troublesome child, you never fail to cause concern." Anticipating this reaction, Ji Yong found himself at a loss. "Mom, you must be misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? What could I possibly be misunderstanding? I want to take responsibility for raising someone else's child. Your father, and I certainly will not. I'll have him go to Yendu tomorrow. Prepare yourself to face the music." The voice on the other end was deafening, and Ji Yong could only hold his phone at arm's length. "You are misunderstanding. Please, let me explain." Taking a deep breath, he patiently clarified the situation, deliberately glossing over the details of that evening. Once he finished, Du Qingfeng's tone shifted. "Ji Yong, are you being truthful?" "Of course I am. I am not foolish enough to be unaware of my own actions. Besides, you have a means to investigate, don't you? A simple inquiry would reveal everything." Upon hearing Ji Yang's assertion, Du Qingfeng's expression transformed rapidly. "Oh, you rascal. Though you often make minor mistakes, you still handle major matters quite well. Your father and I happen to have free time tomorrow. We shall visit Yendu." Upon hearing of her mother's impending visit, Ji Yong hurriedly protested. "Mom, I plan to bring Qingxue home next week. If you come over now, she will undoubtedly feel anxious, which is not good for the baby." "That is a valid point. Please, provide me with her contact information. Rest assured, I won't reach out to her. I merely wish to have her number saved." After relaying Su Qingxue's phone number to his mother, Ji Yong promptly ended the call. With the pregnancy news now disclosed, he decided to address the remaining matters when he returned home next week. Armed with the name and contact details, Du Qingfeng picked up the landline. "Come in." In a short while, the earlier secretaries promptly entered. "Please investigate a girl named Su Qingxue, a graduate of Yunde University. I require detailed information. The sooner, the better." "Understood, Chairman." After a little over an hour, the secretary returned with a stack of documents. "Chairman, here is the information you requested." Du Qingfeng paused, slightly taken aback. "So soon?" Under normal circumstances, even with connections, it would take until the following day to obtain such detailed information. Yet, it had only been a little over an hour. "Chairman, we conducted a brief investigation. Miss Su is quite renowned in Yendu and is currently the president of Qing Tian Group. We possess comprehensive information on the relevant personnel of major domestic groups, and it is consistently updated. The details regarding Miss Su are no older than a week." Upon hearing the secretary's explanation, Du Qingfeng finally understood. Flipping through the documents, she found herself smiling at the photograph of her future daughter-in-law. "Well done, son. You have good taste. This girl is truly beautiful." As she continued to praise the photograph, she was taken aback upon discovering that Su Qingxue had never had a boyfriend. "No wonder my son is so confident. Take the documents with you. Cancel all of next week's appointments and book me a flight to the capital." The next day, the class group chat was abuzz from the morning onward. Yu Feng, in a surprising turn of events, was incessantly sending red envelopes, and everyone was eagerly snatching them up. Amid the frenzy, very few were actually speaking. Lying on his bed, Zhu Gufeng had managed to seize 5 or 6 red envelopes. "This kid is really foolish with his money. By the way, Zhounan, you're crossing the line. You're grabbing someone else's red envelope and sending that emoji. Are you trying to make you phone sick? Randomly clicked on something? Haha, well, I actually believed it. I'll click on something randomly too." Zhu Gufeng artfully shared a small image of 3 little ducks waddling in a line. After 2 consecutive emoticons, the group fell into a profound silence, and that rascal Yu Feng ceased sending any more red envelopes. Having spent the entire morning in the dormitory, I attended a class in the afternoon. As dusk settled, Ji Yang arrived outside Su Qingxue's neighborhood. 20 minutes later, a familiar vehicle slowly approached. Upon disembarking, Su Qingxue watched as the driver executed a U-turn and left. Had she waited long? The traffic had been somewhat congested. Gripping her bag tightly in front of her, she recalled the message she had intended to send Ji Yang when she finished work. She should have arrived a good 10 minutes earlier, but the unexpected traffic had delayed her. "It was too long. I just arrived as well. What do you feel like eating tonight?" "Not particularly hungry. Something light will suffice." "All right." Together, they ventured to the supermarket to purchase some vegetables before heading home. Compared to before, the rapport between the two had evidently grown more intimate. Upon returning home, Su Qingxue even assisted in the kitchen, washing the vegetables. The preparation of sweet and sour ribs was quite challenging, yet the stir-fried greens were manageable for Ji Yang. After casually whipping up a couple of simple dishes, they enjoyed dinner together. Following the meal, Su Qingxue proactively suggested a stroll outside. Changing into a more relaxed outfit, her skirt transformed into loose-fitting sweatpants, and she also tied her hair into a ponytail. Are you going for a run? Su Qingxue was clad in athletic attire. No, just a walk. Let us go. Previously, she often exercised in the evenings, but since discovering her pregnancy, she hadn't ventured out. Today, having returned early, she seized the opportunity to take a leisurely walk. With the door securely shut, they descended in the elevator and took a stroll around the neighborhood. During this time, neither spoke. They simply walked in silence. Upon reaching the entrance of the neighborhood again, Su Qingxue halted, stating, "I'm heading back now. Rest early." "Okay. Good night, bye." She flashed Ji Yang a gentle smile and wished him good night. It was evident that her spirits were lifted after their stroll. Watching Su Qingshue's figure fade as she entered the neighborhood, Ji Yang then turned back. Such a change in attitude is a positive sign, at least indicating that Su Qingxue is gradually acclimating to having him in her life. Affection can be nurtured over time, and judging by the current circumstances, things appear to be progressing well. He would accompany Su Qingxue for dinner every few days, and after each meal, they would take a leisurely walk around the vicinity. At Jinfeng Real Estate Group, the proposal for Jinlong Steel Plant had been finalized, with the bidding event set to take place in the capital. Fu Yuan specifically called Ji Yang. In the boardroom, Ji Yang occupied the head seat, with a proposal laid out before him. Having reviewed the content, he had to admit that the proposal was rather subpar. "Mr. Ji, the competition for Jinlong Steel Plant isn't particularly fierce. I personally feel there are no issues with the proposal. If the budget exceeds this amount, I believe we should consider withdrawing." Wang Rui was the first to express his opinion, while Yang Xiaoyan remained silent, clearly sharing the same sentiment. "I have reiterated many times that Jinlong Steel Plant is a must-have. A budget of 600 million is utterly insufficient. The planning department needs to revise and elevate the base price to 1,100 million. 1,100 million. 1,100 million. Upon hearing this, not only were Wang Rui and Yang Xiaoyan visibly unsettled, but even Fu Yuan was taken aback. The starting price for Jinlong Steel Plant was barely 300 million. Offering 600 million was already quite commendable. Now, the base price was to be raised to 1,100 million. "Mr. Ji, if we secure Jinlong Steel Plant for 600 million, we might avoid a loss. However, if it exceeds 1 billion, the group will undoubtedly incur significant losses. Can we approach this matter with more caution?" Fu Yuan's tone was serious, and the other attendees turned their gazes toward Ji Yang, with the finance director also voicing his concerns. "Mr. Ji, the expansion of the hotel has already absorbed a substantial amount of funds. The real estate department is also working tirelessly on new developments. The group's liquidity is dwindling. An investment of this magnitude in Jinlong Steel Plant poses a risk to our financial chain." Habitually tapping his fingers on the tabletop, Ji Yang raised his gaze to the finance director. "Director Liu, how much liquidity does the group currently possess?" 1,570 million. "Oh, taking out 1,100 million leaves us with 470 million. As far as I know, the majority of the funds for the hotel and real estate projects are already in place. Is this remaining 470 million insufficient to sustain operations? When we developed the Yinyu Huading project, we leveraged loans to an unimaginable extent. Now that liquidity is adequate, you tell me the financial chain might falter?" Ji Yang's seemingly casual remarks, though light in tone, resonated with depth in Director Liu's ears. Except for Fu Yuan, everyone present perceived Ji Yang as a mere novice, unaware of his profound understanding and assertiveness. "Regarding the proposal, Fu Yuan, you shall take charge. Revise it to reflect the base price of 1,100 million. Accompany me to the capital in a couple of days for the bidding event." With these straightforward words, Ji Yang left no room for rebuttal. He rose and exited, leaving the leaders in the boardroom exchanging bewildered glances. Once back in his office, Ji Yang leisurely settled into his chair and poured himself a glass of water. His rationale for adjusting the base price to 1,100 million was rooted in his own strategy. The last transaction for Jinlong Steel Plant had reached a total of 900 million, ultimately acquired by Hongfeng Real Estate. By setting the base price at 1,100 million, he aimed to snatch this lucrative opportunity from Hongfeng. "Mr. Ji, the car is ready. Shall we depart now?" Su Jiao knocked on the door and entered the office. Ji Yang had instructed him to prepare the vehicle prior to the meeting, as they were to visit Qing Tian Group shortly. Tomorrow, he would take Su Qingxue to the capital, and today, he needed to accompany her on a shopping trip, primarily to purchase gifts for their elders. "All right, let us go." As he followed Su Jiao out of the office, all necessary instructions had been communicated. Fu Yuan was an astute individual, well aware of what needed to be done. Chapter 41, A Love Triangle. Ji Yang's predictions were spot on. Despite his reservations regarding Ji Yang's decision, Fu Yuan executed it with unwavering resolve. Su Jiao sat in the driver's seat, while Ji Yang quietly occupied the back. His gaze flicked through the rearview mirror, seemingly wanting to say something. After much internal conflict, he finally spoke up. "Mr. Ji, may I request a few days off?" "Sure. How many days?" The brevity of Ji Yang's response took Su Jiao aback. He had anticipated a more extensive discussion, yet the approval was granted so readily. "3 days. My sister is getting married, and I wish to return home for a few days." "All right," with a nod from the president. Su Jiao only needed to inform the Human Resources Department. The car soon arrived at the entrance of Qingtian Group. After Ji Yang disembarked, Su Jiao drove away. Qingtian Group was relatively prominent in Yundu. After standing there for a while, the bustling activity of employees entering and exiting was quite lively. Approximately 10 minutes later, a familiar figure emerged in the distance. Whether she had changed into a new outfit or had worn this to work, Su Qingxue appeared refreshingly radiant. The black knee-length skirt paired with sandals, her hair, which should have been elegantly styled, fell carelessly over her shoulders. Upon catching sight of Ji Yang, she deliberately quickened her pace. Wasn't it agreed that we would meet at 5:30? It was not yet 5:20, so how could he have arrived before her? Typically, Ji Yang would be the one waiting for her, and this time, after making the effort to arrive early, she was surprised to find him there ahead of her. With a delicate face adorned with subtle makeup, a playful strand of hair danced in front of her eyes. She absent-mindedly tucked it aside for Su Qingxue, who immediately flushed crimson. Her gaze faltered, and she lowered her head. In such a state, if the employees of Qingtian Group were to witness this, they would surely drop their jaws in astonishment. The Su Qingxue before them bore no semblance of a strong woman. Instead, she resembled a bashful young bride. "I just arrived a few minutes ago." It seems you say that every time. Whenever she was late, Ji Yang would claim he had just arrived. And now that she was early, he still insisted he had just gotten there. "Where shall we go shopping?" "To the Central Mall." "You drive." As she spoke, she retrieved a brand new car key from her bag, having driven herself to facilitate their shopping trip. The silver car was parked in the company lot, and Ji Yang took the key, opening the passenger door. "Thank you." Su Qingxue inclined her body slightly, carefully settling into the passenger seat. After closing the door, Ji Yang took his place at the driver's seat and drove straight to the Central Mall. Having studied in Yundu for several years, he had visited the Central Mall countless times. Even though many years had passed, the memories remained vivid. After a journey of over half an hour, they parked in the mall's underground garage. Just as Ji Yang and Su Qingxue exited the car, two individuals emerged from a nearby vehicle. "Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Su family? Such a busy person, yet she still has time to go shopping?" A high-pitched voice rang out, causing Su Qingxue and Ji Yang to turn simultaneously towards the source. Two girls, clad in audacious attire and linked arm in arm, exchanged glances filled with derision. Su Qingxue's brows furrowed slightly. She had not anticipated encountering acquaintances during a shopping trip. These two were her university classmates, their family also engaged in business in Yundu. They had never been particularly fond of each other during college, so their current snide remarks were hardly surprising. "Indeed, I cannot compare to your leisurely lifestyle. I envy you for being able to do nothing since graduation." "Nothing?" Su Qingxue's face flushed with indignation, and just as she noticed Ji Yang, their expressions shifted dramatically, turning their scorn towards him. The aloof goddess from university seems to have lowered her standards, hasn't she? Her boyfriend is quite unimpressive." Out of the blue, they launched an attack on him, leaving Ji Yang bewildered. "I say, ladies, have I offended you in any way?" "Whether you have offended us or not is not for you to decide. Look at your shabby appearance." Having lost interest in the conversation, they exchanged a final taunt aimed at Ji Yang before strutting away, arms linked. Su Qingxue turned to assess Ji Yang's attire. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons as she mused. Perhaps it does appear a bit shabby. What? It was one thing for those two women to call his appearance shabby, but now Su Qingxue echoed the sentiment. However, it mattered little. She would simply purchase some clothes to spruce herself up. "Let us go." Ignoring Ji Yang's astonished expression, Su Qingxue took a few steps forward. Upon noticing Ji Yang remained rooted to the spot, she turned back and beckoned him with a playful gesture. "Come on, coming." He hastened to catch up with her. As they rode the elevator, curiosity stirred within Ji Yang. Why did those two girls seem to harbor such animosity towards you? Is there a history between you? There were some unpleasant moments during university. No history, but I'm not quite sure how to explain. Prompted by Ji Yang's question, Su Qingxue found herself at a loss for words. Her curiosity piqued. Ji Yang listened intently as they reached the first floor. "The girls we just saw are my university classmates. They have a mutual fondness for each other," Su Qingxue explained softly. her tone causing Ji Yong's expression to shift from indifference to shock, finally culminating in wide-eyed astonishment. Ah, no wonder their hostility was so palpable. So it's a love triangle. What love triangle? I'm not fond of girls. As her gaze fell upon Ji Yong, Su Qingxue suddenly hesitated, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she averted her eyes instinctively. By the way, I forgot to ask, what are your parents like? Since we're buying gifts, we should cater to their tastes. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Yong replied, my dad enjoys fishing, and my mom has a soft spot for babies. His gaze dropped to Su Qingxue's abdomen. Chapter 42. I forgot to submit my resume. Feeling Ji Yong's gaze upon her, Su Qingxue's eyes darted away, and she quickly turned her back. Let us check out what's ahead. With her slender legs striding forward, she navigated the mall's corridor. The first floor housed not only clothing stores, but also several jewelry shops. Initially intending to select some jewelry for her elders, she was stopped by Ji Yong. Since I can remember, my mom has rarely worn jewelry. Buying her jewelry would be less fitting than purchasing a skincare set. Skincare products? Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. How had she not thought of that before? Let's head to the second floor. Wait, are we really buying skincare products? Leading Ji Yong to the second floor, they browsed around before entering a relatively large skincare specialty store, where the products on offer were of a higher caliber, perfect for a gift. Mom, what do you think of this set? Your skin is so lovely. This skincare line is just right for your age group. The saleswoman enthusiastically explained to Su Qingxue, who shook her head after a brief examination. Hello, I'm looking for a set suitable for someone over 40. Do you have anything appropriate? Indeed. Over here, please. This is our Ocean series, a mid-range brand that includes marine essence, renowned for its effectiveness in firming wrinkles and delaying aging. After scrutinizing the ingredients list, Su Qingxue set aside the recommended product and picked up another one. Ma'am, this option is slightly more expensive than the Ocean series, and its cost-effectiveness may not be as good. That is all right. I'll take this one. Please wrap it up. Certainly, ma'am. Su Qingxue's swift decision prompted the saleswoman to quickly find a packaging bag and prepare the skincare gift set at the front desk. Hello, Mom. This skincare set is priced at $23,800. As a member, you can enjoy a 10% discount. Here is the receipt. Please keep it safe. The service was warm and attentive, though the price felt rather cold. Thank you for your visit. The saleswoman handed the gift box to Su Qingxue as they exited the skincare store together. That is an astonishing amount for just one box. Raising his hand to gesture at the bag he held, he would have never fathomed that such a small box could fetch a staggering $23,000 before entering. Such is the norm for high-end skincare products. His uncle, an avid fisherman, had his fishing gear stored on the top floor, so they ascended via the elevator. Allowing Su Qingxue to lead the way, they arrived at the top floor, where after a bit of deliberation and after consulting Ji Yong, they selected a commendable fishing rod. With the exclusive gift secured, they also picked up some nutritional supplements. The next focal point was selecting clothes for him. Ji Yang's heart was resistant. Yet Su Qingxue's resolve was unwavering. He was practically coerced into the clothing store. Following a series of recommendations from the sales assistant, they settled on 3 outfits in total. As they reached the fitting rooms, Su Qingxue instructed, "You go try these on. I'll wait here," handing Ji Yong the garments. She gestured for him to enter the fitting room, and, at this point, he had little choice but to comply. Relinquishing concerns about how he might look, he found the attire surprisingly comfortable. Pushing open the fitting room door, Ji Yong stepped out. "I'm all changed. What do you think of this outfit?" He wore a crisp white shirt paired with brown trousers, exuding a vibrant energy. It is often said that one's appearance is greatly influenced by attire, and the sight of Ji Yong in his new clothes made Su Qingxue's face involuntarily flush with warmth. "Not bad," she observed, circling him and expressing her satisfaction with the look. Noticing her nod, the sales assistant also eagerly joined in with her approval. "You look significantly better in this outfit. There are still 2 more sets to try on. Let us see how they fare." This current ensemble was quite suitable, and they proceeded to have Ji Yong try on the remaining 2 outfits. Each set bore a slightly different style, and based on the sales assistant's suggestions, all were a perfect fit. The effect was pleasing, prompting Su Qingxue to purchase them all in one breath. As she retrieved her bank card to settle the bill, Ji Yong watched in awe, his expression easily misconstrued. "Having acquired most of what we need, should we not consider heading back? We have an early departure to the capital tomorrow." Preparing to drive back to the capital, especially with so many items in tow, he mused that flying might have been swifter had they not been laden with goods. "All right, let us head home." They exited the mall, first escorting Su Qingxue back to her residence. Afterward, he drove to the vicinity of Yundi University, just as he was about to enter the campus when he suddenly spotted some familiar figures. Zhou Nan, Zhu Gufeng, and Wang Jinggang strolled leisurely toward him. Upon noticing Ji Yong, they acknowledged him. Hey, Ji Yong, what brings you here? I was about to ask you the same. Where are you three off to? With a boastful pat on his chest, Zhou Nan replied, we just came from an interview. Wang Jinggang and Zhu Gufeng maintained a calm demeanor, their lips curling into faint smiles of satisfaction. An interview? Given your demeanor, it seems you all fared well? Ha! Did you really pick up on that? Zhou Nan chuckled heartily, playfully punching Ji Yang's arm. As they made their way to the school cafeteria, curiosity piqued, Ji Yang inquired, which company did you interview with? Qingtian Group. What? Qingtian Group? Ji Yang's astonishment was evident. Zhou Nan abruptly stopped, smacking his forehead. Wait a minute. Ji Yang, didn't you submit your resume to Qingtian Group? Why weren't you called for an interview? Today, they arranged interviews for numerous candidates, all from our school. Last time, Su Qingxue held a presentation to recruit for Qingtian Group, which is why they needed so many positions filled during this campus recruitment. No wonder the school organized such a presentation. However, upon mentioning this, Ji Yang's embarrassment was palpable. I forgot to submit my resume. This simple statement left Zhou Nan and the others in shock. It was no wonder he hadn't been notified. Ji Yang had not even submitted a resume. So why would they reach out? Buddy, Qingtian Group is looking to hire over 100 people. Why didn't you seize the opportunity to submit your application? With a heartfelt plea, they pulled Ji Yang back toward their dormitory, where they opened up a computer and promptly sent his electronic resume to the Qingtian Group's HR department. Hope there's still a chance. Did you three really pass the interview? Was it that easy at Qingtian Group? Closing his notebook, Ji Yang settled back casually and crossed his legs. We've only just completed the initial interview. There's still a second round. Zhu Gufeng reclined, cradling his head in his hands. One good thing, though, is that they inform you on the spot whether you passed the first round. Some companies make you wait to hear back. As the conversation unfolded, it became clear that their impressions of Qingtian Group were favorable. I've heard that the pass rate for the first interview is around 80%. As long as you don't make any major mistakes, you're likely to succeed. Yet, the thought of the second interview's difficulty loomed over them like an invisible weight, dampening their initial joy. The entire evening was consumed by discussions of interviews. And as the clock struck 11, Ji Yang set his phone down, preparing for sleep. Tomorrow, he would accompany Su Qingxue back to the capital. With his eyes closed, he slipped swiftly into the realm of dreams, perhaps influenced by the day's thoughts, where he envisioned a vivid dream. In this dream, a baby was born, already taking its first steps. Eager to discover whether the child was a boy or a girl, he found himself unable to discern. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 5:30 in the morning, and his phone buzzed incessantly beside the pillow. Time to get up. Rubbing his head, he slowly sat up. It was still only 5:30, and Zhou Nan and the others were sound asleep. After dressing, he descended cautiously, making his way to the balcony for a quick wash before slipping out the door. His car awaited at the school gate, and after exiting the dormitory, he broke into a light jog. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue was in her bedroom selecting clothes, clad in a light, alluring sleepwear, contemplating her wardrobe with indecision. After 10 minutes of deliberation, she still couldn't decide what to wear. The red dress was too garish, the white too plain, and the black seemed somewhat dull. Ugh, forget it, I'll go with this one. Resolute, she picked up a sea blue long dress. Within half an hour, Ji Yang arrived in front of her apartment building. As he stepped out of the car and prepared to ascend, he encountered Su Qingxue just as she emerged. Dressed in a flowing sea blue gown that revealed a glimpse of her fair, delicate calves and sporting pinkish-white sneakers, her hair elegantly tied back. She radiated beauty that was simply celestial. Shall we set off? Yes, Ji Yang responded, stepping aside to allow her to approach the car gracefully. After ensuring she was settled, he programmed the navigation for the capital and embarked on their journey. Throughout the journey, apart from the music resonating within the car, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Su Qingxue's gaze remained fixated on the world outside. Her delicate fingers, reminiscent of snow, clutched her bag tightly. The whiteness of her knuckles betrayed the turmoil brewing within her heart. Upon reflection, it was entirely comprehensible. A girl who has never even had a boyfriend suddenly finds herself en route to meet the parents. Anyone would feel a tinge of anxiety. Yet, Su Qingxue's inner strength was commendable. Ahead lay his service area. Should they pause for a brief respite? All right. With that simple affirmation, Ji Yang began to steer the car towards the far right lane. 3 kilometers later, the vehicle gradually entered the service area. After disembarking for a brief rest, sipping some water, and using the restroom, Ji Yang's phone unexpectedly vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his mother. My mother must be inquiring about our whereabouts. After relaying this to Su Qingxue, Ji Yang officially answered the call. As anticipated, the first inquiry from Du Qing phone was about their location. After learning they had covered half the distance, she reminded them to drive safely. Once the call ended, Ji Yong and Su Qingxue resumed their journey. In the capital, within a cozy living room, Ji Jiangong leisurely savored his tea. In the distance, the television broadcasted a wildlife documentary, while Du Qingfeng paced back and forth in her slippers. My dear wife, could you perhaps take a moment to rest? Your incessant movement is making my head spin. Dizzy? You feel dizzy? I am the one on the verge of dizziness. Our son and daughter-in-law are returning home shortly. Shouldn't you prepare? Leaning against the sofa, Du Qingfeng took a deep breath. Ji Jiangong set down his teacup, chuckling as he rose to gently guide Du Qingfeng back to a seated position. Darling, please settle down for a moment. The room is ready, and we shall dine out together tonight. We've been busy since yesterday afternoon for several hours, changing the bedsheets at least 7 or 8 times. What do you understand? This child, Qingxue, is our future daughter-in-law. It's her first visit to our home. If she encounters bed linens she dislikes, it may lead to sleeplessness in the evening. Moreover, she is currently expecting. Ensure you maintain a smile when you meet her. No frowning. We won't upset the child, or I shall hold you accountable. In the blink of an eye, Ji Jiangong's previous cheerful demeanor transformed into one of dismay upon hearing his wife's words. Upon entering the capital, the clock struck 10 in the morning. After driving for over an hour, the vehicle eased into a residential complex. We've arrived, let us disembark. Unbuckling his seatbelt and opening the door, he retrieved items from the trunk one by one. Dialing his mother's number, within 5 minutes, the couple appeared before him. Dad, Mom, good day, Uncle and Aunt. Su Qingxue stood obediently beside Ji Yong, her voice sweet as she addressed Du Qingfeng and Ji Jiangong, who beamed with delight at her endearments. Qingxue, were you tired on the journey? Du Qingfeng, radiating warmth and joy, approached Su Qingxue and took her hand, her demeanor exceedingly cordial. Aunt, I'm not tired. Su Qingxue replied with a gentle shake of her head. After such a lengthy journey, how could one not feel fatigued? The room has been arranged for you. Let me take you upstairs to rest for a while. By the way, are you hungry? Not particularly. Let us head upstairs for a moment. I'll take you out for a meal later. Ji Yong, dear, bring the items upstairs. You, my child, come bearing so many gifts for your aunt. Just then, Du Qingfeng added, coincidentally, I prepared a few gifts for you as well. You must see them later. Pulled along by her future mother-in-law, Su Qingxue found no opportunity to interject. Turning back to seek Ji Yong's help, she realized he had not followed. Chapter 44. Truly my own mother. Ascending the elevator to the upper floor, Du Qingfeng urged Su Qingxue to sit down, inquiring after her well-being as she picked up a nearby glass of water. Qingxue, please drink some water and have some fruit. I'll fetch you a gift. Aunt. Before she could finish, Du Qingfeng had already entered the bedroom. With a touch of nervousness gracing her exquisite features, Su Qingxue was taken aback by the fervor of her future mother-in-law. Moments later, Du Qingfeng emerged from the bedroom with a tote bag in hand, just as Ji Yong and Ji Jiangong returned. Qingxue, this is a bracelet that your grandmother gifted me on my wedding day. Today, I am giving it to you. Come try it on. Inside an ornate wooden box lay a bracelet of brilliant emerald green. Even without extensive knowledge of jade, Su Qingxue recognized its worth. The bracelet, held by her future mother-in-law, was exquisite and undoubtedly valuable. Aunt, this gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it. She gestured dismissively, leaning slightly back, ignoring Su Qingxue's refusal. Du Qingfeng was resolute, prepared to place it directly on her wrist. What is precious or not? This is a token of my affection. You accepted the gifts for your aunt. You should likewise accept mine. Now, let me adorn you. With unwavering determination, she secured the bracelet around Su Qingxue's wrist. Oh, it's beautiful. By the way, Qingxue, what do you like to eat? I'll take you out for a simple meal at noon. Understanding her future daughter-in-law's fatigue, Du Qingfeng planned for a light lunch, allowing them to rest in the afternoon before hosting a proper dinner later. Aunt, I'm not picky. I can eat anything. Then I will arrange it as I see fit. With Su Qingxue's agreement, Du Qingfeng swiftly grabbed her phone to organize lunch. Meanwhile, Ji Yong and Ji Jiangong placed their belongings down, standing in stunned silence. Dad, this is the first time I've seen Mom so attentive, Ji Yong remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. With hands clasped behind his back, Ji Jiangong chuckled. It's my first time witnessing this too. Since you returned home yesterday, your mother has been relentless. I suggested hiring a cleaner, yet she insisted on doing it herself. Even your bedsheets have been changed 7 or 8 times, and the bathroom floor has been mopped no less than 10 times. Oh dear, Ji Jiangong sighed, shaking his head in amazement. What are you two standing there for? Hurry over. Ji Yong, take Qingxue to see your bedroom. If there is anything unsatisfactory, your mother will redecorate it. Oh, all right. Casually agreeing, Ji Yong suddenly felt a sense of unease, abruptly turning around. Mom, our bedroom? Indeed. Du Qingfeng looked puzzled, wondering why her son posed such a question. Given that their daughter-in-law was expecting, it was only natural for them to be assigned to the same room. Suzingdue had approached Yang, and upon hearing they would be sharing a room, her surprise caused her to lower her head slowly, a faint blush creeping up her fair neck. Let us go check out the bedroom. Come on. This was not the time to dwell on such matters. They should first show Su Qingxue the room. The house wasn't particularly large, measuring just over 130 square meters, featuring a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout. Su Qingxue's bedroom was the secondary room. Although it was designated as such, it boasted a balcony and an adjoining bathroom, ensuring it was just as well appointed. The bed linens and duvet exude a minimalist style. A slight gap left open in the balcony window, while 2 potted green plants adorn the floor. Jiang, are we truly going to share a room tonight? Su Qingxue's voice was gentle as she cautiously inquired. Having envisioned this scenario multiple times before arriving at the house, she could never have anticipated encountering such a dilemma. They had already registered their marriage, and she was expecting a child. Under normal circumstances, sharing a room would be expected. However, since their marriage certificate was obtained, there had been little tangible progress, and the sudden prospect of sleeping in the same bed felt rather awkward. There was another bedroom nearby. Don't worry. I'll sleep in a room next door tonight. How do you find the decor? She retorted, blinking playfully at Jiang before turning to leave with a smile. After chatting in the living room for a while, concerned that they might go hungry, Du Qingfeng stood up and suggested they go out for dinner. Mom and Dad, upon your return, did you inform Grandpa? Actually, no, we haven't. It wasn't that they didn't want to notify him. Rather, the matter was too significant, and they were unprepared to let the elder know. Having a girlfriend was within the realm of acceptability, but revealing that Su Qingxue was carrying a child of the Ji family would undoubtedly elevate his blood pressure. There's no rush with Grandpa. Let's wait a while longer. When we arrange to meet your grandparents, we could discuss it then. After Du Qingfeng spoke, Ji Jianggong added, Dear, this decision rests with you, not me. If your father inquires, you must be the one to explain. Don't push me out there. Given his father's temperament, if it was a decision made by his daughter-in-law, he would likely remain silent. However, if it involved his own son, he would undoubtedly face a reprimand and possibly even a few slaps in a fit of anger. It's nothing to do with you. Just pass the buck to Jiang later. What? Pass it to me. Jiang stumbled slightly as he stepped out of the building, almost falling. Su Qingxue stifled a laugh, her joy radiating from her face. Jiang stared blankly at his mother, unable to believe the words had come from her. Your grandpa adores you and won't blame you. Just be honest with him, expressing concern for his health. Even if he gets angry, the worst that could happen is a scolding. Just run away afterward. Your father and I will cover for you. As she patted Jiang on the shoulder, Du Qingfeng's warmth felt like a stark contrast to the chill of her words. Jiang felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. You truly are my mother. Dad, you. Cough, cough. I'll check if the car is ready. Ignoring him completely, his father departed, and Du Qingfeng followed suit. As she passed by Jiang, Su Qingxue smiled sincerely. I can help you cover too. Good luck. She made a fist and gave him a thumbs up before turning to leave with Du Qingfeng. Not far away, a sleek black luxury vehicle was parked at the roadside. The driver, donned in white gloves, stood by the car and promptly opened the door upon seeing Ji Jianggong and Du Qingfeng. Mr. Ji, Ms. Du, he greeted slightly bowing. Ji Jianggong merely nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to the front passenger seat. I'll sit in the front. You and the kids can take the back. Understood. Once Jiang and Su Qingxue settled in, the car smoothly set off. From the car's exterior to its interior decor, and even the details of the license plate, Su Qingxue could sense an unmistakable distinction. Since their marriage registration, she had never inquired about his family background. In hindsight, it was somewhat unexpected. Qingxue, the restaurant is quite close. We can grab a quick bite for lunch, and in the evening, I'll take you to a wonderful restaurant, Du Qingfeng said. Chapter 45. No wonder we are like mother and daughter. After a few brief moments of conversation between Du Qingfeng and Su Qingxue, the vehicle gradually came to a halt. Upon exiting, they were greeted by a private dining establishment named Delicious Delicacies. Despite its unassuming name, the chef was quite renowned. Jiang had visited this place multiple times during his school days. Once inside the restaurant, the staff warmly welcomed them, having reserved a private room in advance. They were swiftly escorted to a small chamber. The room's decor was exceedingly simple, featuring a round table at the center surrounded by 6 chairs, with a few decorative paintings adorning the walls. As they took their seats, the server entered with a menu. Qingxue, you order. Choose whatever you like. We are family, so don't hold back. Du Qingfeng promptly handed the menu to Su Qingxue, and suddenly, Jiang interjected, 1 order of sweet and sour pork ribs, please. It was evident that the sweet and sour ribs were meant for Su Qingxue. With Jiang's order in place, and under Du Qingfeng's insistence. Su Qingxue added 2 more dishes, stir-fried vegetable greens and steamed pork with rice flour. After a few more substantial dishes were added, the server departed with the order. Qingxue, does your grandpa know about your pregnancy? Not yet. Phew, considering his age, such matters indeed require careful consideration. If Annie has some time in the next couple of days, perhaps I could take Jiang home to discuss it with your grandpa in person. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue was at a loss for words. Ji Jianggong, noticing her reaction, raised his hand to pat Du Qingfeng's arm. Dear, you just said to take it slow. Why the sudden urgency now? Jiang and Qingxue surely have their own plans regarding the child. As elders, we must respect their wishes. Indeed, Annie was too hasty. Let's focus on our meal first. Du Qingfeng placed a piece of sweet and sour pork rib onto Su Qingxue's plate, signaling the start of their lunch. Throughout the meal, Du Qingfeng and Su Qingxue engaged in dialogue, leaving Jiang and his father unable to interject. Within an hour, lunch concluded, and they all returned home. Jiang, you go lie on your side in the other room so that Qingxue can rest well. Qingxue, sleep as long as you wish. When you wake up, Annie will take you shopping. All right, Auntie, I'll go rest now. Go on quickly. Watching Su Qingxue leave, Du Qingfeng finally let out a sigh of relief once she entered the bedroom. Taking a deep breath in front of the living room sofa, Ji Jianggong and Jiang exchanged glances before synchronously approaching Du Qingfeng. Mom, it was just a meal. Look how tense you are. What do you mean, tense? I am nervous. Do you understand? Nervous? You were less nervous the first time you met my parents. Now, you're just meeting a daughter-in-law, and you're this worked up? Well, it's different now. Back then, I was a naive newcomer. Now, she trailed off, her gaze landing on the fruit platter on the coffee table. Look at my memory. Jiang, hurry to the kitchen and cut some fruit to take to Qingxue. Mom, it's fine. She is probably already asleep. Jiang waved his hand in refusal, and Ji Jianggong echoed. Indeed, it's difficult to wake a child who has just fallen asleep. Jiang, how did you come to know Qingxue? You have good taste. In the future, you must not bully her. Your mother and I can see that Qingxue is very well-behaved and polite. She is a wonderful child, and you must cherish her dearly. Do you hear me? Your father is indeed correct. I am very pleased with Qingxue as my daughter-in-law. She is far superior to the previous one, and she is also carrying your child. Should you dare to mistreat her, do not blame us for teaching you a lesson. The tone of both was threatening, ready to educate at the slightest provocation. Jiang gulped nervously and quickly rose to his feet. Mom, Dad, rest assured, I will absolutely not bully Qingxue. After driving all morning, feeling quite exhausted, he added, I'm going to take a nap. You two can chat slowly. With that, he turned on his heel and hurriedly retreated to another room without looking back. Jiang, this child runs away, quite swiftly, Du Qingfeng murmured, clutching a tissue. After resting in his room for the entire afternoon, the time soon arrived at 2:30. Jiang was the first to emerge from his room. His mother, Du Qingfeng, was still seated in the living room, while his father, Ji Jianggong, was nowhere to be seen. Where's Dad? Supporting herself on her knees, Du Qingfeng rose and picked up her phone from the coffee table. You want to see your grandfather? Oh, why didn't you go? I'm going to accompany Qingxue for some shopping. Just then, the door to Su Qingxue's room slowly opened, revealing her in a beautiful blue dress. Her exquisite face first turned to Jiang, then to Du Qingfeng. Auntie, Qingxue, you're awake. Upon seeing Su Qingxue, Du Qingfeng quickly set her phone down and approached her, taking her hand and leading her to the sofa. Auntie, didn't you take a nap? Du Qingfeng smiled and shook her head. No, I don't have a habit of napping. Qingxue, did you rest well? How is the bedroom? If you're not comfortable, I can rearrange it for you. I slept very well. Thank you, Annie. In truth, she had awakened at 2 o'clock, but had hesitated to come out due to the silence in the living room. Hearing Jiang's voice gave her the courage to push the door open. Mom, didn't you say you would take us shopping? There is no time like the present. Shall we set off now? Of course. Qingxue, how about we go shopping together? Yes, that sounds great. With her daughter-in-law's approval, Du Qingfeng returned to her room, grabbed her bag, and joined Su Qingxue. The two women walked out arm in arm, leaving Jiang standing alone in place. Hey, wait for me. He hurried to catch up with his mother and wife. The driver was waiting downstairs, and once in the car, they headed straight for the most luxurious mall nearby. Upon arrival at the mall, Du Qingfeng and Su Qingxue exited the vehicle, with Jiang trailing behind. For the entire afternoon, Su Qingxue and Du Qingfeng nearly explored the entire mall, with Jiang following, his hands laden with an increasing number of shopping bags. Eventually, he could carry no more and had to drop off his items in the car. After a hard-fought return to the mall, he noticed his mother and wife had acquired several more clothing bags. Annie, why don't you try on this outfit? You would look stunning in it. Su Qingxue elegantly pointed towards a luxurious casual dress displayed prominently in the store. The dress hung there, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Upon hearing this, Du Qingfeng immediately moved closer to inspect it. Qingxue, it seems we truly are mother and daughter. To be honest, the moment I stepped into the store, I noticed this dress as well. You two wait here, I'll go try it on. With her daughter-in-law's taste aligning with her own, Du Qingfeng summoned a sales associate and took the dress into the fitting room. 5 minutes later, she emerged wearing a stunning yellow-red floral dress. Qingxue, Ji Yang, how does this outfit look on me? Yes, it looks wonderful. Auntie, let me help you adjust it. Su Qingxue stepped forward to assist with the dress's ties at the back. After checking herself in the mirror, Du Qingfeng was quite satisfied with her appearance. Chapter 46. When did it get tense? Returning to the fitting room to change, she said, "Come, help me package this dress as well." "Certainly, madam." The sales associate promptly took the dress, carefully folded it, and presented it to Ji Yang. Just as he placed a large pile of clothes in the car's trunk, he found himself with several more bags in hand in the blink of an eye. "Mom, it's getting late. Shouldn't we head back? Aren't we still having dinner?" Ji Yang reminded her, and only then did Du Qingfeng realize the time. Looking at her wrist, she noted it was already past 5 o'clock. "Qingxue, how about we call it a day and head home? We can go shopping again sometime." "Yes, that sounds good. Auntie, let us go back. I'm a bit hungry." Su Qingxue linked her arm with Du Qingfeng's, who smiled slightly. "Hungry? Silly girl, you should have mentioned it sooner. Let us head back, put our things away, and then have dinner. Off we go." The two women walked hand in hand, intimately close, while a beleaguered Ji Yang silently followed behind. He realized that his only role in this outing was to carry things. Had he known it would be like this, he would have preferred accompanying his father to see his grandfather, or even staying in his room to sleep, which would have spared him from this ordeal. On the way home, Ji Jiangong had not yet returned. Following his mother's instructions, Ji Yang took out his phone and called his father. The call connected, and after a brief exchange, he handed the phone to his mother, Du Qingfeng. A minute later, as she hung up, her expression was slightly peculiar. "Mom, what is the matter? What did Dad say?" Looking up at Ji Yang, Du Qingfeng whispered, "Your father said that your grandfather wants to join us for dinner." "What? My grandfather wants to go to dinner too?" Ji Yang was perplexed, considering his grandfather usually preferred solitude. This sudden invitation stirred both surprise and uncertainty in him and Du Qingfeng alike. Could it be that your grandfather had heard something? That shouldn't be the case. Oh well, if he wants to come, let him come. It'll be nice for him to meet Qingxue. The time is nearly upon us. Let us set off. Gome. Qingxue. Guiding Su Qingxue out of the house, Ji Yang took charge of closing the door behind them. "Mom, where are we eating?" "At the Imperial Capital Restaurant." At this time of day, traffic in the capital was notoriously congested. What was supposed to be a 20-minute drive turned into an hour-long ordeal. Ji Jiangong and the elder had arrived at the restaurant long ago, while Ji Yang and Su Qingxue remained stuck in traffic. Had I known, I would have taken a detour. "Xiao Zhao, how much longer?" "Less than 500 meters. Less than 500 meters? Should we walk the rest of the way?" Ji Yang suggested, only to be immediately shot down by Du Qingfeng. "You can walk, but what about Qingxue? She's pregnant, and after shopping all afternoon, she's already tired. You expect her to walk to dinner? If you want to walk, you can go ahead." Ji Yang was left speechless by his mother's retort, while Su Qingxue smiled sweetly beside him, clearly enjoying the situation without offering any support. A few minutes later, the traffic finally eased up. The car reached the Imperial Capital Restaurant, and Su Qingxue and Du Qingfeng got out while the driver parked the car. "Qingfeng, at last you have arrived." Ji Jiangong stood in place. Beside him stood an elderly gentleman clad in a black Zhongshan suit, undoubtedly his grandfather, Ji Zhongchang. "Dad, what are you doing here waiting for us?" "Darling, what is the matter? Why didn't you take your father to the private room to wait?" Ji Jiangong chuckled as he glanced at Du Qingfeng, and upon seeing her bewildered expression, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I would have taken Dad to the private room, but he insisted on staying here to wait for you all. We were stuck in traffic for quite a while on the way here. By the way, Dad, allow me to introduce you. This is Qingxue, your future granddaughter-in-law." Taking Su Qingxue's hand, he brought her before Ji Zhongchang. Upon meeting her grandfather, Su Qingxue promptly greeted him softly. "Hello, Grandpa." "He, my dear girl, hello." Ji Yang has quite the discerning eye to find such an outstanding girlfriend. "Now, no more standing around. Let us all go eat." Ji Zhongchang waved his hand, and Ji Yang and the others followed him into the Imperial Capital Restaurant, a well-established dining venue that had undergone renovations several decades ago. Though the decor was rather ordinary by today's standards, the restaurant's heritage and sentiment remained pronounced. Staying obediently by Ji Yang's side, Su Qingxue's gaze lingered on her grandfather. And apart from his appearance, she found that Ji Yang's grandfather bore a striking resemblance to her own. He exuded a commanding presence without anger. He was exceedingly kind-hearted towards family. "Qingxue, your grandfather is still unaware of your pregnancy. When we chat later, please be a bit cautious." He has high blood pressure, and your aunt is concerned that he might become overly excited. Lowering her voice, Du Qingfeng leaned closer to whisper in Su Qingshue's ear. Yes, I understand, aunt. After an afternoon of interaction, the bond between Su Qingxue and Du Qingfeng had gradually deepened, and even while walking hand in hand, Su Qingxue felt no discomfort. With the guidance of the restaurant staff, everyone arrived at the private room. The room was lavishly decorated, with a window behind the main seat that offered a view of the bustling outside. My dear girl, come and sit. Qingfeng, Zhiyong, you two sit as well. Ji Zhongchang gestured for everyone to take their seats and then began to order dishes. Unable to decline, Su Qingxue ordered 2 plates of greens, and during the meal, she learned that her future grandmother had only one relative, her grandfather. A flicker of concern passed through Ji Zhongchang's weathered eyes. Qingxue, you now have another grandfather, as well as 2 elder relatives, your aunt and uncle. Whenever you're bored, you can ask Ji Yang to take you to visit your grandfather. He often feels lonely at home, and having you 2 children around would surely brighten his day. Thank you, Grandpa. Dinner lasted for over an hour. Upon returning home, Ji Yang went to the other bedroom to rest. The next morning, the two prepared to return to Yundu. Before leaving, Du Qingfeng and Ji Jiangong accompanied them to the entrance of the community. Qingxue, remember to call Aunt if you have the time. If Ji Yang bullies you, just let me know, and I'll help you teach him a lesson. Yes, Aunt, we're leaving now. Please take care on the way. Waving goodbye to her future in-laws, they started the car and officially set off back to Yundu. So how was the meeting? Are you still nervous? With both hands gripping the steering wheel, Jiang glanced back at Su Qingxue. Well, have I ever been nervous? Just drive well. I want to take a nap. Leaning against the seat, her lively eyes slowly closed. Her haughty demeanor elicited a chuckle from Jiang, who then chose not to press further, focusing instead on driving calmly. Chapter 47. I am here for an interview. Upon returning to the community, it was just past noon. Jiang had initially intended to accompany Su Qingxue for lunch, but before he could decide on a meal, he received a call from the HR department of Qingtian Group. To his surprise, they had scheduled an interview for him on Monday. After hanging up, Su Qingxue stood in place with her bag in hand, resembling a blooming snow lotus, her tall and slender figure enveloped in a flowing dress that swayed gently in the breeze. Her countenance was truly delightful. Her gaze fell upon Ji Yang as she asked, "What do you want to eat for lunch?" Around 1 in the afternoon, it seemed too late to cook, so if Ji Yang had no objections, she planned to find a restaurant nearby for a casual meal. I'm fine with anything. The weather is pleasant. How about we grab a bowl of noodles from a roadside stall? He recalled seeing a noodle shop across the street when they came over. All right, let us have noodles then. They left the community and crossed to the other side of the street, though she had lived there for quite some time. Su Qingxue realized she had dined at many of the small restaurants outside. Set up with small tables on the roadside, the restaurant was bustling, with the owner and his wife busily attending to customers. The popularity of the roadside stall rivaled that of some upscale restaurants. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, 1 beef noodle and 1 rib noodle. Sure thing. You two find a seat. After a loud response, Ji Yang and Su Qingxue sat down, and in no time, 2 bowls of noodles were served at their small table. As Su Qingxue stared at the noodles before her, she glanced around. Eating noodles by the roadside was a first for her in her entire life. Noticing Ji Yang picking up his chopsticks, she followed suit. The ribs were tender and practically melted in her mouth. How is it? Isn't the flavor delightful? Sometimes, these roadside stalls are even tastier than restaurants. Yes, they often are. The small eateries outside school are usually like this. Ji Yang replied affirmatively, while Su Qingxue tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. When I was in school, I only ate in the cafeteria. After saying this, she carefully picked up another piece of rib and, after finishing it, started on the noodles. Sitting gracefully in her chair, Su Qingxue attracted the attention of many around her, and she seemed to sense it, reaching for a napkin to dab at the corner of her mouth. Young lady, do you not often come out to eat? A nearby elderly woman greeted her with a smile. Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback before lightly nodding in response. Ha ha ha, I could tell a glance. Look at your boyfriend. That is how one should eat at a roadside stall. At that moment, Ji Yang had yet to swallow the noodles in his mouth. His cheeks puffed out, and upon hearing the old woman's comment, he felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing this, Su Qingxue could not help but laugh. Turning her head slightly away, after a brief interlude, Su Qingxue continued to eat some more noodles. Ji Yang's bowl was nearly empty. While she still had a sizable portion left, and seeing everyone around them finishing their meals, she felt it was inappropriate to waste food. Biting her lip, her exquisite face displayed a look of indecision. Just as she hesitated on whether to take the remaining noodles home, Ji Yang's voice suddenly rang out. Do you want to share some with me? I don't think I'm full yet. This remark caught the attention of the man who was cooking the noodles. Young man, you're not full. He looked at Ji Yang in surprise, seemingly doubting his appetite. Our little shop serves hearty portions. I'll cook you some more noodles so you can be satisfied. As he spoke, he was about to start boiling more noodles, but Ji-young quickly interrupted. Wait. I'll help my wife finish hers. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Thankfully, he stopped just in time. He was already 8/10 full, and if another portion was cooked, not only would Su Qingshue's noodles be left, but his own would go to waste as well. I'll share. Su Qingxue picked up her chopsticks and delicately lifted 2 strands of noodles into her bowl. Under Ji-young's astonished gaze, they exchanged each other's bowls of noodles. I shall suffice with these 2, she proclaimed. The remainder is yours. With cherry-red lips, she slowly placed the 2 strands into her mouth, savoring the flavors before wiping the corners of her mouth with a napkin. I'm done now. You should hurry and eat. Oh, certainly. Ji-young replied, grabbing his chopsticks and devouring the noodles in large bites. In no time, Su Qingshue's bowl was entirely cleared. A look of surprise graced her face as she marveled at Ji-young's appetite. Su Qingxue reached for her bag. Excuse me, how much is the total? 30 in total. Both the pork noodles and the beef noodles are 15 each. At such a price, the generous portions of meat were undoubtedly a remarkable value. She handed the uncle 32, also grabbing 2 bottles of water. After offering 1 bottle to Ji-young, the 2 paused at the entrance of the community. I might need to visit the company this afternoon. What about you? I'll be heading back to school. Oh, the driver will pick me up and can drop you off at school as well. With that, she gazed at Ji-young, awaiting his response. No problem. Upon confirming, Su Qingxue made a phone call, and within 20 minutes, the driver arrived at the community entrance. The driver was already accustomed to Ji-young's presence. They drove straight to Yunde University, dropping Ji-young off before heading directly to Qingtian Group. As Ji-young watched the car depart, he noticed several classmates glancing in his direction. Perhaps it was due to the ostentatious nature of Su Qingshue's vehicle, or perhaps it was his strikingly handsome appearance. He could not determine the exact reason. He hastened back to his dormitory, as he had an interview at Qingtian Group on Monday, and he had yet to confirm his email. He opened his computer to verify the email. Before he knew it, Monday had arrived. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhu Nan and a few others, Ji-young officially set off for his interview at Qingtian Group. Having been a manager for many years and having interviewed countless executives, it was a first for him to appear as an interviewee. Assistant Su, have you wrapped up your family matters? Ji-young expressed surprise when the other party arrived to pick him up, having initially requested a 3-day leave, but only taken 2. I've finished. My home is quite close to Yunde, so I managed to resolve everything in 2 days. Mr. Ji, are you here at Qingtian Group to discuss a collaborative project? As an assistant, it was expected for Ji-young to oversee his own work. However, in reality, he was completely in the dark, his role akin to that of a mere chauffeur. No project discussions. I am here for an interview. The car fell silent. Su Jiao, fixating on Ji-young's substantial frame, her gaze darting nervously to the rearview mirror. She briefly questioned whether she had misheard. The president of Jinfeng Real Estate Group, in terms of commercial stature, was scarcely inferior to Qingtian Group as chairman. It was astonishing that such a prominent figure would come to Qingtian Group for an interview. Mr. Ji, are you interviewing someone else? Or I am here for a job interview. A job interview. Su Jiao's voice inadvertently rose a few decibels. Yes. The car gradually approached Qingtian Group, eventually parking in a lot directly in front. Please wait for me a moment. Feel free to explore the surroundings or grab a cup of coffee. I'll call you when I'm done. After instructing Su Jiao to wait outside, Ji-young strode confidently into Qingtian Group with his resume in hand. The lobby on the first floor appeared quite impressive, albeit slightly less so than Jinfeng Real Estate, which was to be expected given that Jinfeng specialized in hotel and real estate. If their own office space lacked distinction, how could they attract partners? In contrast, Qingtian Group leaned towards technology, and one could distinctly feel the modern technological ambience upon entering the first floor. Various functional robots scuttled about, some even capable of printing documents. As Ji-young surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a facial recognition system gate not far away. To enter, one must first approach the front desk for assistance. Hello, I'm here for an interview. Chapter 48. The initial interview unsuccessful. At the front desk, 2 statuesque ladies stood gracefully, clad in impeccably tailored business suits, exuding professionalism. With exquisite features and flawless makeup, a faint smile graced their lips. Upon hearing of Ji-young's arrival for an interview, they promptly verified his identity and, upon confirmation, dialed the HR department. Please fill out your information on the registration form. Certainly, Ji-young took a signature pen and filled in his details. Once completed, an HR specialist approached the front desk. You must be Ji-young? Indeed. Please follow me. Navigating through the gate, Ji-young was led to the elevator. During the journey, not a single word was exchanged. In the president's office, Su Qingxue sat quietly in her chair, several documents laid out before her. Dressed in a simple light blue gown, she radiated both elegance and contemporary flair, perfectly accentuating her slender figure. At that moment, she remained unaware that Ji Yong had arrived for an interview at Qingtian Group. Upon reaching the interview room, Ji Yong found himself waiting behind another candidate. Approximately 10 minutes later, the door opened. "Ji Yong, I'm here." Upon hearing his name, he entered the interview room, greeted by 4 interviewers, 2 men and 2 women. Setting aside other considerations, the imposing atmosphere alone could be overwhelming. For students yet to enter the workforce, it was certain to induce anxiety. Those with weaker psychological resilience might even stutter. "Please have a seat." "Thank you." With composure, he pulled out a chair and sat down. The male interviewer in the center spoke first. "We have reviewed your resume. Your major in computer science from Yunde University is commendable. However, we are curious about your capabilities. We are a technology-centric group, and the requirements for our technical department are exceptionally stringent. We would like to have our technical supervisor pose a few questions. Is that acceptable?" "Of course," Ji Yong replied with a nod. The interview transitioned to the man beside him, who posed a few straightforward questions, to which Ji Yong responded with ease. As recent graduates, they possessed little practical work experience, and the technical supervisor's inquiries leaned towards the basics. Provided one had a modest understanding of programming languages, they could likely answer correctly. After a series of uncomplicated questions, Ji Yong was informed to step outside and wait. A few moments later, a new candidate entered, while Ji Yong was directed to the fire escape. "Mr. Ji, I sincerely apologize, but you did not pass the initial interview." The interviewer conveyed their assessment, deeming him unsuitable. Unsuitable? Ji Yong was internally astonished, unable to believe that he had failed the interview. Facing the HR specialist, he inquired, "Is it because I am married and my partner is pregnant?" "I'm sorry, sir. I'm unaware of the specific reasons. After comprehensive consideration, it appears you are indeed not quite suitable. If you're interested in the company, you may apply for other positions. However, there is truly no possibility within the technical department." The HR specialist refrained from providing a direct answer, leaving Ji Yong with no recourse to pursue further questions. "Very well. What other positions are available? You may check our official website for listings. After submitting your resume online, we will arrange an interview upon receipt." "All right, thank you." Leaving the Qingtian Group with his resume in hand, Ji Yong found himself at a loss for words. To have failed even the preliminary interview at a mere ordinary publicly listed company was something that would have made headlines before his rebirth. Upon returning to the car, Su Jiao was still waiting inside. As soon as she spotted Ji Yong, she hurriedly exited the vehicle, offering him a cup of iced Americano. "CEO Ji, your coffee." "Thank you." Accepting the iced Americano with a nod, Ji Yong bent slightly to enter the car. During the drive back, Su Jiao couldn't help but glance at Ji Yong in the rearview mirror. "CEO Ji, how did the interview go? Was everything all right?" "Not well. I didn't pass the preliminary interview." After speaking, he took a sip of his coffee, savoring the flavor. In the driver's seat, Su Jiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her toes curling in discomfort, unsure how to respond to Ji Yong's revelation. The car fell into a heavy silence. Regret flooded her mind. Why did she have to ask? Now, not only was there an awkward pause, but it also risked inciting Ji Yang's displeasure. "Please take me back to the company." "Understood." She turned at the next intersection, heading straight for the Gene Foam Real Estate Group. Upon their arrival at the office, Ji Yong settled onto the couch in his office and instructed, "Call in General Manager Fu. Also, invite General Managers Wang and Yang to join us." "Yes." Complying with Ji Yang's command, Su Jiao departed. A few minutes later, Fu Yuan was the first to arrive, followed closely by Wang Rue. They waited expectantly, but Yang Xiaoyan was nowhere to be seen. "Secretarian, please check on General Manager Yang in her office and urge her to come quickly." "No need. General Manager Yang may be busy with something. Let us discuss in the meantime." "How is the preparation for the bidding conference coming along?" "The most crucial aspect right now is securing the land for the Jinlong steel plant. Once we have that under our control, we can simply await its appreciation. The bidding conference is tentatively scheduled for 3 days from now." "CEO G, who do you plan to take with you?" "I would appreciate it if General Manager Fu could accompany me. 3 days is just enough time to arrange my current workload." "No problem." Fu Yuan readily agreed, fully prepared to accompany Ji Yong to the capital, as no one at the company was more suitable than he. "General Manager Fu, there's another matter. Please investigate if Baihong Capital has been up to anything significant lately." "CEO Ji, what prompted this sudden interest in Baihong Capital?" Wang Rue asked instinctively. But Ji Yong offered no further explanation. After discussing for over half an hour in the office, the sound of high heels echoed as Yang Xiaoyan entered. Dressed in a form-fitting skirt and black stockings, Her gaze landed on Ji Yong, and her crimson lips curled into a slight smile. CEO Ji, General Manager Fu. General Manager Wang. I apologize for my tardiness. I had numerous tasks to attend to due to the sudden meeting. As she spoke, she gracefully settled onto the sofa opposite them, her alluring legs crossed, showing no concern for the three men before her. No worries, General Manager Yang. You arrived just in time. We concluded our discussion for today. Secretarian has been listening in, so if you wish to inquire further, feel free to ask her. With a leisurely stand and a subtle smile towards the others, Ji Yong exited his office without a backward glance. Fu Yuan and Wang Rui followed closely behind, while Secretarian remained awkwardly in place, casting an uncomfortable glance at the recently seated Yang Xiaoyan. General Manager Yang, regarding the meeting's content just now. At that moment, Yang Xiaoyan's expression darkened, her hands clenched tightly, her scarlet lips appearing almost predatory. Chapter 49, Street Vendor. Just report to me. CEO G clearly has no intention of letting me in on the details. With a huff, she approached Secretarian, turning on her heel and leaving the office without a backward glance. This was the CEO's office. With Ji Yong already gone, lingering would only serve to humiliate herself further. Accompanied by Fu Yuan and Wang Rui, she made her way to the lobby on the first floor of the group. General Manager Fu, expedite the investigation into Baihong Capital. I need not only their information, but also a thorough account of any recent developments. I require detailed documentation. Rest assured, CEO G, I will dispatch someone to handle it immediately. You will have it by tomorrow morning at the latest. Excellent. Acknowledging them with a nod, Ji Yong made his exit with an air of confidence. Fu Yuan and Wang Rui stood behind, watching Ji Yong stride out of the lobby. While many curious eyes from the surrounding employees were drawn to the two men, Jinfeng Real Estate Group had always been under Fu Yuan's management, and the executive team recognized Ji Yong as the CEO, though the regular staff knew little about him. General Manager, what led CEO G to investigate Baihong Capital? Wang Yihui pondered, perplexed. Our CEO's thoughts are quite unpredictable. I find it difficult to keep up. He has just decided to secure the land for the Jinlong steel plant, and now he wants us to investigate Baihong Capital. Could there be a connection? CEO G likely has his own rationale. You should visit General Manager Yang and soothe her. We cannot allow her relationship with CEO G to become too strained. If she remains in the office alone, she will undoubtedly be furious. Su Jiao drove Ji Yong back to Yunde University. Upon reaching the school entrance, he was just about to exit when he called out, Assistant Su, wait. Keep my interview at Qingtian Group confidential. Rest assured, I will not speak a word. All right, be careful on your way back. Watching Su Jiao depart, Ji Yong turned and quickly made his way back. Once he returned to the dormitory, Zhou Nan and the others quickly gathered around him, their eyes wide with anticipation, eager for him to speak. Zhu Gufeng even clutched his arm, pushing him down into a chair. What are you all doing? Ji Yong tilted his head, scanning the eager faces around him. You know full well what we want. Don't play dumb. As Ji Yong attempted to evade their questions, Wang Jingang seized him by the neck. Quickly tell us, did you pass the interview? Let go and I'll tell you. You could have said so earlier. After being released, Ji Yong took a moment to catch his breath before languidly replying, I failed miserably. You didn't pass the preliminary interview? Impossible. Wang Jingang managed to pass, and you didn't? His disbelief was palpable, and to his astonishment, Wang Jingang, upon hearing this, did not grow angry, but rather found Zhu Gufeng's reasoning valid. If I could pass, how could you possibly be rejected? You're not trying to deceive us, are you? Given his history of being at the bottom of the class, it seemed implausible that he could succeed in the preliminary interview. Ji Yong, however, had always excelled academically. How could he fail? What purpose would I have to lie to you? I genuinely did not pass. I'm not sure of the specific reasons. When I asked, they simply said I was a good fit. While he spoke, Ji Yong had already suspected some underlying reasons. Having married before graduation and with a pregnant wife, the interviewers were likely apprehensive, yet unable to voice their concerns directly. Ji Yong displayed an air of indifference, while Zhou Nan and the others found themselves in a quandary. The three of them exchanged glances, each pulling up a chair to take a seat. Don't be disheartened. Ji Yong, this is just the beginning. If we can't secure a position at Qingtian Group, we can certainly explore other companies. Do you have any preferences? We will be happy to assist you in your search. Are there any other companies you are considering? As the three conversed animatedly, Ji Yong found it difficult to interject. Finally, when the trio quieted down, he sighed and said, the HR officer suggested I explore other positions within the group. Other positions? Which ones have caught your eye? I haven't had the chance to look yet. You all didn't give me any time to check the official website. Since entering, he had been inundated with their chatter, leaving him no opportunity to review the job postings. Zhonan opened his laptop and accessed Qingtian Group's website. After a lengthy search, it seemed there were no suitable positions available. Let's wait and see. New job postings might be uploaded soon. With a casual click, he closed the laptop, and Ji Yong ascended the stairs to his bed, leaning against the headboard as he retrieved his phone. At noon, the four ventured to the cafeteria for lunch, with an afternoon class still ahead. Outside the president's office at Qingtian Group, Wan Shaoling knocked on the door, her arms laden with a stack of documents. After several knocks yielded no response, she began to wonder when a melodious voice emerged from behind her. Shaoling, President, where have you been? I stepped out to the restroom. Please come in. With a gentle smile directed at Wan Shaoling, Su Qingxue glided into the office, her movements reminiscent of an elegant swan. Each step exuded confidence and grace. Upon entering, she made her way directly to the desk and seated herself with poise. Her slender figure and graceful demeanor radiated an extraordinary charm, even while perched on an ordinary office chair. Every gesture she made conveyed an air of nobility and elegance that was utterly captivating. Just place the documents here, she instructed, lowering her gaze as she focused intently on the papers before her. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently brushing against her fair skin, adding an element of softness and grace. Wan Shaoling cautiously approached Su Qingxue, placing the documents down, but lingering instead of departing immediately. President, it's already noon. What would you like to eat? I can fetch something for you from the cafeteria. It's already noon? Su Qingxue, somewhat incredulous, glanced at her watch and realized it was indeed 12:30. I was so busy this morning that I lost track of time. Should we head to the cafeteria? Well, let's go out to eat instead. At this time, the company cafeteria is usually quite crowded, she decided, preparing to take Wan Shaoling with her. After a brief tidy-up, the two exited the office building. Numerous eateries lined the streets below, and several makeshift stalls were set up across from Qingtian Group. Su Qingxue merely cast a glance before heading straight for a roadside stall. We'll eat here. President, you want to eat here? Yes, indeed. Please have a seat. With a slight smile, she gestured for Wan Shaoling to sit down. Boss, we would like 2 bowls of noodles with eggs and chicken legs, please. Thank you. Coming right up. The cook, a middle-aged man in his 50s, appeared somewhat weathered, yet his hands moved with remarkable agility. In no time, he presented steaming bowls of clay pot noodles to Su Qingxue and Wan Shaoling. Ladies, your noodles are ready. Ha, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? The cook was quite chatty, smiling broadly as he conversed with the two. Yes, it's our first visit, they replied, smiling in return. Since it's your first time, the eggs are on me today. I'll add an extra piece of tofu for each of you. With that, he scooped up a piece of tofu and placed it into their bowls. Sir, we may not finish all this, Wan Shaoling protested. Not a problem. My daughter is about your age, and I know how stressful it can be for young people these days. It's a rare occasion to enjoy a quiet meal. You should eat to your heart's content, right? After saying this, the cook returned to his work. Let us dig in, Su Qingxue said. Shaoling, you have a big appetite. I'll serve you some. Before they began, Su Qingxue placed some noodles into Wan Shaoling's bowl, fully aware of her colleague's hearty appetite. President, that's enough for me. I'll be stuffed if you keep serving me. Clutching her bowl, Wan Shaoling declined further noodles, knowing she could eat but had her limits. If Su Qingxue continued to serve her, the latter's bowl would soon be emptied. How did you come up with the idea of eating at a roadside stall? You've never done this before. Well, a friend brought me here. At this moment, Su Qingxue's mind drifted to Ji Yong, and a sweet smile spontaneously graced her lips. A friend? Oh, it must be someone special, right? I've never seen our president with friends all these years. This unusual behavior piques my curiosity. Wan Shaoling teased, her interest piqued by the president's uncharacteristic demeanor. Mind your own business and eat your meal. Hee, if you want T answer, then it must mean I'm right. It wouldn't T happen to be a boyfriend? Would it? President, do I know him? I may not be very reliable, but at least I can keep an eye out for you. I'm genuinely concerned that someone might take advantage of your trusting nature. Wan Shaoling's voice turned into a soft murmur, as if she were talking to herself. However, Su Qingxue, with her keen perception, caught every word. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as if one could squeeze water from her skin. A blush spread across her face, reaching her ears, enhancing her already delicate complexion. She shot Wan Shaoling a reproachful glance and whispered, "Who's being foolish?" Although her words were soft, her discontent and embarrassment were unmistakable. You, of course. You little rascal. I'll teach you a lesson. Raising her hand as if to scold the cheeky girl, she was taken aback when Wan Shaoling deftly sidestepped her slender fingers, clutching her bowl. Ha, President. I one tea dare again. Really one tea you? Your dating life is a good thing. Just satisfy a tiny bit of curiosity. Please tell me who it is. Wan Shaoling's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her gaze fixed on Su Qingxue. Yet, under Wan Shaoling's scrutiny, A faint smile graced Su Qingshue's exquisitely sculpted features. With a graceful lift of her slender finger, she shook her head gently. I want to tell you. President, dear sister, please just tell me. I promise to keep a secret and want to share it with anyone. I swear. Raising a few fingers, one was about to swear in front of Su Qingxue. All right, Xiaoling. I cannot disclose who he is just yet, but I can share a little secret with you. You know him. You have met him before. I know. Resting her chin in thought, Xiaoling pondered seriously. Met him? With a meaningful gaze from Su Qingxue. She racked her brain for quite some time, but failed to deduce who he might be. Since she couldn't figure it out, she decided to let it go. After all, the truth would eventually reveal itself. As long as it isn't that guy. Which guy? Zhiyong. The little pervert who has been incessantly pursuing you. Little pervert. Xiaoling's words made Su Qingxue burst into laughter, incredulously covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes fixated on Xiaoling. At that moment, Zhiyong was comfortably lying in his dormitory when he suddenly felt an unusual tickle in his nose, leading to an unexpected series of 3 sneezes. Achoo! 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 Zhounan, leaning over the edge of the bed, patted Ji Yang's arm. Zhiyong, you aren't coming down with a cold, are you? Beside him, Wang Jinggang climbed up the ladder, chuckling. What cold? Perhaps someone is secretly cursing him. Ha ha ha. Hey, Zhiyong, I assure you, it's definitely not me. It's most likely Jinggang and Gufeng. The 3 teased, leaving Zhiyong utterly speechless. It's just a sneeze. Is it necessary to make it so fantastical? After saying this, he lay back down on the bed, holding his phone, still feeling a slight discomfort in his nose, instinctively rubbing it. At the roadside stall, Su Qingxue faced Xiaoling, utterly at a loss for words. Xiaoling, how could he be a little pervert when he is perfectly fine? Where's the evidence? He has been bothering you. Is that not perverse? Have you forgotten that we almost had to call the police last time? Clenching her fists, Xiaoling's disdain for Zhiyong loomed larger than a mountain. Actually, I think he is not that bad. It's not as severe as you say. Su Qingxue spoke gently, but Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief as she clutched her rice bowl, staring at Su Qingxue with astonishment. President, what did you just say? You think he is not that bad? Placing her hand over her mouth, her expression tense as she gazed at Su Qingxue. You don't have some sort of relationship with him, do you? Though unwilling to believe it, the state of her own president compelled her to entertain doubts. All right, lunch is over. Let us settle the bill. This topic came to an abrupt close. Chapter 51. Aren't you spicy? Su Qingxue stood up to leave. With Xiaoling trailing behind, her mind persistently conjuring images of her president alongside Zhiyong. The two standing together felt inherently wrong. As evening fell, Zhiyong arrived early at the entrance of Su Qingxue's community, as per his routine. When her car arrived, Su Qingxue stepped out gracefully, a faint smile gracing her face. Shall we go grocery shopping? Yes. What do you want to eat tonight? It wouldn't be sweet and sour ribs again, would it? My culinary skills are rather lacking, and I still haven't figured out that dish. If Su Qingxue wanted it, the only solution would be to order takeout. We're not having sweet and sour ribs today. We're having stir-fried shredded pork with bell peppers. That's easy, Zhiyong confidently promised, accompanying Su Qingxue to the supermarket to select ingredients. They bought a good amount of bell peppers along with some lean meat. Upon returning home, Zhiyong took to the kitchen. In addition to the stir-fried shredded pork with bell peppers, he also prepared a tomato and egg stir-fry, underestimating the spiciness of the bell peppers. The entire kitchen soon filled with a pungent aroma. Even with the exhaust fan running at full speed, the smell remained overpowering. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Yang's intense coughing echoed from the kitchen as Su Qingxue cautiously approached. She gently pushed open the folding door. Are you all right? Should I help you? Just peeking her head and caused her to cough violently from the irritation. Close the door quickly. I can handle it myself. Given that Su Qingxue was pregnant, the kitchen's greasy air was akin to secondhand smoke, compounded by the sharpness of the peppers, making it imperative that she stayed out. Are you really okay? With the kitchen door closed, Su Qingxue stood outside, her delicate hands clasped together, her gaze resting on the semi-transparent door, uncertain whether to comply and leave. Cough, cough, cough. No problem. Cough, cough, cough. It's just the peppers are quite spicy. I'll handle it and be done shortly. With the exhaust fan proving ineffective, Zhiyong had no choice but to open the window as well. After some effort, the kitchen's odor finally dissipated somewhat. After patiently waiting for 20 minutes in the dining area, the kitchen door finally opened, and Zhiyong emerged with a steaming plate of stir-fried shredded pork with bell peppers. ISNT, there also a tomato and egg dish? I'll go get it. Su Qingxue stood up, preparing to enter the kitchen, but at that crucial moment, Zhiyong grasped her wrist. The cool, smooth touch momentarily disoriented him. When Su Qingxue turned her head, he quickly released her, saying, "Stay seated. I'll fetch the dishes." Without looking back, He entered the kitchen, bringing out a plate of tomato and egg stir-fry, followed by a portion of sautéed greens. When did you conjure up a plate of greens? Did we buy any? With a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes, Su Qingshu curiously gazed at Ji Yang. During their shopping, she distinctly remembered purchasing bell peppers, meat, some tomatoes, and eggs, but hadn't seen Ji Yang buy any greens. We didn't buy any today. Those greens have been in the fridge and still look fresh, so I decided to cook them. Well, this stir-fried shredded pork with bell peppers is extremely spicy. You must be cautious while eating it. Don't get overwhelmed. His wary gaze fell upon the dish, recalling how he nearly choked on it. Oh, I'll be careful. Unless there are other matters. Shall we eat? Yes, let us. Ji Yang picked up his chopsticks first, with Su Qingshu following suit. As he placed a strip of pork in his mouth, the intense spiciness compelled him to gulp down several mouthfuls of rice. However, Su Qingshu appeared unfazed, continually reaching for the spicy dish as if it bore no flavor at all, leaving Ji Yang in a state of astonishment. You're not finding it spicy? It's all right, not very spicy. With a remark of not very spicy, Ji Yang was left at a loss for words. I'll get you a glass of water, concerned that Su Qingshu might be overwhelmed by the spice. He specifically stood up to pour her a glass, placing it beside her before resuming his meal. After dinner, nearly all the stir-fried shredded pork with bell peppers had been devoured by Su Qingshu. Chapter 52. I'll help you, Washington. Her fair and exquisite face bore no signs of discomfort, entirely surpassing Ji Yang's expectations. While he sat there in a daze, Su Qingshu set down her bowl and chopsticks, slowly lifting her elegant neck, her delicate eyes resting on Ji Yang. Are you full? Yes, I am. Patting his stomach. Ji Yang chuckled. I'm already stuffed. He consumed much of the spicy pork. He had polished off the tomato and egg stir-fry, as well as the sautéed greens. After consuming an additional 2 bowls of rice, even the heartiest of appetites should be satisfied. Ensuring that Ji Yang had his fill, Su Qingshu quietly rose to gather their dishes and made her way into the kitchen. Before she could place the dishes into the dishwasher, Ji Yang's familiar voice resonated behind her. I can manage. You should go rest in the living room. There's not much to do. Just tidying up the dining table and putting the utensils in the dishwasher will only take a couple of minutes. Despite this, Su Qingshu insisted on assisting with clearing the table and washing the dishes. Upon returning to the living room, Ji Yang gazed out the window. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had gradually turned overcast, as if a storm were imminent. It's a gloomy day. Qingshu, I must take my leave. It may rain shortly. Grasping a tissue, he wiped his hands and carelessly tucked the tissue into his pants pocket. Su Qingshu also noticed the weather and, upon hearing Ji Yang's words, turned towards the living room wardrobe to retrieve an umbrella. Take this with you. With her delicate hands clutching the umbrella, she offered it to Ji Yang, who accepted it with a smile. All right, if it pours later, remember to secure the windows and doors. Call me if you need anything. After uttering these words, he took the umbrella and exited the apartment. As he descended in the elevator, the heavens opened, unleashing a torrential downpour. The rain fell relentlessly, and the fierce wind howled. Such a deluge rendered an umbrella nearly futile. He could only retreat a couple of steps, attempting to shield himself from the splattering rain. Just as Ji Yang was contemplating the storm, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw Su Qingshu in a nightgown, her cheeks flushed, standing behind him in slippers. Her fair feet contrasted with her disheveled dark hair, and upon noticing Ji Yang, her hands instinctively gripped the hem of her dress. The rain is too heavy. Why don't you come back with me and wait until it lightens up? With the storm raging, even driving would be fraught with peril. Since there was still ample time, it would be better for Ji Yang to wait at her home for a while. Such heavy rain likely wouldn't last long. Let us go. Ji Yang remained silent, so Su Qingshu took the initiative to grasp his arm and lead him back upstairs. Upon entering the living room, Ji Yang intended to sit down. However, a fleeting glance revealed 2 pieces of lingerie quietly resting nearby, a beige bra that seemed mismatched with the other piece. The disarray suggested they were recently discarded by Su Qingshu. Please sit down. As her words trailed off, she noticed Ji Yang's unwavering gaze fixed on the sofa. Following his line of sight, Su Qingshu felt as if she had been startled like a frightened rabbit. She hurriedly approached and picked up the garments. I didn't have time to tidy up. The rain was too heavy. Stammering, she retreated to the bathroom, emerging only after 5 long minutes. Even then, the faint blush on her neck and face remained evident. I'm going to do some laundry. You can sit here and watch TV if you find it dull. After speaking to Ji Yang, Su Qingshu turned to enter the bathroom. At that moment, Ji Yang, almost as if compelled by an unseen force, suggested, How about I help you with the laundry? No, I can manage it myself, she replied. Don't be shy. I have nothing else to do, he insisted, rising from his seat. Rather than sitting idly and watching mindless television, he preferred to assist Su Qingxue. Carrying a child, she shouldn't overexert herself. To her astonishment, Ji Yang entered the bathroom, and upon seeing a few pairs of stockings and lingerie in the basin, he found himself frozen in place once more. By now, Su Qingxue had approached Ji Yang, her face flushed as she quickly shut the bathroom door, facing him directly. I'll do it myself. You should sit and have a drink. Standing quietly at the door, her hands unconsciously clasped behind her back, gripping the doorknob as if it provided her with strength and support. Her delicate lips lightly bit down, revealing her internal conflict and unease. The thought of Ji Yang washing her intimate garments sent waves of crimson to her cheeks. This was indeed a rather embarrassing matter for a young woman. Helping you with the laundry isn't a big deal. After all, we are legally married, Ji Yang reassured her. It's just a few pieces of clothing. It's nothing significant. They stood there, their eyes locked, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly intimate. Su Qingxue was uncertain whether she should acquiesce. These intimate items had always been her sole responsibility to wash. The sudden notion of allowing a man to assist with them left her feeling unprepared. As silence lingered, Ji Yang grasped her arm gently. Don't worry, I'll be careful, and I'll make sure they're perfectly clean. The bathroom door swung open again, and Ji Yang rolled up his sleeves, filling a basin with warm water. Watching him pick up her bra, Su Qingxue instinctively turned away, thinking that avoiding sight would spare her the embarrassment. Take your time washing. I'll go prepare some fruit. As she gracefully walked toward the dining room, Ji Yang examined the bra closely. Despite Su Qingxue's tall figure, it did not hinder her normal development. From the size of the bra, he could easily deduce her physique. Gazing at the colorful array of stockings and intimate apparel before him, it was impossible for him not to feel a stir of emotion. Even as his mind wandered, he knew he had to focus on the task at hand. Grasping the specialized lingerie soap, Ji Yang opened it and caught a faint fragrance, reminiscent of the scent of Su Qingxue's garments. The aroma seemed familiar. He inhaled deeply from the soap, then from the bra in his hand. Ironically, just as he was caught in the act of sniffing her recently worn lingerie, Su Qingxue returned to the bathroom door. The sight struck her like a bolt from the blue. Ji Yang was actually smelling her undergarments. Ji Yang, weren't you going to cut some fruit? He hastily submerged the bra into the water, embarrassment washing over him as he stood up swiftly. Chapter 53. How could you do this? Su Qingxue's voice trembled with indignation, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Ji Yang. The atmosphere had become palpably awkward. Su Qingxue felt as if her throat was choked, rendering her speechless. She was utterly at a loss for how to respond to the situation, her mind consumed by shock and confusion over Ji Yang's actions. How could he so nonchalantly sniff her lingerie? Was he some kind of pervert? Anger surged within her, and she bit down on her silver teeth, feeling utterly humiliated. I was merely comparing the scents. It was nothing more, Ji Yang stammered, his damp hands fumbling over the fabric. He had not anticipated that Su Qingxue would appear outside the restroom at such a crucial moment. Fortunately, she held a garment in her hand. Had it been her recently discarded underwear, there would have been no way to cleanse his name, even if he plunged into the yellow river. While silence might have sufficed, Ji Yang's explanation only served to amplify the fury evident on Su Qingxue's face, her earlobes blushing a deep crimson. Pervert, lecher. With a huff directed at Ji Yang, Su Qingxue turned and strode back to the living room. She had lost the courage to face him, for now. Merely gazing at him conjured the recent scene in her mind. No, things are not as you perceive. Please let me explain. Stepping quietly out of the restroom, the torrential rain outside persisted, suggesting that leaving tonight might prove impossible. The fruit had been neatly sliced, each piece speared by a toothpick. Su Qingxue cast a cursory glance, then, without a backward glance, retreated to her bedroom, locking the door behind her. As Ji Yang sat languidly before the sofa, his heart was heavy with bitterness. The favorable impression he had painstakingly cultivated in Su Qingxue's mind was now utterly destroyed. Back in the bedroom, she clutched a pillow from the headboard to her chest, unleashing a flurry of punches upon it. Damn you, Ji Yang, indeed a pervert. How dare he? How dare he? The thought of Ji Yang sniffing her intimate garments left her too embarrassed to voice it. The bedroom door securely locked, she resolved to let Ji Yang fumble outside, preferring to keep her vision untainted. After consuming a few pieces of fruit, she returned to the restroom to continue her laundry. One by one, she meticulously cleaned each article, followed by drying them. Though dried, they could not be hung out to air, as her bedroom remained locked. It would be inappropriate to hang her underwear in the living room, so she resolved to transfer them to the side room instead, carefully hanging each piece. She finished tidying up while the rain continued to pour outside. Sigh. Surely, won't he have to stay here tonight? Sitting by the window, She gazed out at the rain-soaked scenery, the gentle patter of raindrops against the glass harmonizing with distant lights, creating an exquisite ambience. Time passed with no sign of the rain abating. Ultimately, she had no choice but to text Jonan, informing him that she would be sleeping in the side room for the night. After dimming the living room lights and taking a shower, she laid down to sleep. Having spent the night in her bedroom, Su Qingxue heard no commotion from the living room. Driven by curiosity, she quietly opened her bedroom door. The living room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any presence. Had he left? She tiptoed to the restroom, flicked on the light, and was greeted by the sight of neatly arranged wash basins. Yet her discarded underwear and stockings were conspicuously absent. Where are my clothes? It can't be, no way. He is not that kind of person. Propping her chin on her hand, Su Qingxue instinctively shook her head. She briefly entertained the notion that Ji Yang had taken her lingerie, but quickly dismissed it, realizing he did not seem the type. After finding nothing in the restroom, she circled the living room, but to no avail. Her gaze fell upon the side rooms, and she casually pushed open the first bedroom door. Upon switching on the light, she was met with the shocking sight of Ji Yang lying bare on the bed, fast asleep. In that fleeting moment, she took in every detail. Startled awake by her high-pitched exclamation, Ji Yang bolted upright, groggily realizing that Su Qingxue stood with her back to him. Qingxue, you nearly scared me to death. It's the middle of the night. Frightening someone could lead to dire consequences. His heart raced, and he felt fortunate for his youth. Had he been older, such a shock might have landed him in the ICU, just as he had managed to erase the previous image from his mind. It was now replaced by the vivid memory of Ji Yang in his naked state. The little minx had seen it all. Ji Yang, why on earth are you sleeping without clothes? Her voice trembled, laced with a hint of despair, as she felt on the verge of collapse. Only when Su Qingxue spoke did Ji Yang glance down, realizing his current state of undress. Instantly, he transformed into a modest figure, scrambling to find his clothes while muttering apologies. I'm sorry, I'm just accustomed to sleeping in the nude. My sincerest apologies. After a flurry of rustling, he donned his attire and approached Su Qingxue, who appeared visibly tense. Feeling his presence behind her, she instinctively took a step away from the bedroom. Covering her eyes with her hands, she glanced back at Ji Yang and, upon confirming he was dressed, lowered her hands. Aren't you heading back to school? No, he replied. At this hour, the school is already closed. I didn't bring my ID, so I have no choice but to stay here. With a smile, Ji Yang added, I'm just being a good Samaritan. Surely you wouldn't want to kick me out? With a smile on his lips, he tentatively gauged her reaction, hoping the previous incident wouldn't pose a significant issue. However, if Su Qingxue truly regarded him as a pervert, that could complicate matters. I want my clothes back. Oh, your clothes. I'll fetch them for you. The garments hung on the balcony would certainly not be wearable now. They would need to dry for at least a day. He handed her the bra, panties, and several pairs of stockings. I washed them thoroughly, each piece hand-washed to ensure cleanliness. I see, you big pervert, she replied earnestly, addressing him with a playful term of endearment. Hearing this, Ji Yang felt overwhelmed. What do you mean, pervert? I'm truly not a pervert. Aren't you? She countered. I don't believe you. With that, Su Qingxue twirled away, clutching her clothes, and returned to her room, leaving Ji Yang standing there, dumbfounded. In their initial encounters, he had always been perceived as a pervert. After painstakingly rehabilitating his image in Su Qingxue's eyes, it had taken mere moments to revert to that previous label. Not only was he labeled a pervert again, but he also gained the affectionate title of Big Lecher. Ji Yang sighed, realizing how one misstep could ruin everything. He slapped his forehead and, feeling uneasy after closing the door, locked it for good measure, concerned that Su Qingxue might re-enter. The following morning, he awoke at 7 o'clock. Emerging from his bedroom, he spotted Su Qingxue in the kitchen, preparing breakfast, dressed in a pale blue apron cinched at the waist with a white ribbon. It accentuated her slender figure. A small portion of her fair skin peeked from the neckline of the apron. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly pinned up with a hairpin, while a few strands cascaded gently around her ears and neck, adding an air of softness and grace. Just her silhouette exuded beauty and elegance. As he stepped into the kitchen, Ji Yang noticed two plates beside Su Qingxue, one bearing slices of bread and the other eggs, prompting a faint smile to grace his lips. You're going to stuff me to death, aren't you? 3 eggs and some chili. You are determined to make me explode. Ji Yang's expression grew slightly peculiar as he realized she was preparing breakfast for him, seemingly with the intent to overindulge him. Do you need any help? Immersed in her creative endeavor, Su Qingxue was suddenly startled by a voice from behind. The spatula slipped from her grasp, teetering perilously close to the floor. Fortunately, Ji Yang's quick reflexes saved it just in time. When did you arrive? Her delicate hand instinctively pressed against her chest. Her graceful figure, wrapped in an apron, appeared even more alluring. A lingering sense of trepidation washed over Su Qing-snow as she glanced at Ji Yong, recalling her recent murmurs about him, uncertain if he had overheard her words. "It hasn't been long since I arrived. I prepared most of the meal. Let me assist you with serving," he said, reaching for 2 plates and carrying them to the dining area, along with 2 warm glasses of milk. They sat across from each other, and Su Qing-snow nibbled on her bread, seemingly disinterested in lifting her gaze. In contrast, Ji Yong, while consuming his eggs, fixed his eyes intently on her. The beauty of the moment brought a certain joy, akin to the delightful experience of enjoying breakfast in the company of a stunning woman. Feeling an odd tension in the air, Su Qing-snow noticed Ji Yang's unwavering gaze and set her bread down. "Why do you keep staring at me?" she asked. "Because you are beautiful," he replied simply. The impact of his words left Su Qing-snow momentarily speechless, her breath caught in her throat. With an exaggerated roll of her eyes, she bit down hard on her egg as if it were Ji Yong himself. After consuming 3 boiled eggs, 1 fried egg, 2 slices of whole grain bread, and a glass of milk, she felt satisfied and began clearing the table. Returning to her room to change, when she emerged again, Ji Yang's expression revealed a distinct surprise. Clad in classic jeans paired with a black t-shirt, her style was both minimalist and fashionable. Her previously styled hair was now casually tied into a simple bun, with a few strands cascading down her fair neck, adding a playful and lively touch, compared to her elegance in a dress. Su Qing-snow now exuded a refreshing and vibrant charm. With a slight smile gracing her lips, she announced, "Let's go." "Oh, all right," just as they were about to step out. Ji Yong suddenly clutched his stomach, his expression reflecting discomfort. Su Qing-snow, having just finished putting on her shoes, hurried to his side and instinctively linked her arm with his. "What's wrong? Is your stomach hurting?" she inquired. He nodded solemnly, then added with a straight face, "It seems I might burst from overeating." In an instant, Su Qing-snow froze, caught off guard. It took her a moment to regain her composure. You heard that?" she stammered. She had assumed her murmurs in the kitchen were too quiet for him to catch. Yet here he was, teasing her with his awareness. "Yes, I heard," he replied earnestly, casually opening the door. To their surprise, Wan Shaoling happened to walk in from the elevator just then. Dressed in professional attire and clutching several documents needed for that morning's meeting, she ambled in, lost in her thoughts about the day's agenda. Raising her gaze, she was startled to see Su Qing-snow and Ji Yong heading out together. "President, you 2 are living together?" she exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Living together?" Ji Yang's face paled at the term. Su Qing-snow's playful jibe was one thing, but hearing it from Wan Shaoling was entirely another. While Ji Yong grappled with his embarrassment, Su Qing-snow's lips curled into a subtle smile, her laughter ringing like silver bells as it slipped through her fingers. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, playfully blinking at him. "Did you hear that? It's a widely recognized fact that you're a weirdo." Her words struck Ji Yong like a hammer to the heart, leaving him speechless. "Shaoling, what living together? Don't think too much of it. We merely had breakfast together," he clarified. "Huh? Just breakfast?" Wan Shaoling's jaw dropped in astonishment. "You came all the way from Yunde University just for breakfast? Who would believe that?" "All right, enough gossip. We're going to be late," Su Qing-snow interjected, unwilling to elaborate further. She accompanied Wan Shaoling and Ji Yong to the elevator. After dropping Ji Yong off at Yunde University, he waved at Su Qing-snow from the back seat. "I'll be staying at the dorm tonight," he stated succinctly. This simple remark reignited Wan Shaoling's curiosity, while Su Qing-snow shot Ji Yong an annoyed glance, clearly aware of his intentions. The driver, feeling a bit awkward, turned his attention elsewhere, pretending not to hear. Once the car started moving, Wan Shaoling's curiosity persisted. With the driver present, she hesitated to voice her questions. Upon arriving at Su Qing-snow's office, Wan Shaoling fixed her serious gaze on her. "President, are you and that guy really together?" she pressed, unable to fathom the reality before her. Setting her bag aside, Su Qing-snow gracefully perched at her desk, casually accepting the documents from Wan Shaoling. Chapter 55. It doesn't matter. Together? Who said we're together? A knowing smile danced across her lips. Huh? Not together? Then how can you live together? Wan Shaoling's thoughts spiraled in confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. How could someone as remarkable as Su Qing-snow be pursued by a weirdo like Ji Yong? "All right, Shaoling, whether we are together or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is that you need to promptly inform the staff for a meeting. There is much to address today. You would want to work overtime, would you?" With a radiant smile that seemed to bloom like a beautiful flower, Su Qing-snow handed the documents back to Wan Shaoling. Reluctantly, Wan Shaoling accepted them, despite her aversion to working overtime, even with the enticing overtime pay. President, do be cautious. Don't let yourself be deceived. Watch out for schemes, she muttered, reluctant to leave. Suingsno, shapracing a smile, netted nasli, ye understand. I will certainly not fall for any tricks. At a loss for words, Wan Shaoling exited the office, and Su Qingsno shook her head, returning to her files. Back at the dormitory, Wang Jinggang and the others had just risen. After neatly making their beds, they gathered to chat, preparing to head to the library shortly. Where is Ji Yong? Why hasn't he returned? He hasn't even responded to my messages. I hope he hasn't encountered any trouble. Zhounan leaned slightly, as if on the verge of tipping over, casually resting a hand on the chair's backrest, his fingers rhythmically tapping, producing a soft, drumming sound. Last night, I received a call from Ji Yong, who informed me that the rain was too heavy for him to return. He requested that if there were any inspections of the dormitory, his friends should assist in providing cover. Now, as the clock approaches 9, Ji Yang's absence is still palpable, which is understandably concerning. A person of his stature should not be in any peril, yet I decided to make an inquiry. Zhu Gufeng took out his phone, and just as the call connected, the dormitory door swung open. Ji Yong entered with an exuberant air, his phone still vibrating in his hand, unperturbed as he plopped down beside Zhu Gufeng. Why were you calling? He asked. I'm back now. Any matters can be discussed face to face. Ji Yong, where on earth did you go last night? Why did you return so late? Zhounan leaned forward, sitting up straight. After Zhu Gufeng hung up, he and Wang Jinggang turned their attention to Ji Yong. I went out for a bit, but the rain caught me off guard. I ended up staying at a hotel for the night. I just got back after finishing breakfast. Did you all eat? Breakfast? The three exchanged incredulous glances, with Zhu Gufeng raising his hand in a dismissive gesture. Let us not change the subject. Who did you dine with last night? Could it be a new romance? Really? Ji Yong, of course, did not dare to answer directly. He merely deflected. There is no new romance, just a small gathering with a few friends. Have you all not had breakfast yet? Shall we go eat together? Weren't you already fed? Indeed. Who decrees that having eaten once prohibits one from eating again? Zhounan found himself a loss for words, as Zhu Gufeng and Wang Jinggang promptly rose to their feet. Since that's the case, let's go and grab a bite. Where to? Ji Yong halted abruptly, incredulity etched on his face as he looked at the trio. You all are heading to the library? What on earth? Did I mishear? The ones who sleep through class and snore are voluntarily going to the library? The sun must be rising from the west today. With graduation approaching, it's high time to enhance our professional skills. We can't afford to be frivolous now. The re-examination for Qing Tian Group is just around the corner. We must prepare ahead. Upon mentioning the re-examination, Wang Jinggang immediately recalled Ji Yang's job-seeking endeavors. Ji Yong, have you given any thought to Qing Tian Group? I've decided against it. I'm planning to explore opportunities with other companies. Initially, he had intended to join Qing Tian Group, ostensibly to look after Su Qingxue. However, he now realized he had underestimated the situation. Once employed at Qing Tian Group, their roles as interns would likely keep them inundated with work, akin to being treated as a nuclear-powered workhorse. When that time came, he might find himself in need of care rather than providing it to Su Qingxue. As they descended the stairs leisurely, Ji Yong was asked, have you found any suitable companies yet? Not yet, but still early. After all, the autumn recruitment is just around the corner. Even after that, there will be social recruitment. I refuse to believe there won't be a company willing to hire me. Ji Yong spoke confidently, prompting Zhounan and the others to nod in agreement as the four of them strolled to the school cafeteria, engaging in lively banter. They hastily consumed breakfast before setting off for the library. Upon entering the library, they found it bustling with students at this hour. The first floor was nearly devoid of available seating. Ascending to the second floor, they discovered it was slightly less crowded, yet still quite packed. In search of a quieter space, the four ascended to the fifth floor. Indeed, the higher level proved advantageous, as it was tranquil and almost empty. Finding a relatively spacious spot, they settled down and selected a few books on workplace dynamics and professional skills, immersing themselves in silent study. The serene atmosphere was conducive to heightened concentration, and Ji Yong found himself captivated in his reading. Before long, 3 hours had slipped by, and the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. Feeling a pang of hunger, Wang Jinggang set his book aside and nudged Ji Yang's arm, gesturing towards his own stomach. Understanding his intent, Ji Yong remarked, it's already noon. Let's go. We have classes in the afternoon, and we should eat lunch and rest at the dorm. Agreed. Lowering their voices and treading softly, they returned their books to the shelves. After a winding descent down the stairs, they finally emerged from the library. I've been holding my breath. Finally, I can speak freely, Wang Jinggang exclaimed, raising his arms to the sky and exhaling deeply, eyes closed. Ji Yong and the others echoed his sentiments. We have class at 2. We need to head over after lunch. Indeed. Wait. their essay message in the group chat. Look, Zhounan held out his phone towards Ji Yang and the others. As they read the group message, their expressions soured. What does that rascal Yufeng want? Who knows? However, he is the employment consultant assigned by the school, so we should show him some respect. Ji Yang, what do you think? Zhu Gufeng, ever the steady one, noted that Yufeng had instructed everyone to wait for a meeting in the classroom after class. Should they refuse to cooperate, it was likely he would report to the instructor. It's not worth going to the office over such a trivial matter. I have no objections. If there's a meeting, let's just have it. Ji Yang shrugged, feeling no emotional investment in the situation, especially regarding Yufeng. As long as no trouble was stirred, he had no desire to engage. Hey, what shall we have for lunch? How about braised pork rice? Sounds good. It's been ages since I had that. Today is the perfect occasion. They quickly reached a consensus to indulge in braised pork rice. The cafeteria's version of the dish was distinctly different from others, and Ji Yang recalled having returned for it even after graduation. However, he realized that the flavor of dining alone paled in comparison to the joy of sharing a meal with friends. It wasn't until later that he understood it was not the dish itself that lacked flavor, but rather the absence of companionship that dulled the experience. Ji Yang, what are you daydreaming about? Are you salivating at the thought of braised pork rice? Wang Jinggang draped an arm over Ji Yang's shoulder, stirring him from his reverie. Ji Yang nodded slightly. Indeed, your mention of it has made my mouth water. Ha ha, then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry. If we delay any longer, they might run out of braised pork. They rushed forward, running a few steps as they approached the cafeteria, where, fortunately, the braised pork rice station was still operating. With ample servings left, Annie, we'll have 4 servings of braised pork rice, with extra rice, please. We're famished, Ji Yang said, awkwardly rubbing his stomach. Having felt hunger pangs on the way, the run had intensified his appetite. Of course, not only will I give you extra rice, but I'll also add more meat. There is plenty left, and it would be a waste to let it go unsold. As she spoke, she picked up a large plate and clattered it down with a generous serving of rice, immediately followed by a ladle of braised pork. The sheer volume of food prompted Wang Jinggang to exclaim, "That's enough, Annie. Enough, enough. Annie, just a little less for me than for him." Each person received a heaping portion of braised pork over rice, priced at 15 yuan each. Annie, the ladies from other schools tremble while serving. But your portions are exceptionally generous. Tremble? You all study so hard every day. How can you muster the strength to learn without a hearty meal? My child is also in college and understands your struggles. There was even complimentary noodle soup available. If anyone wanted some, they could help themselves. Not only were the portions substantial, but the addition of free hot soup made this a remarkable deal, which explained the daily lines at this establishment. With such a hearty serving, I felt as though I could forego dinner entirely. Haha, let's eat quickly. We have just over half an hour before class starts. We must hurry. The 4 of them picked up their spoons and feasted with remarkable speed. In under 10 minutes, they completely devoured the large plate of rice and pork. After lunch, they hurried to the teaching building, and fortunately, they arrived just in time. The classroom was filled to capacity, leaving Ji Yang and his companions no choice but to take seats in the front row. At that moment, Mu Yangyang and Li Jing suddenly entered, and seeing no available seats around, they had to sit closely beside Ji Yang and the others. Dressed in a striking outfit, Mu Yangyang wore a blue short skirt paired with flesh-colored stockings, and surprisingly, she sported a pair of slippers. How curious. Why are there so many people today? Sitting next to Zhounan, Li Jing turned to glance behind her, noticing not only their classmates, but also many unfamiliar faces. They seemed somewhat familiar, likely from the same college. In elective courses, everyone was there to earn credits. Oh, I see. Placing her bag behind her, Li Jing adjusted her attire in preparation for class. Just then, the teacher entered with a laptop, and upon seeing the classroom filled with students, his expression shifted slightly in surprise. Today is quite good. There are so many students attending class. The teacher had been conducting this elective for over a year and had never seen such a turnout. I was thinking, we shouldn't let the students come for nothing. How about we take attendance today? The teacher tilted his head thoughtfully. Sure, that sounds great, teacher. We have no objections. Yes, roll call. At the mention of attendance, every student present in the classroom seemed to be invigorated, raising their hands in agreement. All right, let's take attendance then. We have 3 classes, right? Are the class leaders from all 3 here? Upon hearing the teacher call for the class leaders, 3 individuals immediately stood up, including the leader from Ji Yang's class. Class leader, please begin the roll call. Once you've finished, hand the list to me. With the attendance sheet in hand, the teacher went through each class, and after completing the roll call, he collected the results and proceeded with the lesson. The content of elective courses typically lacks depth. Merely listening suffices to pass the examinations. The students' eagerness for attendance mainly stemmed from a desire to earn participation points from a teacher. If these points were sufficient, passing the exam would be a breeze. Seated in the front row, they diligently listened to the teacher's lecture, and once the class concluded, the teacher gathered his belongings and exited the classroom. The other students gradually followed suit. Once most had left, Mu Yangyang, who had been seated in the front row, suddenly stood up and gracefully made her way to a seat by the window. Yangyang. Li Jing felt slightly awkward at Mu Yangyang's unexpected departure. Zhounan. Jiyang, sorry, we're heading over there. No problem, go ahead. With a nod to the group, Li Jing quickly grabbed her bag and hurried to join Mu Yangyang. Glancing at the two in the distance, Zhu Guffing remarked indifferently, looks like she doesn't want to sit with us. Haha, it has nothing to do with us. She just prefers to avoid Jiyang. Jinggang, you really can't speak nicely, can you? Jiyang, I spoke without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. He hastily covered his mouth, having only intended to make a joke without realizing the inappropriateness of his words. A trivial incident like this hardly concerned him. Moments later, Yufeng entered the classroom accompanied by the instructor and another male and female. As he stepped onto the podium, Yufeng carried himself with an air of arrogance. Chapter 57. Let's watch a movie together. The instructor stood beside him, hands resting on the multimedia equipment, clearing his throat. I apologize for taking up some of your time. Everyone, first, let me introduce these two individuals. They're the HR managers from Qingtian Group and Haijun Group. Both companies had begun conducting campus recruitment at their university, with the highest number of vacancies among all companies. Moreover, I learned that many students from our class had already interviewed with these two groups, with several having passed the preliminary interviews. Today, we've invited them to provide a brief explanation of the requirements and considerations for the Group S second interview. After the instructor finished speaking, the two managers cooperatively outlined the recruitment criteria in less than 5 minutes, after which the instructor escorted them out. Yufeng stood at the podium, preparing to commence his speech. Senior Yufeng, do you have something to share? It's already 3:30. If there's nothing else, may we leave? Before he had even started, several students in the front row had begun urging for an end to the session, which irked Yufeng considerably. I intend to share my insights on employment. If anyone is uninterested, you may leave. However, if your instructor inquires, I can only provide honest feedback. The threat of involving the instructor only fueled Wang Jingang's ire further. Fortunately, Jiang promptly restrained him with a gentle shake of his head, allowing him to regain his composure. Well, since no one wishes to leave, I shall begin officially. After this time together, you all must be quite familiar with me. I may not be exceptional, but I certainly am not mediocre. This is not arrogance, but rather confidence. At the outset, everyone was attentively listening. However, as Yufeng continued to boast about himself, the atmosphere in the classroom shifted. Apart from Mu Yangyang, who looked on with admiration and respect, others furrowed their brows. Excuse me, senior, may I interrupt? It's been 10 minutes. Could you please share something substantial? We are merely interested in hearing practical workplace experiences. The class leader, frowning, felt compelled to voice this sentiment. Jiang appeared drowsy, and just then his phone vibrated. Upon seeing it was a call from Fu Yuan, he quickly stood up. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Ignoring Yufeng's threatening glare, he left the classroom without looking back. After finishing the call, he sent a message to Zhou Nan and the others, then hurried downstairs to the school entrance. Jiang has run off. Huh? Didn't he just say he was stepping out to take a call? Why did he leave? Look, holding his phone, Zhu Gufeng and Wang Jinggang glanced at the screen, and a singular thought echoed in their minds. Jiang is truly formidable. He has departed, and yet we three remain unperturbed. Rather than endure his incessant babble, it will be far more prudent to conduct our own online research. Indeed, they murmured in agreement, rising together. Apologies, but something has come up, and we must take our leave for a moment. Wait, what are you planning to do? Yufeng's inquiry was met with selective deafness from the trio. As they strode out of the classroom, Yufeng could no longer contain his frustration and slammed his palm against the multimedia screen. Senior Yufeng, today's arrangements are rather inconvenient. Perhaps we can listen to your insights another time. We're off now. I'll be leaving as well, with one leading the charge. Others quickly followed suit. Within a mere 3 minutes, only a handful remained in the classroom. Among them were Mu Yangyang and Li Jing. Since the classmates are unwilling to stay, we shall conclude here for today. Everyone, please head home. Yangyang, let me take you out shopping. Oh, that sounds great. She swiftly joined Yufeng, wrapping her arms around his, leaning in closely, which afforded him considerable satisfaction. Feeling a bit mischievous, are we? And what of it? Their eyes locked, and an intoxicating aura of youthful exuberance enveloped them. As Li Jing passed the podium, she instinctively frowned, genuinely concerned that they might succumb to their impulses and engage in inappropriate behavior within the classroom. Yangyang, I'll take my leave. I hope you both enjoy yourselves. Yes. Thank you, Jingjing. The remaining students gradually exited, leaving only the two of them behind. Seizing the moment, Yufeng gave her a gentle squeeze, satisfying the burning desire within. Though it stung slightly, Mu Yangyang feigned a happy yet bashful demeanor. Thankfully, no one else witnessed this, or jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Outside the teaching building, Zhounan and his companions found no trace of Ji Yang, and after a phone call, they learned he had already left the school. That Ji Yang has been quite enigmatic lately. Oh well, he is off again. Perhaps something of significance has arisen. Let us head back to the dormitory for a while. We can visit the library tomorrow. All right. As they conversed and made their way back to the dorms, Ji Yang had already reached the school's entrance. Moments later, Su Jiao arrived in her car. Without waiting for her to exit and open the door, Ji Yang pulled it open himself and slid into the back seat. Su Jiao, who had just poked her head out, quickly retreated to the driver's seat. Mr. Ji, are we heading back to the company? Yes, back to the company. Understood. Confirming their destination, Su Jiao started the vehicle, steering towards the Jinfeng Real Estate Group. Gazing out the window, Ji Yang took a moment before retrieving his phone to find Su Qingshue's number. He sent her a message inquiring if she had time to catch a movie that evening. As the current president of Qingtian Group, Su Qingxue was perpetually inundated with work. Her days were consumed by meetings, leaving her evenings as her only respite. In her office, quietly reviewing documents, she was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a text message. Assuming it to be spam, she didn't check it immediately. After several minutes, having completed her review, she picked up her phone. Upon seeing Ji Yang's invitation to the movies, her expression stiffened. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly replied with a single word, okay. Setting her phone down, she picked up the office landline, and shortly thereafter, Wan Xiaoling knocked and entered the office. President, you called for me? Yes. Please reschedule my meetings after 5:30 to tomorrow morning. I have an unexpected matter to attend to. All right. Eager to comply, Wan Xiaoling confirmed that Su Qingxue had no further requests and exited with an air of grace. At this moment, Ji Yang had not yet arrived at Jinfeng Real Estate Group. Upon receiving Su Qingxue's reply, a subtle smile crept across his face. Assistant Su, please purchase 2 movie tickets for me. The location should be near Qingtian Tower. Of course, Mr. Ji. Which film would you like to see? Something lighthearted and cheerful. You can decide. Ji Yang's casual remark left her in a quandary, as she was uncertain which of their films would fit that description. Soon, the car arrived in front of the Jinfeng Real Estate building. Ji Yang stepped out, where Fu Yuan, Wang Rue, and Yang Xiaoyan had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing their boss, the three hurriedly approached. Mr. Fu, Mr. Wang, Ms. Yang, what brings you all here waiting for me? Their collective presence at the company entrance took him by surprise. Mr. Ji, let us head to the office first. There are a few matters we need to discuss with you. Fu Yuan spoke earnestly, his expression unusually grave, and the other two mirrored his demeanor, causing a flicker of unease within Ji Yang. Very well then, let us proceed without delay. Ji Yang strode confidently into the group, with Fu Yuan and the others closely in tow. They soon arrived at the president's office, where Ji Yang took his seat, and one by one, the others settled in. Chapter 58, Acquiring Stocks. Ji Yang's gaze swept across the group, while Su Jiao busily poured tea for the executives. Mr. Fu, what seems to be the issue? Ji Yang asked casually, lifting his cup of water. Fixing a tense stare on Ji Yang, Fu Yuan's expression darkened. Mr. Ji, we encounter small problem. We received news that Hongfeng Real Estate is also interested in acquiring Jinlong Steel Factory. Hongfeng Real Estate? While Ji Yang feigned surprise at Fu Yuan's mention of the company, internally he remained remarkably composed. He had long been aware of Hongfeng Real Estate's maneuvers regarding Jinlong Steel Factory. Otherwise, they wouldn't have escalated their bid to 11 billion. Previously, Hongfeng had acquired Jinlong Steel Factory for 9 billion. Within 2 years, they transformed from an obscure real estate firm into one of the top-ranking groups in the country, achieving a remarkable leap. Hongfeng's interest in Jinlong Steel Factory was merely a land acquisition strategy. Our base price of 11 billion should pose no significant issues. Fu Yuan frowned deeply, while Yang Xiaoyan became visibly agitated, dropping her previously crossed leg. Mr. Ji, you've acknowledged that 11 billion is our base price. Yet the value of the Jinlong Steel Factory land is far from that amount. Do you truly intend to bid 11 billion for Jinlong Steel Factory? If so, Jinfeng Real Estate may well become the laughingstock of the business world. Her arms crossed, her chest heaving with frustration. Observing her reaction, Ji Yang simply took another sip of water and replied nonchalantly, Mr. Fu, I've reviewed the investigation report from Baihong Capital that you sent me. If the situation is as you described, I am considering acquiring some of their stocks. Do any of you have objections? Such audacity, was truly astonishing. Before negotiations for Jinlong Steel Factory had even concluded, Ji Yong was already contemplating acquiring stocks in Baihong Capital. Even Fu Yuan, usually composed, found himself momentarily unsettled. Mr. Ji, we must not proceed. Baihong Capital's financial reports have surfaced significant issues, and they are likely to face delisting in the future. If we acquire their stocks now, it would be akin to tossing money into the ocean. Throwing money into the ocean might at least produce some sound, but acquiring Baihong Capital will yield not even an echo. Exhale. Mr. Ji, while you undoubtedly steer the helm of the group, it is imperative that you heed our counsel. Persisting in this obstinate manner may spell peril for Jinfeng Real Estate Group. Yang Xiaoyan retorted unapologetically, perceiving Ji Yang as nothing more than an inexperienced youth, utterly ignorant of the complexities at hand, even with a modicum of business acumen. It was unfathomable to her that he would first applaud Jinlong Steel Plant and then promptly seek to acquire shares in Baihong Capital. Of the remaining 470 million, allocating 170 million should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Mr. Wang, the responsibility of Baihong Capital rests with you. Let me reiterate, should this investment falter, I shall bear full accountability. This nonchalant declaration stifled the protests that were about to escape Fu Yuan and the others. The trio was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Faced with Ji Yang's unwavering stance, Fu Yuan found himself at a loss. Given the current share price of Baihong Capital, 170 million would not suffice to render them the largest shareholder. That is acceptable. Being the second largest shareholder will suffice. Mr. Ji, yet this would only grant us voting rights over Baihong Capital. I am aware. His demeanor remained resolute, leaving Fu Yuan with no recourse. The bidding for Jinlong Steel Plant is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Mr. Ji, shall I accompany you? Certainly. Assistant Su will pick me up from school tomorrow morning. Understood, Mr. Ji, Su Jiao affirmed from behind Ji Yang. After spending over an hour in the office, discussing only Jinlong Steel Plant and Baihong Capital, Yang Xiaoyan was already on edge, while Wang Rui remained silent. Although the conversation was far from pleasant, it had been conducted nonetheless. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Mr. Wang, remember my words regarding Baihong Capital. Within 3 days, given the current stock price, securing 80 million shares should be a breeze. Yes. Mr. Ji, with Wang Rui's affirmative response, Ji Yang turned to depart, once again accompanied by Su Jiao, heading towards the Qingtian group. Once Ji Yang had exited, Fu Yuan and the others stood in silence for a moment before Wang Rui broke the quiet. Are we genuinely investing 170 million in Baihong Capital? Their stock has plummeted repeatedly, financial troubles loom large, and delisting is a constant threat. Should this 170 million go awry? Unlike the auction for Jinlong Steel Plant, where at least we secure substantial land, an ill-fated venture with Baihong Capital could lead to total loss. We might even inherit debt risks, a grave miscalculation. We are all aware of the implications, yet Mr. Ji seems oblivious. Our current predicament resembles that of a chancellor confronted by a foolish emperor who disregards all counsel. Ms. Yang, choose your word with care. With a cold retort directed at Yang Xiaoyan, Fu Yuan turned to face Wang Rui directly. We must finalize matters with Baihong Capital within 3 days. Tomorrow, I'll be heading to the capital with Mr. Ji, and we won't return until at least the day after. Ms. Yang, you will oversee the Group S affairs in my absence. Having spoken, he strode purposefully back into the Group S interior, preparing for the journey to the capital the next day. Seated in the vehicle, Ji Yang gazed pensively out the window, fully aware that Fu Yuan and the others would undoubtedly critique his decisions upon his departure. Had he not been forewarned, he would not have sanctioned such actions. His tolerance extended to all, whether it be Mr. Wang, Mr. Fu, or Ms. Yang Xiaoyan. Their vehement opposition stemmed from a genuine concern for the group, rendering him speechless in the face of their intentions. Chapter 59, Apologies, I am a perfectionist. Assistant Su, please pull over by the roadside. As the car gradually came to a stop, Ji Yang prepared to alight, only for Su Jiao to interject hastily. Mr. Ji, I've sent the ticket code to your phone. You can retrieve the ticket from the machine. All right, I understand. After opening the door and watching Su Jiao drive away, Ji Yang leisurely made his way towards the Qingtian building in the northwest. It was 5:30, and he felt no urgency. Without a set time to meet Su Qingxue, he surmised that she would likely finish work around 6 o'clock, provided her workload was manageable. If her day had been particularly busy, 7 o'clock was not out of the question. As he strolled, a familiar figure by the flower bed captured his attention. Doubting his vision, he rubbed his eyes vigorously. Su Qingxue, he uttered instinctively as he approached the girl standing quietly beside the flower bed. Upon confirming her identity, he hastened towards her. You've arrived. Su Qingxue appeared remarkably composed upon seeing Ji Yang, her handbag clutched tightly in her grasp, her gaze naturally meeting his. What time do you finish work? I thought I would have to wait until 6. The time was 5:30, with still over half an hour until 6. Had he known Su Qingxue would arrive so early, he would not have dawdled. Aren't you going to the movies? I had Xiao Ling adjust her schedule, so I finished work at 5:30 today. So, which movie are we seeing? Have you bought the tickets? He inquired, recalling that her last trip to the cinema was during university with a few roommates. It had been years since she last visited a theater. It's nearby, and the tickets have already been purchased. Let us go. Sure, she replied softly, and the two walked side by side towards the roadside. The cinema was located in a nearby mall, not far away. After crossing the street, they entered the mall shortly. Taking the elevator to the top floor, Ji Yong retrieved the tickets with his phone, while Su Qingshue's gaze wandered to the snack counter. Hello. I would like 2 cups of juice and 2 buckets of popcorn, please. Certainly, please hold on. As Ji Yong collected the tickets, he was surprised to find that the showtime was at 7:30, leaving a full hour and a half before the film began. Ultraman versus Calabash Brothers? What kind of movie is this? Holding the tickets, Ji Yong couldn't help but smile wryly. He had requested a cheerful film. Yet Su Jiao had provided him with an animated feature, the title of which seemed ludicrous. Returning to the lounge area with 2 tickets in hand, he found Su Qingxue already indulging in the popcorn, devouring it one after the other. Once Ji Yong settled into the seat opposite her, she pushed 1 bucket of popcorn towards him. What time does the movie start? 7:30. 7:30? That is still an hour and a half away. Upon hearing the start time, Su Qingxue glanced at the clock, confirming the duration. Since we haven't had dinner yet, how about I take you out for a meal first? You're taking me? Ji Yong pointed at himself awkwardly. It felt odd for him to say this. Hearing it from Su Qingxue just felt strange. Amused by Ji Yong's comment, Su Qingxue replied playfully, All right then, you take me out for dinner. With a bucket of popcorn in hand, she gracefully rose, elegantly maneuvering around the sofa. And Ji Yong stood up in tandem. Together, they exited the cinema, where the 4th floor was bustling with restaurants, teeming with activity at this hour. Selecting a restaurant with a pleasant ambience, they followed the waiter to a relatively quiet table. A sumptuous array of dishes was soon laid out on the dining table. Initially, everything appeared quite ordinary, but after a mere 10 minutes, Su Qingshue's gaze became fixated on a figure diagonally opposite her, her brow furrowed in an unmistakable sign of distress. Noticing her discomfort, Ji Yong followed her line of sight to the back corner and inquired, What is wrong? As the words left his lips, the distant scene gradually came into view. A man and a woman were engaged in playful antics, the woman perched upon a man's lap, their intimacy palpable. Upon recognizing the couple, Ji Yang's expression grew markedly strained. Despite his formidable mental fortitude, the sight struck him like a thunderclap. The pair in question were none other than Mu Yangyang and Yu Feng. In such a public setting, their closeness drew sidelong glances from several other tables. I've finished my meal. I'll just step out to the restroom, Su Qingxue announced, rising from her seat. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Yong called over a waiter to settle the bill. As he prepared to step outside to await her return, he inadvertently caught Yu Feng's attention. Ji Yong? Recognizing him, Yu Feng initiated conversation, prompting Ji Yong to halt instinctively. Meanwhile, Mu Yangyang, still seated on Yu Feng's lap, felt a surge of panic upon spotting Ji Yong and hastily adjusted her posture. Her anxiety stemmed not from lingering feelings for Ji Yong, but rather from a desire to shield herself from the gaze of someone familiar, wishing to avoid any potential gossip that might tarnish her image. Yet, Yu Feng harbored no such reservations. He casually wrapped an arm around Mu Yangyang's waist, his hand resting inappropriately in a suggestive manner. Her legs, clad in sheer stockings, draped over Yu Feng's lap, revealing faint red marks that were likely the result of his earlier caresses. Despite the overtly bold behavior of her current boyfriend, Mu Yangyang only offered a token resistance before surrendering to his advances. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here, Yu Feng remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Dining alone, are we? How dreadfully dull. But you know, finding a girlfriend these days isn't easy. How about I introduce you to someone? With a smile that belied the mockery in his eyes, he had long wished to humiliate Ji Yong since discovering he was the ex-boyfriend of Mu Yangyang. Today's encounter was an opportunity he simply could not let slip away. No need for introductions. I'm rather particular, Ji Yong replied coolly, his gaze briefly sweeping over the intimate scene before him. You two continue. I shan't intrude any longer. Farewell. His nonchalant demeanor, paired with a light, airy tone, left Yu Feng feeling as though he had struck nothing but air. Disinterested, he released his hold on Mu Yangyang, who quickly straightened her clothes and resumed a proper seated position. Ignoring the couple, Ji Yong exited the restaurant, carrying Su Qingshue's bag. A moment later, she appeared behind him, her slender figure and exquisite beauty exuding an air of elegance that was almost unattainable. "Shall we go?" she inquired. "Absolutely." Ascending the escalator, Ji Yong presumed this would be a mere interlude in their evening. However, to his astonishment, upon arriving at the cinema, they encountered Mu Yangyang and Yu Feng once more. The sight reignited Yu Feng's sense of superiority, compelling him to approach Ji Yong against his better judgment. "Senior, what are you up to?" Mu Yangyang asked, somewhat reluctantly, yet unable to resist Yu Feng's pull as he ushered her to Ji Yong's side. Seated across from one another, Su Qingxue had arranged the popcorn bucket entirely on her side. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced up upon their arrival. Upon recognizing the couple from the restaurant, her brows instinctively arched in disapproval, her heart filled with disdain for their brazen display of affection. "What a fortuitous encounter." "Fancy meeting you again," Yu Feng remarked, his tone dripping with insincerity. Ji Yong, however, remained unperturbed, his brow furrowed as he ignored the provocation. "Are you here to watch a film? Surely you're not alone?" Yu Feng continued, his words laced with condescension. Ji Yong, refusing to engage, set his phone down silently. "Alone? Huh. Which of your eyes sees me as such?" Ji Yong retorted, sensing the duo's ulterior motives. Su Qingxue, perceptive to the tension, smoothly pushed the popcorn bucket toward Ji Yong, addressing their unwelcome presence. "If you two have no business here, might I suggest you refrain from disturbing us?" Unfamiliar with Su Qingxue, Yu Feng found himself momentarily captivated by her grace and beauty. The stark contrast between her and Mu Yangyang was undeniable. Despite Mu Yangyang's flamboyant attire, she paled in comparison to Su Qingxue's elegance. "Su, senior? What? How come you're here?" Yu Feng stammered, as Mu Yangyang recognized her at once from a previous event. The sight of Su Qingxue seated with Ji Yong left her momentarily speechless, her mind racing. The vice president of the Qingtian Group, an exemplary graduate of Yunde University, a paragon of the business world, was sitting intimately with her ex-boyfriend. "I'm here, of course, to watch a film. If you have no pressing matters, could you kindly refrain from interrupting us?" Her voice, though soft, carried an air of unassailable authority. Sensing the shift, Mu Yangyang tugged at Yu Feng's arm, urging him to leave, for continuing this encounter could only lead to humiliation. Yet Yu Feng was unwilling to concede. In his eyes, Su Qingxue's beauty was superficial. Her social standing and background could never rival his own. "Huh, we're all friends here. There's no need for such animosity," he feigned civility. "May I introduce myself? I'm Yu Feng, my family runs a business, and I currently work at Xinhai Finance as a supervisor." He extended a hand toward Su Qingxue, an inappropriate gesture that made Mu Yangyang's countenance darken instantly. Her boyfriend's blatant disregard for her feelings was infuriating. Su Qingxue, however, showed no interest in his advance, her eyes not even glancing in his direction. The mention of his company, Xinhai Finance, was met with indifference. She was well acquainted with the prominent enterprises of Yunde and had never heard of his establishment. Once again ignored, Yu Feng awkwardly withdrew his hand but remained adamant about not leaving. "Ji Yong, is this your girlfriend?" he queried. "No," Su Qingxue interjected coolly, preempting Ji Yong's response. Upon hearing the rejection, a smile spread across Yu Feng's face, but it was short-lived. "He is my husband. I am his wife." The declaration hung in the air, silencing the group. Yu Feng's grin faltered, while Mu Yangyang gasped, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. "Do you have any further questions?" "Without further ado, please leave immediately. Otherwise, I shall summon security." Sitting across from her, Ji Yong wore an expression of utter astonishment. He had never anticipated that Su Qingxue would respond in such a manner, leaving Yu Feng speechless with her declaration, "He is my husband, and I am his wife." Finally realizing that remaining there would only lead to further humiliation, Yu Feng grasped the still-dazed Mu Yangyang and turned away without a backward glance. Once the two departed, Su Qingxue picked up the juice in front of her, gently biting the straw with her cherry-like lips and taking a small sip, while she appeared calm on the surface. Her heart raced with anxiety. She herself could not fathom why she had uttered such words. Now, she found herself at a loss on how to face Ji Yong. Clearing her throat, she hesitantly spoke, "Dear wife, it's about time. Shall we proceed to the ticket gate?" "What did you just call me?" "Wife. Didn't you say just now that I am your husband, and you're my wife?" Ji Yang's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy as he wore an innocent expression. Su Qingxue stared at him, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. She neither affirmed nor opposed Ji Yang's address, but silently clutched the popcorn bucket. Following the crowd towards the ticket area, after their tickets were checked, the pair entered Hall 1 and located their respective seats according to the numbers on their tickets. "Wife, this is our seat." Each time he referred to her as wife, Su Qingxue paused momentarily, as if acclimating to the term. They had barely settled in when a movie trailers began to play. Upon seeing the film titled Ultraman vs. Calabash Brothers, Su Qingxue was taken aback. Is this the movie you selected? The title is indeed unique. Suppressing a laugh, she glanced at Ji Yang. I was merely curious, he admitted, awkwardly rubbing his palms and popping a piece of popcorn into his mouth. Not long after the movie commenced, two familiar figures entered the viewing hall, Mu Yangyang clinging to Yu Feng's arm, making their way to the last row. Upon spotting them, Ji Yang's brow furrowed, inwardly lamenting. What a stroke of bad luck today. It seems we run into them wherever we go. Su Qingxue, too, noticed the pair. That girl's gaze towards you is rather peculiar. Do you know her? Yes, she is a classmate. Oh, just a classmate? She is not an ex-girlfriend, is she? With eyes sparkling with mischief, Su Qingxue teased. It is often said that a woman's intuition is remarkably accurate, and today Ji Yang was experiencing that firsthand. She is my ex-girlfriend, he replied with utmost seriousness. Oh, so she truly is your ex, Su Qingxue responded, her tone laden with significance as she diverted her gaze to the movie screen. Ji Yang, feeling awkward, scratched his forehead and also turned his attention to the film. Though they appeared composed, an inexplicable hint of jealousy lingered in the air. As the film began, the viewing area grew increasingly quiet. While everyone was absorbed in the movie, Yu Feng and Mu Yangyang in the last row were far from idle. Perhaps seeking excitement, the two began to engage in more than just animated conversation, attracting the curious glances of nearby viewers. Senior, I beg you, I can't take it anymore, please stop. Her voice was laced with desperation. Her face flushed as she leaned heavily against Yu Feng. Instead of relenting, Yu Feng intensified his actions, which prompted a suppressed gasp from Mu Yangyang, loud enough to draw the attention of the audience. Hey, could you keep it down? You're disturbing everyone's movie experience. Exactly. With that energy, you might as well go to a hotel instead. Grumbling voices echoed from the crowd, but Yu Feng paid no heed, leaving Mu Yangyang to endure her torment in silence. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue remained quietly seated beside Ji Yang, occasionally popping a piece of popcorn in her mouth. Perhaps fatigue from work or the film's monotony had taken its toll, for she gradually succumbed to slumber, reclining on her chair. Noticing the unusual stillness, Ji Yang turned to glance at her, and upon realizing she had fallen asleep, chose not to disturb her, instead sitting up straight. The film, lasting over 2 hours, concluded with Su Qingxue awakening only as the lights brightened. You're awake. The movie has ended. Let me escort you home, Ji Yang said as he rose. Su Qingxue appeared somewhat dazed, her beautiful eyes glancing towards the distant screen as she softly inquired, the movie is over? Indeed. It's getting late. You have work tomorrow. So I shall take you home now. All right, she replied quietly, gathering her bag and the remaining popcorn. The two exited the viewing hall, just in time to spot Yu Feng and Mu Yangyang ahead. While they had entered together, Mu Yangyang now walked with an awkward gait, her stockings riddled with several tears. Passers-by cast curious glances at her. I need to make a trip to the capital tomorrow, Ji Yang remarked abruptly as they descended the escalator. Su Qingxue instinctively asked, what business do you have in the capital? When will you return? Her questions came out hurriedly, and she only then realized how overly concerned she sounded. I might not be back until the day after tomorrow. As for the details, they are confidential. But rest assured, my dear wife, I shall not stray. I want to be checking up on you. If you dare stray, she made a scissor gesture with her fingers. Her cheeks tinged pink. I will inform your parents. Ha ha ha. When you said that, I thought you intended to cut me. Cut you? What do you think? He said, squinting his eyes with a playful smile fixed on her exquisite face. Though she had never had a boyfriend, it did not imply she was naive. She understood the underlying implications of his words. With a sultry pout, she muttered, rogue, before swiftly making her way down the escalator towards the elevator. The escalator moved too slowly, and opting for the elevator seemed more efficient. By the time they stepped outside, darkness had enveloped the sky, and taxis lined the street in steady succession. At this hour, summoning a driver would be somewhat troublesome. It was more convenient to hail a cab herself. Ji Yang flagged down a taxi, and, after providing the driver with the destination, they sped towards her community. Will you be returning to the dormitory tonight? It seems rather late. The film had started at 7:30, and now it was already 10. The driver would take at least another 10 to 20 minutes to deliver her home. Given the time frame, it was clear Ji Yang would not make it back to the dormitory. If I can't go back, I shall have to rely on your hospitality. That is fine. Just cover the accommodation fee. If you don't have the fee, then you must work off the debt. Work? Like doing laundry? Sure, from now on. I'll take care of all your laundry. The mention of laundry brought back memories of the last incident, causing Su Qingxue's mind to race again. With her hands tightly clutching her bag and a faint blush on her cheeks, Su Qingxue turned her gaze towards the window. For Ji Yang, Asking him to wash those clothes felt like an intangible reward. He would willingly do it, whether it be 1 piece, 2, or even 10. As the car arrived at the entrance of the community, Su Qingxue and Ji Yong both alighted and swiftly returned home. Having just taken a nap in the cinema, Su Qingxue was still quite spirited. After consuming a folic acid tablet, she slipped on her slippers and made her way to Ji Yang's room. There were blankets in the cupboard, which she could use if it turned chilly at night. Yes, if there is nothing pressing, she should rest early. Having said this succinctly, Su Qingxue returned to the living room, and Ji Yong naturally followed her. As she turned on the television, she reclined with her slender, elegant legs resting on the sofa, her body leaning back comfortably and cradling a large plush pillow in her arms. Ji Yong sat merely 20 centimeters away from her. Since we didn't really watch anything at the cinema, how about we find a movie to enjoy? Su Qingxue had no intention of sleeping. If they were going to watch something, it would be best to choose an appropriate film. Her delicate feet were hidden beneath the cushion as she nodded quietly. Receiving her response, Ji Yong picked up the remote and began searching for a movie, quickly landing on a horror film, one that he had found terrifying during his middle school days and still remembered vividly. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Su Qingxue did not yet grasp how serious it was. To enhance the atmosphere, Ji Yong turned off the lights in the living room as the film began. Is it really a horror movie? She asked softly, sensing something amiss. Returning to his previous position, Ji Yong set the remote down. Yes, but I think it's all right. It's more of a comedic horror film, not frightening at all. Biting her lip gently, Su Qingxue remained skeptical. The film started amusingly, but as time passed, the horror elements became increasingly pronounced. She instinctively edged closer to Ji Yong. Just when she thought they were nearing the end, a gigantic, ghostly visage suddenly appeared on the screen, causing her heart to leap to her throat. She shrieked, wrapping her arms tightly around Ji Yang's neck, nearly causing him to struggle for breath. Her soft form exuded a faint, captivating fragrance. While it felt pleasant, Su Qingxue's grip was so tight that he found it difficult to breathe. Cough, cough, cough. My dear wife, if you keep holding on like this, I might just suffocate. Ji Yang's voice reached her ears, prompting Su Qingxue to instinctively loosen her hold, though her body remained close. The sudden appearance of the ghost had genuinely startled her, and coupled with the film's atmosphere, she dared not venture alone to the side. It's almost over. Just half an hour left. Do you want to keep watching? Hearing Ji Yong's words, Su Qingxue hurriedly shook her head. She had yet to regain her composure. Continuing with leave her too afraid to go to the bathroom alone later that night. Could you turn on the lights? All right. Let me hear you call me husband first. Chapter 62. May I share a room with you? Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief as Ji Yong took advantage of the situation, asking her to call him husband. Just as Su Qingxue hesitated, Ji Yong stood up and walked towards the light switch beside the television, casually turning on the living room lights. The moment the lights illuminated the room, Su Qingxue's inner fear began to dissipate. Recalling how she had been nestled in Ji Yang's embrace, a blush crept up her neck. It's getting late. I should go rest. You should sleep early too. After putting everything in order, Su Qingxue quickly entered her bedroom without looking back. With Ji Yong in the living room, she felt somewhat at ease, but upon returning to her room alone, something felt amiss. Terrifying scenes from the movie involuntarily replayed in her mind. Suppressing her trepidation, she approached the bedside, retrieving a thin white nightgown from the wardrobe. After changing, she lay down in bed. After Su Qingxue retired to her room, Ji Yong turned off the television and silently returned to his own space. He needed to set off for the capital early the next morning, so a good shower and restful night's sleep were essential. After showering, Ji Yong opened the wardrobe and took out a blanket. With the air conditioning running in his room, it would be easy to catch a chill and suffer from stomach issues if he didn't tea cover himself. Just as he finished tidying up and prepared to sleep, there was a sudden knock on the bedroom door. Ji Yong, are you asleep? Su Qingxue's anxious voice floated in from outside. Setting down his pillow, Ji Yong quickly opened the door, clad in a pristine white nightgown, with her dark hair cascading over her shoulders and a large plush toy cradled in her arms. Su Qingxue stood there looking both distressed and frightened. I can't sleep alone. May I share a room with you? She bit her lip, her heart racing with anxiety as she uttered those words. Even with the lights on in the room, the moment she closed her eyes, terrifying scenes from the movie haunted her thoughts, rendering her unable to sleep. Ji Yong stood frozen, momentarily believing he was dreaming. Su Qingxue was actually asking to sleep in the same room as him. All right, you can take the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor. There was no way he would allow Su Qingxue, who was carrying a baby, to sleep on the floor. Once she entered, he opened the wardrobe doors again and retrieved another blanket. With Ji Yong by her side, her fears gradually began to fade away. Approaching the bedside, she originally intended to take a shower, but now that she was sharing a space with Ji Yong, bathing was out of the question. Should I shower before sleeping? It's rather warm outside. But Su Qingxue hesitated. With Ji Yang in the room, she felt apprehensive about going to the bathroom. Although the bathroom was opaque, it was still just separated by a door. You shower, and I'll wait outside. Wait, I trust you. I'll go shower. Her voice was barely above a whisper, and after saying this, Su Qingxue cautiously pushed open the bathroom door, ensuring the bathroom door was locked. She shed her nightgown and placed her undergarments beside the sink. At this stage, she could only manage a shower, despite the presence of a bathtub in the bathroom. She couldn't use it. Ji Yang waited outside, and the sound of water trickling filled the air. Truly, he was a paragon of virtue, able to maintain his composure under such circumstances. Following the plot of novels and television dramas, he would be the type to demand a towel, right? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a few minutes later, the bathroom door swung open, and Su Qingxue extended her flawless, pale arm. Ji Yang, I forgot to grab a towel. Could you please fetch one from the master bathroom for me? Her voice was faint, and it was clear she was extremely nervous. One hand reached out while the other gripped the bathroom door tightly, fearful it might be opened. At that moment, she was completely unclothed. Just a moment. Let me see if I can find one. Upon entering Su Qingxue's room, the air was filled with a delightful fragrance, almost identical to that of Su Qingxue herself. Pushing open the bathroom door, he stepped inside, only to find the shelves empty, nothing in sight. Didn't she say there was a towel? Where could it be? He turned to survey the surroundings, searching the bathroom thoroughly. He even found a loofah, yet the towel remained elusive. He couldn't rummage through the room indiscriminately, or he might be labeled a pervert. An explanation for that would be impossible. Feeling helpless, Ji Yang returned to the room, and upon hearing the door open, Su Qingxue reached out, ready to receive a towel. I couldn't find any towels. There's none. That's impossible. During the day, the housekeeper diligently tidied up, and each time she would place the freshly laundered towels on the rack. So how could they possibly be missing? Surely, you wouldn't intentionally withhold them from me, would you? My dear husband, enough already. Please hand me the towel. Su Qingxue thought that Ji Yang was merely teasing her, covering her face with one hand as she softly called out to him. Standing outside, Ji Yang wondered if he had misheard, with one hand resting on the doorknob. Su Qingxue, upon hearing the commotion, hurriedly dashed back into the bathroom. What are you doing? The doctor said the baby is still small. You mustn't be reckless. Despite being the president of Qing Tian Group, he felt as bashful as a naive young girl when faced with Ji Yang. I couldn't find a towel in your room. Would you like to use mine instead? I haven't used a towel yet. A single towel would suffice for a shower. Thank you. Accepting the towel that Ji Yang handed over, Su Qingxue hurriedly dried her body in the bathroom. Just as she was about to step out, it struck her that her sleepwear and undergarments were left outside. Ji Yang had undoubtedly seen them when he came in for the towel. Before she could voice her concern, Ji Yang had already picked up the clothes lying nearby. Here are your clothes. I'll get them myself. All right. After placing the clothes neatly, Ji Yang exited the bathroom, and shortly thereafter, Su Qingxue emerged, now clad in her sleepwear. Her fair, jade-like legs were exposed, and even in slippers, her tall figure was unmistakable. After a shower, she felt as though she hadn't washed at all. All right, let us rest. You take the bed, and I shall sleep on the floor. She had already laid out a mat, preparing to sleep on the floor, yet Su Qingxue found herself unable to drift into slumber while lying on the bed. It felt somewhat inappropriate to have sought him out only to force Ji Yang to sleep on the floor. The bed is quite spacious. Why don't you come up and share it with me? Clutching the blanket, Su Qingxue feigned calmness, while internally, she was a bundle of nerves. She genuinely wanted Ji Yang to sleep on the bed, but was apprehensive about his behavior. Chapter 63, The Bidding Conference. Ji Yang gazed at Su Qingxue's alluring figure, hesitating for scarcely a second before he embraced his pillow and approached the bedside. As he was about to lie down, Su Qingxue instinctively shifted away. May I turn off the lights? Receiving Su Qingxue's consent, Ji Yang raised his hand to extinguish the lights, leaving only the dim bedside lamp illuminating the room. The bedside lamp was on a timer and would automatically turn off after about 10 minutes. The two lay in silence, and Ji Yang, expecting Su Qingxue to be too anxious to sleep, was surprised when, merely 5 minutes later, he heard the gentle sound of her breathing. Is she asleep? He wondered silently. Turning toward her, his features exquisitely chiseled, skin fair as porcelain. The loose-fitting sleepwear revealed a generous expanse of her fair skin. It was difficult to tear his gaze away. No staring, no staring. He admonished himself, yet his eyes betrayed him, fixating on Su Qingxue's exposed chest. Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. He repositioned himself, placing his hands in front of him and closing his eyes, slipping into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qingxue's eyelashes fluttered, her fingers tightly clutching the blanket. her heart racing wildly. The following morning, before 5 o'clock, Ji Yong awoke groggily. He had to leave early for the capital city to meet with Fu Yuan at 6:30. Su Jiao would arrive at 5:30 to pick him up. Carefully sitting up, he moved slowly, careful not to rouse Su Qingxue, who was still in a deep sleep beside him. The room was shrouded in darkness, so he turned on the bedside lamp. The moment the light flickered on, he was stunned by the sight before him. Su Qingxue lay in her thin sleepwear, which subtly revealed her fair skin. More strikingly, the strap of her sleepwear had slipped down, exposing a portion that should have been concealed beneath her bodice, inadvertently revealing a hint of alluring curves. It seemed she was unaware of this. Her sleeping posture relaxed, her long, elegant legs stretched out freely, entirely exposed to the air. Those legs were long and straight, the skin smooth as silk, glistening faintly in the dim light. Clutching a plush toy, she slept soundly. Mornings were already a time of heightened emotions, and seeing Su Qingxue in such a state left him struggling to maintain composure. He tiptoed into the bathroom and splashed his face with cool water. After feeling somewhat refreshed, he changed his clothes and headed to the kitchen. Spending 20 minutes preparing breakfast, he had a bit for himself and left the rest for Su Qingxue. Once everything was tidied up, Su Jiao called to inform him she had arrived at the community gate. After hanging up, Ji Yong opened the door and made his way to the entrance of the community. Arriving at the Jinfeng Real Estate Group, Fu Yuan and Ran had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Ji Yang's car, Fu Yuan hurried over to the back seat, while Ran took the front passenger seat. Mr. Ji, the others have already set off, and they have brought the materials along. I have also gathered additional information regarding the Jinlong steel plant. Su Xiao developed, while Fu Yuan and Ji Yang discussed the details of the Jinlong steel plant's documentation. In the blink of an eye, over an hour passed. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue woke. The memories of the previous night flooding back, instantly clearing her mind. Slowly opening her beautiful eyes, she realized the space beside her was empty. Ji Yang, are you there? She softly called out twice, but received no response. She checked the bathroom, but found no trace of him. When she reached the dining room, breakfast was laid out on the table, and she realized she was alone in the house. It dawned on her that Ji Yang must have already left for the capital. Her gaze lingered on the breakfast, a faint smile gracing her face. Turning back to her bedroom, she changed into a fresh outfit and washed up. Once she was ready, Su Qingxue returned to the dining room to heat up her breakfast, savoring it with elegance. By 9:30 in the morning, the car arrived first at the Guoli Hotel, the most upscale establishment in the vicinity. As Fu Yuan and the others disembarked, staff members promptly came out to greet them. Mr. Ji, Mr. Fu, the bidding conference is scheduled for 10:30 this morning, just a short distance from the Guoli Hotel. After we check in, we may need to head to the venue. And Ran held the agenda for the bidding conference, noting that they needed to arrive 20 minutes early. Very well, let's check in first. Upon reaching the hotel front desk and registering their identities, they were assigned rooms on the top floor, 2 suites and 2 deluxe rooms. Naturally, Ji Yang and Fu Yuan would occupy the suites, while Ran and Su Jiao were assigned the deluxe rooms. Despite being merely deluxe rooms, upon entering, Su Jiao was utterly astonished. The room was spacious and bright, featuring enormous floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a view stretching for miles. This was the most luxurious accommodation he had ever experienced, and the best part was he didn't have to pay a dime. Though astonished, there were more pressing matters at hand. They set their belongings down in the corridor and waited. Before long, Ji Yang and Fu Yuan emerged from their respective rooms. The venue was in close proximity, so they opted to walk rather than drive. Although not situated in the heart of the capital, the expansive conference center indicated that its owner was undoubtedly a person of considerable influence. Having applied in advance, the security personnel at the entrance conducted a brief identity check, and once confirmed, allowed Ji Yang and his companions entry into the venue. In fact, Ji Yang had visited this bidding venue before. During the second year of taking over the family business, he had participated in an auction for shares of an international company here. Back then, the treatment was far less accommodating. On that day, the owner of the venue personally greeted him and escorted him to the VIP section, remaining at his side throughout the event. Afterward, he was also personally seen out. Mr. G, we are in Hall 17, came the voice of the staff. Understood. Guided by the attendants, they made their way to Hall 17. Although ranked lower in the order, the hall was quite spacious, significantly larger than the comprehensive conference room at Yunde University, and adorned in opulent splendor. Upon finding their designated seats, the staff thoughtfully provided them with identification cards. The so-called bidding conference was essentially an auction. The highest bidder prevails. The starting price for the Jinlong steel plant had been raised from several tens of millions to a staggering 170 million. Ji Yang himself had no clear estimate of the final transaction price. Previously, It had reached a total of 900 million, secured by Hongfeng Real Estate. With their participation in this auction, he could not guarantee that the final price would not ascend further. Should it surpass 1,100 million, it would indeed prove troublesome. Mr. G, the gentleman in the silver gray suit in the front row, is Zhao Fengyan, the president of Hongfeng Real Estate. Fu Yuan leaned closer to Ji Yang, explaining calmly. Zhao Fengyan? Are you acquainted with him, Mr. Fu? Not so much acquainted as I've seen him before. We crossed paths at an industry exchange conference once. Fu Yuan replied. He is exceptionally capable and yet quite young, just 31 this year. Chapter 64, Frenzied Bidding. Oh, your appraisal of him is quite high, Mr. Fu. Ji Yang remarked, intrigued. Hongfeng Real Estate was previously a relatively unknown small company, but it has risen rapidly in a short span, although its current scale is modest. Its growth trajectory suggests it could soon become a prominent name in domestic real estate. Ji Yang nodded in agreement with Fu Yuan's assessment. Should Hongfeng Real Estate acquire the Jinlong steel plant, it would undoubtedly confer unimaginable benefits upon them. However, the critical point was that he was also present. Under no circumstances could the Jinlong steel plant fall into Hongfeng Real Estate's hands. To him, the Jinlong steel plant represented a gleaming piece of prime opportunity, and any moment's hesitation could allow it to slip away. If the succulent prize were to be snatched away by another, he would truly be the fool. Excuse me, sir. I apologize for the interruption. We need to verify your company's information briefly. Is this Jinfeng Real Estate Group? Yes. May I ask how you were addressed? Fu Yuan, Vice President of Jinfeng Real Estate Group. Thank you, sir. After a brief registration, the staff moved on to assist others. In the blink of an eye, the time reached 10:10 in the morning. A middle-aged man clad in a suit and tie approached the auction stage, and detailed information about the Jinlong steel plant appeared on the large screen behind him. No wonder they had to enter 20 minutes early. A detailed introduction was necessary. Distinguished leaders, I will now provide a brief overview of the Jinlong steel plant's actual situation. The total area of the Jinlong steel plant spans 1,300 acres, and including the surrounding area, it could reach 1,500 acres. This region is considered a key area for the capital, and with future policy adjustments, this land is likely to become highly sought after. As he spoke, each word was delivered with precision over the span of 20 minutes, leaving no detail unaddressed. By 10:30, the auction officially commenced. The starting price for the Jinlong steel plant was set at 170 million, with each increment no less than 10 million. Let the bidding begin, the man declared, and a hush fell over the venue. After a tense silence of approximately 10 seconds, a woman's voice broke through. 180 million. A modest increase of 10 million marked the opening bid. Vina Group bids 180 million. Is there a higher offer? 190 million. 200 million. 210 million. 230 million. The bids escalated, and before long, the price soared to 310 million. This figure was already a limit for many companies, and the future development of the Jinlong steel plant remained uncertain. Given the current location of the land, 300 million seemed somewhat inappropriate. Secretarian, upon hearing Ji Yang's words, and Ran understood and raised her bidding card. 320 million. Her first bid drew curious glances from several attendees. 330 million. 340 million. 350 million. Another round of bidding ensued, and as the price reached 400 million, only 5 companies remained in the running, including Hongfeng Real Estate. Zhao Fengyan, with a laptop before him, adjusted his glasses and received the bidding card from his secretary. 600 million. 600 million. The declaration left the entire assembly in shock. The secretary beside Zhao Fengyan gasped in disbelief, a hint of fear evident in her expression. Had Hongfeng Real Estate truly gone mad, raising the bid by 200 million in one breath? Ha ha ha. 600 million? Jinlong steel plant never anticipated that its land could be valued at 600 million. With the price announced, the originally 5 bidding companies dwindled to just 3. On the Jinfeng Real Estate side, Ran had only bid once, leading many to believe they would not continue bidding. Mr. G, with the price climbing to 600 million, it seems likely to reach 700 or 800 million, should we? His tone was conflicted, and his expression grim, as Fu Yuan cautiously inquired of Ji Yang. He understood Ji Yang's resolve to acquire the Jinlong steel plant, yet he could not refrain from advising against it. 700 or 800 million would be an exorbitant loss. Mr. Fu, we must think long-term. The value of Jinlong steel plant extends far beyond mere land. But, with a resigned sigh, recognizing that further discourse would be futile, Fu Yuan shook his head and fell silent. Just as he had predicted, the price soon escalated to 800 million. Ultimately, the bidding remained between Hongfeng Real Estate and Vina Group. 810 million, 820 million, 830 million, 840 million, 850 million. Regardless of how Vina Group raised their bids, Hongfeng Real Estate remained steadfast, refusing to yield. When Hongfeng Real Estate declared 900 million, the venue fell into a hush. The head of Vina Group wore a troubled expression, ultimately having to concede defeat in the bidding. 900 million was far beyond the starting price, and even she, as president, dared not recklessly continue the bidding. President, this price has exceeded expectations significantly. We can no longer place bids. Indeed, I am aware. He shook his head silently, relinquishing the bidding paddle in his hand, just as Zhao Fengyan believed he was on the verge of acquiring the land of Jinlong Steel Plant. An exceedingly untimely voice pierced through the atmosphere. 910 million. Ji Yong personally raised his paddle, announcing the staggering figure, causing Zhao Fengyan's expression to darken considerably. Zhao, the price is too high. We cannot continue to raise our bid. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain to the board. Though his mind was as clear as crystal, Zhao Fengyan was unwilling to concede. 920 million, 930 million, 940 million, 950 million. Just when it appeared the auction was nearing its conclusion, no one anticipated the emergence of a dark horse, who showed no signs of yielding even against Hongfeng Real Estate. Jinfeng Real Estate Group bids 950 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The voice resonated throughout the venue, plunging everyone into silence. Zhao Fengyan clenched his fists, his phone in his pocket vibrating incessantly. It was evident it was a call from his father. 1 billion. The moment Zhao Fengyan declared 1 billion, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. 1 billion, 10 million. Before anyone could process their excitement, Ji Yong raised his bidding paddle and casually announced, 1 billion, 10 million. His composed demeanor led many to suspect that this price was still far from his bottom line. Well, Zhao Fengyan sighed, helplessly raising his hands. The price had already soared to 1 billion. He could no longer afford to bid higher, and the land of Jinlong Steel Plant would have to be given away. 1 billion, 10 million. Is there anyone willing to continue bidding? 1 billion, 10 million. Once. 1 billion, 10 million. Twice. 1 billion, 10 million. Thrice. Congratulations to Jinfeng Real Estate Group for acquiring the land of Jinlong Steel Plant, spanning 1,300 acres. Please have your company come in the afternoon to finalize the contract. The auction concluded swiftly, and Fu Yuan found himself in a daze, unable to fathom that they had spent over 1 billion on a desolate steel plant site. But is he then fool? He, long time no see. As Ji Yong and his team prepared to leave, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Zhao Fengyan approached Fu Yuan, accompanied by his secretary. Dressed in a formal suit, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, it was evident that Zhao Fengyan was a man of distinction. Ah, it's President Zhao. Indeed, it has been a while. With his expression returning to normal, Fu Yuan extended his hand to shake Zhao Fengyan's. Oh, may I ask who this is? Ji Yong had just been bidding, and his reason for greeting was primarily due to Ji Yong. President Zhao, allow me to introduce you. This is our president of Jinfeng Real Estate, Ji Yong. Fu Yuan's introduction left Zhao Fengyan utterly astonished. After a brief pause, he extended his hand with a smile. President Ji, it's a pleasure to meet you. I had no idea the president of Jinfeng Real Estate Group was so youthful. Zhao Fengyan took the initiative to greet him, and Ji Yong naturally extended his hand in return. Hello, President Zhao. Youthful as I may be, my experience pales in comparison to yours. Oh, raising an eyebrow, Zhao Fengyan replied earnestly. What do you mean by that, President Ji? Ha! It's evident that Hongfeng Real Estate has been on the rise under your leadership, President Zhao. Everyone can see that. Ha ha ha. I never expected you to take such an interest in Hongfeng Real Estate. It's not so much interest as it is mere understanding. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Fengyan shifted the conversation back to business. President Ji, the value of the Jinlong Steel Plant's land is far from reaching that price. Your bid of 1 billion is indeed quite surprising. Is that so? But if I recall correctly, it was President Zhao who called out the figure of 1 billion. Was it not? Ji Yong responded nonchalantly, maintaining a friendly demeanor. Me? Haha, true enough. Regardless, the Jinlong Steel Plant is now in your hands, President Ji. I hope your company will make good use of this land. Perhaps we can collaborate in the future. That is certainly the case. After a brief conversation, Zhao Fengyan departed with his secretary, while Ji Yong and his team followed the staff out of the hall. President Fu, do you have any idea why Hongfeng Real Estate is willing to spend such a hefty sum on this land? Pausing slightly, Fu Yuan had not anticipated Ji Yong would suddenly pose such a question. After a moment's thought, he hesitated. Hongfeng Real Estate has been acquiring land. Perhaps they intend to leverage the land of Jinlong Steel Plant. I sense it's more complicated than that. To bid 1 billion signifies that they are determined to acquire the land of Jinlong Steel Plant. There may be undisclosed secrets at play here, his tone laden with implications. Fu Yuan fell into silence. Upon returning to the hotel, Fu Yuan followed Ji Yang into the suite and retrieved his laptop to initiate a video conference. When he learned that Ji Yang had spent 1,010 million on the Jinlong steel plant, Yang Xiaoyan was the first to break the tension. President Ji, that price is exorbitantly high. The group has numerous ongoing projects. Pouring half of our liquid assets into the Jinlong steel plant could jeopardize our financial chain. We will take responsibility if issues arise. Yang, please remain calm. The bidding has concluded. Discussing this now is futile. We will sign the contract this afternoon and return to Yundu tomorrow morning. What Baihong Capital? Wang Rui remained silent until he heard Fu Yuan inquire about Baihong Capital, at which point he straightened in his seat. Rest assured, President Fu, I have temporarily assembled a project team and will expedite the acquisition. That's good to hear. There is nothing else of note. We can discuss everything further when President Ji returns. Let's leave it at that. Having merely updated them on the auction results, the rest could wait. For now, they would take one step at a time. After lunch at the hotel, they returned to the venue to sign the contract in the afternoon. That evening, back at the hotel, Ji Yang took out his phone, intending to call Su Qingxue. Upon connecting, he discovered she had returned to her grandfather's home. Leaning against the headboard after hanging up, Ji Yang wore a faint smile, just watching a horror movie. And you can't even bear to go home? Although Su Qingxue did not say it, he was fully aware that her reason for not staying at home was undoubtedly due to the horror film they had watched the previous night. The following morning, they drove back to Yundu. Assistant Su, please notify everyone that there will be a meeting in 20 minutes in the conference room for mid and senior management. Understood. President Ji. As Assistant Su departed, Ji Yang brought Fu Yuan into his office. Shortly thereafter, the alluring Yang Xiaoyan and Wang Rui entered. Yang Wang, please have a seat. After casually inviting them to the office, he expressed, I would like to propose someone to oversee the coordination between Jinlong Steel Plant and Baihong Capital. Do any of you have recommendations? Ji Yang's tone was calm, and Fu Yuan and the others exchanged glances. Wang Rui was the first to inquire, President Ji, do you mean to appoint another vice president? Yes. While the headhunting firm could find suitable candidates, I prefer to promote someone from within the company. Within the company, individuals possess a considerable understanding of the group's projects and regulations, which will undoubtedly facilitate future engagements. There are indeed several candidates, though it remains uncertain whether they will meet your approval. However, my approval is of little consequence. What truly matters is their capability. Mr. Fu, having served the company for many years, I kindly ask you to assist in identifying a few suitable individuals. Grateful for Mr. Ji's trust, I am willing to offer my services. Mr. Fu readily assented, while Ji Yang rose to proceed to the conference room. In front of everyone, he announced the news of the promotion, eliciting undeniable excitement from those with aspirations. Within the entirety of Jinfeng Real Estate Group, there are only 3 vice presidents. A successful advancement would be tremendously beneficial for one's personal development. Chapter 66, Marriage and Parenthood. Everyone was eager to vie for the position of vice president, yet Mr. Fu would naturally deliberate on the appointments. Having managed the group for many years, his understanding of the higher echelon surpasses that of others. Even if a hint of unfairness might exist, it is of little consequence. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Su Jiao escorted him to the elder's villa, making a special stop at a store to purchase some gifts along the way. At this time, Su Qingxue had not yet finished work when she saw Ji Yang enter. The elder momentarily paused, then quickly gestured for him to come closer. Li Diliang, what brings you here? Come, take a seat. Thank you, Grandpa. Bowing slightly to the elder, Ji Yang comfortably seated himself opposite him. I heard from Qingxue that you went to the capital. You returned so quickly? His beloved granddaughter had previously lived alone, yet unexpectedly returned home last night, wishing to stay for a night. This delighted the elder immensely. During their conversation after dinner, it became clear that Ji Yang had indeed traveled to the capital. Yes, I finished my business and returned right away. Grandpa, how have you been these past few days? Are you well? The elder, leaning on his cane, responded with a warm smile. My health is as usual. One grows old, and the body inevitably weakens. It's rare for you to have such thoughtfulness and come and visit me, he expressed with a hint of regret. Qingxue has mentioned that you urged her to come home for a few days. Mentioning his cherished granddaughter, the elder's eyes reflected a mix of exasperation and affection. Qingxue has always been reluctant to return, often citing her busy work as an excuse. I never anticipated that your gentle persuasion would bring her back last night. Excited, Su Qingbai listened intently, while Ji Yang appeared puzzled. Pointing at himself, he exclaimed, I persuaded her? Was it not you? Ji Yang, with a serious demeanor, replied, Yes. Indeed, it was I who encouraged her. You must be rather lonely on your own, so I thought it would be nice for Qingxue to return and keep you company. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was still a while before Su Qingxue finished work. The elder, Su Qingbai, poured a cup of tea for Jiang, declaring, "It's a rare occasion to have both of you here tonight. I must prepare a delightful meal for you. Secretary Liu, please instruct the housekeeper to prepare several dishes." "Certainly, Chairman." After exchanging pleasantries with Jiang, Secretary Liu hurried off to relay the instructions. "Grandpa, does Secretary Liu live here with you?" "No, he will return later. His father was my assistant. After his health declined, he retired, and now he assists me." Understanding the situation, Jiang recognized the reason behind the elder's familiarity with Secretary Liu. He was, after all, the son of an old friend. Lifting the teacup to his lips, the elder hesitated before placing it back on the table, his gaze piercing as he hesitated to speak. "Little Yang, with Qingxue absent, there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you." "Yes, Grandpa, please go ahead. At your age, to be frank, you're no longer young. I've heard from Qingxue that you will soon graduate. I have no ulterior motives, merely a desire to see you both settle down and start a family." "Grandpa." Jiang began, but Su Qingbai raised his hand to silence him. Drawing in a deep breath, he stood, and Jiang quickly moved to support the elder's arm. "Let's take a stroll in the garden." "Certainly," assisting the elder toward the villa's courtyard. Su Qingbai gazed up at the cloudless, azure sky, which was refreshing to behold. "Do not fault me for pressing you, but I have my own concerns. As you can see, my health may not allow me many more years. Who can say how much longer I will endure?" As they walked along the flagstone path, he sighed. "Qingxue has grown up without parents, and I cannot help but worry. I hope for her to marry and have children soon. You must make haste. Perhaps I might still witness the birth of a great-grandchild." In a moment, the elder's previous somberness transformed into a heartfelt smile at the thought of a great-grandchild. Jiang, however, felt an internal conflict. The two matters the elder desired had, in fact, already come to fruition, yet he lacked the courage to disclose this truth. On one hand, Su Qingxue had yet to give her consent. On the other, their families had yet to meet. Informing the elder about their marriage certificate and pregnancy might not be readily accepted by him. "Grandpa, I understand your intentions. My parents have been eager to visit you in Yundu. If you have no objections, I can arrange for you to meet them soon. What do you think?" A glimmer of excitement flickered in the elder's cloudy eyes as he replied, "That would be wonderful. I am always available. If your parents come to Yundu, I will extend them a warm welcome. Let us agree to arrange a meeting soon. Rest assured, Grandpa, I would never jest with you. I will contact my family tonight and provide you with a response by tomorrow morning." "Excellent. Young people are indeed swift in their actions. I eagerly await your good news." With a hearty pat on Ji Yang's shoulder, the elder's face radiated joy as he beamed broadly. After meandering around the villa, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, Ji Yang accompanied the elder for a walk outside. Throughout their stroll, they engaged in delightful conversation, with the elder reminiscing about Su Qingxue's childhood, which Ji Yang listened to with rapt attention. One might assume that being raised in such affluence, Su Qingxue's childhood would be devoid of worries. However, the elder's words cast a shadow of silence over him. "I have always been strict in my upbringing, hoping to prepare her to stand on her own. It is for her own good." The elder's eyes glimmered with pride. His granddaughter bore no resentment towards his sternness, but rather cherished him deeply. "One day, I shall eventually depart from this world, and when I do, she will find herself utterly alone. As for my aunt and uncle, they are hardly to be relied upon. Merely refraining from tormenting her would be a cause for gratitude." In Chapter 67, I Am Willing. During my last visit home, I had the fortunate opportunity to meet Su Qingxue's aunt and uncle. I wholeheartedly believe in the words of my grandfather, Su Qingbai. It is often said that within affluent families, familial affection is a rare commodity. This sentiment is not without foundation and has persisted throughout the ages. I cannot ascertain whether it was the ease of our conversation or merely a desire for a stroll, but before we knew it, we had wandered outside for over an hour. It was only when Su Qingxue called that we leisurely made our way back to the villa. "This girl finished work rather early today. It seems she was eager to see you upon learning of your return." My grandfather teased with a smile, and even with my thick skin, I couldn't help but feel a bit bashful. "Grandfather, your precious granddaughter is indeed here to see you." "Ha! While it is true she is my cherished granddaughter, she has been led astray by you, my mischievous boy. A girl in the throes of love tends to be quite clingy. Do not refute it. Your grandfather was once of your age." Persuaded by the elder's words, I fell silent and rubbed my forehead. Upon entering the living room, my gaze immediately fell upon Su Qingxue seated on the sofa, dressed in a graceful black gown. She held a document in her hand, seemingly unable to shed her work even at home. Upon noticing my grandfather and me approaching, she set the document down and rose. A look of confusion adorned her pristine, delicate face. "Grandfather, where did you and Ji Yang go?" Hee, Xiaoyang, come have a seat. Your grandfather was rather bored at home, and since Xiaoyang came over, I asked him to take me out for a stroll. I must say, the air outside is remarkably refreshing. You young people ought to venture out more often. As he guided me to sit, my grandfather gestured for Su Qingxue to join us as well. Learning that my grandfather and I had merely taken a walk, Su Qingxue adjusted her skirt, resettled in her seat, and refrained from picking up the document again, instead pouring tea for both men. Did work go smoothly today, dear? Fairly well, I suppose. There have been many matters to attend to. Her words drew a frown from Su Qingbai, for he understood his granddaughter well. She was one to report good news while withholding troubles. If she mentioned numerous matters, it indicated her work was not proceeding smoothly. Oh, what specifically is the issue? Is there anything your grandfather can assist with? At her tender age, merely in her 20s, Su Qingxue had already ascended to the position of president of Qingtian Group, and it was only natural for the higher-ups to harbor doubts about her capabilities. While he could not directly assist with this matter, as the chairman, he could certainly intervene in other respects. Grandfather, please take a look at this document. After sipping her tea, Su Qingxue handed the document to Su Qingbai. Curiously, he accepted it and scrutinized it, a flicker of ire crossing his features. Observing his grandfather's displeasure, Su Qingxue hastily clarified, "This is the financial report from the branch office. I have verified the previous data and discovered numerous discrepancies. Since my second uncle has taken office, the figures have consistently been erroneous. I wish for someone to investigate. Currently, the research and development funds for Qingtian Group were exceedingly tight, and the branch offices were manipulating financial reports to deceive the headquarters into releasing additional funds. In her eyes, they were akin to a horde of parasites." Setting the document aside, Su Qingbai did not rush to express his views, though angered. He knew he must devise a prudent solution. "Qingxue, your grandfather understands your concerns. However, you have only just assumed office and are in the process of garnering support. Rash, sweeping reforms may lead to unnecessary complications." As an experienced business veteran, Su Qingbai possessed a broader perspective on matters than Su Qingxue. "But must we simply turn a blind eye?" she retorted. "Who will be accountable for the group's losses?" With a smile, Su Qingbai lifted his teacup and took a leisurely sip. "Xiaoyang, if you were in Qingxue's position, what would you do?" Suddenly turning to me, while seated on the sofa, I was momentarily taken aback before responding earnestly. Addressing the branch office will only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. The fact that previous financial reports have passed scrutiny indicates issues within the upper management. If we resolve this problem, the branch office need not be concerned. My words struck at the heart of the matter, and a glint of surprise flickered in Su Qingxue's eyes. "Oh, given the current situation, how would you propose we resolve it?" "The simplest approach would be for Qingxue to gather sufficient evidence, and your grandfather can reach out to a major shareholder. No one wishes for their interests to be jeopardized. In this way, even if Qingxue is reluctant to pursue the matter, she will have no choice." Listening to my future granddaughter-in-law, Su Qingbai could not help but erupt into hearty laughter. He had initially expected me to suggest a swift and ruthless solution or to turn a blind eye, but I had instead proposed enlisting other shareholder support. A clever tactic of using another's weapon against them. Yet, Su Qingbai had one question lingering in his mind. Why not allow Qingxue to directly submit evidence to the board as the president of the group? Huh? That is not the same. Grandfather, you are the chairman. If you submit evidence, who among the elders would dare to question it? Her offhand remark elicited another round of hearty laughter from Su Qingbai, who nodded in satisfaction. "Qingxue, did you hear that? Hand over the evidence you have gathered to your grandfather. You will have Secretary Liu present it to the board." "Yes, grandfather." Responding softly, Su Qingxue cast a meaningful glance at me. The concerns that had burdened her for an entire afternoon had been effortlessly resolved by me. While she had been preoccupied with handling matters in her capacity as president, she had overlooked the existence of the board above her. Those who jeopardized the interests of the group would not be allowed to go unchecked by the board. "Qingxue, from your grandfather's perspective, Xiaoyang possesses considerable business acumen. He's about to graduate and will need an internship. Perhaps we should let him assist you at the company. What do you think? His assistance?" "No." Su Qingxue vehemently shook her head, her resolve unwavering. It was not that she doubted my capabilities, but she wished to keep our relationship concealed from the employees of the group. "Oh, why not? With his help, you would find it easier." "Silly girl. Your grandfather is only looking out for your best interests." Caught in the middle, I found myself at an impasse, unable to determine whether to agree or decline. After a full 10 seconds of hesitation, I ultimately nodded. "I am willing." In Chapter 68, Meeting the Parents, with her cheeks flushed and puffed, Su Qingxue stomped her foot in frustration. Her noble countenance was adorned with a rosy hue as her gaze fell upon me. "What are you willing for?" "To assist you at the company, of course. Though I may lack expertise, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge I can at least lend a hand. Do not thank me. If anyone should be thanked, it is your grandfather. Turning to smile at the elder beside her, Su Qingxue instinctively shifted her gaze toward her grandfather. Su Qingbai laughed heartily, completely oblivious to any discord in the conversation between his granddaughter and her future grandson-in-law. The matter is settled, arranged personally by grandfather. You need not worry about Ji Yang going to the company. Grandfather. Su Qingxue wished to say more, but before she could utter a word, the venerable Su Qingbai gradually rose to his feet. Dinner should be ready. It's a rare occasion for both of you to be here. How about you, Xiaoyang? Accompany your grandfather for a few drinks? Certainly. Ha. As expected of the youth so forthright, Su Qingbai was thoroughly pleased with Ji Yang's candid nature. The elderly gentleman and the young man made their way to the dining room, where the housekeeper retrieved a bottle of wine that had been aged for over a decade from the wine cabinet. This bottle had been stored for many years, causing some evaporation and a reduction in alcohol content. However, it should still possess a delightful flavor. Let's have a taste. Grandfather, it seems you have quite the expertise in wine. The elder opened the bottle, preparing to pour Ji Yang a glass. Observing this, Ji Yang promptly picked up his own glass, respectfully offering it with a humble demeanor. Once the glass was filled to the brim, grandfather leisurely remarked, "It cannot be said I have any profound expertise, merely a fondness for indulging in a drink. With time, one inevitably acquires some understanding of the intricacies of wine. Old wine is simply old wine, the moment the bottle was uncorked." The rich aroma of the wine enveloped the entire dining room. After a modest sip, even Ji Yang, who seldom drank, could not help but nod in approval. What a fragrant wine. Indeed, the longer it ages, the more exquisite it becomes. Grandfather has plenty of old wine here, if you're inclined. I can bring some for you. He not only enjoys storing wine, but also cherishes a collection of vintage bottles. Besides those displayed in the living room, there are many more in the wine cellar. To put it bluntly, he may not have the opportunity to consume all that wine in his lifetime. It is best for these wines to remain here. Whenever I wish to indulge, I shall come to you for a bit. Oh, that works too. Ji Yang frequently visits, and his granddaughter will undoubtedly accompany him. This is far preferable to him repeatedly calling Su Qingxue to return home. As Ji Yang and Su Qingbai shared jovial exchanges, the atmosphere was exceedingly harmonious. In contrast, Su Qingxue silently focused on her meal, her mind preoccupied with Ji Yang's impending venture to the company. Having maintained a low profile at Qingtian Group for many years, her private life had remained devoid of rumors. However, once Ji Yang entered the company, no matter how cautious she was, mistakes were inevitable. There is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass. If employees learned of the relationship between their president and Ji Yang, it would undoubtedly become the talk of the entire group. After a satisfying meal, Su Qingxue decided to take her leave. Leaning on his cane, the elder Su Qingbai accompanied them to the door, waiting until they departed in their vehicle before slowly turning back. Make arrangements to expedite Ji Yang's onboarding process. As for the position, you may handle it as you see fit, provided it assists that girl. Understood. Chairman, regarding the background check. Forget it. No need for that. A glint of sharpness flashed in Su Qingbai's murky gaze. Very well, I comprehend. Understanding the chairman's intentions, Secretary Liu turned to make arrangements, while Ji Yang and Su Qingxue were already en route back to Yunda University. Having shared a modest drink with Su Qingbai, it barely affected him. Su Qingxue sat beside him, her long, delicate legs resting against the door, her sensuous lips slightly pursed. Are you truly going to the company? Indeed. Did grandfather not say I should go to the company to assist you? However, her slender legs shifted to rest against Ji Yang's, and Su Qingxue turned slightly, her expression fraught with inner conflict. Rest assured, even if I cannot provide significant help, I will not become a hindrance. If you are unwilling, you may simply find an excuse to dismiss me later. Ji Yang himself had not anticipated that Su Qingbai would suddenly suggest he assist at Qingtian Group. In the eyes of the elder, he must appear as an inexperienced young lad. Then you must not hold it against me later. Fear not. I assure you it will not happen. By the way, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you. While you were away today, grandfather and I had a chat, and he mentioned wanting us to obtain a marriage certificate. A marriage certificate? Su Qingxue's expression registered surprise, and she was about to inquire further when Ji Yang raised his hand to silence her. I know what you wish to ask. I did not disclose the matter of the marriage certificate to him. Neither did I reveal anything regarding the child. Ahem. Su Qingxue awkwardly covered her mouth and coughed, while the driver, sitting in the front, could barely maintain his composure. Goodness, they say drivers hear many rumors, but this one is getting a bit out of hand. Not only did his boss find a boyfriend, but now they're also discussing a marriage certificate, and to top it off, a child is involved. Driver. Rest assured, Miss Sue, having served as your driver for so many years, I know what should and should not be said. The driver responded calmly, and upon receiving his reassurance, Su Qingxue felt somewhat relieved. None of this is truly important. What matters is that grandfather intends to meet my parents. I will arrange a time this evening and must provide grandfather with accurate information by tomorrow morning. Ji Yang's words struck Su Qingxue like a thunderclap. Her beautiful eyes locking onto his, her mind racing for a good 10 seconds before she regained her composure. Grandfather wishes to meet uncle and aunt. Is it to be in the coming days? Well, it may not necessarily be within the next few days. One hand resting on the door handle, the other stroking his chin. Considering my mother's temperament, if I notify her tonight, she may very well arrive in Yundu by tomorrow morning. My mother, Du Qingfeng, is notoriously impatient. Given the importance of Su Qingxue and her unborn child, the future of grandchildren, how could she possibly remain unperturbed? After notifying her tonight, there's an 80% chance she will be here by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning? This cannot be. I'm not prepared at all. Su Qingxue's exquisite face was filled with anxiety, her forlorn gaze directed at Ji Yang, nearly on the verge of tears. In contrast to her distress, Ji Yang remained remarkably composed. It is merely a matter of meeting for a meal. There is nothing to be concerned about. I will inform my mother in advance not to bring up the subject of children. Grandfather will remain none the wiser. He raised his hand to pat Su Qingxue's delicate leg, the smooth texture cool to the touch, and as she gazed at Ji Yang, she found herself momentarily unable to discern whether he was comforting her or taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 69. The Overzealous Hand. Merely casting a glance at Ji Yang's overly familiar hand, Su Qingxue instinctively drew her legs back. When will you make the call? This evening. Returning to the dormitory? Her eyes narrowed slightly. Su Qingxue took a deep breath. I need a call now. I must confirm when aunt and uncle will arrive. Her voice was gentle, laced with a hint of sweetness. Allowing Ji Yang to return to the dormitory without ascertaining the precise information would leave her restless throughout the night. Regardless, this matter must be solidified. Call now? Are you certain you wanted to call at this moment? Absolutely. Pull over to the side of the road. After instructing the driver to park at the roadside, Su Qingxue opened the car door, one hand steadying it while signaling for Ji Yang to follow her out. It was more appropriate to make the call standing by the roadside than in the car. She stood nearby, listening intently. The elegant and enchanting Su Qingxue stood beside him, her graceful figure poised, her gaze fixated on Ji Yang. Silently awaiting his initiative to make the call, he was compelled to act as the situation demanded. If he refrained from making this call today, Su Qingxue would undoubtedly not relent easily. Under the pressure, Ji Yang reluctantly retrieved his mobile phone. Meanwhile, Du Qingfeng was far away in the bustling metropolis, leisurely seated on the sofa in her pajamas, engrossed in television. Her husband, Ji Jiangong, sat nearby, quietly perusing a global finance publication. Suddenly, the phone resting on the coffee table rang. Hearing the commotion, Du Qingfeng casually picked up the device, her gaze still fixed on the distant television screen. The content displayed was neither a film nor a television drama, nor was it some tiresome variety show, but rather informative parenting tips. Ever since learning of Su Qingxue's pregnancy, she had been diligently acquiring parenting knowledge, for as the grandmother-to-be, it was imperative that she enhance her skill set. Her dedication even made Ji Jiangong feel somewhat inadequate. Hello, who is this? Mom, it's me. The voice of her son, Ji Yang, resonated through the line, prompting Du Qingfeng to examine the phone closely, realizing it was indeed her son calling. Ji Yang, why are you calling your mother? How is Qingxue doing lately? Is everything all right? You haven't upset her, have you? I must warn you. If you dare to provoke Qingxue, I won't let you off easily. Before he could explain the matter at hand, he was met with a barrage of threats. With the phone on speaker, Su Qingxue suppressed her laughter, propping her chin on her hand and turning her head aside. Mom, I haven't upset your precious daughter-in-law. The reason I called is to inquire when you have time to visit Yundu. Visit Yundu for what? Nothing major. Grandpa Qingxue wishes to meet with you both. Don't think too much of it. It's merely a simple meeting between parents. When? Ji Yang sought to confirm when his mother, Du Qingfeng, and father Ji Jiangong would be available. Unexpectedly, Du Qingfeng interjected. Grandpa Qingxue wants to meet us? My goodness. Wait a moment. Covering the phone, Du Qingfeng hurriedly approached her husband Ji Jiangong. Husband, Grandpa Qingxue wants to meet us. At this, Ji Jiangong looked up in surprise. Setting down his book. Ah, that's wonderful news. Ask Ji Yang which day it is. We need to prepare some gifts. Given that Qingxue is pregnant, our family should indeed make ample preparations. Nervously, Du Qingfeng picked up her phone again. Did Grandpa Qingxue specify when we should meet? Well, he didn't mention a specific date, but it should be as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Here's what we'll do. Let us book tickets for tonight, flying out tomorrow afternoon, and we'll meet the day after tomorrow in the morning. We need to allocate time to prepare the gifts. If it weren't for the gifts, I would have probably booked the tickets to fly out tonight. Standing beside Ji Yong, Su Qingshua's fair and delicate face was filled with astonishment. Arriving in Yundu tomorrow night, and meeting formally the day after tomorrow in the morning. My future mother-in-law is indeed decisive. All right, call me when you arrive in the capital tomorrow night. I'll go pick you both up from the airport. After a brief exchange, Ji Yong ended the call. With a smirk, he glanced at Su Qingxue. Did you hear that? We're arriving in Yundu tomorrow night, and you'll meet Grandpa the next morning. But rest assured, I will make sure to tell them not to mention anything regarding the baby. If the old man were to discover his granddaughter was pregnant, no matter how fond he was of Ji Yong, he would surely give him a good thrashing. Perhaps he might even break a leg. Tomorrow night, I'll accompany you to pick up your uncle and aunt. I'll handle the hotel arrangements. You should wait for me outside Qingtian Tower around 6 o'clock. Let us go. I'll drop you back at school. Since Ji Yong's uncle and aunt were coming to Yundu, it was only proper that Ji Yong didn't go alone to greet them. However, the thought of her grandfather meeting her uncle and aunt made Su Qingxue incredibly anxious, even more so than meeting her in-laws in the capital. With her grandfather's temperament, it was almost a certainty that the topic of marriage would arise. Her aunt, being rather impatient, might hastily set a date for the two of them, which was not impossible. Once back in the car, Su Qingxue gripped the seatbelt tightly, her index finger unconsciously tapping away. Are you afraid to sleep alone in the dormitory tonight? Why should I be afraid? Her tone was nonchalant, betraying no sign of apprehension. However, the more composed she appeared, the more it indicated her inner turmoil. Ji Yong, seasoned in the business world, easily discerned her distress. Ahem, you really don't need to be scared. Just don't look under the bed when you sleep. It's best not to cover yourself too much with a blanket either. Those are prime spots for certain things. Having mustered the courage to return home and sleep alone, Su Qingshue's fragile psychological defenses crumbled in an instant at Ji Yong's words. She shot him an indignant glare, her cheeks flushed with anger, wishing she could devour him whole. Are you doing this on purpose? Raising her delicate hand, she pinched Ji Yong's arm with considerable force. Only when he could no longer withstand the discomfort did she reluctantly release her grip. Let us skip Yundu University and just head home. All right. The driver, perceptive to their conversation, immediately turned the car towards home. With his scheme coming to fruition, Ji Yong could hardly contain his delight, while Su Qingxue, arms crossed, was clearly in no mood to engage with him. Minutes passed, and while Ji Yong remained in high spirits, Su Qingxue, unable to contain her frustration, lifted her foot and stomped down hard on his foot, twisting it for good measure. Are you still happy? Are you? With her teeth clenched, she felt a surge of relief after venting her frustration. A slight smile gracing her lips as she leisurely gazed out the window. As for Ji Yong, he could only embrace his own leg, wailing in pain, utterly unprepared for the sudden attack, especially considering the height of Su Qingshue's heels, which added to the intensity of the discomfort. Upon entering the neighborhood, Ji Yong limped out of the car, and Su Qingsue couldn't help but chuckle at the sight before turning to stride ahead. With no other choice, Ji Yong followed behind quietly. The driver parked the car in the underground garage, accompanying Su Qingsue to her room. The living room remained as impeccably clean and tidy as ever. Gently placing her bag on a rack by the door, Su Qingsue opened the bathroom door in the living room. When she emerged, she found Ji Yong still standing in the same spot. With a gentle and curious gaze, she inquired, "What are you still doing here? Aren't you going to rest? Is there anything you need help with, like washing your clothes?" Washing clothes? Ji Yong's mention of laundry caused Su Qingshue's expression to become slightly awkward, and she quickly averted her gaze. Do you wash socks? What she had intended as a casual remark took her by surprise when Ji Yong took her seriously. Of course. Where are they? He circled around Su Qingsue, preparing to push open the bathroom door. Startled by Ji Yong's action, Su Qingsue hurriedly turned around, gripping his arm tightly, her voice laced with tension. What are you doing? You said you wanted to wash socks, didn't you? Her innocent gaze left Su Qingsue feeling somewhat flustered. She merely uttered those words with intent, never genuinely expecting him to wash her socks. I don't truly mean for you to wash my socks. It's getting late. You should return to rest. I'll wash them myself later. With her rosy cherry lips pursed, she cast a playful glance at Ji Yong, her large, sparkling eyes exuding a playful charm and cuteness. Given your condition, it is far better for me to assist you in washing. Not only must he fulfill his duties as a father, but also as a husband. Wouldn't you agree, my dear wife? With a teasing smile, he gently patted the delicate back of Su Qingshue's slender hand, the gesture resembling a caress more than a mere pat. Defeated by Ji Yang's shameless demeanor, Su Qingsue stood silently, allowing him to enter the bathroom. Apart from a few pairs of white socks, There were also several pairs of nude and gray stockings. As he crouched down to pick up the stockings, Ji Yong felt his thoughts begin to wander. However, recalling a previous incident, he dared not make any gestures that might be misconstrued, lest Su Qingxue take offense. You take your time washing, I'll go take a shower. All right, Ji Yong readily agreed, as Su Qingxue headed straight for her bedroom. Just a few days prior, she would never have expressed such a sentiment to Ji Yong, but through their recent interactions, an air of familiarity had gradually developed between them. The inexplicable sense of closeness left her somewhat astonished. In the bathroom, Su Qingxue stared blankly at her small abdomen. It was still under 3 months, and there were hardly any visible signs of her pregnancy. Aside from an aching back and legs each night, along with bouts of morning sickness, she felt no indication that she was with child. Baby, is it because of you that I feel such an inexplicable fondness for your father? You mischievous little one. Gently caressing her belly, a faint smile crept across Su Qingxue's face. After her shower, she retrieved a light gray nightgown from the wardrobe, which fit snugly around her upper body while revealing only her knees and below. Compared to other nightgowns, this one was undoubtedly far more modest. Stepping out of the bathroom, she found Ji Yong just finishing washing the socks. A brief drying was necessary before they could be hung on the balcony. Give them to me. I'll hang them on the balcony. Extending her flawless arm, she took the hanger from Ji Yang's hands and hung the garments on the balcony of her bedroom. Once the clothes were properly arranged, Su Qingxue returned to the living room. How have you been feeling lately? Any discomfort in your body? Not too bad. It's just that if I walk for too long, my legs ache and my feet hurt. The nausea has been quite severe as well. Though her legs and feet were manageable, the morning sickness had developed a pattern. Every evening without fail, it would hit her hard, and drinking water provided no relief. So her legs and feet. Would you like me to give you a massage? It is indeed common for pregnant women to experience such discomfort, and he had specifically researched that massages could alleviate these symptoms. As Ji Yong offered to massage her, Su Qingxue found herself hesitating. While a massage could be nice, wouldn't it come off as too intimate? While she remained indecisive, Ji Yong took her hand and led her to the sofa. Sit down and lie back here. Supporting Su Qingxue's shoulders, he gently helped her recline on the couch. Before she could react, Ji Yong seized her delicate foot and placed it on his lap. Instead of immediately massaging her foot, he began to knead her calf, the unexpected sensation causing Su Qingxue to let out a soft gasp. Realizing her involuntary sound was somewhat inappropriate, she quickly covered her mouth and awkwardly turned her gaze to the television. Am I being too rough? And no, it's fine. Responding softly, her earlobes flushed crimson. It was her first time being touched by a man in such a manner, and while her legs felt a slight itch, her heart raced like a fluttering cat's paw. Feeling breathless from the tension, Ji Yong paid little mind to her reaction, focusing instead on her calf, kneading with intent. These movements were learned from videos he had watched, though he was uncertain of their effectiveness. Initially, she was unaccustomed to the sensation, but as Ji Yang's touch grew gentler, Su Qingxue began to relax. After he had nearly finished with one leg, she instinctively lifted the other leg towards him. You scare me on purpose today, so massaging your legs will be your punishment. Biting her soft lip, Su Qingxue's voice carried a hint of pride. She had intended for Ji Yong to return to school that evening. Who could have predicted he would deliberately frighten her in the car, leaving her unable to sleep alone at home, and consequently bringing him back with her? Punishment? Ji Yong chuckled lightly, his grip remaining firm. For me, this is no punishment. It is clearly a reward. Her pristine calves and delicate feet felt smooth to his touch. Whether Su Qingxue found it comfortable, he could not say, but he certainly enjoyed it. After attending to both legs, he prepared to knead her ankles. However, as his hand made contact with her foot, Su Qingxue instinctively recoiled. Having been ticklish since childhood, especially on her feet, she often struggled to endure even her own touch, let alone being handled by Ji Yong in such a way. That's enough. Let's stop here for today. She attempted to withdraw her foot from Ji Yang's grasp. Despite her efforts, Ji Yong held her ankle firmly, having discerned her ticklish nature, and intentionally refused to let go. Having massaged your calves, I must also tend to your feet. Otherwise, your blood circulation will be impeded. Just as she was about to voice her protest, Ji Yang's fingers deliberately brushed against her foot's sole, sending an unusual ticklish sensation coursing through her body. The tingling feeling made Su Qingxue grip the hem of her clothes tightly, even holding her breath. Chapter 71. Another change in address. Are you ready? I'm about to begin. Grasping her ankle, Ji Yong prepared to officially massage her foot sole. Wait, I am ticklish. Can we skip the foot massage? Her eyes conveyed sincerity mixed with embarrassment. Having merely felt a light touch, she was already struggling to cope. If Ji Yong were to massage her foot sole, she might very well burst into laughter. Skip it? How could that be? You are pregnant, and I must take good care of you. Ji Yang insisted on proceeding, leaving Su Qingxue with no choice but to sit up, attempting to curl her legs away while using her hands to block him. Her slender legs brushed against him, yet Ji Yang remained firm in his grip. Ultimately, with no other options, Su Qingxue had to concede. No more punishment, please. Her tone carried a hint of grievance, but Ji Yang was far from willing to relent, holding onto her delicate foot with confidence. If you wish for me to let go, it's quite simple. Just call me husband, returning to his earlier demand. Su Qingxue fell silent for a moment, ultimately succumbing to Ji Yang's playful authority. Husband, she uttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Ji Yang heard her clearly. Having complied, he felt it inappropriate to continue holding her foot. As her feet were released, Su Qingxue quickly retracted her legs. Rogue. She shot a cold glare at Ji Yang, indignantly retreating to her room. Rogue? Another change in address. One hand propped up his body while the other rested on the sofa, and Ji Yang chuckled merrily. When Su Qingxue affectionately referred to him as a rogue, he felt no offense. Rather, it filled him with delight. The term rogue certainly sounded far more pleasant than pervert. After she retreated to her room to rest, he saw no reason to linger on the sofa. With a casual pat on his clothes and a flick of his wrist to extinguish the lights in the living room bathroom, he returned to his own room and succumbed to slumber. The following morning, he placed a call to the elder Su Qingbai, simply stating that they would meet the next morning without mentioning that his parents would arrive in Yendu that evening. If Su Qingbai were to discover that Du Qingfeng and Ji Jianggong would be arriving later, he would undoubtedly insist on hosting them. Rather than burdening the elderly gentleman with such arrangements, it was better to keep him uninformed. With only one class scheduled for the morning and another public lecture in the afternoon, the instructor had issued notice in the group chat, emphasizing the importance of attendance for the public lecture. It's just a thought class. Why must we attend? Wang Jinggang grumbled, his frustration palpable. Zhou Nan and Zhu Gaofeng remained silent, yet their expressions mirrored his confusion. It was labeled a thought class, but its exact purpose remained unclear. Perhaps it would prove beneficial to them. Ji Yang's comment resonated with logic. The school would not impose such requirements without reason. As they pondered this, the three found themselves more enlightened. Have you all attended the second round of interviews at Qingtian Group? We're scheduled for tomorrow. Who knows if we'll succeed in the interviews? Ji Yang, however, still found himself without a clear path. With the latter half of the semester approaching and internships imminent, the school would provide internship certifications, which were crucial for graduation. He kicked a pebble absent-mindedly, hands clasped behind his back, though he wasn't entirely at a loss. Su Qingbai had mentioned he would help him secure a position at Qingtian Group. An announcement should be forthcoming in the next few days, perhaps allowing him to get ahead of the others. Jinggang, what is the matter with you? Always bringing up the wrong topics. Zhu Gafeng shot a glance at Wang Jinggang, prompting him to quickly fall silent. Jiang, unsure of how to respond, found the timing fortuitous, sparing him further verbal exertion. After a hasty lunch, he returned to the dormitory for a brief respite. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the group gathered outside the comprehensive teaching building when Ji Yang suddenly halted. You go ahead. I have a call to take. A call from an unfamiliar number stirred a vague intuition within him. It might be the Human Resources Department of Qingtian Group. All right, hurry inside, Zhu Gafeng urged as the group entered through the gates. Ji Yang stepped aside, decisively pressing the answer button on his phone. Hello, is this Mr. Ji Yang? We are calling from the Human Resources Department of Qingtian Group. His suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed the HR department. The conversation was straightforward, inviting him to complete his onboarding process the following morning at 8:30 with the position of assistant to the CEO's office. His collaboration would be with Wan Xiaoling in assisting the CEO. The thought of partnering with Wan Xiaoling left Ji Yang feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In terms of image, she harbored no positive feelings towards him. To her, he was merely a complete deviant, now compounded by the label of a pretty boy. After ending the call and shaking his head in disbelief, he strode purposefully into the teaching building. Inside the expansive lecture hall, which accommodated several hundred students, not just their class, he wondered what the school was truly up to. Just as Zhou Nen expressed his confusion, a familiar figure appeared on stage. Students, it has been a long time. Today, I hastily invited you all here to discuss the transition from graduation to the professional world. The principal of Yendu University had unexpectedly taken the stage, catching everyone off guard. No wonder the instructor had insisted everyone attend this thought class. The principal was the one lecturing. The principal spoke on mental states during this period and the challenges of post-graduation life. The audience listened with rapt attention, even Ji Yang leaning in to absorb every word. The principal, in his 50s, possessed wisdom and experience far beyond Ji Yang's, making it beneficial to heed his insights. The thought class extended for an hour and a half, concluding with thunderous applause as the students expressed their anxieties about adapting to society. The principal's guidance had markedly shifted their perspectives. Ji-young, are you staying in the dorm tonight or going out? Zhu guffing teased, you can't possibly be going out again. Can you? Can your body handle it? Even without being overly perceptive, the others should have guessed the situation after 2 consecutive nights away. Facing their jests, Ji-young chuckled and shook his head. My body truly can't take it anymore, so I'll stay in the dorm tonight. After teasing Su Qingxue the previous night, her silence suggested it would be wiser not to seek further awkwardness. Besides, with his onboarding scheduled for the next morning, there would be ample opportunities to meet. Chapter 72. The Arrival of His Parents. At 4 in the afternoon, Su Qingxue called, inquiring about whether her uncle and aunt would be arriving soon. Ji-young glanced at the clock. Their flight was set to land at 5:30, leaving an hour and a half to spare. Although the airport was a distance from the city, arriving an hour and a half early was unnecessary. They had agreed to gather at Qingtian Group at 4:50. After hanging up, Ji-young suddenly recalled something. Tomorrow morning was his onboarding. It seemed impossible to avoid a scheduling conflict. Meeting their parents was undoubtedly the most significant event for both him and Su Qingxue. He resolved to postpone his onboarding at Qingtian Group, even if it meant delaying it until the afternoon. Reluctantly, he picked up his phone and dialed the number that had previously contacted him, expecting displeasure due to the confirmed onboarding time. However, to Ji-young's surprise, upon mentioning the need to reschedule for the afternoon, the other party agreed without hesitation or inquiry. Setting down his phone, a slight smile graced Ji-young's lips. Indeed, being well-connected had its advantages. Had it not been for Su Qingbai's prior arrangements with Secretary Liu, he would have faced indifference in his attempts to alter the onboarding schedule. In such a large public company, if he chose not to attend, countless others would eagerly vie for the opportunity. Returning to the dorm, he chatted idly with Zhou Nan and the others until 4:30. I have plans for dinner. I'll take my leave, he announced. The trio turned their gazes toward Ji-young, with Zhou Nan resting his chin on his hand, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. All right, will you be back tonight? Of course, I'll be back, Ji-young replied. Didn't you remind me that health comes first? With laughter echoing among them, Ji-young opened the dormitory door and departed. Su Jiao had been waiting at the school gate for some time. After Ji-young got into the car, they set off toward Qingtian Group. Throughout the journey, Ji-young remained silent, while Su Jiao hesitated to initiate conversation. The atmosphere within the car remained perpetually tranquil. Upon arriving at the Qingtian Group, the vehicle came to a halt, and Su Jiao turned to remind President Ji, we have arrived. You may head back now. There should be nothing pressing for today. Tomorrow morning is free as well, but I will call you in the afternoon when I have matters to attend to. With that, he opened the car door and stepped out. Su Jiao stood beside the driver's seat, watching as Ji-young departed. As the personal assistant and chauffeur to the president, his role was exceedingly comfortable. With the boss absent from the company for several days, his duties primarily consisted of resting. The company lounge was on the verge of becoming his second home. Moreover, enjoying the privilege of driving luxury vehicles, his status within the Jinfeng real estate group was elevated. He could come to work at his leisure, with no one to oversee him. Even the influential vice presidents, such as Fu Yuan and Wang Rui, had to grant him a certain degree of respect. As Ji-young's figure gradually receded, Su Jiao returned to the car and dialed his girlfriend's number. Hello, darling. Shall we go watch a movie tonight? Outside the Qingtian Group, the luxurious car designated for the president remained parked. Inside, Su Qingxue sat, glancing at her watch from time to time. Though there was still a few minutes to spare, she felt an inexplicable impatience. Upon spotting the familiar vehicle, Ji-young quickened his pace towards it, and the driver promptly opened the door for him. Mr. Ji, please. Thank you, he replied, bending slightly to take a seat beside Su Qingxue. She donned a simple pair of white pencil pants and a light black t-shirt. Her hair elegantly styled in a bun. Her fair visage and exquisitely defined features were vividly displayed. On her feet were a pair of flat crystal shoes. Ever since her pregnancy, Su Qingxue had become particularly attentive to certain details, such as avoiding prolonged sitting, eschewing high heels, refraining from staying up late, and being cautious with medication. It's about time. Let us set off, she said. Driver, let us go. All right. Su Qingxue took the initiative, prompting the driver, who had been ready at the wheel, to commence their journey. Following their vehicle was a business car, prepared for the purpose of picking up her future in-laws. During the ride, Su Qingxue either gazed out at the scenery or checked her watch, frequently glancing at the time. How are your legs today? Are they feeling more comfortable than before? She asked, hesitantly nodding in response. Somewhat, I suppose. There's a bit of improvement. Ji-young had nearly forgotten about the matter until she mentioned it. After last night's massage, her legs had remained free from soreness throughout the day. The results are quite satisfactory, as long as it's effective. After dinner, I'll give you another massage. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue did not directly agree, but also refrained from refusing, her dreamy demeanor clearly indicating her acquiescence. Before long, they arrived at the airport. Once the vehicle came to a stop, Ji Yang checked the time. There were still a few minutes until 5:30. They exited the car and approached the exit, where familiar figures soon came into view. Du Qingfeng was linked arm in arm with Ji Jiangong, both sharing light-hearted banter. Following them were 3 others, 2 women and 1 man. The man walked beside Ji Jiangong, while the 2 women closely trailed Du Qingfeng, who was also carrying 2 suitcases. Ji Yang and Su Qingxue stepped forward, quickly catching Du Qingfeng's attention. "Oh, Qingxue." Upon seeing her future daughter-in-law, Du Qingfeng was elated. She released Ji Jiangong's arm and strode towards Su Qingxue, grasping her hand and immediately inquiring about her well-being. "Qingxue, it's been a few days. Why do you seem thinner? How is your appetite lately? Did Ji Yang upset you at all? I brought you some gifts. I'll show you in a bit." Not letting go of Su Qingxue's hand, Du Qingfeng's warmth left Su Qingxue nodding vigorously. "Annie, my appetite is fine, and Ji Yang has not caused me any distress. Since you and Uncle have traveled such a distance, let me take you to the hotel first. After checking in, we can go out for dinner. Ji Yang and I have already made reservations." Responding gently while blushing, she cast a pleading glance toward Ji Yang for support. "Mom and Dad, shall we head to the car?" "All right, let us go." They had prepared a vehicle outside the airport in advance. But since their daughter-in-law and son had come to greet them personally, they surely would follow the 2 youngsters. Arm in arm, Du Qingfeng and Su Qingxue led the way, with Ji Yang and Ji Jiangong trailing behind, followed by the secretary and assistant. "Dad, didn't you say you were bringing gifts? What did you prepare?" "I don't see anything." The 2 suitcases were all that remained. For a first meeting, given his mother-esque character, it was inconceivable she would bring anything subpar, and the quantity didn't add up. The gifts were air-freighted. They arrive tomorrow morning at 6. "Your mother didn't rest the entire journey. She exhausted me." Ji Jiangong whispered to his son, his head bowed. He had intended to catch some sleep on the plane, but his wife was as animated as ever, chattering incessantly. He hadn't even had a chance to close his eyes. Upon entering the car, they headed straight for the pre-booked hotel. They had specifically instructed Wan Shaoling to choose a hotel near the neighborhood, undoubtedly the finest among the surrounding establishments. Upon arriving at the hotel, everyone disembarked, and Su Qingxue personally led Du Qingfeng and Ji Jiangong to check in. "Qingxue, we'll wait here for a while. Let them bring the luggage upstairs. Then we can all go out for dinner." "All right." While waiting in the hotel lobby with her mother-in-law, they sat until the secretary and assistant returned with the suitcases. The group then proceeded to the restaurant. In a private dining room, Ji Jiangong occupied the main seat, with Du Qingfeng beside him and Ji Yang and Su Qingxue on the opposite side. The secretary and assistant were arranged in a different room. Throughout the meal, the conversation revolved around Su Qingxue and the child she was carrying. Ji Yang even took a moment to remind his mother to be discreet when meeting the grandfather tomorrow, cautioning her not to let anything slip. "Don't worry, I'm not a child. I won't let anything slip." The more confident Du Qingfeng appeared, the more uncertain Ji Yang felt. After dinner, Su Qingxue made sure to call her grandfather to confirm their meeting time for the next day at 9 o'clock. She did not mention that her uncle and aunt had already arrived, only telling him to be prepared for their formal introduction the following morning. After escorting his parents back to the hotel, Ji Yang accompanied Su Qingxue home. He had promised to help with her leg massage, and since the time was still early, they could easily return to the dormitory afterward. Who could have anticipated that upon returning home, Su Qingxue would retreat into the bedroom and refuse to come out? No matter how Ji Yang coaxed, she remained steadfast in her refusal to open the door. "Qingxue, it's just a massage, a proper massage. I won't be inappropriate. Can you please come out? I'm going to sleep. Let us leave it for tonight. My legs and feet feel fine now." Leaning against the bedroom door, Su Qingxue blushed deeply, unwilling to continue being teased by Ji Yang. As it became evident that persuading the other party to open the door was futile, Ji Yang resigned himself to saying, "Then I shall take my leave. Do rest early tonight, and feel free to call me should anything arise." After addressing Su Qingxue, he reluctantly turned away. It was only upon hearing the living room door click shut that Su Qingxue cautiously opened her bedroom door. Once she detected no sounds, she stealthily made her way to the living room. Flicking on the lights, she was startled to find Ji Yang's silhouette lounging on the sofa. "Ah, you. Why haven't you left?" The unexpected sight of Ji Yang still being there genuinely startled Su Qingxue. "I promised to give you a massage, and since I haven't fulfilled that obligation, how could I possibly leave?" Ji Yang replied nonchalantly. "Well, since it's still early, if you choose to procrastinate, I might just have to stay here for the night." Glancing at the time on his watch, He shrugged towards Su Qingxue. What a rogue, she muttered under her breath. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to Ji Yang's insistence on giving her a massage, leaving her with no choice but to comply. She turned back to her bedroom to fetch a blanket and returned to the sofa. Lightly settling down, she draped the blanket over her, concealing her alluring figure, leaving only the upper part of her body exposed. Left leg or right leg? She pondered. Either will do. Then let's start with the right leg. As she gently lifted her right foot, preparing to place it on Ji Yang's thigh, she hesitated. Before doubt could linger, Ji Yang had already grasped her delicate foot. With a playful bite of her lip and eyes glistening like water, she stared at Ji Yang for less than 3 seconds before she could no longer bear it. Turning her head away, her hands clutched the blanket tightly, as tingling sensations coursed through her soles and calves. Under normal circumstances, she would have let out a soft sigh. But in Ji Yang's presence, she dared not make a sound, even striving to maintain steady breaths. How's the pressure? If it's uncomfortable, I can lighten my touch. Ji Yang inquired, his voice close to her ear. With pursed lips, Su Qingxue shook her head. No, it's fine. Just a bit lighter. In the blink of an eye, after just claiming it was fine, Ji Yang applied more pressure, causing her to involuntarily gasp, fully aware of his intention. She could only simmer in silent frustration. Minutes passed as he worked on one leg, and before long, half an hour had elapsed with both legs thoroughly massaged. As the session concluded, she could still faintly feel a pleasant tingling in her calves. After a couple of minutes, a wave of comfort began to wash over her. Sitting with her knees hugged to her chest on the sofa, her eyes, glimmering with moisture, remained fixed on Ji Yang. She could hardly believe how soothing this massage had turned out to be. It's about time. I must return to my dormitory. Do rest early. Tomorrow evening, we shall continue. As Ji Yang rose to leave, Su Qingxue followed him to the door in her slippers. Just as he was about to pull the door open, she suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." Tomorrow, their eyes met, and her tone softened. You should come to my place first. We can accompany Uncle and Aunt for breakfast. Come a bit earlier and send me a message before we set off. I'll wait for you downstairs. All right, no problem. Is there anything else? Ji Yang queried. And Su Qingxue subtly shook her head, descending the elevator and leisurely exiting the complex. She returned to her dormitory, where Zhou Nan and a few others were engaged in lively conversation. The specifics of their discussion were unclear, but it was undoubtedly animated, particularly with Wang Jinggang animatedly gesturing while seated cross-legged on the bed. To those unaware, it might have seemed as though he were cooking rather than chatting. Hey, what are you all discussing? It sounds so lively. Su Qingxue exclaimed as she entered, preparing to wash up on the balcony. Noticing Ji Yang's retreating figure, Zhou Nan was the first to explain. Ji Yang, we're talking about girlfriends. Recently, someone has organized a cocktail party. The three of us are planning to attend. Are you interested? His eyes sparkled with excitement, as though the mere prospect of attending this cocktail party might lead him to find a girlfriend. A cocktail party? What sort of cocktail party is this? Does the school not only provide education, but also matchmakers for romantic partners? Ji Yang inquired, toothbrush in hand, as he brushed his teeth and questioned the enthusiasm of Zhou Nan and the others. Don't listen to Zhou Nan. He just rambling. It's merely a simple dance event, ostensibly for charity. Zhu Gufeng interjected, appearing far more credible than Zhou Nan. At that moment, Ji Yang, having just finished washing up, recalled that prior to his rebirth, the school indeed hosted various gatherings, including charitable cocktail parties, although he had never attended any. It wasn't due to a reluctance to donate, but rather skepticism towards such organizations. Donating to those in genuine need was undoubtedly commendable, but contributing to morally corrupt entities was entirely unnecessary. As Chapter 74 unfolds, Ji Yang finds himself contemplating the prospect of attending. Since we have nothing better to do, and the ticket is just 200 yuan, I'll treat you all. Shall we go together? Zhu Gufeng's eyes lit up with disbelief. Clutching his pillow, Jinggang, are you serious? You're treating us? Yes, indeed. I'm treating you all. So, will you go? Give me a straightforward answer. Wang Jinggang waved his hand grandly, brimming with enthusiasm, having already been inclined to attend. The offer from Wang Jinggang made the decision even more compelling. I'll go. Me too. Zhou Nan and Zhu Gufeng chimed in, raising their hands in agreement. The only one left was Ji Yang, who had just settled onto his bed. Ji Yang, it's just you left. Give us a clear answer. Will you go or not? The three of them collectively turned their gazes toward Ji Yang. Initially, he intended to decline, but under their unwavering stares, he found it difficult to voice his refusal. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally inquired, participating in the cocktail party is for charity. Have you all prepared your funds? What funds? Charity is a voluntary act. We're not obligated to donate. The organizers can't just take our money by force. Zhu Gufeng reasoned. Ji Yang, considering their arguments, eventually nodded in agreement after scrolling through his phone. Once the arrangements were settled, the trio resumed their previous discussion. While Ji-young had initially intended to sleep, however, Zhou-nan insisted on drawing him into the conversation. The discussion grew increasingly engrossing, causing them to lose track of time until they realized it was already 1 in the morning. I can't take any more. I must sleep. You all carry on. I'll head to bed first. Ji-young flopped onto his pillow, while Zhou-nan immediately drifted off. Ji-young rubbed his eyes, stifling a yawn. Ironically, he had been the one to invite conversation, yet Zhou-nan had become the first to succumb to sleep. All right, let us all get some rest. Although there's nothing pressing tomorrow, we should still take care of our health. Hey, Jinggang, when did you start being health conscious? Zhu Guofeng teased, lazily leaning against the wall. Despite his evident fatigue, he couldn't resist poking fun at Wang Jinggang's words. Getting older now, it's essential to take care of oneself. For health is the foundation of all endeavors. Without good health, how can one work or earn? With that, he lifted his cup and lay back, enveloping himself in his blanket. This fellow had a peculiar habit of covering his head with the comforter while sleeping, which had intrigued the others when they first witnessed it. As familiarity grew, coupled with the fact that he had been sleeping this way every night, Ji-young and his companions soon became accustomed to it. By now, it had become a common sight. I need to use the restroom first. Guofeng, you can go to sleep. All right, remember to turn off the lights. Got it. After reminding Ji-young, Zhu Guofeng lay down and began to snore, and by the time Ji-young emerged from the restroom, the dormitory was filled with a cacophony of snores, creating an atmosphere more boisterous than a festive firecracker display. After casually turning off the lights, he climbed into bed. Despite the lively atmosphere in the dormitory, he could still fall asleep almost instantly. Such was his prowess. However, due to having stayed up too late the previous night, he awoke the next morning at 6:50. Picking up his phone, he discovered a multitude of missed calls and felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Oh no, I've overslept. Zhou-nan and the others were still in deep slumber, and at that moment, Ji-young became fully alert, hastily dressing and preparing to wash up before heading out. All those missed calls were from Su Qingxue, ringing continuously from 6 o'clock to now, every few minutes without fail. In under 2 minutes, he completed his morning routine. As Ji-young burst through the door, he quickly redialed her number. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qingxue was already waiting outside Yunde University, anxiously gripping her phone, having awakened at 5:30 and waited until 6 o'clock for Ji-young. But receiving no news prompted her to call. Unfortunately, no one answered. With no other option, she decided to wait at the school gate, and if she delayed any longer, Du Qingfeng and Ji Jianggong would have eaten their lunch. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon seeing it was Ji-young calling, she hurriedly pressed the answer button. Hello, Ji-young. Where are you? I'm so sorry, I overslept. Before he could finish, Su Qingxue interjected. I'm at the school gate. Hurry over. At the school gate? All right, I'm on my way. Hastening his pace, Ji-young jogged towards the gate. As he approached, he spotted a familiar figure. Su Qingxue wore a light-colored long dress and white canvas shoes, her hair neatly tied up, with her phone in hand, pacing anxiously. Upon seeing Ji-young, she couldn't help but jog a few steps forward. Ji-young, what are you doing? Why didn't you answer your phone? With an air of indignation, she tugged at his arm, ushering him into the car. We need to get to the hotel quickly so we can have breakfast with your parents. If we delay any longer, the food will be cold. Reluctantly, Ji-young climbed into the car beside Su Qingxue, a bitter smile on his lips. He couldn't possibly tell her that his roommates had been boasting until the early hours, causing him to oversleep. I overslept. I'm really sorry, but it's all right. At this time, my parents probably haven't had breakfast yet. Are you sure? What if they already ate? Absolutely not. He raised a finger to assure Su Qingxue, having called his mother on the way to ask her to wait for them to arrive together for breakfast. Of course, he couldn't disclose this to Su Qingxue, or he would surely face her wrath. Not wanting to continue arguing with Ji-young, she focused solely on hoping the driver would hurry and not waste any more time. As a soon-to-be daughter-in-law, she did not wish to lose face in front of her future in-laws. The car soon arrived outside the hotel. As Ji-young and Su Qingxue got out, they were surprised to find Du Qingfeng and Ji Jianggong waiting outside, standing in place. Du Qingfeng looked effortlessly elegant in casual attire, while Ji Jianggong appeared formal in a suit complete with a tie. Upon seeing them, Su Qingxue and Ji Yang rushed forward. Mom, Dad, good morning. Good morning, Uncle and Aunt. Upon seeing her son and daughter-in-law, Du Qingfeng's lips involuntarily curled into a gentle smile. Good morning to you both. What brings you here so early? Ji Yang begun, but was abruptly interrupted by a sharp pain on the top of his foot as his wife stepped on it with her high heel. Ji Jianggong's face turned crimson, and he awkwardly turned away. Although he hadn't finished speaking, Su Qingxue clearly understood. No wonder Ji Yang had been so confident on the way here. He had called ahead. With innocent eyes, she glanced at Ji Yong, who avoided her gaze entirely. Qingxue, let's not linger here. We should hurry to breakfast. The gifts for your grandfather have already arrived, and after breakfast, we can go select them together. Come on, it will help you. Chapter 75, A Match Made in Heaven. With her health perfectly intact, there was no need for her mother-in-law to assist her. Su Qingxue intended to refuse, but Du Qingfeng did not give her a chance. Linking arms with her and leading her into the hotel lobby. The breakfast restaurant was located on the first floor. Ji Yong purchased 2 breakfast tickets, and they all entered the dining area together. After breakfast, following Du Qingfeng's lead, they all went to choose gifts for the elders. At this point, Su Qingxue was still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Upon arrival at the designated place, she was left speechless. In front of her residential complex, a truck was unloading a plethora of gifts lining the roadside. These had been transported from the capital, and since it was the first meeting between both families, they were unsure of the elders' preferences, so the gifts could not appear meager. Du Qingfeng had arranged for this extensive selection. Isn't this a bit excessive? Su Qingxue asked, clinging to Du Qingfeng's arm, struggling to contain her astonishment. This is not merely a bit excessive, it's downright extravagant. Ji Yong interjected, Mom. This truly is too much. If someone were to see all these gifts, they might think you're opening a supermarket. I've never seen such a grand display of gifts. You two are mistaken. We won TB giving all of these gifts. We'll select a portion, and the rest will be returned with the delivery driver. Du Qingfeng explained. Qingxue, you should know what your grandfather likes. Help Aunt choose. And it's all right. If you see something you like, Aunt will set it aside for you. As Du Qingfeng guided Su Qingxue in selecting gifts, Ji Yong stood beside his father, Ji Jianggong. Dad, are you all right? Does your foot still hurt? Of course it hurts. You try getting stomped on. His tone was filled with frustration, while Ji Yong could hardly contain his laughter. Once he had laughed enough, he pointed toward his mother and Su Qingxue, who were busy selecting gifts by the truck. Dad, don't you think Mom has a certain air about her? What kind of air? A nouveau riche. Aside from that, I can't think of anyone who would present gifts so extravagantly. Propping his chin in his hand and shaking his head, Ji Yong characterized Du Qingfeng as possessing the temperament of a nouveau riche. Surprisingly, his father, Ji Jianggong, not only refrained from disputing this notion, but even nodded in agreement. What are you two still standing there for? Come over and help move these gifts to the car. The disparity in Ji Jianggong's demeanor towards his daughter-in-law and his son was stark. He cast a glance at his son and took the initiative to step forward. While his son might disregard his mother's words, as a husband, he dared not do the same. If he truly upset Du Qingfeng, he would undoubtedly face a reprimand upon returning home. After some strenuous transporting, both vehicles' trunks were packed to the brim, and it was only due to a lack of space that they could not accommodate more. Mom, it's almost 9 o'clock. Shall we go visit Grandpa? I'll call him ahead of time. All right. With Du Qingfeng's consent, Ji Yong took out his phone to call Su Qingba. Meanwhile, in the villa, the elderly patriarch sat in the main seat, his expression rather grim. Upon hearing the phone ring, he quickly answered. After hanging up, a fleeting smile crossed his weathered face, soon replaced by a piercing gaze directed at the individuals before him. Fengxia, Ji Yong's parents are on their way, concerned about his granddaughter King Snow's lifelong happiness. He warned, you two should be mindful. If King Snow experiences any embarrassment, don't blame me for my anger. Although there had been no prior notification, Su Qingba was baffled as to how his second son and daughter were already aware of this. They had arrived early in the morning with their families. Dad, you're exaggerating. Given our family situation, Ji Yong is merely reaching for the stars. Their family is barely maintaining decorum. How could we possibly be deemed disrespectful? A hint of disdain laced her tone, with a smirk revealing her derision. In Su Fengxia's view, Ji Yang's family was at best middle class, far from comparable to her own. Dad, Fengxia is right. This is a significant matter. You cannot solely entertain King Snow's desires. As elders, we must safeguard the children's interests. A match of equal standing is paramount. If she encounters an unsuitable partner, it could affect her entire life. Besides Su Fengxia, the man, Wang Jinyu, assumed a serious demeanor. As her uncle, he had shown little concern previously, yet now he felt compelled to voice his opinion as his niece was about to marry. Su Gaoyuan had initially planned to agree, but before he could speak, his wife shot him a disapproving glance that silenced him. A cold glare swept across the group. Su Qingba's heart was as transparent as glass. Whether it was his daughter, son-in-law, or second son, none genuinely wished for his granddaughter to find a suitable match. In fact, they all seemed to hope that Su King Snow would remain unmarried. Once married, the Qing Tian group would transition from Su King Snow's private ownership to a joint marital asset, complicating any future maneuvers they might contemplate. Brother-in-law, It seems somewhat inappropriate for you to mention the notion of social standing. My family had no wealth, yet I still married into a good family. Ji Yong is a fine young man we have all met. Dad has already stated that today is a momentous occasion. If you create any unpleasantness, it's my father who will be embarrassed. Du Xiaojun clung to Su Gaoyuan's arm, and as these words left her lips, Wang Jinyu's face soured as if he had tasted something foul. In truth, his family's circumstances were hardly stellar either. When he married Su Fengxia, there had been minimal opposition, making his current insistence on social parity rather absurd. Enough. Ji Yong just called. They're on their way. Let me make this clear. If you ruin this meeting, don't expect to cross this threshold again. Su Qingbo was so furious that he coughed repeatedly, his body trembling with agitation. At this point, neither Su Fengxia, Wang Jinyu, nor Su Gaoyuan dared to utter another word of dissent. Half an hour later, the vehicles slowly approached the villa's entrance. Chapter 76. Don't be too impatient. Su Qingbo stood at the door to welcome his family. Upon seeing them descend, he quickly greeted them with a smile. Ah, Ji Yong, grandfather. So, these are your parents? Yes, good day, old sir. We are Ji Yang's parents. Ji Jianggong politely extended his hand to Su Qingbo. After acknowledging the individuals behind the elderly man, he shook hands with Su Gaoyuan and Wang Jinyu as well. Despite his reluctance, Wang Jinyu complied and shook Ji Jianggong's hand under the pressure of his father-in-law's authority. Grandfather, uncle, and Anna brought you many gifts. Let us have someone bring them inside. Oh, you're too kind. Just coming is enough. There is no need for gifts. Ji Yong had indeed heard the elder express such sentiments during their stroll, yet despite the words spoken, propriety dictated that they bring something. As this was the first meeting between the two families, one by one, the gifts were unloaded until a considerable pile had accumulated, leaving Su Fengxia and Wang Jinyu with no grounds for complaint. So many gifts? This is excessive. There is no need to bring down any more. It's merely a meeting between the families. He was not being intentionally polite. He genuinely felt that the gifts were too numerous. Old sir, it is proper for the gifts to be substantial. I hold dear this child Qing Snow, and thus, a weighty offering is warranted. Du King Feng unabashidli praised. Successfully bringing a smile to Su Qingbo's face. Ji Yong and Su Qing Snow, the true protagonists, could scarcely interject. Their cheeks flushed as they listened to the elder's discourse. As the remaining individuals continued to transport the gifts, Su Qingbo led the others into the villa's grand hall. Mr. Ji, may I ask how to address you? Ji Jianggong. Just Jianggong will suffice. This is my wife, Du Qingfeng. Accepting the tea that Su Qingbo offered, Ji Jianggong introduced himself, while also including his wife. Uncle and aunt, allow me to introduce you. This is my second uncle, Su Gaoyuan, and this is my second aunt. This is my aunt, Su Fengxia, and this is my uncle-in-law, Wang Jinyu, along with her child. Su Qing Snow offered a brief overview of her family situation, and Ji Jianggong exchanged greetings with each of them. Out of courtesy, everyone responded in kind. We are quite familiar with Ji Yong. To be honest, this lad is very much to my liking, and importantly, Qing Snow adores him. Su Qingbo remarked, his gaze shifting between Ji Yong and Su Qing Snow. Grandfather, we feel the same. We genuinely like Qing Snow. She is the only child in our family, and we have no daughters. Once they marry, we will treat Qing Snow as our own daughter. It is only right to treat her well. However, merely stating their intentions to treat her kindly would not suffice. This child has been born with a silver spoon. Ordinary circumstances cannot possibly match our Qing Snow. The previously harmonious atmosphere shifted abruptly into one of tension at Su Fengxia's remark. A flicker of anxiety crossed Su Qingshua's eyes upon the unexpected arrival of her aunt and second uncle. She was already taken aback, but she never anticipated her aunt would dare to speak so boldly. Aunt, what does it matter who is suitable or not? I have never given this a thought. Su Qingshua's casual remark was intended to silence her aunt, but instead, it only prompted her uncle to chime in. Qingxue, you are still young. Matters of marriage often come with unsavory discussions up front. While you may not be considering it, as your elders, we must think on your behalf. Indeed, Su Gaoyuan's interjection darkened Su Qingbo's expression significantly. Were it not for the presence of Ji Jianggong and Du Qingfeng, he would have lost his composure and slammed the table. What do you mean by indeed? You know nothing, yet you presume to take charge of Qingshue's lifelong happiness? Don't flatter yourself. Instead, focus on your own family's affairs. Du Xiaowan unleashed a fierce reprimand at Su Gaoyuan, seemingly directed at him, but truly aimed at someone else. Everyone present understood her underlying intent. Ji Jianggong and Du Qingfeng were astute enough to grasp the implications of her words. As for Wang Jinyu and Su Fengxia, although their expressions were somewhat displeased, they refrained from speaking further. They were adept at gauging the situation and knew that to provoke the elder would lead to calamity for everyone involved. Let us sit here for a while. The restaurant is already reserved, and we shall proceed for lunch shortly. Jiangong, Qingfeng, come, let us enjoy some tea. Perhaps in an attempt to convey an apology, Su Qingbai was the first to raise his teacup. As the elders served tea to the younger generation, Ji Jiangong promptly lifted his cup, standing in acknowledgement. After a simple toast of tea, the conversation shifted to family matters, reminiscing about Su Qingshue's childhood, which Du Qingfeng listened to intently, occasionally glancing at Su Qingxue beside her son, her eyes filled with compassion. The elder spoke calmly. Yet it was evident that Su Qingshue's life had been far more arduous than it appeared, as reflected in the attitudes of her aunt and second uncle. Fortunately, she had a grandfather who cared for her. Otherwise, she would have endured even greater suffering. Qingxue has grown up beside me since childhood. You need not worry about her character or demeanor. I can assure you, she is not the type to be unreasonable. We all understand that. To be honest, it is indeed a blessing for our Ji family that Ji Yang has found such a wonderful girl like Qingxue. If you're also satisfied with Ji Yang, we can discuss the marriage. Of course, as elders, it is entirely up to you to decide when the wedding will take place and when the engagement will be set. In the eyes of Ji Jiangong and Du Qingfeng, Su Qingxue was the focal point, while everything else was secondary. The specifics of the wedding arrangements were not an issue. Mr. Ji, let's not rush into this, Wang Jinyu interjected once more. Discussing the wedding timeline at this juncture seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Even if both families are agreeable, marriage involves dowries and gifts. We have yet to discuss these matters. How can we move on to wedding plans? Chapter 77, The Dowry. 10 million. Why should we not discuss the wedding? Jinyu, let me ask you, how much dowry did your family request when you married Fengxia? Su Qingbai's patience had reached its limit after being repeatedly provoked. Dad, that was over a decade ago. It cannot be compared to the present. Stepping forward to support her husband, Su Qingbai looked at the trio with a heavy heart. It was evident that, despite being her aunt, she was outperformed by Du Xiaowan, who at least showed concern for Su Qingxue, while her own aunt seemed only preoccupied with the interests of Qingtian Group. Oh dear, why are we discussing dowries now? We can elaborate on that during the meal. The main point is that the two children get along well, and everything else is trivial. Su Qingbai nodded at her daughter-in-law, feeling somewhat relieved that Du Xiaowan had accompanied Su Gaoyuan. With a daughter-in-law present, her son would likely exhibit more restraint. Otherwise, Ji Jiangong and Du Qingfeng would have already taken offense and departed. It is almost time. Let us head to the restaurant. The local cuisine in Yendu is quite delightful. We should all partake. Certainly. Take your time, grandfather. Ji Jiangong complied, and outside, the car was already prepared. Everyone boarded and arrived at the restaurant together. Initially expecting a gathering of 5 or 6, they were surprised to find both families of the son and daughter joining, swelling the count to over 10. Fortunately, the private room was spacious enough to accommodate them all without feeling cramped. This is one of the finest restaurants in Yendu. Please feel free to order whatever you desire. Such delicacies are seldom enjoyed. Uncle, Qingxue, do not misunderstand. What your uncle means is that the local cuisine of Yendu is something we do not often indulge in. Hiervo no ulterior motivas. Despite her efforts to remain composed, Su Qingxue felt a mix of urgency and anger as she focused on Du Qingfeng and Ji Jiangong, fearing they might become upset. We truly have not had much of Yendu's local cuisine. Grandfather, perhaps you should take the lead in ordering. We shall adhere to local customs. Ji Jiangong set the menu down, and upon hearing this, Su Qingbai glanced at it before the elder initiated the first order. He then gestured to Ji Jiangong, as our guests, please do not be shy. Order a couple of dishes. Su Qingbai's declaration of we shall be one family caused subtle shifts in the expressions of Su Fengxia and Su Gaoyuan. As Wang Jinyu opened his mouth to speak again, he was silenced by Su Fengxia's hand on his arm. After ordering, the conversation resumed, with both Su Fengxia and Wang Jinyu casting curious glances at Su Gaoyuan. Each utterance was laced with veiled hostility and derision. Any reasonable person would find such remarks unsettling, regardless of their internal feelings. Yet Du Qingfeng and Ji Jiangong appeared entirely unfazed. They had already discerned the pertinent details and were ready to address more serious matters. Our Qingxue has grown up without her parents since childhood, and we have all played a part in her upbringing. We cannot allow this child to suffer even the slightest hardship. I understand your sister's intent. You need not worry about the formalities. Since our Ji family has chosen Qingxue, we will certainly uphold the proper decorum. Du Qingfeng responded with a smile, having long seen through Su Fengxia's deliberate provocation. Very well, let us speak plainly. How much dowry do you intend to provide for Qingxue? What amount do you expect? 10 million. Madam Ji, please do not be alarmed. There is a reason behind this figure. Before Su Fengxia could elaborate on her rationale, Su Qingxue could no longer contain her emotions and rose from her seat. With red-rimmed eyes and clenched fists, her body trembled slightly. Suppressing her sense of injustice, she paused before speaking softly. Aunt, 10 million is far too much. You are intentionally putting me in a difficult position. Silly girl, what do you mean by putting you in a difficult position? You have lived this way since childhood. This 10 million is merely to ensure your quality of life. Everything I do is for your own good. Su Fengxia's incessant insistence that it was all for the good of her niece caused Su Qingxue to finally lose her composure, tears streaming down her exquisite face like a sudden downpour. All right, let us conclude for today. I shall take you away, said Ji Yang, as he grasped Su Qingxue's hand and merely nodded at Su Qingbo before departing without a backward glance. Were it not for the fact that Su Fengxia was his beloved aunt, he would have been unable to restrain himself from rebuking her. Though she professed to act in the best interest of her niece, her true motivations were self-serving, akin to that of a vampire. Fengxia, your father has matters to discuss with Jianggong. You may leave first. Su Qingbo issued a dismissal, and a glance exchanged between Su Fengxia and Wang Jinyu revealed their reluctance to budge. Only upon recognizing the old man's growing ire did they rise, albeit begrudgingly. Helping. Let us depart, they announced, taking their leave with the grandson in tow. Su Qingbo then turned his attention to Su Gaoyuan. What are you still doing here? Dad, we'll take our leave now, Su Gaoyuan replied, offering an awkward smile, not daring to utter another word, pouting as he prepared to exit. Unlike his sister Su Fengxia, he knew their father would never raise a hand against his daughter, but he was not so certain about himself. A moment's hesitation could lead to a swift reprimand with a cane. At that moment, Ji Yang and Su Qingxue had already descended to the ground floor. The typically aloof Su Qingxue now resembled a wounded kitten, her stunningly delicate features marred by tear stains. Despite her efforts to wipe them away, the evidence of her weeping was still apparent. Uncle and aunt are still upstairs. Perhaps we should pause here for today. I will have grandfather reschedule the meeting. She understood well that with her aunt and second uncle present, any discussions would not proceed smoothly and could even provoke discontent from her uncle and aunt. Rather than prolonging the discomfort, it seemed wiser to halt the conversation. Wait for me. Ji Yang began to speak, but was interrupted as Su Fengxia, accompanied by Wang Haoping, descended the stairs, followed by a dejected Wang Jinyu. Qingxue, what are you doing down here? Your grandfather is still waiting for you upstairs. Hurry back. Remarkably composed under pressure, Su Fengxia maintained a facade of calmness, despite the evident discomfort within her heart. Aunt, second uncle, why have you both come down? Your grandfather needed to discuss some matters with them, so we were allowed to leave first. You two should hurry back up, Du Xiaowan remarked, winking at Su Qingxue as she linked her arm with Su Guan's, forcibly leading him away from the restaurant. Dear, let us also take our leave, Wang Jinyu suggested. And with their departure, Ji Yang and Su Qingxue returned to their private room. With the disruptive elements gone, the atmosphere in the room grew noticeably more harmonious. Su Qingbo lifted his wine glass, and upon noticing, Ji Jianggong promptly took up the decanter. Let us finalize this, he declared. Jianggong, I apologize for the embarrassment. It is my failure as a father that has led my children to develop such personalities. Earlier, when Fengxia mentioned 1 million, please do not take it to heart. As for dowries and bridal gifts, let us adhere to our respective customs. We shall not demand a dowry, and you need not require a bridal gift. Let everything be grounded in our own family circumstances. Ultimately, it is all for the benefit of the two children. Do either of you have any objections? Holding up his glass, Su Qingbo looked earnestly at Du Qingfeng and Ji Jianggong. In essence, it meant that each party would contribute as they saw fit, without setting specific demands. I have no objections. We shall follow your lead. Excellent. Then it is settled. With a simple agreement, Su Qingbo clinked glasses with Ji Jianggong. Had it not been for the crowd, this matter could have been resolved much sooner. Let us first become engaged, then proceed to marriage. What thoughts do you both have regarding the timing? Just as Du Qingfeng was about to speak, Ji Yang and Su Qingxue returned, and upon seeing them, Su Qingbo warmly beckoned them to join him. You both have returned just in time. Grandfather was discussing the engagement with your parents. Would you like to participate in the discussion? Beaming with joy, Su Qingbo could hardly contain his excitement, eagerly anticipating the day he could cradle his future grandchildren. Engagement. What? Engagement. Ji Yang and Su Qingxue were utterly astonished, having just entered to hear such explosive news, which explained their incredulous expressions. These two children, upon hearing about the engagement, are overjoyed. He, old man, if you have the time, please set a date for us. We are open to either an engagement in the capital or in Yundu. Du Qingfeng chimed in with a light laugh. Ji Yang, feeling rather helpless, could not fathom how his mother had deduced their overwhelming excitement. Speaking of dates, I do indeed have the time. How about I select a favorable date and contact you? If both parties agree, we shall proceed to finalize it. What do you think? No objections. Very well, it is settled. In mere moments, a significant milestone in their lives was established. Although the discussion was framed as seeking their opinions, the elders provided no opportunity for them to voice any thoughts. Over the course of one lunch, the engagement was confirmed, leaving Du Qingfeng and Ji Jianggong beaming with delight. And the same could be said for Su Qingba. As everyone exited the restaurant, before entering their vehicles, the old man paused, saying, Qingxue, you should stay close to Ji Yang. Spend some time with your uncle and aunt while grandfather heads home. Grandfather, please drink less. You never listen, Su Qingxue remarked. Her cheeks flushed. Today is a rare occasion of joy. Please promise to drink less next time. Watching the elderly man's car pull away, Du Qingfeng glanced at the vehicle waiting by the roadside and took Su Qingxue's arm, leading her into the car. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Qingxue sat quietly in the living room of the suite. In the main seats were Du Qingfeng and Ji Jianggong, both still somewhat dazed. They could scarcely believe how effortlessly their son's lifelong commitment had been secured. Uncle and aunt, I sincerely apologize for today's events. I did not anticipate that aunt and second uncle would arrive. If they have caused any offense, I humbly apologize on their behalf, Su Qingxue said, wringing her fingers, her tone filled with regret. Today, whether it was her aunt, uncle, or second uncle, their words had been rather harsh. Anyone with a trace of temper might have been provoked to retort. Yet, her future in-laws had remained silent, granting her the dignity she deserved. Hearing this, Du Qingfeng smiled knowingly and quietly approached her future daughter-in-law. Silly girl, we are not angry at all. Gently stroking Su Qingxue's back, Du Qingfeng's eyes reflected a hint of tenderness. It was clear that Su Qingxue was the one suffering the most, yet she was the one apologizing. It was a thought that made her heart ache. On the contrary, your uncle and I are particularly elated today. With your and Ji Yang's matter settled, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. You have no idea. Last night, I barely slept a wink, so anxious was I. It was no exaggeration. She truly had struggled to find rest, primarily worried that the meeting would not go smoothly. What if they had objections? Such a beautiful and sensible daughter-in-law would surely be a missed opportunity. And moreover, there was a little one on the way. Regardless of whether it is for the sake of the daughter-in-law or the baby, both must succeed. The pressure is palpable. Qingxue, this is something your uncle can attest to. She indeed struggled to sleep last night due to anxiety. However, all is well now. It seems we can have the best of both worlds. Ha ha ha. Ji Yang sat silently beside them, and Su Qingxue found herself at a loss for words. Initially, she had anticipated a simple gathering of both families, never expecting that her grandfather would directly arrange the marriage. Now, they are merely awaiting confirmation of the date from Su Qingbai's side, so they can begin preparations for the engagement banquet. Mom and Dad, there is something else. With such significant news, when do you plan to inform Grandpa? Originally beaming with joy, Ji Jianggong's smile gradually faltered upon hearing his son's words. Caught up in their happiness, they had forgotten about the elder patriarch. We will handle it with your grandfather. You need not worry. The most important thing now is to take good care of Qingxue. Understood? If you dare let her suffer, Mother will break your legs. With the softest of tones, she uttered the most menacing of threats. Ji Yang shivered at the look in his mother's eyes. Based on his childhood experiences, he knew that if his mother said such things, she would undoubtedly follow through. For the sake of his daughter-in-law and the child she carried, she might very well give him a sound thrashing. Losing an arm or a leg would not be an unusual occurrence. Chapter 79. It seems she is quite ticklish. Let's have dinner together tonight. Tomorrow morning. You need not come to see us off. Your father and I will go to the airport ourselves. Aunt, how can that be? How can it not be? You're calling me Aunt now, but soon you'll be calling me Mom. There is no need for formality among family. Du Qingfeng's affectionate gaze filled Su Qingxue's heart with warmth. Apart from the abundant love showered upon her by her grandfather since childhood, she had never felt such warmth from anyone else. The concern of her future mother-in-law evoked a poignant sense of maternal familiarity. With tears brimming in her eyes, Su Qingxue turned her head away deliberately. All right, if you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out to Aunt. I haven't visited Yenda much. How about this? You take Aunt out for a stroll? It would also be a chance to get to know the city. Her suggestion to go out was not truly about shopping, but rather an opportunity for her daughter-in-law to unwind. Rising together, Du Qingfeng turned to Ji Jianggong and Ji Yang. Would you like to join us for a walk? Sure. The room feels too stuffy. It's better to get some fresh air. You rascal. Why are you still sitting there? Let us go. Having already stood, Ji Jianggong lightly tapped his son on the forehead, urging him to move. Mom and Dad, where do you wish to go? There are plenty of malls around. Shall we explore one? Sounds good. If we get tired, we can have a meal at the mall. Linking arms, Du Qingfeng and Su Qingxue led the way, with Ji Yang and his father following closely behind. The assistant had prepared the car, and they set off towards their destination, the shopping mall. They spent the entire afternoon in the mall, where they did not purchase much but walked extensively. Ji Yang and Ji Jianggong began to feel fatigued. In contrast, Du Qingfeng and Su Qingxue seemed unfazed, still exchanging laughter and occasionally trying on a few outfits in the clothing stores. "Dear, it's getting late, and Qingxue hasn't eaten yet. Shall we head for dinner?" Around 5:30, it was indeed time for a meal. Mentioning the daughter-in-law made Du Qingfeng momentarily pause, glancing at the time before finally deciding to abandon the idea of continuing to shop. Dinner was resolved at the mall, and after their meal, the assistant took them back to the community. Upon returning to the living room, Su Qingxue sank onto the sofa to rest, thoroughly exhausted from the day's events. Her ankles ached terribly. "Let me take a look at that." Jiang plopped down beside her, ready to assist. However, upon feeling Ji Yang's hand reach out, Su Qingxue instinctively withdrew her foot. "I'll wash up first. I'll let you know when I'm ready." "All right, I'll prepare some water for you. I can manage on my own," clearly asserting her independence. Yet Ji Yang had already stepped into the bathroom, leaving her to wait obediently on the sofa. A few minutes later, Ji Yang returned with a basin of water. "I can wash myself. After an entire afternoon of walking, you should take a break too." Grasping Ji Yang's arm, worried he might crouch down to wash her feet, Su Qingxue insisted, and he had no choice but to sit beside her obediently. "You should learn to gradually get used to me washing your feet." "Huh? Why?" "Because of her." He pointed to Su Qingxue's belly. "Once it grows, how will you wash it yourself?" Unable to articulate a response to Ji Yang, Su Qingxue fell silent, and after a minute or two, as if resolving something, she finally said, "Then you can help me wash." "Okay." Without a hint of hesitation, Ji Yang readily agreed and crouched down to begin washing Su Qingxue's feet. Her delicate, fragile feet fit perfectly within his hands, and with a gentle grip, he could envelop them entirely. "You seem quite ticklish." "Well, it's not too bad. Just don't do it on purpose." As she spoke, an unexpected sensation surged through her foot, causing Su Qingxue to instinctively jerk her leg, splattering water all over Ji Yang and even toppling him to the ground. "You did that on purpose." Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she looked as if she could burst into tears. She never anticipated that Ji Yang would dare to deliberately tickle her while washing her feet. Propping herself up with one hand on the floor, she awkwardly laughed as she stood up. "I merely wanted to see how ticklish you were. Who knew you would react so strongly?" "Well, it's nearly done. Dry your feet yourself, and I'll go dispose of the wash water." With a calm smile, he handed her a towel, holding the basin with one hand while covering his backside with the other as he limped toward the bathroom. Su Qingxue's gaze fell upon Ji Yang's rear, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. By the time Ji Yang returned, Su Qingxue had already dried her feet and neatly folded the towel. "You pressed enough. There's no need to continue. Why don't you head back? It's getting late." That works. See you at the office tomorrow morning." Tomorrow marks her first day at work, and according to Su Qingbai's arrangements, he would undoubtedly meet with Su Qingxue. However, she was uncertain about the specifics of what that meeting would entail. Leaving the community, she meandered aimlessly back toward Yundi University, not rushing to hail a cab, but rather taking a leisurely stroll along the roadside. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Du Qingfeng and Ji Jianggong tidied up their belongings and settled in the living room to relax. Having packed in advance, after breakfast the next morning, they could head straight to the airport. "Qingfeng, what do you think of that girl Qingxue's uncle and aunt?" "Not much." Ji Jianggong's reticence prompted Du Qingfeng's ire. The primary source of her anger stemmed not from the rudeness displayed at the dinner table, but from her sympathy towards her future daughter-in-law. Everyone possesses a modicum of intelligence, and it is evident to all that Su Fengxia and her husband, alongside Su Gaoyuan, harbor ulterior motives. They profess to be considering the welfare of the child, yet the true sentiments that linger in their hearts are known solely to themselves. The child, Qingxue, is simply too gentle and too understanding. While we can discern the ill intentions of her aunt and uncle, one must wonder how such an astute young lady could remain oblivious to their designs. Du Qingfeng's words elicited a nod of agreement from Ji Jiankong. Regardless of the circumstances, we must prioritize the child's welfare, whatever schemes they may concoct. We shall navigate them without conflict. Ultimately, our aim is to spare Su Qingxue any distress. Rest assured, I comprehend your intent. Do not fault me for my forewarning. You ought to consider how to explain this matter to father. Originally, the plan was to return directly to the metropolis. But given that the elder in the family remains unaware of the impending engagement of his grandson, they collectively resolved to first return to the capital. As for how to broach the subject with father, I truly find myself at a loss. Qingfeng, perhaps. The sentence remained unfinished as Du Qingfeng rose and, without a backward glance, retreated to the bedroom. Let her take the initiative to speak. She won't fall for their tricks. In the blink of an eye, the next day dawned. Before heading to Qingtian Group, Ji Yang received a call from Wang Rue, primarily to report on matters concerning Bion Capital. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he leisurely made his way to the entrance. As the sound of the doorbell rang, Su Jiao's car had yet to arrive, and his phone chimed once more. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Su Qingxue, prompted by a message from her mother, Du Qingfeng, indicating that they were preparing to board their flight back to the capital. A brand new black sedan came to a halt before him, and Ji Yang instinctively ended the call.